Your female disciple, whom you've taught for 18 years, actually betrayed you on the spot after winning the martial arts championship, and even mocked you as a worthless loser with zero vitality, claiming that she would never have become your disciple if it weren't for your peerless technique. You paid no attention to this, turning instead to the opponent whose legs she had crippled, pulling out another technique manual, Heavenly Crippled Leg, and offering to take them as your disciple. All because 18 years ago, you accidentally awakened the master system, which requires you to find disciples matching specific techniques and help them achieve various accomplishments. Only then can you receive generous rewards. Yet no one was willing to apprentice under an ordinary person, so you only took in 2 disciples with extremely poor innate talent. At the finals venue, 2 striking figures were locked in a fierce battle on the stage. One of them, a girl in a black bodysuit, attacked with ruthless precision, making the audience sweat for the other contestant. From the spectator stands, you frowned slightly as you watched your eldest disciple on the stage. Your second disciple beside you nervously asked, "Master, does senior sister have some grudge against that person?" Your senior sister is too competitive. She takes victory and defeat far too seriously. Although you strongly hoped your eldest disciple would win first place to complete your master-teacher mission, you were quite troubled by Lu Ruoshua's cold and cruel personality. Fortunately, Lu Ruoshua had an exceptionally high compatibility with this martial art technique. In just 1 year, she mastered the first 17 forms of the 18 subduing dragon palms, just as you were thinking of teaching her the 18th form after the competition, so she could sweep the provincial martial arts championship in one go. Lu Ruoshua on the stage suddenly let out a fierce cry. The chi and blood in her body transformed into a golden dragon illusion, a sight that instantly shocked everyone present. The judges' panel immediately erupted with murmurs. This Lu Ruoshua is extraordinary, destined for great achievements in the future. It's just a pity for her opponent Tang Lingxin. Her divine wind leg technique had reached considerable proficiency, but it still fell short compared to Lu Ruoshua. On the other side of the spectator stands, the master of the War God Dojo smiled at Lu Ruoshua's parents standing nearby and said, "I wonder what you two have decided?" Lu Ruoshua's parents stood up respectfully and replied, "Master, rest assured, we've already spoken with Ruoshua. Once the match is over, we'll make things clear with that Qin boy." The master of the War God Dojo nodded with a smile and said, "Your child has great potential. As long as she joins our War God Dojo, she will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future." On the stage, Lu Ruoshua spoke disdainfully. "Tang Lingxin, never thought you'd see the day, did you? That useless waste you once looked down upon has now become this powerful." She and Tang Lingxin were classmates. Lu Ruoshua was originally the aloof campus belle, but became a laughingstock when her bone structure awakened, while Tang Lingxin, on the day of her bone awakening at 18, surprisingly awakened a superior bone structure, with the meridians in her legs completely unblocked. She was immediately recruited by Jiangxing City's best warrior dojo with a generous scholarship. Lu Ruoshua, on the other hand, was diagnosed with poor bone structure, deemed unsuitable for martial arts. She could never forget that scene, nor the mocking whispers of her classmates. Tang Lingxin caught her breath and smiled slightly at Lu Ruoshua. "Classmate Lu, I'm genuinely happy to see you achieve so much." Lu Ruoshua snorted coldly. "Don't play the saint in front of me. You must have been thrilled when you saw my bone diagnosis, right? The top campus belle of Jiangxing, who always overshadowed you, turned out to have inferior bone structure. You must have been overjoyed, weren't you?" Tang Lingxin hurriedly explained, "Ruoshua, how could I do that? I also felt sorry for you at the time." During school, she had little interaction with Lu Ruoshua, and there had been no conflicts between them. She hadn't mocked the other during their awakening either, so she couldn't understand why Lu Ruoshua harbored such strong hostility toward her. "Stop pretending. Today, I'll make sure everyone knows who the true top talent of Jiangxing is." Tang Lingxin didn't expect to be misunderstood by her old classmate. She was about to explain, but Lu Ruoshua's attack was already upon her. Sensing the overwhelming force behind Lu Ruoshua's palm strike, Tang Lingxin doubted she could withstand it. Yet, surrendering without a fight was unacceptable, so she unleashed her strongest move, the wind god's leg. Instantly, those long legs kicked out like a whirlwind, delivering dozens of strikes aimed at Lu Ruoshua's palms. Lu Ruoshua's gaze turned icy, her lips curling into a sneer. "Overestimating yourself." With a single palm strike, the golden dragon's phantom image surged violently toward Tang Lingxin. Upon impact, Tang Lingxin was sent flying by the palm strike, crashing onto the edge of the arena and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Anyone with eyes could see Tang Lingxin had already lost, but Lu Ruoxue showed no intention of stopping. She leaped into the air and struck another palm strike toward Tang Lingxin. Tang Lingxin hurriedly shouted, "Ruoxue, I surrender." Yet Lu Ruoxue acted as if she hadn't heard, delivering another palm strike. Tang Lingxin desperately dodged, trying to flee the arena, but it was too late. Her long leg was struck by Lu Ruoxue's palm force, instantly producing several bone-cracking sounds, followed by a scream that echoed throughout the venue. At that moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. Lu Ruoxue ignored Tang Lingxin's wails, turning to bow toward the judges' panel as she explained, "The fight was too intense, I couldn't hold back in time. Besides, I never expected her to be this weak." After speaking, she stepped off the platform with an indifferent expression. The judges on the panel were no fools. The group of judges at the judges' table had some ugly faces. They are not little cuties. They don't believe in Xiao Ruhan's bull. They had also heard Lu Weiwei's admission of defeat just now. It's just that it's all a little hard to decide at this point. According to the rules, intentionally injuring a sparring partner is a serious foul and is punishable by a lifetime ban. But this is the finals of the municipal selection. Xiao Ruhan's next step was to represent Jiangxing City and participate in the provincial competition or even the national competition. If they ban Xiao Ruhan, River City will not be able to place well in the nation this year. In the end, it's all about the big picture. Characterize Vivian Lu's injury as a game misconduct. Chun Feng's face was extremely ugly. He was certain that Xiao Ruhan was doing it on purpose. Looking at Lu Weiwei, who kept wailing in the ring, Chun Feng had an indescribable rage in his heart. He could tell that Lu Weiwei was a good candidate for martial arts training. It's going to be something in the future. It's just that the character is a bit soft and simple, and hasn't been much honed by this society yet. But at this time, her pair of long legs were beaten into 2 pieces of rotten meat. The future of martial arts has been ruined. They even have to fall into disability, and later on, they are not even as good as an ordinary person. Looking at his eldest disciple who walked down the ring with an indifferent face, Chun Feng angrily questioned, "Xiao Ruhan, why are you doing this?" Chun Feng didn't dare to claim to be a good person, but definitely not a vicious and brutal person. The cruel and vicious heart of his eldest disciple had touched his bottom line as a human being. It is absolutely intolerable. At the same time, Chun Feng secretly decided, if Xiao Ruhan remained unrepentant, then the last stance of the dragon falling 18 palms would never be taught. Even if he could not complete the Master Teacher Achievement quest and it affected his ability to obtain the blood value, he would not hesitate to do so. The second disciple, Jin Yoshi, looked at his master in a daze, too scared to breathe. It was the first time she had seen her master so angry. But this time, Big Sister had gone too far, too evil. Xiao Ruhan coldly glanced at Chun Feng, his master, and did not mean to speak. And her parents, who had rushed to her side, immediately shouted at Chun Feng, "Surname Chun, what are you yelling for? My daughter, you can yell at her too." Ruhan is now Jiangxing City, the #1 heavenly pride of the younger generation. 3 months from now, it's going to represent Jiangxing City and participate in the provincial competition. And from now on, you are no longer worthy of being Ruhan's master. Jiangxing City's top-tier war god martial arts school has invited Ruhan to join them with a hefty prize. You will have nothing more to do with each other. Chun Feng froze. At this time, the war god martial hall's pavilion master also walked over to Xiao Ruhan's side. The man looked at Chun Feng and said, "I heard you didn't sign a contract when you took on an apprentice. I have to tell you, that's not a good habit." According to the rules of the Martial Arts Guild, Xiao Ruhan is a free agent and can join any martial arts school she wants. The War God Martial Arts School was the #1 ranked martial arts school in Jiangxing City, and its martial arts school had been passed down for nearly 100 years, with an extremely deep heritage. Lu Weiwei was also a trainee of the War God Martial School, and she was also the most outstanding young generation among the trainees at the martial apprentice level. Although they lost to Xiao Ruhan this time, the War God Martial Hall didn't care. After all, they, the War God Martial Arts School, had never been short of a municipal champion, and it's still a district martial arts apprentice level competition. The War God Martial Hall's biggest target this time was the Xiao Ruhan and the martial arts technique it practiced. As for Lu Weiwei's injuries, it was a pity, but it was harmless, and the God of War Martial Hall didn't care in the slightest. Chun Feng clenched his fists and looked dead at this great disciple that he had carefully trained for more than 2 years, trying to get an answer from this apprentice. Jin Yoshi also didn't expect it to be like this, that after her big sister won the championship, she chose to join another martial arts school. She quietly glanced at her master's ugly face, and for the first time, she let out an exasperated question in the face of her iceberg senior sister, whom she usually dared not provoke. Eldest sister, are you going to betray master? Have you forgotten who taught you to be where you are today? Chapter 3 Chun Feng's Bottom Line. Xiao Ruhan looked at this junior sister, who had usually been very timid, and said indifferently, I admit I owe him a favor, but I can't bury my life's work just to be grateful. The prize money for the winner of this tournament will be my reward. From now on, we're clear. Hearing his daughter's words, the parents around him immediately stopped them. Ruhan, the champion's prize money is $100,000. How can we give it all to him? I'll see about giving him $2,000 for tuition and forget about it. Xiao Ruhan said, It's only $100,000. When I grow up in the future, money is just a number to me. I don't want to fall on deaf ears and be called ungrateful. Chun Feng smiled to himself, nodded, and said blandly, Fine, fine, Xiao Ruhan. Remember what you said today. The way you just outlawed me. Even if you don't rebel against your master, I won't teach you martial arts anymore. You're just too much of a disappointment to me. Chun Feng's anger towards Xiao Ruhan just now had all turned into deep disappointment at this moment. But when you think about it, you are also responsible. Chun Feng had realized a long time ago that this senior apprentice brother was a bit cold as a person and didn't seem to have much empathy. In order to complete the system quests to obtain rewards, he ignored this for a while. I just think that the eldest apprentice is the attribute of an iceberg beauty. I didn't realize it would lead to this kind of trouble. Chun Feng looked at Lu Weiwei, who was carried away on a stretcher, and a strong sense of guilt rose in his heart. Hey! What should have been a bright future was so cruelly ruined. Xiao Ruhan's heart inexplicably tightened when she saw Chun Feng's disappointed eyes. The feeling was very upsetting to her, and even a little bit harder. Looking at Chun Feng, who was about to turn around and leave, he couldn't help but shout, You're just an ordinary person with no chakra value. It's an honor for you to meet me as your disciple in this life. Just be nice. Chun Feng didn't make any conversation and turned around to leave. At this moment, he didn't want to say another word to Xiao Ruhan. The second disciple, Kim Yo-hee, really couldn't swallow this. If others taunted her, perhaps they silently tolerated it themselves. But when she heard someone mocking her master, she couldn't bear it. An ungrateful person like you doesn't deserve to be master's disciple. Xiao Ruhan smiled disdainfully. You've been practicing that what's-his-name, Rulai Divine Palm, after him for a year now. Nowadays, the chi and blood haven't even broken through 100, and even the acupoints have only opened up 1. I advise you to stop daydreaming. Chun Feng is just an ordinary person without chi and blood. It's just luck. I don't know where I got these powerful martial arts techniques. My miracle can't be duplicated. You'd better be an ordinary person. When Jin Yoshi heard Xiao Ruhan's words, her small face couldn't help but turn white. Martial cultivation had always been a thorn in her heart. Although the master claimed that by opening the 2 chakras, he would be able to learn the Rudraksh Palm and become a supreme master. But there are 52 acupoints in the Rendu chakra. After practicing the Rudraksh Palm painstakingly for more than a year, only 1 acupoint was opened. Wanting to completely open the Renwu 2 chakras could be considered a long way off. Yohi, let's go, Chun Feng shouted. The second apprentice was not born to argue. Staying would only be a loss. And it's not like arguing about something like this is going to get you anywhere. It's just going to add to your worries. When Jin Yoshi heard her master's shouts, she also stopped ignoring Xiao Ruhan. The two of them kept leaving the gym before Kim Yo-hee asked cautiously, Master, can I really practice the Rudraksh Palm you taught me? Chun Feng smiled faintly and comforted. Don't worry, young Shi, Master won't lie to you. After Master's chi and blood grows, he will be able to speed up the speed of assisting you in opening up the Ren and Duo chakras. Just as the master and disciple were chatting. Inside the gymnasium, the municipal competition has finally reached the final stage of the awards. The moment Xiao Ruhan wore the championship medal, a voice suddenly appeared in Chun Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host's first protege, who won first place in the municipal competition. Reach the Master Teacher Achievement condition. Bonus 100 blood value. At this moment, Chun Feng only felt a hot current that instantly poured into his body. The tiredness that had arisen from watching the game all day was suddenly swept away at this moment. It even felt like there was an inexhaustible force in his body. Chun Feng probably guessed that this was an illusion caused by growing too much qi and blood at once. Other people gained qi and blood by accumulating it over the years and cultivating it little by little. Instead, he was a one-time, direct gain of a full 100 points of qi blood. The system panel in his head also changed. Martial arts rank, martial apprentice. The 18 palms of the descending dragon. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Rudraksh palm. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Blood value, 100. Now, I am finally considered to have stepped into the threshold of martial arts and become a martial apprentice. Originally, I was worried that after my disciple rebelled, I wouldn't be able to receive the achievement rewards myself. It seems that the system's judgment is not quite the same as what one thought. Chun Feng was still somewhat excited in his heart. With his knowledge of martial arts cultivation, he himself was now 21 years old, and his qi and blood had only just barely reached the threshold of a martial apprentice. The gap between him and his peers was quite large, and he belonged to the type that was not suitable for practicing martial arts. Surely it must be a bit better than most ordinary people. Then with his own heavenly and human unity realms, dragon subduing 18 palms, and Rulai divine palm, he was absolutely invincible at the same level. One could even cross the border and fight against a true martial artist level expert. I just didn't know if I would still be rewarded if Xiao Ruhan gained any more achievements in the future. Since Xiao Ruhan could still receive rewards after she rebelled against her master. Chun Feng's guess. It could be that the achievements that Xiao Ruhan acquired whenever he used the dragon subduing palm would be counted on his head. After leaving the gymnasium, Chun Feng took his second disciple, Jin Yoshi, and went straight to the city hospital. Prepare to visit Vivian Liu in the hospital and sincerely apologize. Otherwise, the thought of Liu Weiwei's misery was like a thorn in his heart. However, just took a taxi and walked into Jiangxing Budo Hospital. Just a few paramedics were seen, gathered in front of the main entrance of the hospital. There was also a loud noise coming from it. Who the hell is responsible for the patient? Bleeding from a broken leg this bad can kill someone if you don't perform surgery. You really don't want to heal, so get rid of the people. Don't get in the way here and get in the way. Chun Feng approached and froze on the spot. Willow Vale. At this moment, Liu Weiwei was left on the ground outside the hospital gates. Twisted and deformed legs, covered in blood. Hands covered his face in death, trying to protect his last shred of dignity. Tears kept spilling outward along his fingers. A middle-aged woman beside her, looking at her niece on the ground, said indignantly, "She's from the War God Martial Hall. This money should come from the War God Martial Hall. What bad luck. After raising him for so many years, he hasn't rewarded his old mother yet, and he's just wasted. Even if you marry, I'm afraid the dowry won't be enough to pay for the leg treatment." Another middle-aged man beside him sighed. "It's a kindness to raise you for so many years. We don't want you to repay us, but we don't want to be dragged down by you either. The tournament prize money, think of it as our payback." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pulled the middle-aged woman away. Liu Weiwei hurriedly let go of her hand and cried out at the departing backs of the duo. "Auntie, uncle, please don't abandon me." Chapter 4, Humanity's Coldness. The two who left, however, never looked back until they disappeared. The paramedic on the side found out the phone number of the War God Martial Arts Center in Jiangxing City. Crouching down next to Vivian Liu, he dialed on his cell phone while turning on the speaker. "Hello, hello. We're the River City Martial Arts Hospital. Patient Vivian Liu is in urgent need of surgery, and one of you will pay up the money." Only a professional customer service voice was heard on the other end of the line. "Okay, hold on a second. I'll transfer you to Vivian Liu's coach." Soon a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Our War God Martial School never raises trash. Liu Weiwei has been expelled from the martial arts school and is no longer involved with us." After that, the phone was hung up straight away. "Master!" Liu Weiwei hurriedly called out, but the only thing that responded to her was a busy phone. At this moment, Liu Weiwei had completely despaired. His parents had died long ago, and his aunt had taken all the inheritance he had left. Her aunt abandoned her, and the martial arts school she signed up with didn't care about her. Even the prize money for the competition was claimed by the martial arts school, and not a single cent was given to her. Lu Weiwei now has no one to rely on, penniless, but also the legs are seriously injured and disabled, no treatment. What awaited her next would be death. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, his future days would be miserable. Lu Weiwei's heart was completely desperate, while already ready to end her life. Chun Feng had wanted to come to the hospital to visit Lu Weiwei and apologize in the meantime. After all, Xiao Ruhan's martial arts were taught by herself. It was too much on my conscience not to come and apologize. But I didn't expect to see this. Jin Yoshi, who was beside her, tightly hugged Chun Feng's arm, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears when she saw Lu Weiwei's miserable condition. Master, she's so pathetic. Chun Feng sighed heavily, his hands subconsciously clenching his fists. Doctor, I'll pay for the treatment, so hurry up and operate on her. Lu Weiwei, who was originally hiding her face and crying bitterly, heard these words and hurriedly looked at the person who spoke. It was only when he saw Chun Feng that he froze at once. Originally he thought it was his aunt and uncle returning, or a teacher or classmate from the War God Martial Arts School. But never in a million years did I expect this man who was willing to help pay for his medical bills. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Ruhan's master. Seeing Lu Weiwei looking at herself, Chun Feng lowered his head apologetically and said,
I'm sorry.
I'm also responsible for Xiao Ruhan beating you up like this. There was a deep sigh when he finished. The paramedic heard someone pay the bill and immediately took out the bill, saying, You now hurry to the toll booth and pay $30,000 up front. 30,000. Chun Feng's face couldn't help but twitch as he castigated in his heart. Did you guys check my bank card, and there's just about $30,000 left on the entire deposit? It wasn't until she saw the payment slip with her own eyes that Vivian Liu was wheeled into the operating room. Chun Feng collected the payment slip with a face of flesh pain and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the virgin deserves to be poorer than she has been all her life. Jin Yoshi, however, looked at her master with a face of adoration at this moment. Master is such a kind man and really super secure. I will marry a man as kind as Master in the future. Thinking about this, Kim Yoshi's small face couldn't help but slightly redden. Just then, Chun Feng's cell phone suddenly popped up a bank arrival message. Subconsciously counted how many zeros there were. 100,000. Chun Feng first froze for a moment. Then it occurred to him that this was the prize money from Xiao Ruhan's competition. Honestly, originally he did not intend to ask for it. After all, Chun Feng is also a person who wants to save face. But now the heart was rejoicing that it was fortunate not to have refused on the spot for the sake of saving face at that time. Master and disciple, waiting at the door of the operating room. Kim Yu swiped up her cell phone in boredom. The current hottest topic across the internet is, of course, the martial arts competitions across the country. There are also star players from various cities. There are also major self-publishing studios that make a stock-taking video. Even started to make early guesses as to who might be in the top 10 for the provincial competition 3 months from now. Soon a post-game interview that rushed to the headlines. The eye-catching headline immediately pierced into Kim Yoshi's eyes. Greedy mentor wants money, not apprenticeships. The cover is none other than Xiao Ruhan. Before even watching the video, Kim Yu had a bad feeling in her heart. When watching the video of the interview, he frowned and said angrily to Chun Feng, How could eldest sister mother falsely accuse master like that? Why would she lie? It's outrageous. Why didn't eldest sister stop or explain? Chun Feng took Kim Yoshi's cell phone and replayed that video. Seeing the camera, Xiao Ruhan was wearing a medal. Her parents were both smilingly standing beside her, and behind her stood several executives of the War God Martial Arts School. In front of her were several reporters reaching for her microphone. A reporter constantly asking all sorts of questions. Xiao Ruhan, however, was silent, with her parents beside her helping to answer various questions. The reporter asked, I remember the information showed that you were a contestant from the chosen martial arts school, but the person who went up to the stage for a group photo, why was it the War God Martial Arts School? Xiao Ruhan's mother replied, Ruhan is now a member of the War God Martial School and has quit the trash chosen martial school. The reporter asked, What in the world would cause you to jump ship to another martial arts school right after you won the championship? Wouldn't that be disrespectful to your previous instructor? Xiao Ruhan's mother replied, What's there to disrespect? That Chun guy from before, he's a liar. That what's his name chosen martial arts school, plus my daughter, there are only 3 people in total. The mentor is a liar with no chakra, and the other is a little punk who can't cultivate. If it weren't for my daughter's exceptional talent, they would have definitely held her back. And the prize money from my daughter's competition this time was all embezzled by that tutor. We didn't get a penny. Her words seemed to make the group of reporters present smell the hot air. One question after another. Xiao Ruhan's mother, also the first time to be interviewed, a time to say that is a free flow. In my mind, I still fantasize that when the time comes to go home, I will show off to my neighbors. My mom's on TV too. Soon, under the reporter's deep digging, a piece of negative news about the Heaven's Choice Martial Arts Center was exposed and quickly rushed to the hotspot. Soon Qinfeng's previous photo of him accompanying Xiao Ruhan to the competition was found. It drew curses from all over the internet. Such a young man looks like a human being, but I didn't expect to be so scummy. I heard that 2 female disciples were cheated, and besides Xiao Ruhan, there's another fool being cheated. This Qinfeng is definitely a nasty fellow, and I've heard that his other disciple is pretty as well. Can an ordinary person without qi and blood open a martial arts school? Where are the people from the martial arts guild? Aren't they going to come forward and give a statement? After watching the video and a pop-up screen, Qinfeng was also a bit depressed in his heart. But there was nothing to be done about it for a while. He wasn't too angry though. With his own strength, he would definitely be able to hit Xiao Ruhan's mom and those keyboard warriors in the future. Currently, it can only be tolerated for the time being. But the next moment, Qinfeng's cell phone rang. And the number is a familiar 5-digit short number. The official number of the Budo Guild. Chapter 5, New Technique. Qinfeng picked up the phone and immediately asked on the other side, "Hello? I'm the deacon of the Martial Arts Guild. May I ask if you're Mr. Qinfeng from the Heaven's Choice Martial School?" "Yes, what do you want?" "We have received a large number of reported complaints, serious suspicion that you do not have the qualifications to open a martial arts school religious, and even the existence of fraudulent students, limit you within 3 days, go to the Martial Arts Guild Jiangxing City branch to accept the qualification appraisal of the opening of the martial arts school." "I know, I'll be there tomorrow." "Mr. Chun, can you give a specific time, so we can make arrangements on our side?" 9 a.m., I think, Qinfeng said in his heart after hanging up the phone. These dogs, they didn't say anything about accreditation when they first collected the money for the license. Now all of a sudden this is going on. It's not going to be a write-off of my martial arts school, is it? It costs tens of thousands of dollars to get the various licenses in the first place. However, Qinfeng naturally wouldn't be so left to his own devices. He had also read about the requirements for opening a martial arts school. There is actually no requirement for qi and blood values to open a martial arts school. It is only required that martial arts instructors must practice a certain martial arts technique to the 7th realm of martial arts, the pure fire, before they are qualified to open a martial arts school and accept disciples. As for Qinfeng's 2 martial arts, both of them had already reached the 9th realm of martial arts Gongfu, Tianren Unity, and there was no violation of opening a martial arts school. I'm afraid that the person who set this rule in the first place didn't think that a person with a qi and blood value of 0 would be able to cultivate martial arts techniques beyond the hearth and flame realm. On the side, Kim Yu-hee swiped her cell phone for a while. Gradually, it was realized that the master had become the current hottest person in the entire network. It just doesn't have a good reputation. Only half a day has passed since the game as well. The top 3 headlines were then all occupied by Qinfeng. Exposure. The River City Municipal Champion was actually defrauded by his last mentor. Champion Xiao Ruhan's previous mentor was actually a zero-chi liar. Zero-chi blooded chosen martial arts museum owner, specializing in beautiful female disciples. While Jean Yoshi is furious, she keeps posting comments online, trying to whitewash her kind master. The results were predictable. 1 pop-up goes out, 10,000 pop-ups curse back. Instant crush. Jiangxing City Martial Arts Guild Chapter. Chapter President Hong Huyang received a call from headquarters. "What's the deal with that zero-chi and blood guy who opened a martial arts school? Is the threshold for opening a martial arts school in your Jiangxing City so low? This matter must be handled beautifully, and it's best to give me serious treatment of that Qinfeng in front of the entire internet to give the public an explanation. When you're done, write a review and hand it in."
Yang Honghui hurriedly returned.
"Don't worry, President. I've already arranged things. I'll get it done tomorrow. When the time comes, I will directly broadcast the handling process and results on the official live broadcast of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild." Yang Honghu has planned everything. In his opinion, for a person with zero qi and blood under his rule to open a martial arts school and accept disciples was simply the biggest blot on his career. Unfortunately, the person who gave Chun Feng the license in the first place was a temporary worker and had been fired a long time ago. Now he must deal with this matter honorably and in front of the entire internet. And according to the regulations of the Martial Arts Guild, Chun Feng was severely punished. Make sure you send this kid for a few years of irony. Not only to take it out on yourself but also on angry internet users, so as to calm the matter. Operating room. Several hours passed. It looked like it was going to be dark when the door to the operating room finally opened. The paramedics pushed Vivian Liu out. Chun Feng and Jin Yoshi busily stood up and walked closer. "Doctor, how was the surgery?" The doctor sighed. "I did my best." The destruction of the leg meridians, coupled with the fact that the injuries were not treated in time, led to a significant drop in qi and blood. The legs have been completely disabled. Even the step of having them plate was saved, and they will be confined to a wheelchair from now on. The patient's qi and blood values are now below 100, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover in the future. You have to psychologize ahead of time so that the patient doesn't think about it. Upon hearing that the qi blood value was below 100, Chun Feng and Jin Yoshi's moods were, well, a bit heavy. This meant that Lu Weiwei wasn't even a martial apprentice right now, and was at most an ordinary person with a higher qi and blood value. Originally, Lu Weiwei was, at worst, the city's second most powerful celestial. Now not only is the path of martial arts cut off, but also both legs are disabled, even worse than an ordinary person. It was like falling from heaven to hell all at once. How could a girl with a simple heart withstand such a blow? Chun Feng was suddenly stunned for a moment when he looked at Lu Weiwei. At the same time, a voice rang in his head. 100% match detected for heavenly crippled feet. Name: Vivian Liu. Note: once the injury is fully finalized, the match will fall below 100%, forfeiting the qualification to take on an apprentice. Chun Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Not just for the joy of meeting another disciple for myself, and joy for being able to change Vivian Liu's fate. Next, wait for Lu Weiwei to wake up, then quickly have her worship her master. At that time one will once again obtain a top-notch martial art. Other side. War God Martial Arts Center Celebration Banquet. Inside a 5-star hotel in Jiangxing City, the owner of the museum, Xiang Jingpeng, was present in person. "Let's all have a drink and welcome Xiao Ruhan to our War God Martial School." Xiang Jingpeng raised his glass. The crowd also raised their glasses in unison. Xiao Ruhan, who had always been ice-cold, also bloomed into a rare smile at this time. The banquet before her was as sumptuous as she had ever seen, let alone eaten. In this moment, she was only glad for how wise her choice had been. If he was still following the shabby Chun Feng, he would definitely have to run back to the suburban slums to live nowadays. "I don't know when I'll be able to get in and out of these upscale places." Xiao Ruhan's parents, who were also by his side, were excited beyond words at this time. Mother couldn't stop eating even more. My father couldn't help but have a few more drinks as he looked at the over $5,000 worth of liquor in one bottle. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Xiang Jingpeng began to get to the point. He looked at Xiao Ruhan with a smile and said gently, "Ruhan, I'm not going to lie. I value your talent very highly, and the War God Martial School will absolutely do everything in their power to cultivate you. Our War God Martial Hall, we have a total of 1 Earth rank technique, 3 Xian rank techniques, and even more than a dozen Yellow rank techniques. In the future, when you enter our God of War Martial Hall, you can just say what feats you want to learn, and I will definitely teach you everything." Xiao Ruhan hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Pavilion Master. Ruhan will not let you down." Xiang Jingpeng laughed. Well, well, well. Quickly take the contract and show it to Ruhan." After signing the contract, we're family. Soon the deputy pavilion master beside him immediately handed the contract to Xiao Ruhan. "Ruhan, look at the contract. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask any time and we'll be able to help you out." Xiao Ruhan didn't expect to sign the contract so soon, but didn't think much of it, took the contract and wanted to see the contents. The mother at her side but yelled, "What's so great about a contract? Just sign it. Everyone is still waiting for you to eat. Don't you still believe in Pavilion Master Xiang?" A female tutor next to her also laughed. "Auntie is right, this contract has been signed by all of us in the martial arts school. There really isn't anything to see, the contents of the standard contract are the same." Being told so by her mother and the tutor beside her, Xiao Ruhan didn't feel too good about looking down in detail. So picking up a pen, he signed his name and put his handprint on it. In her thoughts, the War God Martial Arts School belonged to the top martial arts schools in Jiangqing. Nor have I heard of any contractual disputes or bullying contracts. Moreover, this kind of formal and big martial arts school was not comparable to the kind of leather bag martial arts school like Chenfeng. There should be no digging in the contract. Seeing the contract that Xiao Ruhan handed back, Xiang Jingping's smile increased. That suspected heavenly rank palm technique is mine. Chapter 6 Misunderstandings. From the beginning to the end, what Xiang Jingping had his eyes on was not Xiao Ruhan. After all, city champions come and go every year, and even national champions are not rare at all. The trophies and medals of the War God Martial Arts Center are even more numerous. What Xiang Jingping was looking at was Xiao Ruhan's palm technique. With his years of experience, he could tell at a glance that Xiao Ruhan's palm technique was not simple. At the very least, it's an earth rank technique. It might even be a heavenly rank technique. And it was also a feat that had never been seen before. For this reason, he checked Chun Feng's information in the first place. It's a shock not to find out. This Chun Feng was only 21 years old and had a qi and blood value of 0. And the 2 apprentices that were taken on, neither of them signed a contract. At first glance, it's a rash of people who have not been beaten by society. Although he didn't know where Chun Feng had gotten these feats, Xiang Jingping instantly smelled the opportunity in them. If he could obtain another high-level martial arts technique, not only would his personal strength rise, but even the entire Battle God Martial Hall would be able to go to the next level. The plan went well. Now Xiao Ruhan has joined the martial arts school. According to the contract of the martial arts school, all the students of the martial arts school, all the martial arts techniques they have learned, all belong to the martial arts school. From now on, Xiao Ruhan's set of palm techniques would be theirs at the God of War Martial School. Late night. Ah! Ouch! Lu Weiwei, who had been sleeping for a day, finally woke up. Chun Feng, who was originally dozing off, also awoke with a jolt. You're awake. You just had surgery on your leg. You can't move it yet. Lu Weiwei looked at Chun Feng dumbfounded for a moment. In his mind, he remembered that it was the same person who had helped him pay for his surgery during the day. She didn't know why Xiao Ruhan's master did this. She would never forgive Xiao Ruhan anyway. Willow Vivian didn't understand. He and Xiao Ruhan had no grudges or hatred, so why did the other party maliciously break her legs? At this time, Chun Feng was sitting on the side of the hospital bed, and Jin Yoshi, who was beside him, had long since fallen asleep in his arms. I don't know what I was dreaming about and drooling. It wet a large portion of Chun Feng's clothes. Seeing Lu Weiwei wake up, Chun Feng didn't know what to say. The 2 parties knew each other but did not know each other well. There was some relative speechlessness for a while, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After a long time, Lu Weiwei said faintly, "Thank you for helping me with my medical bills, but I will never forgive Xiao Ruhan." Chun Feng didn't know what to say, so he could only nod his head gently and Silence once again fell over the ward. After thinking about it, Lu Weiwei felt that there was only one reason for Chun Feng to help himself. That is, Xiao Ruhan race maliciously hurt people belongs to the serious foul, is to be disqualified from the competition. Chun Feng must have done this in order to get himself off the hook and sign a letter of understanding. Then keep Xiao Ruhan's entry. But she would never forgive Xiao Ruhan. The other party had maliciously committed a foul and injured someone. It was only right that she was disqualified from the competition. You don't have to pretend to be a good person here. I won't forgive you guys even if I die. Chun Feng sighed heavily and said silently,
I'm sorry.
Lu Weiwei averted her head and closed her eyes, no longer looking at Chun Feng. She was afraid she would go soft. At this point she doesn't know. Xiao Ruhan was not disqualified at all. Chun Feng was also no longer Xiao Ruhan's teacher. It wasn't until morning that Chun Feng rushed towards the Jiangqing City Martial Arts Guild with panda eyes. The apprentice, Jin Yoshi, stays behind to watch over Lu Weiwei. Meanwhile, thousands of netizens, too, are waiting. The Budo Guild made an announcement yesterday in response to the online query. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, in response to the incident of opening a martial arts school with 0 qi and blood value, the whole network will be publicly dealt with. Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Jiangqing Martial Arts Guild, rushed to the guild office building early in the morning to arrange matters at the scene. If this incident is not handled well, his career will come to an end. This time it's not just that they'll be live on the official broadcast. To demonstrate impartiality, notaries were invited, as well as many members of the press. After watching the scene, Yang Honghu was busy returning to his office and previewing his speech. The other side, Xiao Ruhan also joined her parents and rushed to the Jiangqing City Martial Arts Guild. She didn't expect things to get this big. In his heart, he regretted that he shouldn't have let his mother ramble on so much in the first place. Now she has to go to the scene and testify in order to preserve her persona. But Xiao Ruhan had no other worries. Although this matter had delayed his own training at the War God Martial Hall. But it has also added a huge wave of popularity to itself online. His own doujinshi followers have increased by more than 100,000 in the past 2 days. As for how her former master Chen Feng would end up, she didn't care in the slightest. In Xiao Ruhan's heart, Chen Feng and her had long been people from two worlds. After studying martial arts for the past 2 years, she knew Chen Feng like the back of her hand. A punk who possessed a powerful martial arts technique but had no qi and blood. And Chen Feng was only a year older than himself. Calling out to a person a year older than himself as master day after day was just too awkward in his heart. And having once had a loser master was simply the biggest stain in life. After today, there should be no interactions with this punk. Xiao Ruhan sat in a Maybach, staring out the window in a daze. I don't know why, but Chun Feng's nasty face always surfaced in front of my eyes. A bus. Chun Feng stared at his cell phone's navigation, looking at the station information so as not to miss the transfer point. Nowadays he still has $100,000 in his bank card though. But that's really not a lot of money for someone who runs a martial arts school. It's not nonsense to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Things like practicing martial arts are never 3 parts practicing and 7 parts eating. Just eating is a big expense. Normally, Chun Feng saved what he could. I just hope that I can raise my strength up soon, so I don't have to live this stingy life anymore. A middle-aged uncle in a security uniform next to him looked up at Chun Feng as he swiped the short video. He realized that the person in front of him was exactly the same as the Zero Chi Blood martial arts school scammer guy in the video. A little more handsome in person than in the video. As a security guard who protects the peace of a party, the uncle was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of justice. He pointed at the video on his cell phone and looked at Chun Feng and questioned, "Boy, this one isn't you." Chun Feng looked in surprise and realized that the person in the video was indeed himself. So subconsciously, he nodded, but soon realized that he probably shouldn't admit it. Seeing him admit it, the uncle immediately lectured with righteous indignation. Not learning at a young age, by virtue of being handsome, he goes and cheats on other little girls. If you don't have chi and blood, you can honestly be an ordinary person, and you can't do this kind of unethical behavior. If you were in my family, I'd have to break your legs. Uncle, this noise caught the attention of the crowd on the bus. Someone soon realized that the person in front of them was the same young man online who had zero chi and blood and dared to open a martial arts school to cheat a little girl. Chapter 7: The Power of Celestial Unity. You're that Chen Feng? I heard you cheated 2 little daughters who were like flowers. I heard one of them is also a foreign student from the sticks. It's such a disgrace to be abroad. Didn't the martial arts guild say that they would give us an explanation? Yeah. Why haven't they arrested this guy yet? All of a sudden the whole bus was a mess. Chen Feng was speechless. I never thought I'd be in this situation. It looks like the bus is out of commission. Too bad I just swiped $2 for a 3-stop ride. As soon as the bus stopped, Chen Feng hurriedly got off the bus to get away from this place of wrongdoing. What a coincidence. That uncle just happened to get off at this stop. Seeing Chen Feng also get off the bus, the uncle remained unrelenting in his reprimand. Young man, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, if you walk too much at night, you'll be prone to accidents. He's also the one with a daughter. As a daughter slave, the thing I hate most is scum. Especially a handsome scumbag like Chen Feng, who might be able to scourge many little girls in the future. Chen Feng was annoyed and wanted to change at this stop. I didn't realize that this uncle was like a dog's skin, but he got off the bus as well. To get rid of this uncle, Chen Feng planned to break the bank once and take a taxi away from a different place. Otherwise, we won't have time later. He had to get to the Jiangqing City Martial Arts Guild before 9 o'clock. Chen Feng didn't pay any attention to the uncle, turned around and quickly walked towards the other side. Intend to get rid of this uncle first in the taxi. The direction that uncle went to work happened to be the same as Chen Feng, so he followed behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng was speechless, turned directly into the small park next to it. The older man happens to be a security guard at the small park. Before going on duty, he also taunted Chen Feng with one last comment. Now you know to run, you know to be ashamed. Chun Feng didn't expect this person to follow, and couldn't bear to dislike him back. Uncle, are you done? I've been putting up with you for a long time. You don't know the real situation, so what makes you a liar? That uncle thinks he stands on the highest point of justice. Seeing that this scum who had swindled the little girl still dared to retort, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and intended to do justice for heaven. And have the face to clamor in front of me. Kid, uncle will teach you how to behave today, he said and slapped him. As a highly professional security guard, the middle-aged uncle naturally would not easily get into a fight with someone. When I swiped the short video earlier, I saw that this kid named Chun Feng was an ordinary person with zero chi and blood. It's a bit of an insult to the average person to say they're average. Because even ordinary people rarely have zero chi and blood values. Most people, more or less, have a bit of chakra value. Only certain people with congenital diseases or physical defects have zero chi and blood values. This uncle, since he can be a security guard, is naturally not an ordinary person. Instead, it was a martial artist with a blood value of over 200. A taijikun, moreover, has been practiced for decades. In his eyes, this chi and bloodless kid in front of him could almost be easily crushed by himself. Mudbloods have a little fire left in them. Chun Feng also stopped suppressing it. This uncle had scolded himself all the way and now he was taking the initiative. Chun Feng also used the 18th style of the dragon falling palm without any hesitation. The divine dragon swings its tail. Adding to that, he had now reached the 9th realm of martial arts, the unity of heaven and man, with the 18 palms of the descending dragon. With just a casual wave of his palm, 18 golden dragons converged. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and before that security uncle could see what was going on, his entire body was sent flying a dozen meters with a slap, hanging on the branch of a small tree. Looking at the older man hanging on the branches of a distant tree, Chun Feng was a bit confused for a moment. Reacting, he rushed over. Get the dying uncle down from the branches of the tree. Uncle, don't scare me. Uncle, I was wrong. Don't you die. Chun Feng panicked. This would make you a murderer if you accidentally gave someone away. That uncle spat out a mouthful of old blood and almost lost his breath. Don't you? You have zero chi blood. Seeing that the older man was still breathing, Chun Feng was secretly relieved. Uncle, that's all rumors on the internet. You've been fooled by the rumors. I didn't realize you were so weak. I didn't mean to do it just now. I was acting in self-defense. The security uncle took a few breaths and slowly stood up. This is the moment when rumors go out the window. After a moment's reprieve, the older man whispered, I told you, how can someone with zero chi and blood value register for a successful martial arts school? Chun Feng secretly said in his heart, as long as the money is there, how can you not register? Uncle is also an open-minded person. At this point, it was also known that Chun Feng was not as useless as the internet said. Just with that slap just now. He had practiced Tai Chi for more than 10 years, but he was defenseless. Moreover, the might of those 18 golden dragon shadows, at a glance, was the true intent of the martial arts that manifested when the martial arts technique reached an extremely high level. I'm sorry, lad. Uncle looked the other way this time. Uncle apologizes to you. I just don't know what chi and blood level you've already reached at such a young age. Chun Feng felt that this uncle was the old type, got a slap on the wrist and was immediately honest. I'm just a martial arts apprentice now. The older man chuckled. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Uncle is in the early stages of martial arts this year, with a chi and blood value of 251, and his taijikun has reached the 5th realm of martial arts, meticulous. You defeated me with a single slap, you're at least a late-stage martial artist, or even an elite martial artist. Chun Feng froze. I didn't realize that the uncle in front of me was already a martial artist. Never did he expect that his dragon subduing 18 palms from the realm of the unity of heaven and humanity would be able to easily defeat an expert of the martial artist realm. But thinking about it, Chun Feng secretly wiped his cold sweat. If this uncle wasn't a martial artist, that hit just now wouldn't have been a hanging tree branch. Instead, hang on. At this moment, he had a preliminary understanding of his own strength in his mind. In the future, you should try to be more restrained in your outbursts. It would be the end of the line if someone got killed on the first shot. On the way to the martial arts guild in a taxi, Chun Feng had been reflecting. At the same time, plan out how much strength you're going to show when you go to the martial arts guild later. Anyway, it was best not to display the celestial unity realm, based on some basic common sense in this world. Those who could practice a martial arts technique to the realm of the unity of heaven and man, regardless of the level of the technique, were a rare existence. But anyone who could reach this realm was invariably a big shot on one side or a generation of martial arts saints. Chun Feng felt that with his current chi and blood values and age, it would be best if he did not display too much strength that was out of the ordinary. Otherwise, it's really not easy to explain and it can lead to suspicion. It's better to keep a low profile as a human being. At exactly 9 o'clock, Chun Feng happened to arrive at the square in front of the Martial Arts Guild building. Once out of the car, he frowned. What's with all the people? What's with the stage? Does the Martial Arts Guild have any events today? Chapter 8, The Liar Master. Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Jiangcheng City Martial Arts Guild, looked at the vice president with an anxious face and asked, "It's about to start. Why aren't the people here yet?" The vice president was busy picking up the phone, dialing Chun Feng's number and turning on the speakerphone. "Mr. Chun, where have you been?" "I'm already at the square. I'll be right there." "Then hurry up, we're all here. Just you." Okay, I'll be right there." The phone hung up. Yang Honghu gave orders to the headquarters to make a military order, and the booked live time was 9 o'clock. At this point, time was up, and it was not good for him to delay. Immediately instruct those around you. Let's start. After Chun Feng hung up the phone, he always felt that things were a bit strange. It's not just to appraise whether I have the qualifications to open a martial arts school. Why do you make it sound like you're anxious? However, the next moment, Chun Feng encountered a problem. The entire square of the Martial Arts Guild was surrounded. A bunch of people were gathered around the stage in front of the building, watching a few people gradually walk out from it. First up is chapter president Hong Hu Yang. Then there was Xiao Ruhan and her parents, as well as a student from the God of War Martial School. This was followed by a couple of notaries, sitting in seats at the side of the stage. Chun Feng doubtful? Why is Xiao Ruhan here too? He didn't care so much, though, and patted the man in front of him, saying, "Move over, brother. I need to get inside for a minute." The man glanced back at him and frowned. "Grass. I'm trying to get in there. Someone get the out of my way." Chun Feng gave a dark cry of bad luck. "Just had to change it. Dude, can you move over? I'm going in for a bit." The man turned back to his skin and smiled. "Cut. We're all going in there for something. So you might as well stay here and get in line." After saying that a few of his companions around him, they laughed. Chun Feng was speechless. This time it's a different woman. "Beauty, can you let me in for a minute? I'm in a hurry." The innocent-looking young girl turned around and glanced at the ground goods on Chun Feng and despised them. "I have a boyfriend. Leave me alone." "Chun Feng, I didn't mean it like that. My boyfriend drives a Speed 7. Do you have one?" Chun Feng, "Huh." Martial Arts Guild official live streaming room. The popularity of the show has just risen. Yang Honghu first gave a speech about this incident of opening a martial arts school with zero chi and blood to the audience under the stage and the live camera. "Hello everyone. I know everyone is concerned about this one. And many people have questioned the credibility of our martial arts guild. Don't worry, everyone. For this kind of egregious incident, our martial arts guild will absolutely punish it severely. And this time, it was also dealt with publicly in front of everyone. We will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer." Yang Honghu had wanted to start with Chun Feng. First, Chun Feng was allowed to test his chi and blood. Then Xiao Ruhan was allowed to accuse him of his crimes, and finally the punishment was pronounced on the spot. Finish by doing a review in front of the entire internet and try to calm the internet outrage. But at this time, Chun Feng had not yet arrived, so he could only let Xiao Ruhan begin. Xiao Ruhan took the microphone, turned to the camera and started saying pre-programmed lines. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Ruhan, and I'm also the winner of this Jiangcheng City Martial Arts Competition, the Martial Apprentice level competition. This time I'm accusing my former instructor, Chun Feng of the Heaven's Choice Martial School. When I met him 2.5 years ago, I didn't realize that he was an ordinary person without chi and blood. As a result, I was lured by it to join the Heaven's Chosen Martial School, causing me to waste more than 2 years of my life for nothing. Luckily, I know a set of martial arts techniques myself, and I keep practicing day and night on my own so that I don't waste my cultivation. And yet this fraudulent tutor, he also stole my kung fu." After Xiao Ruhan finished speaking, she immediately caused a massive anger at the scene. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also greeting Chun Feng. On the other hand, Chun Feng, who was outside the crowd, had a gloomy expression on his face. More than 2 years. Even if he had taken on a disciple in the first place, it was for the purpose of obtaining qi and blood cultivation for himself. But in these 2 years, the effort Chun Feng had put into Xiao Ruhan was not at all small. In order to speed up Xiao Ruhan's martial realm, Chun Feng accompanied the practice every day, and with his realm of celestial unity, he tirelessly instructed Xiao Ruhan. Nowadays, even if there is no longer a master and disciple relationship, there is no need to denigrate it like this. Surprisingly, he was also falsely accusing him of stealing kung fu. It's just ridiculous. Chun Feng did not know why Xiao Ruhan had to make things so desperate and embarrassing. However, Xiao Ruhan was also burdened by her mother. I didn't realize that some of my mother's rambling words in the first place would cause such a stir about herself online. For the sake of his own persona, this lie will have to stay fabricated. Anyway, she was well aware that Chun Feng had zero qi and blood, and was simply unable to dismantle her lies. This was because without qi and blood, it was impossible to demonstrate the power of martial arts feats. Naturally, there was no way to prove who actually learned this gong fu from whom. Even if Chun Feng took out the martial arts secrets, he could still say that he had stolen them from her. Anyway, one couldn't let people know that one's martial arts came from Chun Feng. Otherwise one would be acting as a traitor to his teacher no matter what he said. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Hospital, inside the orthopedic ward. Kim Yu he sat on the edge of the hospital bed, swiping her cell phone in boredom. Lu Weiwei was lying on the hospital bed watching TV. The two were speechless relative to each other. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Because it was a general ward, there were other patients and family members in the room. All watched the wall-mounted TV in the hospital room to kill the boredom. Tune in for the hottest current live interview with the Budokai. As soon as the news began, Willow frowned. Kim Yu he heard what was being broadcast on the TV and looked up as she turned off her cell phone. When he heard what Xiao Ruhan said, he immediately said in anger, "Lies! Eldest sister is really too much. How can she falsely accuse master like this?" It was at this moment that Lu Weiwei realized that there was something wrong with the master and disciple who had been guarding the bedside. Xiao Ruhan had obviously fallen out with his master. And things are serious. Especially with those words just now, it was obvious that he was going to send his master in. She looked over to Kim Yoshi beside her and couldn't help but ask, "Since you guys have already fallen out with Xiao Ruhan, why are you still guarding my place?" Kim Yu he asked with some confusion. "What for?" Willow was slightly puzzled. "Didn't your master pay for my medical bills, and have you accompany me just to make me forgive Xiao Ruhan, so that she doesn't lose her qualification for the next competition?" "Not at all," Kim Yu he said immediately. After that day's match, eldest sister rebelled from her division and joined the War God Martial School. And she wasn't disqualified. The contest judges ruled your injury as a contest mishap. Willow was slightly confused. "I didn't expect Xiao Ruhan to join the War God Martial Arts School. Since you had already severed your relationship with Xiao Ruhan that day, why did you still save me?" Kim Yoshi proudly tilted her little head up and said proudly, "Because my master is a good and decent man." Chapter 9 Rudraksha's Palm. Hearing Jin Yoshi's words, and that proud look, Lu Weiwei actually froze for a moment. Originally, he had always thought that Chun Feng had helped her for the sake of his disciple's qualification. Thinking of his previous attitude towards Chun Feng, and the words he had said, a touch of guilt rose in his heart. The other side. When Xiao Ruhan finished, her parents took over the microphone. "A mother's mouth is the main thing. Chun Feng, the scum, not only swindled my daughter, but also took all the prize money from this municipal championship and kept it for himself. It's simply abominable. I hope the Martial Arts Guild will do us justice and recover the prize money. Woo-hoo." After saying that, he even cried on the spot. Even Chun Feng, who was on the stage, almost believed it. Xiao Ruhan's father followed suit. "Such people must be sanctioned to give us a clear sky." After it was done, it was that senior brother from the War God Martial School who also came forward to take the microphone. Chun Feng was puzzled as to how it was that every individual had to speak twice and step on him twice. Who is this man? Dressed in the clothes of the War God Martial Arts Center. Obviously not a staff member of the Budokai. The young man took the microphone with a gentle smile. "Hello everyone. I'm Sha Hemming of the War God Martial Arts School, and the winner of this year's municipal martial arts competition, the martial artist level competition." When these words came out, the crowd at the scene was in an uproar. The gold content of the martial artist level championship is much higher than the martial apprentice level. Martial apprentice level champions, you don't necessarily still get the title when you become a martial artist. I've heard that no one participating in the martial artist class competition is required to be older than 25 years old. The young man in front of me has an unlimited future. It's worthy of being the War God Martial Arts School. Almost every year, they win the city championships of all levels. Shahim was pleased with the crowd's response. He enjoyed the adoring praise. Xiao Ruhan is my senior sister, and I am deeply heartbroken about what happened to her. Fortunately, senior sister got out of the clutches of the devil in time and joined the War God Martial Hall. Her future achievements can definitely be higher. At the same time, on behalf of the War God Martial Hall, I also strongly condemn the fraudulent behavior of the chosen Martial Hall. Yang Honghu saw that the people who should speak have finished, and those who can make up the number have also made up the number. However, he still hadn't seen Chen Feng, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of drumming in his heart. If Chen Feng doesn't come today, won't this live broadcast be a failure? He personally dialed Chen Feng's phone and anxiously said, "Chen Feng, where the hell are you? I'm telling you, if you don't show up today, I'll have no choice but to send someone to arrest you." Chen Feng was speechless. "I'll be right down here watching." The whole square was surrounded and I couldn't even squeeze in. Yang Honghu raised his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, the entire square was surrounded. Why are so many people here? It's Monday. Don't any of them have to work? Yang Honghu thought about it and said into his cell phone, "You go around to the back door of the Martial Arts Guild building and I'll send someone to pick you up." After arranging it, he picked up the microphone again and stalled for time by saying something about the scene. But having not been able to see Chen Feng appear, the netizens in the live broadcast room were getting a little anxious. After talking for half a day, how come we haven't seen that Chen Feng? That's right. No one's here. What are you guys barking at? After half a day's reading, where's your explanation for everyone? I'm afraid that Chen Feng has a backstage and the branch president can't move him. See the pop-ups on the live feed. The Generalissimo, who was far away from the headquarters, could not sit still. He picked up the phone and called. The person who answered the phone was the vice president. Seeing that it was the general director on the phone was a head-scratcher. "What are you guys up to? Where's that Chen Feng?" Just as he answered the phone, there was a chortle on the other end. The vice president was busy explaining. "That Chen Feng is stuck in traffic. He'll be here soon, right away." Just as the vice president was dealing with the higher-ups, Chen Feng finally entered through the back door of the guild building and exited through the front door. As soon as Chen Feng appeared, all the cameras were immediately on him. Yang Honghu also quietly sighed in relief at this time. He was really afraid that the other side wouldn't come, because this is the kind of thing that, if it were up to you, you might not really come at the first sign of fear. Chen Feng walked up to the stage step by step without the slightest bit of stage fright. At this moment, at the sight of Xiao Ruhan, the great disciple who had been cultivated with great care, there was only deep disgust and no other feelings whatsoever. Catching Chen Feng's eyes, Xiao Ruhan's heart trembled. Those previous 2 years or so came back to mind. The master who had taken care of himself so much was now showing himself a look of disgust. The heart can't help but feel empty. But soon she exorcised the feeling. "It's just a piece of trash. Not worth getting emotional about yourself." Chen Feng walked all the way to the center of the stage. Yang Honghu followed the procedure and handed the microphone to Chen Feng. "Do you have anything to say?" Chen Feng took the microphone and swept his eyes over the crowd present with a disdainful smile. "Just a bunch of jumped-up clowns. Hurry up and follow the program to identify my qualifications. I'm busy, not as busy as you guys." There was a moment of silence. Yang Honghu also did not expect that Chen Feng's bottom line was so strong. He was about to speak when he heard Xiao Ruhan's mother scold. "Surname Chen, you're a punk. What's the point of tugging? Hurry up and give back my daughter's bonus." With that, he stepped forward to pull Chen Feng. Xiao Ruhan frowned. She felt somewhat humiliated by her mother's behavior. But that was her mother, after all, and it was hard to say anything in front of all those cameras. Chen Feng hated this kind of old woman with a broken mouth, full of lies, and rightfully so. Seeing Xiao Ruhan's mother's hand, she was about to grab onto him. Chen Feng directly clasped his hands together and used the first stance of the Rudraksh palm. The Buddha's light shines through. A great Buddha's shadow appeared out of nowhere and enveloped him. The sound of Brahman resounded through the whole place. Xiao Ruhan's mother, on the other hand, was just an ordinary person. And just as she reached close, she was bounced off by the great Buddha void. It flew directly 7 or 8 meters away. This was still the case when Chun Feng did not utilize the heavenly unity realm. Otherwise this one would have popped it right in the face. Everyone in the room was stunned. They didn't expect Chun Feng to strike so decisively. Xiao Ruhan reacted and immediately said angrily, "Don't you dare hit my mom." Chun Feng snorted coldly and said, "Everyone is watching?" I stayed put. She was the one who tried to attack me, and I acted in self-defense. Xiao Ruhan hurriedly went to pick up her mother and was about to say something, but suddenly realized something important. Just now, Chun Feng actually used martial arts. How can he use martial arts? How is it possible to use martial arts with zero qi and blood? Hong Huyang also found this problem. Being able to use a martial art meant that the opponent's qi blood could not be zero. Moreover, the move that Chun Feng had just used was clearly of a very high realm. Especially seeing Chun Feng's calm expression, Yang Honghu realized that things might not be what he thought. Chapter 10. Playing on the spot. Inside the hospital, Jin Yoshi had just seen Chun Feng make a move, and her entire body had her little mouth wide open in shock. After following Master for so long, it was the first time I had seen him strike. What shocked her the most was this. The stance that Master had struck out was exactly the same as the first starting stance of the Rudraksh palm that she had learned. The security uncle who had been beaten by Chun Feng and spat out blood on the road before was also quietly inside the security guard post at this time, drinking goji berry tea and watching the cell phone live broadcast. There was an indescribable pleasure in his heart when he saw Chun Feng strike out to teach that old woman a lesson. So pick up your phone, turn into a keyboard warrior and start posting pop-ups like crazy. I could tell a long time ago that it was a rumor. You fools, you've all been fooled by that adversary. This little brother looks like an expert. I bet that the average martial artist is not his match. The other netizens in the live stream, too, found that the situation was somewhat at odds with the rumors. Didn't we agree that there would be zero chakra? Without qi and blood, you can still produce a martial arts Dao virtual shadow? What kind of martial art is this? How come I've never heard of it? In my years of experience, things have reversed. Chun Feng looked at Yang Honghu and said, "Isn't it to be identified? How do you plan to identify it?" Yang Honghu froze for a moment at Chun Feng's question. Finished. It's not the same as a preconceived script. Originally, it was meant to be an outlet for the internet. Now it looks like it's going to be replaced with a whitewash script. He reacted with a little thought. "Mr. Chun, don't get excited. I've always believed in you. Don't worry. If you were wrongly accused, the Martial Arts Guild will definitely clear your name." When he finished speaking, he immediately took out from his pocket a delicate metal eyeglass case. Then a techie monocle was removed from it. Seeing this monocle, Chun Feng couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Worthy of being a martial arts guild, even the equipment for testing qi and blood is this high-class item. Ordinary equipment for checking qi and blood are very large machines that are usually found in large martial arts hospitals. It costs $1,000 for a test. And like this intelligent monitoring monocle that Yang Honghu took out, it also belonged to the equipment that specialized in detecting qi and blood. It's just that the selling price of this pair of glasses, which is upwards of $8 million, is not affordable to the average person. Yang Honghu put on his monocle and looked at Chun Feng. Soon values began to pop up on the lenses of the glasses. Then stay at 100. It only took less than a second to monitor Chun Feng's qi blood value. Yang Honghu froze for a moment. Just now, looking at Chun Feng's aura of striking out, he had thought that he was at least a high-level martial artist. I didn't realize it was just a martial arts apprentice. But even if it was a martial apprentice, it was enough to prove that the Martial Arts Guild didn't give an ordinary person with zero qi blood a license to open a martial arts school. It's just a shame that the sayings prepared in advance are sort of memorized for nothing. The next thing you can only do is to be clinical and try not to say the wrong thing. After all, the chief executive was watching the broadcast. Your own future will be determined today. That's when the reporter on stage followed up. "President Yang, how are the test results? Is it zero qi value? You're too embarrassed to say it. It's done. So let's get on with it." Yang Honghu didn't rush to speak. Instead, he walked over to a couple of notaries and handed over the monocle. Several notaries nodded at him after looking at each one. Only then did Yang Honghu turn to the camera and all the audience. "Mr. Chen's qi blood value is 100 points, and his martial arts level has reached martial apprentice." "What? The first person to be shocked was Xiao Ruhan. How is that possible? In these 2 years, Chun Feng has never displayed his cultivation, and Chun Feng has personally admitted that he doesn't have a single qi or blood value. Has he been lying all along? The crowd watching in front of the screen also talked about it. I told you, how can someone with zero qi and blood open a martial arts school? It's amazing what you can do to get traffic these days. So the internet rumor of zero chakra value is just a rumor. That pretty female apprentice is lying. After Yang Honghu finished speaking, he immediately began to say the lines he had just come up with. Please rest assured, our martial arts guild, there is absolutely no way that we would give a license to a zero qi blood person to open a martial arts school. Please don't ever believe the rumors discrediting the Budokai. While speaking, his eyes glanced at Xiao Ruhan. The meaning is obvious. Didn't you just mouth off about people being a zero chakra liar? Xiao Ruhan didn't know what to say at this moment. Chun Feng's zero qi and blood is what he passed out by himself. Turned out to be such a slap in the face. His mother, who was beside him at that moment, immediately yelled, "What's the big deal about a blood value of 100? A blood value of 100 doesn't prove anything? My daughter's blood value is a whopping 179. This Chun is nothing." At this time, Xiao Ruhan's father remembered what his daughter had said earlier. My daughter said that this one, surnamed Chun, had stolen her martial arts techniques. At this moment, he also stood out and pointed at Chun Feng. He must have stolen my daughter's martial arts techniques, and that's why he cultivated to become a martial apprentice. With such a low qi and blood value, how could he possibly teach a genius like my daughter? Besides, how can there be a master whose cultivation level is not as high as his disciples? Ruhan, don't be afraid. Dad will definitely do it for you. Hearing her father's words, Xiao Ruhan silently nodded her head, to just panic a bit. But when he thought about Chun Feng's qi blood, it was a full 79 points lower than his own. The heart that had been lifted dropped. Just take a bite out of yourself. The reason Chun Feng had cultivated qi and blood was that he had stolen her martial arts techniques, and his own persona would not collapse. It was the winds of the pop-ups in the live stream that changed direction once again. From the previous questioning, it turned to targeting Chun Feng again. At this time, the War God Martial Hall's pavilion master, Xiang Jingpeng, was also watching the live broadcast. His brows furrowed slightly. I didn't realize that this one surnamed Chun didn't match the information I found out. There's qi and blood, and there's also martial arts, so that's a problem. Xiang Jingpeng had thought that Chun Feng was really a zero qi and blood waste. That way, he could be honorable and obtain Xiao Ruhan's set of palm techniques. Nowadays, it seems like it might be a bit of a pain in the ass. In the future, as long as the other party taught the palm technique to other people again, the attribution of this palm technique would surely attract criticism and affect the reputation of the War God Guild. However, the other party was only a tiny martial apprentice right now, so perhaps they could be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his beloved disciple. On the grounds that Chun Feng stole your senior sister's kung fu, abolish his kung fu. Xia Himing, who was originally watching the fun from the side, suddenly felt the vibration of his cell phone, took out his cell phone and immediately returned an okay. Then he looked at Xiao Ruhan and said, "Senior sister, our War God Martial Hall has a rule that those who steal our martial arts techniques must have their martial arts abolished. You are also a member of our martial arts school now, and must abide by this rule. You go and nullify this scum's martial arts now." Chapter 11. The Dragon's Tale. Xiao Ruhan's mind was a little confused for a moment when she heard her senior brother's words. Why are things like this? Originally, he just wanted to join the Warlord Guild and get a better life. Just a little lie to preserve his reputation and persona. Turns out that you have to keep rounding up lie after lie after lie. Turned out to be a surprising development. Ruhan, you don't have to be afraid, with senior brother here to hold down the fort for you, and the War God Martial School backing you up, no one can bully you. And this guy, he's just a piece of trash who just reached martial apprentice. You just happen to show your strength and prove to everyone that the other party doesn't deserve to be your master at all. Xia Himing came close to Xiao Ruhan and encouraged. Xiao Ruhan had never thought that she would have to personally abolish Chun Feng's martial arts. Elder brother, I can't get down. The other side. Yang Honghu also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Hearing that the two men from the War God Martial School were going to nullify Chun Feng's martial arts, they frowned. No one is to do anything rash until the matter is cleared up. Mr. Chen Feng, do you have anything to say about stealing martial arts techniques? Chen Feng mockingly looked at Xiao Ruhan and sneered. I really never thought I'd see the day. Since you want to nullify my martial arts. Come on. It just so happens that Master has one more move he hasn't taught you. It's also good to let everyone see who's stealing who's gongfu. When Chen Feng's words fell, it instantly caused the crowd at the scene to murmur. Oh, looks like there's a reversal. By the sound of it, he's still got a hand in it. How can I do it without keeping my hand in, or else the disciple will be taught and the master will starve to death? It's just a bluff. The blood value isn't as high as the apprentice's, so it's definitely going to roll over. Xiao Ruhan was also stunned at the moment. One more trick you haven't taught me? Xiao Ruhan clearly remembered that half a year ago, when she had learned the 17th stance of the dragon subduing palm, Chen Feng had said that he had already taught her everything he could. Chen Feng had never lied to himself. Is it a bluff this time? However, unbeknownst to her at that time, Chen Feng meant to say that what could be taught for the time being would be given to her. The 18th style of the dragon falling 18 palms could not be practiced until the first 17 styles had been blended together, so there was not yet time to teach her. When Xiao Ruhan froze, Xia Hemming beside her urged again. Senior sister, could it be that you're afraid of a martial apprentice with a lower chi and blood value than you? The pavilion master is also watching the live stream right now, so don't let him down. Librarian. Xiao Ruhan had a hard time entering the God of War martial hall. For his own martial arts achievements and a bright future. At this point it was already an arrow in the air. Xiao Ruhan clenched her fists and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you forced me to do this. Having said that, set up a stance. A golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. This was the martial Dao void that arose from practicing the martial Dao technique to the fourth realm of fusion. To be able to reach such an achievement at such an age was already considered a genius. Seeing this scene, Yang Honghu said to Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, if you don't want to engage in a fight, I can preserve your personal safety, but you have to cooperate with our investigation afterwards. Chen Feng shook his head. I don't have time to keep incriminating myself here. It's better to be blunt. I remember the requirements for opening a martial arts school. The owner's martial arts gongfu realm must not be lower than the 6th realm, hearth and flame. President Yang watched this. As Chen Feng's words fell, 18 golden dragon shadows immediately appeared around his body. Although it was a shadow, no matter the quantity or the degree of solidification, it was several levels higher than Xiao Ruhan. Yang Honghu, as the branch president of the Martial Arts Guild, had long since reached the Zhongshe realm in his own strength. His own Watchman martial arts had also reached the level of the 6th realm of the martial Dao. The most standard way to judge the 6th realm of the Wudao, hearth and flame, was that qi and blood overflowed out of the body as the gongfu ran. Generally, Zhongshe level experts could reach this level. At this moment, a glance could tell that this was clearly an overflow of qi and blood on Chen Feng's part, and that his proficiency in martial arts techniques had reached the point of pure perfection. He just couldn't figure out how Chen Feng, a mere martial apprentice, had such a high realm. The audience present at the moment, as well as the netizens watching the live broadcast, were all shocked by Chen Feng. The master and disciple duo had not even started fighting yet, and they were already high on the list. I'll go. It's obvious at a glance who's the master and who's the disciple. It's not necessarily true. Maybe the person has united the 18 golden dragons? District Martial Apprentice. Why can you be so pretentious? I'm not convinced. Who recognizes what kind of technique this is? It looks so cool. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan's face turned pale. She could clearly feel how big the gap between herself and Chen Feng was. After all his own hard work, he could only barely condense a golden dragon shadow. While Chen Feng did not move in place, 18 golden dragon shadows appeared around him with ease. The difference is just too great. But she's not convinced. Xiao Ruhan didn't believe that he would not be able to defeat Chen Feng as he was fully 79 points higher in qi and blood than him. At this moment, there was no more hesitation, and he immediately used his strongest palm. 17 styles. The Dragon Wars in the Wild. Looking at Xiao Ruhan with a golden dragon, she slapped her palm over. Chen Feng smiled disdainfully. Although it was only a demonstration of the realm of the hearth, what was brought forth was the power of the unity of heaven and man. The martial arts realization of the unity of heaven and man had caused him to no longer tend to stances. With just a gentle wave of his hand, 18 golden dragons intertwined. At the same time, a burst of dragon roars erupted. 18 styles. The divine dragon swings its tail. Xiao Ruhan was like an ant trying to shake a tree at the moment. His own golden dragon shadow was shattered before it even made contact. Her entire body flew backwards as well. Xiao Ruhan had only one thought in her mind before she lost consciousness. That's a move I haven't learned. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Crush. The crushing of absolute strength. Both sides are martial arts disciples. Even Chun Feng's chi blood was 79 points lower than his opponent's. As a result, it crushed the other side by virtue of its martial realm. At this moment, Kim Yo-hee, who was watching the live broadcast in the hospital, cheered out in excitement. Yay! Master is so cool! At the same time inside the War God Martial Hall, Xiang Jingpeng sat up violently. That palm of Chun Feng's just now made him certain that that palm technique was definitely a heavenly grade technique. The comparison between his own earth grade technique, Wind God Leg, and one of them was a tall order. Yang Honghu on the scene felt the most obvious. He could see that Chun Feng's palm technique was extremely outstanding. The martial apprentice realm was so powerful. If he were to use it at the grandmaster level, this palm might be able to knock the entire stage out of existence. Just as the crowd was shocked, a bellowing cry rang out. Dare to injure my War God Martial School's people. Watch me waste your martial arts for my senior sister. Sha Heming also did not expect Chen Feng to defeat Xiao Ruhan so easily. But the pavilion master's orders one must do. A mere martial apprentice, he didn't put it in his eyes yet. In particular, the crowd's shocked look at Chen Feng made him look very unhappy, though he was shocked as well. Let's show you my Wind God Leg. Chapter 12. The High State of the Art. Sha Heming's entire body leapt into the air and struck out directly. His legs kicked out a phantom, bringing up countless strong winds that blew his pants and legs hunting. Chen Feng didn't hesitate either. Raising his hand was a slap. Flying Dragon. The 18 golden dragons once again roared out. This time, however, it failed to repel Sha Heming. Instead, he himself was jolted back a few steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, it has suffered internal injuries. With a single move, Sha Heming stood proudly and looked at Chen Feng with disdain. A mere martial apprentice, being able to catch one of my kicks is enough for you to be proud of yourself. I joined the War God Martial School as soon as I graduated, and I was able to cultivate the Wind God Leg in 3 days. In half a month you become proficient, in a year you become successful in a small way, and in 2 years you reach the point of integration. Now it has reached the 5th realm of martial arts, meticulous. What are you going to fight me with? Ha ha ha. I forgot to tell you that my chi and blood value has reached 386 points, only 14 points short of advancing to senior martial artist. I advise you to be sensible and disable your own martial arts. Save me from striking out without knowing what's important and taking your life. Before Chen Feng could say anything, Yang Honghu was the first to speak out. Are all the people from the War God Martial School so arrogant? Things are already clear. Mr. Chen's martial realm is too much higher than Xiao Ruhan's. It's simply impossible for him to be a scholar stealer. Let alone you, even if Xiang Jingpeng came, he wouldn't dare to be so wild in front of me. When Sha Heming saw Yang Honghu open his mouth, he didn't dare to retort for a while. Having abused a martial apprentice himself, he did drift a bit. Forgot that the branch president of the Budokai was still around. This is on the same level as the pavilion master. For a while, he didn't dare to strike again. Yet Chen Feng said, "Thank you, President Yang. But since the other party wants to waste me, it should be okay for me to waste him." Yang Honghu was surprised. You want to fight him? In his opinion, although Chen Feng was powerful, he was not in the same class as Sha Heming at all. Chen Feng was 21 years old and had only managed to reach 100 points of chi and blood value, barely reaching the realm of martial apprentice. Although the realm of martial arts feats was high, the chi and blood cultivation was too crotch-pulling. Limited future accomplishments. At best, he'll be a martial arts teacher and teach his students. The chi and blood cultivation levels are: the chi and blood value of 100 reaches the martial apprentice level, 200 advances to the martial artist level, 400 becomes a senior martial artist, 800 is a top martial artist, and 1600 is a grandmaster. The chi and blood doubled and so on, and down the line there was the sovereign, the grand sovereign, the supreme, and the martial sage. As for Sha Heming, at the age of 20, his chi and blood value had already reached 386, and he was about to step into the rank of senior martial artist, with a bright future ahead of him. The martial arts technique practiced was the Battle God Martial Hall's Town Hall technique, Wind God Leg. It was an extremely powerful Earth rank upper grade technique. Moreover, Sha Heming's Gongfu proficiency was only one level lower than Chun Feng's, reaching the 5th realm of meticulousness. Chun Feng's only advantage was that the level of the Gongfu might be a heavenly level Gongfu and that the martial realm was one level higher. But it wasn't enough to make up for the nearly fourfold difference in qi and blood. Chun Feng wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The heart had been thoroughly inflamed. I was trying to get along with you guys as normal people, and I got bullying in return. In that case, I won't pretend. I'll show my cards. The words fell. 18 golden dragon shadows surrounded Chun Feng. Only at this time, the golden dragon was as if it was substantial, and it also carried a burst of lightning. The martial domain. How can this be? This is a martial domain that only exists when a martial arts technique has been comprehended to the 8th layer and reaches the peak of the realm. You're only a martial apprentice. How could you possibly reach this realm? Yang Honghu was a bit incredulous. This kind of realm was the only one he had seen in the general manager. However, the chief general manager had practiced for more than 60 years and was now over 80 years old before he reached this realm. And Chun Feng was only 21 years old. Originally, the spectators present had thought that Chun Feng had merely allowed the martial arts Dao Shadow to surround him. Hearing Yang Honghu say this, he realized that this was the legendary field. Some people had only seen the 8th realm of martial arts on television, the summit. This is the first time I've seen it in reality. Especially seeing those 18 lifelike golden dragons. They even emitted a gurgling dragon's roar as they swam around. One was shocked and didn't know what to say. The live stream is still going on, but it's already topping all the major hits, hotspots, and headlines.
Explosion choquée.
21 years old and climbing to the top.
Explosion choquée.
A martial arts apprentice has developed a martial arts domain. Explosion. Is he a rank scrap or a realm genius? A headline that instantly dominates the list. The number of people in the Martial Arts Guild's live broadcast room was also soaring wildly. The number of people online in real time exceeded 5 million. The general president of the Martial Arts Guild was shocked. Xiang Jingpeng of the War God Martial Hall also froze. It was a moment of pop-up frenzy. Are you sure this is live and not a movie? The skit wouldn't even dare to do that. I just want to know where this special effect was made. The 8th realm of martial arts, the peak? Are you kidding? Everyone is a martial apprentice. Why are you so good? Where do you want me to put my face as a patriarch? A martial apprentice with a martial arts feat realm that had reached the 8th realm. Absolutely unprecedented. It's the first time ever that something like this has happened. And with the heat on the airwaves. Some people also gradually realized that Chun Feng's gong method was extraordinary. It's likely that it's a heaven-rank technique. As soon as the matter of the suspected heavenly rank technique came to light, the heat on the live feeds skyrocketed again. The number of viewers is pushing 10 million. At this time, Xiao Ruhan's mother, holding her knocked-out daughter, cursed. Surname Chun, what are you pretending for? He's the champion of the Jiangcheng City Martial Artist Competition. Today, on behalf of Ruhan, I'll abolish you damn guy. Sha Heming was also shocked by Chun Feng at this moment. He couldn't figure out how a small martial apprentice could have practiced his gongfu to the peak. The further into the realm of martial arts feats, the more difficult it became. An extreme test of one's perception. It was even harder than raising the qi level. But none of that matters. Sha Heming said disdainfully, no matter how high the realm is, if the qi and blood is too low, it can't exert much power, it's just rootless water. After the words, he struck again. Wind God legs. Windswept. This time Chun Feng was no longer careless. The gap between the two sides in terms of qi and blood was too great. Although his own realm was extremely high, he was simply unable to fully utilize it. And he or she isn't durable enough these days. Just now, though, only 2 moves were made in total. But already the exhaustion could be felt visibly. 100 points of chakra value doesn't resist building at all. Can't fight long. A quick battle. Facing Sha Heming's attack, Chun Feng instantly swung out 18 palms. A golden dragon, with supreme might, entangled with it. Yet it was difficult to help each other. One could only see a golden dragon that turned into nothingness under Sha Heming's phantom-like feet. Humph! How dare you show off your skills? He smiled disdainfully. However, the next moment it was realized that Chun Feng had disappeared. Where are the people? Did it escape? Suddenly, pressure rose from behind. Xia Himing only felt chills all over his body. Chapter 13. The Unity of Heavenly Beings. Xia Himing couldn't care less about the golden dragon shadow in front of him and turned around in a hurry. He didn't see Qin Feng. Instead, he saw a mountain like golden Buddha. What the hell is this? In the next moment, the great Buddha's palm came crashing down, resounding bursts of Brahma. 10,000 Buddhas. Before Xia Himing could understand what was going on, his entire body was pressed against the stage. With that, the entire truss on which the stage was built collapsed. The audience and media reporters on the scene backed away in fear. Several other notaries were at the edge of the stage and just fell on their faces without too serious injuries. Yang Honghu was also the first to jump out. At this moment, he just stared blankly at the panting Qin Feng in the field. The mind was shocked beyond words. Another palm technique. It's definitely a heaven stage extreme grade technique. And also practiced to an extremely high level. The might of that palm just now surpassed even the previous martial Dao realm. Could it be the Celestials?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Yang Honghu, who was a martial arts patriarch, immediately interrupted himself from this ridiculous thought. The unity of heaven and man, that was a realm that could not be found. That was no longer something that could be achieved by practicing. It is almost always a realm that can only be reached briefly by chance, under special circumstances and encounters. Yet it is difficult to maintain. If one wanted to enter that metaphysical realm, one could only rely on chance. Qin Feng walked out of the stage ruins step by step. At this point, he was exhausted. Even his arms were shaking slightly. The moment he had just struck out, for the sake of victory, he completely inspired the celestial unity realm. And it also used the 9th stance of the Rudraksh palm, which was the most powerful. That strike just now had already overdrawn his body and drained his qi and blood. Walking at this point feels weak in the legs and feet. He looked at the shocked Yang Honghu, the corner of his mouth hooked, and asked, "President Yang, this proves that I have the qualifications to open a martial arts school." Yang Honghu nodded his head in a hurry. "There. Yes. Mr. Chun. I wonder where your teacher comes from?" Qin Feng smiled bashfully. "It's not that I didn't tell you. Rather, I can't tell you." With that, he walked out of the crowd, trembling. Yang Honghu was speechless. If you don't say it, you don't say it, and you're loaded. However, according to the rules of the Martial Arts Guild, in order to open a martial arts school, the owner of the school must have a martial arts technique that has reached the realm of pure fire. There is practically no requirement for a chakra value. As soon as the realm is reached, you can teach your disciples. After all, the qi and blood values are more dependent on the individual's natural roots. Educating people requires martial arts experience. Qin Feng's conditions had far exceeded the requirements of the Martial Arts Guild. People consciously made a path for him. After Qin Feng walked out of the crowd, he immediately walked into the nearest convenience store. Bread with an energy drink was wolfed down and nibbled on before he had a chance to pay for it. After eating it, I finally felt alive again. There's a little bit of strength in the body, too. In the square in front of the Martial Arts Guild building, a crowd of media reporters and spectators were talking. What just happened? I saw the stage collapse. I was running and didn't see anything. I just saw a big Buddha slapping at the ground. Damn. My cameras are down on the floor and I'm not getting anything. Check yours out. If anyone got a shot, I'll pay a premium for it. For a while, all the media people were looking for the video of that last moment just now. It's just that the stage collapsed and the live broadcast equipment set up on the stage naturally was hardly spared. The entire network of major live broadcasting rooms at this time also messed into a pot of porridge. There's no mistaking it. Where's the picture? It's hard for me to like that when I'm having an orgasm. Ugh. Say, is this really a martial artist fighting? Picture. The picture. I want the picture. All everyone could see was the great Buddha shadow slapping his palm down, and then the image came to a screeching halt. But countless people were shocked by it. Xiang Jingpeng stood up in shock. He was certain that the last move that Qin Feng had used was also a heaven-ranked martial arts technique. A single person who actually possesses 2 heaven-stage martial arts. And the martial realm is so high. But how could the qi and blood cultivation be so low? Without waiting for him to think, he saw the live feed resume again. Next, Xiang Jingping's face became extremely ugly. Yang Honghu appears on camera, walking towards the ruins in the middle of the stage. only to see that at this moment, Sha Himing fainted on the ground, ting and pissing. Yang Hong who stepped forward and felt the pulse, saying, "People are alive, but the dantian has been broken, and the path of martial arts is over." Xiang Jingpeng was so angry that he directly slammed his cell phone on the ground. Although there were many geniuses in the War God Martial Hall, but Sha Himing is the best martial artist of the last 2 years. They have also spent a tremendous amount of energy and resources developing in an attempt to take this year's provincial title while hitting the top 10 nationally. However, this is all ruined. All of the upfront investment has gone down the drain. This year, the War God Martial Hall would have trouble achieving good results in the martial artist level competition. Xiao Ruhan, who was knocked out, woke up in a daze in her mother's arms. The first thing he did when he woke up was to think about Chun Feng's slap. Dragon subduing palm. There's even an 18th stance. This damn Chin Feng. I trusted him so much, and he even left a hand out. However, it was too late to say anything now. He himself has joined the War God Martial Arts School. Chun Feng definitely refused to hand over that last style to himself. Unfortunately, the first martial arts technique that he had learned in his life, he had failed to learn all of them. But it doesn't matter. The War God Martial Hall had numerous feats and martial arts, and there were plenty of senior coaching instructors. Even without the martial arts taught by Chin Feng with his own talent, he would still be able to become a generation of heavenly pride. "Ruhan, you're awake." His father's voice brought Xiao Ruhan back to her senses. Her mother helped her to her feet. Seeing the scene in a state of disarray, he frowned in confusion. "Where's Chin Feng? How did the stage collapse? And where's brother? Why are the parents gray? Mom and dad, what's going on here?" Xiao Ruhan asked suspiciously. The mother immediately scolded indignantly. "It's all because of that Chin guy. After he knocked you out, he took down the stage. Your dad and I both fell on our asses. Even your senior brother was wasted by that Chun surnamed one." "What?" Xiao Ruhan was stunned. "Senior brother was wasted by Chun Feng? How is this possible? Senior brother is a martial artist. Chun Feng is just a mere martial apprentice. How could he possibly waste senior brother?" Xiao Ruhan didn't know what had just happened. She only hated the fact that Chin Feng had knocked her out, and as a result, she hadn't seen anything. At this time, in the middle of the hospital, Kim Yu-hee anxiously stares at the TV. "What's going on? Where's Master? That battle god martial school guy is wasted. Master must have one. But where did Master go?" Kim Yu-hee was so anxious that she scratched her ears and kept swiping her phone to see if there were any other live streaming platforms that recorded the last moments. Even Lu Weiwei, who was on the hospital bed, was a bit anxious. Wanted to see what was going on at the end. Earlier, when she saw Xiao Ruhan being knocked out by Chun Feng with a slap, there was an indescribable pleasure in her heart. The inner stance, unconsciously, was on Chun Feng's side. In the end, Jin Yoshi could only dial Chun Feng's number. After confirming that Master is safe and sound, it was only then that he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 14, Worshipping the Master. At the end of the live broadcast, Yang Honghu looked into the camera and directly characterized the outcome of this event. "After my personal on-site identification and analysis, the internet rumor that Zero Chi Blood opened a martial arts school to scam students is untrue. I hope people don't believe the rumors. Every person who applies to open a martial arts school, our Jiangxing Martial Arts Association will strictly check them, and there is absolutely no shady dealings whatsoever. On behalf of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild, I would like to apologize profusely for the disturbance caused to Mr. Chun Feng this time. This concludes this broadcast, and I will lead the staff and do the final aftermath and investigation. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Chin Feng for taking the initiative to cooperate with the investigation, and Mr. Chen's martial arts realm is also something I deeply respect." End of live broadcast. But the nation's netizens, and even some foreign ones, have been nonplussed. At this point, major bloggers, major experts have come forward. There is only one topic of discussion across the internet. The two types of kung fu used by Chun Feng are not heavenly ranked kung fu techniques. Why a martial artist can reach the realm of the summit. The last scene of the live broadcast is suspected to have reached the legendary Celestial Unity. Chun Feng's location. Location of the chosen martial arts school. I'm going to pay my respects. By the time the reactive netizens wanted to buy tickets, only to be surprised to find that the tickets to Jiangxing City were sold out. High-speed rail tickets are also sold out. Extra slow standing tickets are sold out. What's even scarier is that the probability of getting a ticket is infinitely close to zero on the ticket snatching software. Even so, it still couldn't stop countless people from yearning for heaven-grade techniques. Drive to the city of Gangtok. However, after getting on the highway, I realized that the navigation above suggests that all the roads leading to the city of Jiangcheng are blocked. Other side. Xiao Ruhan and her parents were about to leave, but they were stopped in their tracks by people from the Martial Arts Guild. Xiao Ruhan, I hope you'll cooperate with us for a little investigation. Xiao Ruhan's mother immediately yelled. Why are you arresting my daughter if you're not going to arrest that Chen guy? The surname Chen defrauded my daughter of $100,000 in prize money and has not yet recovered it, and you do not care about it.
Yang Honghui smiled coldly.
He sort of saw it. This Xiao Ruhan's mother is a typical shrew. Sensei's words are of the open-mouthed variety. Talking is totally irresponsible. It's also illegal to falsely accuse someone without evidence and to create rumors on the internet. Take them all away. Xiao Ruhan's mother was instantly afraid. What do you want? We're the victims. Can't we just stop suing surname Chun? Xiao Ruhan frowned in annoyance. She never expected things to go this way. His own persona completely collapsed. He had just opened his cell phone, wanting to see how Chen Feng had defeated Xia Heming, only to find their followers have increased by millions straight away. There's no time to be happy yet. Just see that these fans are surprisingly all black. It's full of comment sections calling her a green tea. There were also private messages calling her out. Hospitals. Chen Feng addressed Xiao Ruhan's false accusations and the rumors on the internet. This is the time to take the bus and finally not be afraid of everyone yelling at you. When he returned to the hospital, Kim Yu-hee was so excited that she jumped right into his arms. You're amazing, master. Chen Feng smiled faintly. He stroked Kim Yu-hee's head and felt the care as if he were a family member. All the exhaustion in my body seemed to become less. Lu Weiwei said sincerely to Chen Feng. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those outrageous things to you last night. Chen Feng came to the hospital bed and looked at this kind little virgin, secretly saying in his heart, with his leg like that, he's still thinking about apologizing to his enemy's master. Just then, the master-teacher system reminded again. Note, both legs' meridians are about to be finalized, completely crippled, and about to lose the qualification to accept disciples. Chen Feng was startled. It's hard to meet an apprentice, but you can't just lose it. Moreover, failing to accept an apprentice not only affected one's qi and blood cultivation. Lu Weiwei's whole life would really be ruined. Chen Feng looked at Lu Weiwei and said, Be my disciple. I promise to heal your leg and take you to the next level in your martial arts path. What? Willowvale froze. Felt like I wasn't hearing things right. She knew exactly what was going on with her legs. At this point, there was no feeling but pain. Plus, when the paramedics checked in this morning, she asked the doctor about her injuries. The paramedics were reassuring her that it was nothing serious. Tell her to get well and not think about it. Although Lu Weiwei was simple and kind, she was not stupid. Seeing that the medical care was avoiding the question, she probably guessed that she was more than likely wasted. If he hadn't been attracted by the live broadcast about Chen Feng in the morning, he would have forgotten about it for a while. At this point, she didn't know how many times she was going to cry. At that moment, he heard Chen Feng's words again. The eyes instantly filled with tears. Thank you for comforting me. I know my situation. My legs will definitely never be able to practice martial arts again. Woo-hoo. Lu Weiwei said and cried bitterly. Chen Feng didn't know how to persuade Lu Weiwei for a while, but the second disciple beside him, Kim Yu-hee, advised at the crucial time. You have to trust my master, he's very good. In the past, eldest sister and I were also diagnosed as having poor roots and bones, not suitable for practicing martial arts. But Sifu still trained big sister to be a city champion. Though she's not a big sister anymore. Jin Yoshi truly believed in Chen Feng. Especially today on the live broadcast, I saw Sifu make the Rudraksh move. The mind became more convinced. Master is a marvelous man and would never lie. One day, oneself can become a martial arts expert. The master and disciple duo took turns to persuade her, but Lu Weiwei was already a character with soft ears and wasn't very good at rejecting people. In the end, I had to say yes, but the heart is determined. Even if he himself went begging, he definitely couldn't drag down this pair of kind masters and disciples. When Lu Weiwei had just agreed to be Chen Feng's disciple, Kim Yu-hee then jumped up excitedly. Great. I'll be a big sister from now on. You will be my little sister from now on. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Successful apprenticeship. Acquire the feat, heavenly crippling feat. Notes: as long as apprentice disciple heavenly crippled feat is initiated, master's realm of Gongfu comprehension will be elevated to heavenly unity. Note: please remodel the meridians in accordance with the heavenly crippled feet technique before the meridians in my disciple's legs are fully set. Time remaining, 12 hours 51 minutes and 7 seconds. Remodeling the meridians? Chun Feng hurriedly checked the heavenly crippling foot technique. The opening content of the Gong method was about remodeling the meridians of the legs. After seeing the content, Chun Feng couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Remodeling the meridians unexpectedly requires so many herbs, especially seeing those two main herbs. Looking at Chun Feng for a while, his head was spinning. 1000-year blood ginseng 100g. Dinosaur bone 200g. How much is this going to cost? He pulled out his cell phone and looked it up. To ensure that there are no counterfeits of authentic products, just click on the official herb store to check it out. 1000-year blood ginseng, 10,000 yuan a gram. Dinosaur bone, $5,000 a gram. Chun Feng sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the price. Those two main medicines alone cost $2 million. Chapter 15. The Meat and Potatoes. 2 hours after Chun Feng burst into flames, the first batch of people who wanted to seek out Chun Feng to pay homage to him and learn heaven-level techniques. Through various methods, I finally found Jiangqing Budo Hospital. Originally, Chun Feng was in his hospital room, thinking about how to raise money to purchase medicinal herbs. Suddenly a man walked in from outside the hospital room. Mr. Chun Feng, please accept my disciple's obeisance. After saying that, he kowtowed one on the spot. Then he saw a young guy kneeling in front of him. Chun Feng was a bit confused. Kim Yo-hee also froze for a moment. Master, could it be that I have an illegitimate senior brother? Chun Feng was speechless. What do you mean, illegitimate brother? Really can't figure out this apprentice's brain circuitry. The young man kneeling in front of him should be about the same age as himself, judging by his age. I say, buddy, are you mistaking me for someone else? The young man looked up and looked at Chun Feng. I'm not mistaken, master. Please teach me that palm technique that can strike a dragon. Tuition is negotiable, big deal. I'll take out a student loan. Now Chun Feng sort of understood what was going on. It turned out that he was coveting his dragon-subduing palm. Chun Feng said helplessly, get up quickly. I really can't teach you. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, but without being matched and qualified by the system, he couldn't teach martial arts at all. Who knew that the boy was stubborn? Master, if you don't accept me, I'll die here on my knees.
Come.
Chun Feng was speechless. Instead, Kim Yo-hee covered her small mouth in shock. Master turned out to be so popular. I told you, sooner or later the gold will shine. That's as it should be. Master is not only kind, but his kung fu is also great. However, before Chun Feng knew what to do with the young lad in front of him, two more people walked in outside the door. As soon as those two men saw the young man kneeling on the ground, immediately stepped forward. Mr. Chun Feng, please make sure you accept my son as your disciple. This is my tuition for him. With that, he opened a suitcase. Inside were stacks of neatly yoked bills. At a glance, there are millions of them, to say the least. At this moment, it was impossible for Chun Feng to say that he was not moved. But one really can't deliver. The system was not at all impressed with the child he was holding in his hand. The next moment, one after another, people poured in, and in the end, they directly filled the corridor. What are you doing? I was here first. Master Chun, as long as you take my son, I'll give you $5 million a semester. A mere $5 million, and you want to learn a heavenly rank technique? What a fool's dream. Lee's group will give $10 million. Master Chun, I heard that you like pretty little girls. I'm 18 this year. I'm the schoolgirl of the 9th high school in Jiangqing, and I can be sweet and salty. It's true that people are afraid of being famous. No matter how much Chun Feng refused, these people acted as if they couldn't hear him. Others followed the example of the first guy who came and fell to their knees on the spot. Jin Yoshi was a bit nervous and forcefully held Chun Feng's arm in her arms, afraid that these people would rob her master. Lu Weiwei was also shocked by the scene at this moment. Luckily, it didn't take long for the hospital to send a large number of security personnel to chase these people out. That's when the dean came into the hospital room. Mr. Chun Feng, Please come to my office and let's talk about the patient's condition. Chen Feng didn't think much of it and followed to the dean's office. As soon as he entered the room, he was warmly greeted by the dean and sat down, and even personally made a cup of tea for Chen Feng. Mr. Chen is truly a talented man, young and promising, and his martial realm is astonishing. Hearing his words, Chen Feng knew that he was afraid that the dean was not talking to him about his condition. As expected, the two men were polite for a while. Dean stated his purpose. I have a friend from the sacred capital who is from the Yi clan. They want to invite you to join their Yi family. There are plenty of girls your age in Ye's family. Take your pick whenever you want. Once you get married, you'll be able to enjoy all the Yi family's cultivation resources. Chen Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The Yi family, one of the 9 great families of the Great Xia, had even thrown an olive branch at himself. Unfortunately, this system is very restrictive. Otherwise, you could have saved yourself decades at a time. No. With the size of the Yi family, it would take more than a few less lifetimes. In the end, Chen Feng politely refused. The dean secretly admired Chen Feng. Such a tempting offer can be refused. In his place, it doesn't even carry a thought. At the same time, a large number of people flocking to the Jiangqing Martial Arts Hospital to pay their respects began to ferment online. Soon Chen Feng's reason for being in the hospital was also unearthed by certain people through special means a little bit. Finally, a shocking thing exploded. Chen Feng came to the hospital, surprisingly, to treat the person his disciple had injured. It originally seemed natural, but that disciple had gone so far as to betray his master on the spot, joining the War God Martial Arts School, and falsely accusing this master, who had helped him wipe his own ass, afterward. Once it was posted on the internet, it quickly became a hot topic for countless people. This one made Xiao Ruhan appear in the eyes of the crowd once again. How come I can't meet such a good master? This Xiao Ruhan is really a BTCH. That Lu Weiwei is so pathetic. The War God Martial School and her relatives surprisingly didn't care about her. Instead, it was the enemy's master who helped her out. That said, with so many people worshipping, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. I've heard that millions of worshippers have been rejected. Chen Feng didn't have time to ignore the online buzz. Watching the system countdown, he didn't dare to delay any longer. This is also when he sees his greatest current value. The martial arts technique that everyone wants. The internet says it's a heavenly level feat. Chen Feng couldn't figure it out either. The system doesn't give a grade either. However, he believed that the system produced a fine product. Chen Feng went to the bank for a loan in the first place. There's no way to get such a large sum of money. It was a good thing that he was carrying 2 suspected heaven-grade martial arts. Chen Feng easily loaned out $2 million by using his own heaven-grade feats as collateral. Then go to a brick-and-mortar pharmacy in person and acquire all the herbs you need. Then not a moment's delay. The first time, he discharged Lu Weiwei from the hospital, to be picked up and returned to the chosen martial arts school in the suburbs. For Chen Feng's approach, it was immediately met with strong opposition from the hospital. How can a patient be discharged today when he had surgery yesterday? Who's responsible if anything happens? Chen Feng couldn't help it and didn't know how to explain it for a while. He could only harden his head and endure everyone's naysayers, forcing Lu Weiwei to go through the discharge procedures. Lu Weiwei was also a bit flustered in her heart. Just had surgery myself. Even the post-operative treatment is not over yet. Discharging her from the hospital now really made her have to wonder if Chen Feng didn't want to pay her medical bills anymore. Otherwise, it's really hard to figure out, especially when leaving the hospital. She clearly heard those nurses talking about Chen Feng and her. Why are you being discharged today after surgery yesterday? Yeah, there's so much post-op treatment left to do. Why else? I'm sure it's because I don't want to spend money. The treatment was in vain. The paralysis of both legs is a fact. Maybe people just can't afford to treat them? How can there be no money? Just now, so many people came to worship with large sums of money. Chapter 16, The Joker. It was already sunset when I rushed back to the suburbs. Several waves of people had long been waiting in front of Chen Feng's house. All in suits, driving luxury cars, and even a couple of helicopters at the edge of the field in the distance. As soon as Chen Feng stepped out of the car, several people surrounded him. Hello, Mr. Chen. On behalf of the Jiang Group, I'd like to extend an invitation to you. We are the Wang clan and extend an invitation to you. Our Ma family would like to hire you as a mentor for the heir. One by one, all of them were dignitaries of Daxia. Chen Feng rebuffed them one by one. Then carefully, together with Jin Yoshi, they carried the stretcher and carried Lu Weiwei into the Heaven's Choice Martial Arts Center. It was said to be the chosen martial arts center, but it was actually a small farmhouse. Usually, the three masters and disciples practiced martial arts in the courtyard. It's a little boring, but it's better than quiet. When he chose to register the martial arts school, he also chose to avoid trouble. This is because accepting students to teach without registering a martial arts school is illegal. Chun Feng brought the purchased medicinal herbs and the bathtub into the courtyard. Then he immediately closed the courtyard door and put 2 main medicines worth millions of dollars and dozens of auxiliary medicines into the pot. Start boiling the potion used for the medicinal bath. As for the shouts outside the door, there was not the slightest intention of heeding them. There were more and more comers at the door. But having been unable to wait for Chun Feng's response, gradually some people left. After all, those top plutocrats of Daxia had come, and the average commoner was still very sensible. It stayed up for 3 hours. Only then does the system indicate that the medicinal bath has passed. Not caring about anything else, Chun Feng poured the boiled medicine into the bathtub. Then add warm water. Master, what are you doing? Jin Yoshi looked at Chun Feng sweating profusely and asked while helping. Chun Feng did not hide it and directly said, "Heal your senior sister's leg." For the legs? Kim Yu, he said in surprise. Master, you also know medicine. Chun Feng said awkwardly. A little bit. Kim Yo-he. Master is so modest. Willow Vivian lay on the bed, looking at the plain room. The mind is full of thoughts. I didn't realize that Xiao Ruhan has been living in such a tranquil place. No wonder my qi and blood cultivation and martial realm are both higher than mine. Originally, the War God Martial Arts School, where she was located, was situated in the center of Jiangqing City. Its hustle and bustle was in stark contrast to this small courtyard where Chun Feng was. I have to say, compared to the noisy city, this peaceful little courtyard is more suitable for cultivation. After preparing the medicinal bath, Chun Feng came to Lu Weiwei's side and reminded her, "It may hurt later, but you must hold on." Although she didn't know what Chun Feng was going to do, Lu Weiwei nodded firmly. The medicated bath is ready. The system countdown also has more than 4 hours left. Chun Feng didn't know how long it would take to reshape the meridians of his legs and didn't dare to delay. Can only be as fast as possible. According to the description of reshaping the meridians in the opening chapter of the Gongfu, Chun Feng asked Jin Yoshi to remove all of Lu Weiwei's extracorporeal objects. Then Lu Weiwei was put into the medicinal bath. At this moment, Lu Weiwei gritted her teeth and closed her eyes in shame, but she could sense that Chun Feng didn't have any special ideas. Just want to get her leg fixed. As soon as you enter the medicinal bath, the strong smell of medicine hits you. It must be endured. Jin Yoshi helped to place Lu Weiwei's legs slowly into a sitting position with her knees crossed. Ah! The sharp pain in her leg caused Lu Weiwei to let out a scream. Subconsciously, he bit down on the arm in front of him. Chun Feng couldn't care less about his arm and kept reminding, "Make sure you hold it in. Just hang on through it." Kim Yo-hee shouted back, "Junior sister, you must hold on. You must listen to your master." After Willow Vivian finally sat down on her knees in the tub, the whole thing almost fainted from the pain. Seeing the posture of cultivation, Chun Feng placed his other hand against Lu Weiwei's heart chakra. "Feel my qi and blood running routes. Follow along and mobilize the rest of your qi and blood together to impact the meridians of your legs." Lu Weiwei endured the severe pain and felt Chun Feng's qi and blood entering the meridians little by little. Then it drove her qi and blood and began to run slowly. However, when it reached the broken meridians of the legs, it was like a knife twisting, and his body was shaking with pain. Biting Chun Feng's arm, he also got harder and harder, gradually oozing out a trace of blood. Kim Yu, he looked on in pain and reminded, "Master, your arm." Chun Feng shook his head. "Don't get distracted. Make sure you keep an eye on your senior sister's body. Don't let her crook." As the qi and blood followed the traveling route of the heavenly crippling foot, it continuously impacted the broken meridians and gradually formed new qi and blood running channels. It was just that with each impact, a shiver ran through Willow Vivian in pain. At the same time, the medicinal power from the medicinal bath was slowly integrated into her disabled legs, assisting in molding new meridians. Other side, after a day of investigation, Xiao Ruhan had to confess. But because of the provincial competition in 3 months, Xiao Ruhan's father carried it all, sentenced to 3 years. Plus, the Warlord Martial Arts Center posted bail. Xiao Ruhan and her mother left the martial arts guild without incident. As for Xia Himing, just like Lu Weiwei that day, he was left on the side of the road, unattended. It's a good thing Shahim isn't handicapped. It's just reduced to being an average person, but in some ways less than average. He returned to the War God Martial Arts Center in despair, only to be met with the War God Martial Arts Center does not raise invalids. Thrown out on the spot. After Xiao Ruhan returned to the War God Martial Hall, the hall master, Xiang Jingpeng, comforted him. Ruhan, you need to stop thinking about those things now. You have to hurry up your cultivation and strive to achieve good results in the provincial competition 3 months later. I remember you only know one palm technique. The attack is too one-dimensional. Our War God Martial Hall's technique hall has a lot of techniques. You can go back and pick another one that suits you to learn and increase your strength. Xiao Ruhan nodded in response. When she arrived at the Hall of Merits, the head of the Hall of Merits personally took her to select a merit technique and to introduce them one by one. This is the most powerful technique of our War God Martial School. It's called the Wind God Leg, and it's an Earth rank upper grade technique. In addition to it, there are also 3 Xian rank techniques. The level is low, but it's easy to cultivate and can raise your strength faster. And when one reaches a high level of martial arts realm, its power is not inferior to ordinary Earth-ranked techniques. Xiao Ruhan ultimately chose the Earth-ranked technique Wind God Leg. She had fought with Lu Weiwei and knew that this kung fu was very good. If it wasn't for his own higher realm and chi and blood, he wouldn't necessarily be able to win against Lu Weiwei. But seeing the internet rumors, the Dragonfall Palm that he had cultivated was a heavenly ranked technique. The Wind God's leg in his hand suddenly didn't smell good. In her heart, she couldn't help but remember that Qin Feng hadn't taught her that style. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but open her cell phone and watch the footage of herself and Qin Feng battling against each other. However, as soon as he opened his cell phone, he saw that the internet was flooded with people who wanted to worship Qin Feng. And one has become a clown. Foolish disciple. The big man at the summit doesn't want it, and jumps ship to a second-rate martial arts school. You don't learn heaven-ranked techniques, but you join a martial arts school that only has earth-ranked techniques? It's a fan operation or a fan confidence. Unfortunately, big brothers don't take on disciples easily, and I heard that the Yi family was rejected. Looking at a pop-up screen, Xiao Ruhan's heart gradually rose with endless remorse. Chapter 17 Remodeling the Meridians. The so-called Hall of Feats was actually an electronic reading room. Watch and learn, live and come every day. Xiao Ruhan first learned the line of the Wind God Leg and the first style of martial arts. Then it was time to get back to practicing slowly. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the supervisor of the Hall of Merit. According to the rules of the God of War Martial School, all martial arts techniques of the students of the martial arts school are owned by the martial arts school. Since you are now a member of the War God Martial School, you have to work together with the martial school. According to the regulations, that palm technique of yours shall also be included in the Hall of Merits for fellow disciples to learn. Xiao Ruhan was stunned. For a moment he froze on the spot. Seeing that Xiao Ruhan was silent, the supervisor continued. Xiao Ruhan, you don't just want to get the martial arts resources of the martial arts school, but are unwilling to do anything to pay for it, right? Xiao Ruhan hurriedly shook her head. I don't mean that. It's just that the copyright of this palm technique isn't mine, and I don't dare to leak it out easily. The supervisor of the Hall of Merit sneered and said, That's not what you said before in front of the whole internet. Didn't you say that the gongfu was yours and that Qin Feng stole it from you? I have to remind you that you signed a contract. According to the contract, all the students' martial arts techniques belong to the martial arts school. Otherwise, the breach of contract fee is very high. I'm afraid you can't afford it. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan finally realized that it wasn't herself that the God of War Martial School valued, but that palm technique. But it was too late. The contract has been signed. At this time, she could only pretend to be calm, and recorded all the 17 palm techniques she had learned, and the chi and bloodline of work recipes into a video, and handed it over to the supervisor of the Hall of Merit. The supervisor got it and then a reminder. Are you sure there's nothing missing? This is to be taken to the pavilion master and a group of coaching instructors for personal confirmation. Just in case if there's anything missing, they'll suspect you of hiding something and it won't be good to cause any misunderstandings. Xiao Ruhan understood the other party's meaning, but didn't dare to refute it. One could only clench his fists and grit his teeth. I'm sure there's nothing missing. The supervisor of the Hall of Merit smiled and nodded, saying amiably, "You go cultivate well, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the tutor that the martial arts school has arranged for you." Xiao Ruhan left with an ugly face. That supervisor immediately opened the video and began to study the 17 palms of Dragonfall. This is a heaven-grade technique. If old me learns it, won't my status be even higher in the future? However, he had only just watched for no more than a few minutes when Pavilion Master Xiang Jingpeng personally came to the Hall of Feats. "Did you get that palm technique?" The supervisor laughed. "After so many years of working together, you're still not comfortable with me doing my job." Xiang Jingpeng was delighted. The two of them immediately studied the 17 palms of Dragonfall. When Xiao Ruhan returned home, she saw her mother voice typing into her cell phone. "That Chun guy is a hypocrite. First they pretended to be good people, only to find out that the cure was too expensive, and now they don't want to spend the money. Probably already dropped someone into some ravine." Xiao Ruhan frowned. Right now she didn't want to hear anything about Chun Feng. At this time, he had just been taken away from the Dragonfall Palm by the God of War Martial School, and was in an irritable mood. Couldn't help but say to my mother, "Mom, will you stop looking for trouble? Beware of people suing you for libel." Mom was immediately upset. "I didn't do it for you. That Chen guy not only robbed you of your prize money, he also put your dad in jail. Does it just go away? I'm telling you, I'll be a ghost and I won't let him go." Then another frantic output into the phone. Xiao Ruhan returned to her room in annoyance and closed the door tightly. The entire group buried their heads under the covers. The mind kept asking itself why things had turned out this way. At this point in time, the internet is talking about Vivian Lu's release from the hospital. Why were you discharged from the hospital just after surgery, without even postoperative treatment? Why is he doing this? It's not like he's short of money, given his abilities. Yeah. So many people are rushing to give him money. Definitely they don't want to cure people. Maybe they want to make them beggars and ask for money on the streets. Not really, aren't you exaggerating a bit by saying that? Chun Feng as a recent favorite. His every move attracts the attention of countless people. This time, forcing Lu Weiwei to be discharged from the hospital naturally attracted the suspicion of countless people. It was light. Chun Feng was tired and sweating profusely. Having been busy all night, he finally allowed Lu Weiwei to complete the traveling route once in its entirety. Complete this one full grand cycle. Lu Weiwei couldn't hold on any longer and fainted on the spot. But this is enough. Chun Feng and Jin Yoshi carefully lifted Lu Weiwei onto the bed and personally dried the medicinal water on her body. Every now and then, Jin Yoshi peeked at Chun Feng, wanting to see if Master had peeked. Chun Feng didn't have the time to care about his disciples' petty thoughts. Willowvale held on through the most critical moments. But remodeling the meridians in both legs is no simple matter. It is necessary to run the gong for 72 consecutive hours without long interruptions in between. After Lu Weiwei fell asleep, Chun Feng continued to use his own qi and blood to continue to maintain the circumferential circulation within Lu Weiwei's body. Chun Feng knew that the process must have been extremely painful. The unconscious Lu Weiwei kept frowning tightly. The body still shudders from time to time. After Jin Yoshi helped her new senior sister cover up, she realized that Master's arm was actually still bleeding. She rushed to find gauze to help bandage her master, and asked heartily, "Master, does it hurt?" Chun Feng was speechless. "You say it hurts. Just wrap it up and forget about it. Hurry up and go buy me 2 cages of meat buns. I'll have 2 bowls of hoisin soup, and remember to put in some side dishes for me." Kim Yu he volunteered. "Master, I'll make you breakfast with my own hands." Chun Feng, "Don't. It's crunch time now. I don't have time to help you test the poison." Kim Yu he's baby fat little face immediately fell. Grumbling in anger, he went out to buy breakfast. As soon as Kim Yu he went out, she was stopped by a man at the door. "Hello. I'm from the Tendaway group and would like to meet Mr. Chun Feng." Kim Yo-hee frowned at the woman in front of her. Heavily made up, fragrant, and alluring. The few pieces of cloth on the body are a great display of glamour. "My master is too busy to bother with you." Kim Yu he turned around after saying that. In his mind he cursed, "Demonic. Definitely no good intentions. I'm not introducing master to you." The woman frowned at the departing Kim Yoshi and returned to a limousine, saying, "Young master, the other party is not giving you face at all." Inside the car, a richly dressed youth said indifferently. A mere 2 heaven-grade techniques, and you dare not give face to my way group. What an ignorance. Find out where he's coming from. The youth's voice was feminine and androgynous. The words spoken were murderous in every way. The woman nodded in response. If it weren't for the fact that there were more people staring at Chun Feng lately, maybe she'd already struck out and broken into the house to take it down. Chapter 18. Publication on the internet. In total, Jin Yoshi bought 5 cages of meat buns, 2 bowls of hoisin soup, and a cup of soy milk. Chun Feng ate 2 cages and she ate 3. Even though I eat a lot, I just don't gain any weight. Chun Feng guessed that it might have something to do with the technique it practiced. In particular, the requirements of this Rudraksh palm were too harsh. It must be cleared to truly master it. But it's better than this heaven's crippling kick. The heavenly crippling kick is really to practice this skill, you must break your leg first. The average person can't really practice. Compared to these 2 martial arts, the dragon subduing 18 palms that Xiao Ruhan had learned was relatively much simpler. It's just that you can only learn 17 styles at once, and 18 styles can only be learned if the first 17 styles are integrated. Chun Feng pressed his hand on Lu Weiwei's dantian while eating, using qi and blood to maintain the route of the heavenly crippling kick. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Weiwei gradually woke up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to feel a sharp pain in her legs. But one thing is different from before. He could feel his legs. You can even move your legs gently. You're awake. Hurry up and run the traveling route on your own. Remember to never get distracted. And the operation of the gong method cannot be interrupted. As long as you persist for 3 days, the meridians in your legs will be remodeled successfully. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but blush as she noticed that Chun Feng was helping her run her qi and blood. However, seeing the seriousness of Chun Feng's face, he also hurriedly put away his little thoughts. He began to mobilize his body's qi and blood on his own, running the line of the heavenly crippling foot. Just the pain in her legs made her break out in a cold sweat. Well, it was bearable, just a little torturous. Chun Feng helped Lu Weiwei run her qi and blood as he taught her the formulaic phrases of the heavenly crippling kick. It wasn't until Lu Weiwei had memorized the gongfu phrases that Chun Feng withdrew his gongfu. You run your own feats first. I'll go rest for a while. Remember that gongfu running must not stop. If anything happens, Yo-hee go and wake me up immediately. Kim Yo-hee nodded her head hastily. Chun Feng returned to his bedroom, and as soon as he lay down on the bed, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. There's no way around it, it's just too exhausting. The night before had been spent watching over Vivian Liu, who had undergone surgery. During the day, he experienced another big battle at the Martial Arts Guild. In the evening, he spent the whole night remodeling Lu Weiwei's meridians again. Until now, he hadn't slept for more than 2 full days. Only after Chun Feng left did Jin Yoshi say to Lu Weiwei, "Master didn't close his eyes last night until now for you. You can't learn from eldest sister and betray Master in the future. How sad Master would be otherwise." Lu Weiwei looked at the despondent Kim Yoshi, her heart filled with gratitude. Especially Kim Yohi's big dark circles under her eyes made her feel a little guilty. War God Martial Arts Center. A special purpose-built sports car, parked in front of the War God Martial Arts Center. Soon Pavilion Master Xiang Jingpeng personally went out to greet him. The woman who had conversed with Jin Yoshi in front of Chun Feng's house earlier said to Xiang Jingpeng, "I heard that Chun Feng's eldest disciple has joined your War God Martial School. Our Wei Xiao is very interested in that heaven stage martial technique. Name your price." Xiang Jingpeng said excitedly, "To be valued by Wei Xiao is to give face to our War God Martial Hall. How dare I make an offer? Consider it a gift from me to Wei Xiao." Xiang Jingpeng said as he pulled out a flash drive from his pocket. Although the heavenly ranking technique was precious, it was really nothing compared to these top-tier plutocrats, especially a behemoth like the Weiss Group. The family had inherited a few heaven-ranked techniques. There might even be legendary saint-ranked feats. The woman took the flash drive and then handed it to Weishaupt in the car. However, the feminine youth didn't even look at it and said directly, "A mere heaven stage technique is not yet in the eyes of the Wei family. Publish it all over the net. I'll let him know that the so-called heavenly rank technique is nothing more than that." Xiang Jingpeng excitedly sent away the people from Wei's group. In his mind, he was still thinking about how he was going to be able to hug the Weiss group's thighs with today's incident. However, in the evening, he saw a call from the head of the Hall of Merit. "Pavilion Master, something big has happened. The Dragonfall palm is now being released all over the internet. Xiang Jingpeng was shocked. What? Who did this? The main pipeline of the Hall of Feats. I don't know. Today this gong method, just the two of us have seen it, and it has not been publicized to other disciples for the time being. Could it be Xiao Ruhan? Or that Chen Feng? Xiang Jingpeng just wanted to go and ask Xiao Ruhan. In his heart, he suddenly remembered that he had given the gong fu to Wei group today. At this moment, he probably knew who had made the announcement. Xiao Ruhan and Chen Feng. Disclosing their martial arts techniques doesn't benefit themselves in any way, so they definitely wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Then there's only one possibility that the Weiss group did it. But why did they do it? Xiang Jingpeng couldn't figure it out. One can only be secretly depressed. It was so hard to get a heavenly rank technique, but as a result it was published all over the internet before it was even researched. The heart aches unspeakably. Once this kung fu became popular, it would be dismantled by all the major martial arts experts. Its strengths and weaknesses will be exposed. Even though it was a heaven rank technique, once it was familiarized by the opponent, its power would be greatly reduced. But it's impossible not to learn. At least it's a heaven rank technique. It was several times stronger than the lower ranked feats in the martial arts hall. Anyway, if you learn it, you can increase your strength. It's just strange to say that I've been watching it all day today. Froze and didn't practice. He blamed it all on the special nature of the heavenly ranked feats and didn't think much about it. Other side, Xiao Ruhan, who was drilling the wind god leg with difficulty, suddenly heard her mother shouting outside the door, "Ruhan, you silly child. Why are you posting your gong fu on the internet?" Xiao Ruhan was puzzled and opened the door to ask, "What's posted on the internet?" The mother immediately took the cell phone in her hand and handed it to her daughter. In the cell phone screen, it was the image of Xiao Ruhan practicing the first 17 stances of the 18 palms of the descending dragon. And while rehearsing, he also recites the mantra and explains the line of action. The video popped up with countless others thanking her. What a beautiful person. But does your master know if you do this? Good people live in peace. Great goodness of the female bodhisattva. Brothers, click on my avatar. I'm going to be practicing my dragon. I didn't expect that I would be able to come into contact with a heaven-ranked technique in my lifetime. Xiao Ruhan instantly turned pale. Isn't this the same gong method that he himself handed over to the war god martial school today? Why are they releasing it all over the internet? Xiao Ruhan knew that she was finished. 3 months later, even if he participated in the provincial competition, he was afraid that it would be difficult to get a good result. Once others have studied their martial arts routines thoroughly, she would then be at a disadvantage. Even opponents learn the dragon slap. Xiao Ruhan angrily dialed Xiang Jingping's phone and questioned, "Pavilion Master Xiang, why did you guys post my gong fu on the internet?" Xiang Jingpeng was also annoyed by this matter at this time. Hearing Xiao Ruhan's questioning, he nonchalantly rebuked, "What your feats? That's the war god martial school's kung fu. I suggest you take a good look at the contract if you have nothing else to do. It's not for you to dictate what the war god martial hall wants to do. I'm going to warn you once today. Next time you need to see your mentor about something, report it up the chain of command. How dare a tiny cadet approach the pavilion master directly? What a scandal. There are no rules. Doodle doodle." Listening to the busy tone of the phone, Xiao Ruhan froze on the spot. Tears of aggravation pooled in his eyes. Chapter 19, Weakness of the Feet. Lu Weiwei had been practicing the heavenly crippling kick. She could feel it gradually and clearly as her legs grew stronger. It was even stronger and stronger than before it was injured. One pair of paws in particular was on fire. She couldn't wait to get off the floor to walk and kick twice. But the fiery pain in her legs told her that it's best not to do anything rash yourself. Jin Yoshi helped Lu Weiwei wash up and fed the senior sister some rice. "Senior sister, if you have anything, feel free to talk to senior sister." Willow nodded gently. A small smile appeared as he looked at the young girl, who was probably younger than his own age. She could feel the simplicity and goodwill of Kim Yoshi. This kind of feeling was something she had never felt in the War God Martial Hall. When you're at the Warlord Martial Arts Center, everyone competes. The rules of the War God Martial Arts School are a final elimination system. Every quarter, the one with the slowest cultivation progress would be expelled from the martial arts school. And the person with the fastest cultivation progress will be given the best cultivation resources. This led to everyone practicing desperately. Everyone is a competitor. Jin Yoshi usually had to practice Rudraksh non-stop as well, and she had to practice enough for 8 hours a day. It's hard to be idle these days. Although she had to watch over Lu Weiwei, she couldn't disturb her cultivation. It's boring to sit around all the time. Just swipe up your own phone. Just brushing up and blushing. The hottest thing on the entire internet at the moment is one thing. Heavenly ranked feats. At the moment she was reading a title called The Female Bodhisattva Personally Demonstrates How to Cultivate the Heavenly Ranking Technique. In the video was none other than Xiao Ruhan, practicing the 18 palms of the descending dragon one move at a time. How can eldest sister make master's martial arts all public? Eldest sister is really too much. Kim Yu-hee was angry and anxious. She wanted to tell her master about it quickly. But thinking of how tired master was, he couldn't bear to disturb his rest. One can only do it on the sidelines. It was because of this whole internet exposure of the heavenly rank merit technique. The heat of the feud between Chun Feng and Xiao Ruhan took off once again. It even caught fire abroad. I'm really envious of Daxia. The heavenly rank feats can be published all over the net. This gong method is too cool. Practicing it to its great completion. It can even make the Eastern Golden Dragon appear. This gong method is just too suitable for me. I've decided to practice the Golden Dragon within a year. No wonder every time the world's #1 martial arts meeting is held, it's always great Xia on top. The next time may not be certain. The last world's #1 has migrated to our western continent. Chun Feng slept until the next morning. As soon as I woke up, I saw Kim Yu-hee come in front of me and blah 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 blah. Master, eldest sister has published your gongfu all over the internet. Chun Feng frowned and took the cell phone handed over by his second disciple. After seeing the video, some wondered why Xiao Ruhan had done that. What's in it for her? Even if it was to get back at himself, it would be of little use to do so. Not only did he know the 18 dragon subduing palms, but now he also knew the Rulai divine palm and the heavenly crippling kick. And the last slap of the 18th dragon subduing palm is the only one that he knows for the time being. Doing so will only ruin Xiao Ruhan. Chun Feng didn't bother too much about this matter. The most important thing at the moment was to first remodel Lu Weiwei's legs tendons. Lu Weiwei, who had been cultivating all night, with Chun Feng's help, finally fell asleep in exhaustion. Just feeling the palm on the dantian, his face flushed slightly. Finally, on the third day's time, Lu Weiwei's legs meridians were successfully remodeled. Hint, the meridians of both legs have been established, and martial arts moves can be taught. Chun Feng felt like the system wasn't a bit too hasty. It's been less than a week since Vivian Lu broke her leg. Now that you've just remodeled your meridians, you can teach martial arts moves? Still, Chun Feng asked tentatively, Weevil, do you feel like you can get out of bed and walk around now? Before Ryu Weiwei could answer, Kim Yoshi said, It's not that fast, master. I've heard you Daxia people say that it takes 100 days to heal from an injury. Lu Weiwei also felt as if Chun Feng was in too much of a hurry, though she felt like her legs didn't hurt as much now as they did before. But 5 days ago, his own leg was still comminuted. Is it too magical to stand up after 5 days? Still, the mind subconsciously curled its legs. Found it surprising that the legs could actually move. There was some pain, but it wasn't a pain of the bones, but a pain that came from the meridians. It was as if there was too much qi and blood in the meridians and there was some swelling and pain. Lu Weiwei stretched her legs a few times and realized she could actually move them. His heart was not free from excitement, so he said, I feel like I can try. Kim Yoshi covered her small mouth in shock. Is it really okay? Chun Feng left the room. Jin Yoshi helped Lu Weiwei get dressed. But Willow came without her clothes. Naturally, the original hospital gown could no longer be worn. Kim Yu-hee was a lowly type of compact girl, and her clothes were a bit small for Yu Weiwei. In the end, he could only find the original clothes left behind by Xiao Ruhan and temporarily put them on Lu Weiwei. It's just that the dress is a little small and strangles some of the grooves. During this period, Lu Weiwei and Jin Yoshi were horrified to find that the wound left by the previous crushing fracture was completely gone at this time. Not even a surgical wound. The skin was glistening and clean, not at all like it had been injured. It even looks more tender than before. Chun Feng returned to the room and watched as Lu Weiwei slowly sat up and placed her feet on the floor. With his and Kim Yohee's assistance, he slowly stood up. Wow, it's really cured. Master, you're amazing. Lu Weiwei also covered her mouth in excitement, and tears flowed out indisputably. Originally, on the day I was discharged from the hospital, When I heard that I was paralyzed in both legs, I didn't have any hope for myself. Later, when Chen Feng said he could cure her leg, she was only half-hearted. After all, with a comminuted fracture, there's nothing the hospital can do. But at this point, standing up again, there was an indescribable joy in my heart. Lu Weiwei excitedly hugged Chen Feng and cried, "Thank you. I had thought I was going to be disabled for the rest of my life." Chen Feng also revealed a smile and patted Lu Weiwei's back, saying, "Then you must learn martial arts from me from now on. No slacking off." "Aha!" Willow nodded as she sobbed. She started by moving around the yard. The legs recovered, but they were weak after a few steps and required a long rest to recover. But each day is getting better. There was one thing that kept Willow Vivian worried. Although her legs recovered quickly, she realized that she could no longer use the wind god leg. The reason for this was that the wind god leg's gong method ran, and once it reached the legs, it couldn't run on. The most essential parts of the wind god leg were in the legs, but at this time, the leg meridians were unable to run its technique. This meant that the wind god leg he had worked so hard to cultivate could no longer be used. To put it bluntly, one's martial arts skills are wasted. But she was content to be back on her feet. And living with Chen Feng and Jin Yoshi every day had the warmth of a home. In the future, as long as you live like this, it's not at all worse than the old days of practicing martial arts every day. It's just impossible to say you're not upset about losing your martial arts skills. Senior sister, I see why you're a bit unhappy these days. Seeing that Lu Weiwei has something on her mind, Jin Yoshi stalks her and finally asks why. Don't worry, senior sister. Master said he will teach you martial arts. A master's product is a masterpiece. It's definitely more powerful than your previous Gong Fu. Chapter 20, Rapid Progress. Kim Yu he has been very happy these past 2 days. This was because after Chen Feng had qi and blood, he could assist Jin Yoshi in opening her meridians. Finally opened another acupressure point yesterday. The speed is dozens of times faster than before. Moreover, her qi blood value, too, had reached 89 points, 11 points short of becoming a martial apprentice. Although the cultivation speed was much slower than the average person. But Kim Yu-hee is content. When she used to be in the stick, she was directly diagnosed as having extremely poor roots and bones, not suitable for cultivation. Later, for the sake of his dream of martial arts, he came to Daxia, where martial arts flourished the most. Lucky to meet Chen Feng. Nowadays, it was as if Jin Yoshi had already seen the day when she was about to become a supreme master. At this time, Chen Feng walked into the courtyard. Young he, no slacking off. Continue to cultivate your gongfu. Wei Wei, from today onwards, I'll teach you a new set of martial arts called Heaven's Crippling Kick. Heavenly Foot. Kim Yu he perked up her ears at the side, her heart unusually excited. Master is really amazing. He even knows martial arts on legs and feet. I knew it was impossible for Master to only know palm techniques. Lu Weiwei also curiously learned from Chen Feng. After all, in the past few days, through his cell phone, he had already read all the things about Chen Feng some time ago. The whole can only be described in one sentence. It's just so mysterious. A martial apprentice was actually able to refine 2 techniques to the peak of perfection. And it was still 2 heavenly ranked techniques. Now he was going to teach himself a martial art about feet. It seemed that before, this master had only demonstrated part of his strength as well. Chen Feng first demonstrated the movements of the first stance of the heavenly crippling kick and then said, "The heart mantra and line of action are what you were taught when you were healing your leg earlier. Nowadays you can get started quickly by practicing your martial arts moves. The gist of it is that with each kick, the heart must be in harmony with the qi in harmony with the intention, and the intention in harmony with the force." After Chen Feng's teaching, along with the mental mantra and line of action had long been skillful. It only took Lu Weiwei 2 days to learn the 9 styles of heavenly disability. Reach the realm of the beginner. At the same time, Chen Feng also received a system prompt. Apprentice learns the heavenly crippling kick and completes the master-teacher achievement. Master's heavenly crippling foot realm is raised to the realm of heavenly unity. At this moment, Chen Feng only wanted to say that practicing martial arts wasn't that difficult. It's really just a matter of having hands. After Lu Weiwei learned the heavenly crippling kick, she obviously felt stronger than before. The heavenly crippling kick had only just been introduced, and its power was comparable to the wind god's leg, which had been slightly accomplished before the injury. Lu Weiwei was combining Chen Feng's previous deeds to make a bold guess. This martial arts technique of his own was most likely a heavenly rank technique as well. There's just a little problem at the moment. It could be that the leg's meridians haven't fully grown in yet. Every time after using the heavenly crippling kick, his legs would be so weak that he couldn't even stand. It was good that Chun Feng and Jin Yoshi were there to support them every time. She hardly ever falls. Master, the martial art you taught me, is it a heavenly ranked art? Chun Feng didn't know what level, and the system didn't say anyway. It can only be said vaguely. Maybe, Master doesn't know much about feat levels. Chun Feng now had 100 points of chi and blood, and teaching his disciples wasn't like before, when he could only put up an empty show. Nowadays, you can also practice with your apprentice. With his own realm of celestial unity, it took him less than a week to bring Lu Weiwei's proficiency to the second realm of martial arts proficiency. Weiwei, I feel that with your current state, you still have a good chance of getting a place in the provincial competition in 2 months. Only after hearing Chun Feng say this did Lu Weiwei remember that 2 months later, it would be the provincial martial apprentice competition. Originally, she had forgotten all about it. He himself was second in the municipal competition, and the top 10 at the municipal level were all eligible for the provincial competition. Originally, if he had been crippled, the entry place would have been deferred, allowing the 11th place to be filled. But nowadays, one will be on the field again. And this time, she might even run into Xiao Ruhan. With the daily accompaniment of Chun Feng practicing at the realm of celestial unity, Lu Weiwei's progress was nothing short of miraculous. It's just that the heavenly crippling kick is too powerful. Make a full stance and your legs will be weak and disengaged. After careful study, Chun Feng realized that there really wasn't any good way. After all, the time it took to remodel the meridians in both legs was too short. It takes years and years to grow accustomed to it. It's still a little too early to start the real thing today. Other side. Xiao Ruhan, however, found a fact that was hard to accept. Those martial arts from the War God Martial School, no matter how she learned them, her cultivation speed was extremely slow. The Wind God leg had been practiced for a month, and it hadn't even been introduced, let alone actual combat. She looked at the mentor assigned to her by the War God Martial Hall and asked in confusion, Master, why is it that I haven't learned the Wind God leg after practicing for a month? That tutor was also surprised. It shouldn't. With your talent that's even stronger than Lu Weiwei's, you should learn quickly. Back when Lu Weiwei learned the Wind God leg, it only took 3 days to get started. 3 days. Xiao Ruhan was shocked. A feat that one's own underdogs had only used for 3 days to get started. I can't believe I didn't learn it myself in a month. Could it be that I'm not cut out for legwork? So she had to replace it with a Shen level technique of a much lower grade. And this time it's a special selection of boxing. And yet it remains so. Half a month had passed and this Shen rank fist technique still hadn't been introduced. So another Shen rank sword technique was exchanged. The results remained the same. She tried to continue practicing the Dragonfall Palm, and the technique still ran smoothly and cultivated freely. Once it was replaced with another gong method. Running the gong method was extremely arduous and intermittent, and it was difficult to maintain even one small circumference of practice. I wasted 2 months and didn't learn anything. Once again, she found her mentor and said, Master, why is it so difficult for me to even get started with Shen rank techniques? This time the mentor didn't have the same good temper as before. You ask me. Who am I asking? You can't come to me every time. There are so many students in the God of War Martial Arts Center. If every one of them were like you, asking questions every day, how many teachers and coaches would have to die of exhaustion? I'd advise you to go to the hospital and find out if there's something wrong with you. Also, from now on, you're only allowed to see me once a month. It's not like I'm your personal tutor. Of course, you can get special treatment too. Just stay here tonight and I'll teach you well, he said with a bad smile on his face. Xiao Ruhan's face was ugly. Exasperated, he turned away. The God of War Martial School was too different from what she had imagined. The so-called mentor was okay at first. Since she would be competing on behalf of the War God Martial Hall 3 months later, she could still enjoy some special treatment. But gradually, the tutor became impatient when he had more questions, plus almost no progress in his martial arts. Even the coaches she practiced against daily were not honest with their hands and feet. This was something she had never experienced when she was studying with Chun Feng. Chapter 21. The palm technique is fake. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but think. In the past, Chun Feng would patiently answer whatever questions he had. Even if Chun Feng didn't have a chi and blood value, he would still accompany her throughout the day, guiding out the inaccuracies in the martial arts stances. Yet no one at the advanced martial arts school of his dreams was available to answer his questions or tell him precisely what was wrong with him at all hours of the day and night. Ask yourself and you'll still be annoyed. Even these beasts, they even tried to do that nasty thing to her. It's a moment that doesn't know why. Xiao Ruhan surprisingly misses a little bit. That small suburban courtyard where she was once tired of staying. Eventually cornered, she chose to check out the hospital. First determine if there is a physical problem. Just make sure that there is nothing physically wrong. Then something else must be wrong. Soon the results of the examination came out. The senior expert took the medical report and said with some surprise, "You're in a strange situation, and it's the first time I've encountered you in this situation in my 50 years of practice." Xiao Ruhan was shocked that something was really wrong with her body. She asked hastily, "Doctor, what is wrong with my body?" That doctor looked at the medical report and said cautiously, "If the check is correct, you should be a martial apprentice with a qi and blood value of 181. Xiao Ruhan immediately nodded her head and confirmed, "That's right, I am indeed a martial apprentice. A while ago the qi and blood value was 179. Now it's 181, which is normal." The doctor frowned. "Then this is strange. According to the medical report, your roots and bones just aren't suitable for martial arts training. In particular, the meridians in both arms are thick, yet heavily blocked. One shouldn't be at this age and cultivate such a high qi and blood value." Xiao Ruhan was stunned. This time, the diagnosis was surprisingly exactly the same as the diagnosis given the year he awakened his root bones at the age of 18. Nothing had changed except that he was now a martial arts disciple himself. At this time, an idea popped up in Xiao Ruhan's mind. Could it be that I'm only fit to cultivate the technique that Chun Feng taught me? In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. The provincial competition is about to begin. It was just that Chun Feng was under a bit of pressure nowadays. Repayment calls, daily. The bank card has long since bottomed out. Even the money for the daily meal was padded by the help of Kim Yu-hee, the disciple. Lu Weiwei also learns from Jin Yoshi why Master is in such a predicament. The heart is filled with gratitude and guilt. She didn't expect that Chun Feng would carry a loan of several $1,000,000 for himself. Instead, her own relatives and her last master were unwilling to pay for even the most basic of surgeries. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely achieve a good ranking this time. I'll take the pressure off you with the bonus." Chun Feng smiled faintly. "Don't try to be brave. Do what you can, and don't hurt your leg. Don't you forget. But there are tons of people that want to give money to Master." These nearly 3 months had been guided by Chun Feng's experience of celestial and human unity. Lu Weiwei's heavenly crippling kick had already reached the 3rd realm of martial arts, a small achievement. Chun Feng didn't know if he could take first place, but the top 10 in the province should be fine. The prizes for the provincial competitions are even richer. Even the 10th place has a $100,000 bonus, and for every place up, the bonus is increased by another $100,000. And so on and so forth, with a $1,000,000 prize for first place. The only thing that made Chun Feng lack confidence was that Lu Weiwei's leg, for the time being, had difficulty with the power of the heavenly crippling kick. Once you use it for more than 2 feet in a row, you will be completely disengaged. Can't even stand. Before the match, in order for Vivian Lu to stay in the best shape, Chun Feng deliberately went to buy a wheelchair. Tried to take the load off her legs. It's easy to get the wrong idea about being in a wheelchair, though. But in order to get a good ranking and pay off the debt for the master, Vivian Lu honestly sits in a wheelchair to reduce leg fatigue. At the same time, a big thing happened in those 3 months. After Xiao Ruhan knew her situation, she no longer clung to other feats. She used all of her mind on the 17 palms of Dragonfall. But nowadays, the 17 palms of the descending dragon are spreading like wildfire all over the internet, and they're rotten to the core. And there was still a style of dragon falling 18 palms that he hadn't learned. It was like 2 thorns in her side. But there's good news. Other than her, the others didn't seem to be doing well in cultivating the Dragonfall palm. In these nearly 3 months, it was rumored that there was only one person in the entire network who had cultivated the Dragonfall palm to the introductory level. And you've only learned the 15th style. As for the others, there isn't even an introductory one. It was even ridiculed by foreign netizens. I told you, heavenly rank techniques, how can they just be spread on the internet? That's how the people of Daxia are. Disgustingly hypocritical. It must have been put on the internet on purpose to influence other people's cultivation. This isn't a heaven stage technique at all. It's not even on the same level as the true heaven stage technique I cultivate. At this moment, Xiang Jingpeng called Xiao Ruhan over because of this matter. Xiao Ruhan, you tell me honestly, that dragon bucking palm, are you hiding something? Even if it's a heaven-rank technique, it's not possible for the entire network to fail to practice it. You signed a contract with the martial arts school. If you dare to hide it, you are going to have to pay sky-high liquidated damages. Xiang Jingpeng was called by Wei's group to question him because of this incident. Suspect that the feats he gave were fake or incomplete. It was almost so scary that my heart jumped out of my throat. The Wei clan was not something they could offend at the War God Martial Arts School. Now I'm offended instead of hugging you. Thinking of this, Xiang Jingpeng was furious. Xiao Ruhan frowned. I'm not hiding anything. It's just that the gong method is special and difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. Xiang Jingpeng snorted. You take me for a cutie? It is difficult for the average person to cultivate. Are the billions of people around the globe average? Just you and that Chun Feng of yours are not ordinary people. Xiao Ruhan knew that others would definitely not believe it. She just had to get her medical report out. Here's my medical report. I can only cultivate this set of techniques. I can't cultivate any of the other techniques within the War God Martial Hall. Whether it's Earth rank techniques or Xian rank techniques, I've tried them all. Xiang Jingpeng received Xiao Ruhan's medical report. It was discovered that Xiao Ruhan's root and bone ratings were extremely poor and not suitable for practicing martial arts. To determine authenticity, he also called the hospital to make inquiries. It was confirmed that this medical report turned out to be true. Xiang Jingpeng will be skeptical. Let Xiao Ruhan go for now. He decided to keep an eye on Xiao Ruhan, or find a chance to see if you can get some information from Chun Feng. Just because of this matter of descending dragon's 18 palms, Chun Feng was once again on the hot search. Master, a lot of people on the internet are asking you if the dragon subduing palm that was exposed is real. Kim Yu he looked at her cell phone excitedly. During this time, she secretly signed up for a doujinshi account. ID name, Big Sister of the Chosen Martial Arts School. Usually film yourself and Chun Feng practicing martial arts. It's also kind of rubbed off on the master's popularity, and the fans have reached over 100,000 fans. But most of them went for Kim Yu-hee's face. Although many people thought that Chun Feng was a fake, the netizens were still immersed. That master who struck 18 golden dragons with a wave of his hand. And Kim Yu-hee is filming all of Chun Feng's daily life. Either he was cooking or instructing her in martial arts. There was no mastery, just like a big brother next door. Chapter 22. Shyness in the Bag. Chun Feng didn't know why other people couldn't learn the Dragonfall 18 palms. Because I didn't learn it myself. I got all my realms from the system. Hell if I know why you guys can't practice. However, Chun Feng guessed that it might be because the Gongfu was too special. After all, with all these feats, the system has to look for a long time and match 100% before they can be practiced. It would be a hell of a thing if just anyone could practice it. Finding an apprentice on your own wouldn't be such a hassle. When Chun Feng saw the video of netizens learning the 18 palms of the descending dragon, he couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth, smile and shake his head. The people who punked me are going to be disappointed now. Because of the full internet exposure of Dragonfall, coupled with the failure of major rich kids to worship. Few people come back to worship nowadays. This also saved Chun Feng a lot of work. Just looking at that large amount of money, Chun Feng is genuinely moving on. Unfortunately, none of them were matched by the system. Honestly, Chun Feng had once thought about it. To snub a rich apprentice or not. Let's collect the tuition fees first and solve the immediate economic crisis. In the future, when the disciple fails to practice martial arts, he dumps the pot and says that the other person is not well qualified. But just think about it. Chun Feng's noble character does not allow himself to do such a lack of virtue. You can't really do things like pitfalls on your own. Even if it's okay to pit some money, it's a bit unconscionable to delay someone's martial arts future. It seems that we can only hope that Lu Weiwei will get a good score. Use the tournament prize money and ease the pressure on the loan. Provincial Martial Arts Competition. Chun Feng arrived at the provincial capital 3 days early. The big hotels around the provincial capital are almost all booked. Of course, even if there were empty rooms, Chun Feng couldn't afford to stay there for the time being. Looking at the prices on the cell phone group buying app, which were up to thousands of dollars a night, he couldn't help but sigh. Chun Feng awkwardly said to his 2 disciples, "There are too many people around the gym. It must be very noisy at night and it tends to affect rest. Let's just find a quiet place to stay. Both apprentices nodded obediently. In fact, they all know in their hearts that the master is shy. But both were playing dumb, trying to protect the master's face. Chun Feng looked at his remaining borrowing limit. Had to book one hard, $50 a night for a king room. And it's more than 10 kilometers away from the stadium. It was dark by the time we got to that hotel. The boss's wife looked at Chun Feng with some playful eyes. This young man, he's not simple. After the three of them entered the room, Chun Feng first made a floor bed for himself and let the two disciples sleep on the bed. Kim Yu, he was heartbroken. Master, will the ground be too cold? Why don't you come up too? The three of us can still squeeze in. Lu Weiwei blushed and silently said nothing. She was having mixed feelings right now. And it was kind of weird, like a little panicked and a little excited and a bit of a brainstorm. Chun Feng decisively refused in order to avoid suspicion. However, this hotel was not as quiet as Chun Feng had said. Master, this inn is so noisy. Is someone fighting? Why does the voice sound weird? Chun Feng said awkwardly. The room on the left is probably working on the wall, and the room on the right is supposed to be working on the bed. Don't get any ideas. Just go to sleep. We also have to go to the gym tomorrow to familiarize ourselves with the environment, as well as pick up our participation number plates. Forcing a wave of explanations, Chun Feng thought about whether or not he should change hotels tomorrow. For hitting the ground running. Chun Feng could still faintly hear the sounds downstairs and couldn't help but curse. 1 or 2. It's not over yet, is it? Can't you keep the action and sound down? Lu Weiwei blushed and tossed and turned, just couldn't sleep. On the contrary, Kim Yu, he was sleeping soundly. Every now and then he grinds his teeth and talks in his sleep. Just then, Lu Weiwei suddenly heard the sound of getting up, by the light of the street lamp coming through the window. Seeing Chun Feng slowly stand up and walk over to their bedside, Lu Weiwei was so scared that she couldn't breathe. This? Me? What to do? Am I going to pretend to be asleep all the time? If he's... Lu Weiwei narrowed her eyes and looked at Chun Feng's outstretched hand, her heartbeat instantly doubling. It felt like the heart could jump out of my throat the next moment. Who knows? But he heard Chun Feng faintly say, "What a pain in the ass." The covers are kicked to the floor. It was then seen that Chun Feng pulled up half of the quilt that had fallen to the ground and helped Jin Yoshi cover it up, then returned to sleep. It waited until Chun Feng lay down. It was only then that Willow Vivian covered her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. I had just been so nervous that I realized a layer of sweat had broken out on my body at that moment. The next day, the provincial stadium, gathering the top 10 strongest players from all cities in the province. They all came to collect their number plates and familiarize themselves with the venue and check out the rules before the tournament. Chun Feng had only seen provincial competitions online before, but it's not very clear about the race and some of the rules. The good thing is that the rules for provincial competitions are the same as for municipal competitions. Yo, I say, who is this? Are you here to see my Ruhan compete? Surname Chun. Let me tell you, Ruhan and you are no longer related. Xiao Ruhan also didn't expect to meet Chun Feng here. Logically speaking, Chun Feng shouldn't be here. Even if you want to watch a provincial game, you can watch it at home on your TV or with your computer. Usually only locals or family and friends of the participants come to watch the game live. Could it be that Chun Feng came to watch my match on purpose? Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but have this thought pop up in her mind. The heart is even a little touched. Chun Feng frowned, not expecting to encounter Xiao Ruhan mother and daughter while standing in line. To be honest, he really didn't want to bother with these two people. So they pretended not to see it and didn't say a word. Save yourself the aggravation of talking about it. He didn't want to get involved with an unqualified shrew, tossing her mouth around in public. However, while Chun Feng could endure, his disciple could not. Jin Yoshi rolled her eyes and glanced at Xiao Ruhan's mother and daughter and said irritably, "Who's going to watch you guys? We're here to compete too." Xiao Ruhan's mother immediately mocked. "Ha! What a load! Without my daughter, what is your trashy martial arts school going to compete with?" Kim Yu, he immediately retorted. "Who says we can't compete? My senior sister was the second place winner in the city last time, so of course she's qualified to compete." Sister. Xiao Ruhan was surprised. Soon she realized that Kim Yohee was pushing a wheelchair. Willowvale. Xiao Ruhan was stunned. Could it be that Willow Vivi is still going to compete? But didn't I waste her legs already? Xiao Ruhan's mother, at this time also found Lu Weiwei in the wheelchair. Immediately mocked. Ouch! I thought that was someone. Isn't this my daughter's underdog? All in a wheelchair and still trying to compete. This is ridiculous. So don't you guys disgrace the Jiangcheng City martial arts community. Without my Ruhan, that Thai martial arts school of yours is a joke. Chapter 23, Grievance. The quarrel between the two immediately drew the attention of the others. At this time, a youth beside Xiao Ruhan stood out, stared at Lu Weiwei, and questioned, Willow Vivian, your legs are paralyzed. Do you still want to compete? This person was none other than the 11th place winner of the Jiangxing City Martial Apprentice Competition and also a student of the War God Martial School. Originally, Vivian Lu was unable to compete, and he would have filled in for the slot according to the rules of the competition. But if Lu Weiwei still wants to compete, then his spot is gone. The opportunity to participate in the provincial competition was certainly not something he wanted to pass up. You won't get the title, but it's good to show your face. Maybe a top 30 or top 20 in the province. At the same time, a leading tutor from the War God Martial School looked at Lu Weiwei and said, Lu Weiwei, is it because the War God Martial School expelled you that you want to use this method to stop the War God Martial School students from competing? I'm warning you, this kind of malicious sabotage of the tournament is punishable by the Martial Arts Guild. When Lu Weiwei saw Xiao Ruhan, her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of the competition that day. At this time, he also said coldly, I'm no longer a member of the War God Martial School, and I don't need you guys to care about my affairs. Xiao Ruhan, I want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met such a good master as Chen Feng. Jin Yoshi also looked at Xiao Ruhan proudly at this time and said, Now I'm the senior sister of the Heaven's Choice Martial School. I will take good care of my senior sister. Xiao Ruhan looked at Lu Weiwei and then at Chen Feng. And according to some time ago, the internet about Chen Feng's deeds. She knew that Lu Weiwei's leg was also cured at Chen Feng's expense. I just don't know why I was suddenly discharged later. She never expected Chen Feng to take Lu Weiwei as his disciple. Could it be that Chen Feng is trying to get back at me? That's why I took my nemesis as a disciple. Xiao Ruhan didn't know why, but once again, her heart was jealous of Lu Weiwei. She looked at Lu Weiwei and coldly said, If you do enter the tournament, I hope you don't draw me in the lottery. I still won't show any mercy this time. Lu Weiwei also stared dead at Xiao Ruhan and said, Me too. Xiao Ruhan snorted coldly. Underdogs don't know what they're doing. After that, he went to the other side of the line. Xiao Ruhan's mother was busy following her daughter, not forgetting to taunt as she walked away. Surname Chun is really ridiculous to accept a paralyzed man as a disciple. Still presuming to participate in provincial competitions, it's really not embarrassing. After the mother-daughter duo left, a few people from the God of War Martial Hall also put down harsh words. A piece of trash that the War God Martial School doesn't want. Really giving face. We're going to the Martial Arts Guild to report them. Chen Feng wasn't afraid of them reporting it. The big deal was to let Vivian Lu stand up and show what she could do. Proof of eligibility to compete. And after all this teaching, Chen Feng compared it to Xiao Ruhan back then. It felt like Lu Weiwei's state at this moment should be on par with Xiao Ruhan. Top 10 in the provincial competition shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't long before Chen Feng's cell phone rang. Unsurprisingly, it was a call from the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild. The person who called was none other than Yang Honghu. Hello? I'm Yang Honghu from the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild. Is this Mr. Chen Feng? Chen Feng. Yes. We received a report that your disciple, Lu Weiwei, is forcibly occupying a spot in the provincial competition in order to retaliate against the God of War Martial Arts School. Chen Feng, President Yang, don't worry. Lu Weiwei's leg has recovered and is fully capable of participating in the competition. Yang Honghu was surprised. As the branch president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild, with regards to a wunderkind like Chen Feng, he had done a detailed investigation afterward. Regarding the matter of Lu Weiwei, who had her legs ruined by Chen Feng's first disciple, Xiao Ruhan, naturally, she also knew something about it. And they have investigated Lu Weiwei's medical history. Multiple comminuted fractures of both legs. All the meridians are broken. Adding to that, the technique that Lu Weiwei cultivated was the Wind God leg from the War God Martial School, a martial art that relied entirely on the legs. Therefore, it could be judged that Lu Weiwei's martial arts path was considered completely ruined. At this time, Chen Feng unexpectedly swore that Lu Weiwei's legs had recovered and that she would be able to participate in the provincial competition. The commission is a bit ridiculous. 3 months. Not to mention whether or not the crushed and fractured leg could be healed. Even if it was healed, would it be possible to use the wind god leg again? But for some reason, Yang Honghu inexplicably believed Chen Feng's words. All right, Mr. Chen. I'll investigate the medical examination records of the competition when the time comes. If the physical stats aren't up to par, I'll just disqualify her from the competition. After all, it's about Jiangxing Budo's ranking in the province. Chen Feng returned. No problem. Soon Chen Feng finished the formalities and began to bring Lu Weiwei to participate in the pre-game physical examination. Pitiful race. The pre-game medical exam fee is $2,000. Young Shi, in the future, Master will definitely return it to you. Chen Feng had no choice but to be cheeky and let his disciple pad first.
Kim Yohe similet çekili.
No, my money is Master's money. Willow said. I'm the one who has to pay back the money, which was supposed to be paid by me. To be honest, she really envied the relationship between Jin Yoshi and Chen Feng. Warmth, purity, and a strong sense of mutual love. Soon the results of the medical examination came out. When she saw the results of the physical examination, Lu Weiwei opened her mouth wide in shock. The column with the qi and blood values is labeled qi and blood 187, qualified. During the physical examination for the municipal tournament, one's qi and blood was only 163 points. In these 3 months, it was surprising that a full 24 points of qi blood had grown. It is a godsend. Originally, he thought that he had severely injured his leg, and even if he recovered, his qi and blood might still drop. Who knew it would go up instead of down? At the same time, the Jiangxing City Martial Arts Guild. Yang Honghu received a message from the provincial pre-game medical examination department. Seeing Lu Weiwei's physical state, Yang Honghu immediately stood up in shock. Not only are your legs intact, but your blood value has increased by 24 points from last time. How is this possible? The previous information said that Lu Weiwei's leg, which was completely paralyzed, could not be treated. The result was not only a cure, but also a surge in cultivation. Chen Feng. It must have something to do with this Chen Feng. Yang Honghu was now more and more interested in Chen Feng. It was decided that he would move in a while and personally go to the provincial capital to see how Lu Weiwei behaved. He had a feeling that Lu Weiwei might have learned Chen Feng's martial arts techniques as well. Those 2 sets of heaven rank palm techniques, I don't know which set Lu Weiwei learned. I hope it's that set of feats related to the great Buddha. Yang Honghu had also studied deeply about the set of gongfu that was suspected to be called the dragon subduing palm. The martial arts moves were all fine. It was the feats that went along with the moves that were extremely difficult to cultivate. He also wondered if the online gongfu was a fake. At that rate, I'm afraid it would take 100 years for him to practice the dragon surrender palm. But there is a real wizard on the internet who has practiced the dragon slam. It was just that the speed of cultivation couldn't be compared to Xiao Ruhan. Chapter 24 Extinction of the 3 Realms. War God Martial Arts Center. The trainees who were originally substitutes quickly received a reply from the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild. It has been verified that Vivian Liu fully meets the criteria for participation. What? The cadet immediately cursed angrily. Shady. Definitely shady. It's amazing that people are in wheelchairs and have disabled legs and still meet the criteria. Do these martial arts guild rice buckets know the real situation or not? Seeing his violent anger, the tutors around him and Xiao Ruhan also felt strange. By the book. Lu Weiwei was like that, the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild, for the sake of Jiangxing's provincial and national rankings, should have disqualified her. Xiao Ruhan's mother helped from the sidelines. That surname Chun is insidious. Maybe he's slipping money to people privately. Why else would they let a paralyzed man compete and not even let you compete? If this is not shady, I don't believe it for a million years. I'll see. It's best to expose them on the internet so that everyone can comment. After she added fuel to the fire, that war god Martial Hall student became even more indignant. Immediately take out your phone and start editing the copy. The level of proficiency is such that one can see that one is usually an advanced keyboard warrior. He started with a post on his self-published media. Provincial competition shady. Rather have the disabled compete than have others substitute for them. This article is just a seed. Then immediately run under someone else's account and comment this copy up. By the way, on those videos that were the hottest of Chun Feng's previous videos, he posted pop-ups on this matter. And the hottest thing today is the provincial competition. The tournament has not yet begun. The major live broadcasts have already begun all kinds of speculation and explanation. Even advanced guessing on the race standings and which city will finish first. Among the martial apprentice level competitions, Zhangcheng Xiao Ruhan was still the favorite. Or rather, the first place finisher in each city is a favorite. There was much speculation as to what place these people could get at the provincial competition. Soon there was a big brother in these live rooms. First, he swiped a sports car, and the anchor was thanking Big Brother when he saw him report a big melon. Provincial competition shady. The Jiangqing City Martial Arts Guild would rather let the disabled compete than have anyone else stand in for them. And it is suspected that it has something to do with the martial arts disciple who reached the top of the heap some time ago. It had to be said that this war god martial hall student was also a good hand at rumor mongering. Soon this melon, it was on fire in various live broadcasts. The other side. Chun Feng was still unaware that his own heat on the internet had begun to gradually heat up again. You two wait here for me. I'll go inside and draw lots for Wei Wei. Chun Feng walked into the drawing hall and helped his disciple line up to draw the sign for the first match tomorrow. Because the hall was so crowded. Jin Yoshi then pushed the wheelchair and came outside with Lu Wei Wei. However, just as she reached the door, Kim Yu he was knocked to the ground. It was a black youth with exaggerated muscles that looked like they were about to explode. The block is a whole lot bigger than average. Willow Vivian couldn't think of anything else. Hurriedly, she stood up from the wheelchair and went to pick up Kim Yoshi. Kim Yu he painfully rubbed somewhere that hurt from the fall. The young black man, however, continued on as if nothing had happened, with the people around him.
Kim Yo-hee shouted angrily.
Why are you people so uneducated? When Lu Weiwei looked at those people, she was surprised to find that the clothes on the other side were all the symbols of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. A huge golden fist. The Divine Fist Martial Arts School is ranked number 1 in Province H. The overall grade is much higher than the Warlord Martial Arts Center. The Warlord Martial Arts Center's provincial ranking is 6th. I just didn't realize that the Divine Fist Martial Arts School even took in foreign students. Hearing someone call themselves unqualified, those people turned back to Kim Yu-hee and taunted. Kane, that pretty girl called you out on your lack of quality. The black youth hemmed and hawed. No indeed. I just hit her on purpose. Hearing the other party's words, Kim Yoshi angrily said, You scum. When a few people heard this, not only did they not get angry, they laughed. Kane even went straight to Kim Yoshi and said, Baby, would you like to come sit at my house for a while tonight? Said hand went towards Kim Yu-hee's cheek. Kim Yu-hee immediately dodged in fear. However, the other party obviously knew martial arts and didn't give her a chance to dodge at all. Lu Weiwei didn't expect the other party to be so reckless. In the heat of the moment, he stepped right in to stop it. Seeing Lu Weiwei strike, Kane smiled disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, he opened Lu Weiwei's hand. Snap! Lu Weiwei only felt her palms instantly numb, followed by pain into her bones. She covered her palm in pain and saw Kane continue to grab at Kim Yu-hee. Lu Weiwei reacted. Since she was from the Divine Fist Martial Arts School, her kung fu naturally wouldn't be too bad. So no longer holding back, he just kicked out. Still disdainful, Kane waved his hand toward the kick coming from Vivian Liu. This time, however, it was replaced with a sharp pain in his palm. The whole person was kicked back 5 steps in a row. Oh, damn woman! Kane couldn't help the tremor in his hand that had just been kicked. The ones following him were shocked. Kane, you were actually repelled by a woman. There's no mistaking it, you weren't overdrawn last night. Ha ha ha. It seems like the other party should be participants from other martial arts schools as well. Kane moved his palms like an angry Red Bull. To be defeated at the hands of a woman in public. Simply intolerable. He directly clenched his fist, rushed 5 quick steps, and punched Lu Weiwei. Powerful Vajra fist. A huge golden fist shadow came with a mighty pressure. As he did so, the few partners behind him immediately exclaimed, Kane, don't you dare make a scene. Lu Weiwei used to watch martial arts competitions all the time. As the number 1 ranked Divine Fist Martial Arts School in Province H, it was natural that it was often on TV. She knew that the Divine Fist Martial School's best move was the powerful Vajra fist. It was said to be an Earth Stage extreme grade technique. The combination of offense and defense is extremely powerful. Don't dare to be slow at this time. Straight away, he used the 9th stance of the Heavenly Crippling Kick. The three worlds are extinct. Instantly, a dark foot silhouette ruthlessly collided with the golden fist. This time, the two men each took a step back. Before the two could strike again, the security guard from the hall came directly between them. Fighting is forbidden here, or else all of them will be disqualified from the tournament and handed over to the Martial Arts Guild for detention. Jin Yoshi was busy pulling Lu Weiwei. It's my fault, let's get out of here. Never get master in trouble. Ryu Weiwei nodded, glanced at Kane, and left in the wheelchair with Kim Yoshi. Kane didn't dare to continue. After all, the security uncles here were all advanced martial artists to begin with, and he, a martial arts apprentice, was no match, and was just blown away by that woman too. Up until this point, his fist, which he had been so proud of, was still aching. He could feel his right fist and was afraid that one of his fingers had cracked a bone. What is that woman's origin, that she was able to take one of your punches? Yeah, looking at her, she doesn't look like she's hurt. Looks like we have an opponent for this provincial competition. I wonder how many seats we can take in the top 10. Provincial first, anyway, is definitely Kane's. Listening to the words of his brothers and sisters, Kane secretly rubbed his fists and revealed an ugly smile. First, just now, in a fit of pique, I didn't even get an advantage by using my full strength. Can I beat that woman? Maybe that woman. She's not a contestant this time. Chapter 25, reported again. Kim Yu he pushed Ryu Weiwei as soon as she came to the door. Just ask in a hurry. Vivi, are you hurt? That man looked very powerful. Willow shook her head. I'm not hurt. But that guy is really powerful. My strongest kick could only tie him. The master had said. The heavenly crippling foot belongs to the more extreme martial arts. All of the moves were only offensive and not defensive. It can be said to have extremely high attack power and zero defense. He himself had just used his strongest ninth stance, the Three Realms Extinction, but he was unable to defeat that black youth from the Divine Fist Martial School. It looks like there's no hope for the winner of this competition. I blame myself for not being able to get 2 kicks out of it at best by now. Maybe a few more kicks will break through the opponent's defense. Lu Weiwei sighed darkly. Chun Feng finished drawing the lots and found the 2 disciples, puzzled. What's wrong with you two? You don't seem too happy. Kim Yu he was busy saying. It's okay, master. Let's hurry back. Otherwise the bus is too crowded at night. However, before returning to the hotel, when Kim Yu he swiped her phone, she saw that master was on the hot search again. Master, are you a black inviting body? Chun Feng took his phone and saw that someone had actually questioned Lu Weiwei's eligibility to participate. The most exaggerated thing was to imply that the netizens, themselves, bribed the Budokai. No one should believe such a brain-dead rumor. The other side, Yang Honghu was unsurprisingly met with another complaint. And it's still a direct complaint to headquarters. He was also quite speechless. But headquarters didn't bother with such trivialities. Just let him handle it. Yang Honghu immediately gave orders to the people in the technical department under him. Find the person who spread the rumor, and bring the person back to me once the first day of provincial competition is over. These guys, there's no end to rumors day after day. The last time Chin Feng's matter had tossed him around enough. He had lost a lot of face in front of the group of old fellows from the Martial Arts Guild. Yang Honghu doesn't want to do it again. And every time when the martial arts competition was held, it was also the busiest day for the Martial Arts Guild. Yang Honghu is also going to personally lead a team to the provincial capital to assist in policing. Beware of unscrupulous organizations that prey on participants. After all, everyone who gets to compete at the provincial level. All are the future backbone of Daxia. Late night, somewhere on the outskirts of the holy city. This time the target is more specific. Although it's only a martial apprentice, the realm is extremely high. It's even capable of crossing over. Here's information on his last fight. Several men in black with tablets in their hands looked at the target profile. Soon several people were talking. I know this person. It's that hot martial apprentice from a while ago. Martial apprentice level Qi and blood. Yet Gongfu proficiency has reached the 8th realm of martial arts, the peak. And it also possesses 2 heaven-ranked techniques. No wonder the group wants to catch this kid. Dealing with a single martial artist is such a strain. This time, with the 5 of us, we shouldn't have a problem. On the tablets of several people, the video of Chun Feng's fight was playing. After learning about the target person, the 5 men began to quickly formulate a plan. What the group leader means is that it must be taken alive. This kid doesn't know what's gotten into him. He's got 2 disciples with him, and he's staying at a hotel in the suburbs, just perfect for us to get our hands on. 2 of his disciples. One is in a wheelchair and the other seems to be an ordinary man. This time, the 4 of us martial artists, plus 1 senior martial artist will go out together, so there shouldn't be any accidents. But be careful and evacuate quickly if exposed. The 4 nodded in unison. This was the time when the Martial Arts Guild was checking most closely. Most of the people from the Martial Arts Guild, however, were concentrated in the area around the stadium. This is because most of the participants are staying around the venue. After all, in the next few days there will be a race every day, and it is really inconvenient to live too far away. If you get stuck in traffic on the way and are delayed, you may be straight out of the race. I don't know what this kid is thinking, living so far away and not being afraid of being late for the game. Didn't you read the information? He sleeps in a room with 2 apprentices. Hehehehe, you definitely need to find a remote place for this kind of thing. It's in the center of town. How bad would it be to be exposed? A few people talked and laughed and began to formulate a plan to kidnap Chen Feng. Stomping around, marking maps, checking out hotels, and recording Chun Feng's daily entry and exit times. Looks like a veteran, not the first time he's done this kind of thing. The second day of the provincial martial artist competition began. Chen Feng was still very professional as a tutor. Next match, contestants number 46 and number 107 get ready. Just after learning about Lu Weiwei's opponent, Chen Feng immediately opened the information in his cell phone. Vivi, the other guy is using a knife. You must be careful, and your chi and blood must wrap around your feet. Remember, you can only get 2 kicks out, it has to be quick. In case you are not defeated, just admit defeat. And don't worry excessively. I'll be watching from the sidelines. In case there's danger, I'll step in. Chen Feng kept making pre-match consolations, fearing that the last match with Xiao Ruhan had left a psychological shadow on Lu Weiwei. However, he judged from the information that this person should not be a match for his own disciple. Lu Weiwei's heart warmed as she felt her master's concern. This was something he had never experienced in the God of War Martial School. The instructors at the War God Martial Arts School only say one thing all day long. The God of War Martial School doesn't raise trash. It was soon Lu Weiwei's turn to go on stage. To keep her in shape, Kim Yu he keeps pushing the wheelchair until she gets to the ring. Then she lets her down. Go, senior sister. I'm sure you can. Willow nodded. Her opponent saw him in a wheelchair and wondered in his mind if he was going to use a concealed weapon. Just now they also looked up Lu Weiwei's information. But there's not much information on the profile. Only a second place in the municipal competition and a serious leg injury that is suspected to be crippling. For this tournament, I don't think I should be able to use my legs again. The man was very self-aware and knew that if Lu Weiwei's leg hadn't been injured, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat the Battle God Martial Arts School's masterstroke, the Wind God's leg, but not so much these days. He thought that Lu Weiwei might just be unwilling and forcefully wanting to participate in the provincial competition. After all, just because the martial apprentice level could participate in the provincial tournament didn't mean that the martial artist level still had that opportunity. For those of them, the opportunity to participate in this kind of competition might come once in a lifetime. Of course, most people don't even get a chance. It wasn't only his opponent who was paying attention to Lu Weiwei at this time. There was also a party of people from the War God Martial Arts Center. Xiao Ruhan looked on in death. She was curious to see where Lu Weiwei got the confidence to compete. And in the deepest part of his heart, he desperately wanted to know if the other party had also learned any feats from Chen Feng. The mother next to her scoffed at this point. To come to the competition in a wheelchair is really a disgrace to our city of Jiangqing. Those who don't know would think that we have no one left in Jiangqing City. I'd like to see how the surname Chen gets his disciple on stage. Shouldn't we carry it up with the wheelchair? Chapter 26 Second Kill. The War God Martial Hall's trainee who had failed as a replacement even opened the live stream at this time. To the few dozens of people on the air, he spat. Did the families see this? This is the guy who took my spot in the race. You guys say it's not ridiculous. I'm an outstanding student of the War God Martial School, but I have to watch a paralyzed man compete. What's even more ridiculous is that this Lu Weiwei is still the trash that was removed from our martial arts school. And that guy, that's Chen Feng who became famous a while ago, and Lu Weiwei is now his disciple. I don't know what method this person used to make the Jiangqing Martial Arts Guild sit back and do nothing. As he led the rhythm, the water friends in the broadcast room also warmed up. I've read about him. The war god martial school robbed him of his disciple, and he took in your named disciple. You two martial arts schools have quite the grudge. The tearing was fierce a while ago, and that Xiao Ruhan even exposed the palm technique. It seems like the surname Chun has definitely taken off, all capable of influencing the martial arts guild. Yang Honghu was backstage in the arena at the moment watching the ring. He wanted to see with his own eyes what Chen Feng had taught that Lu Weiwei in these 3 months. What kind of gong method was it that could make a disabled person who couldn't even be cured in a hospital not only stand up, but also have his qi and blood increase dramatically? When they reached the ring, Willow couldn't help but feel a little excited. I had thought to say goodbye to the ring and the martial arts forever. It's a good thing I met Master. I mustn't let him down. Adjusting her state, Lu Weiwei slowly stood up. Her opponent's eyes widened in surprise. I thought it was a comminuted fracture of both legs? I thought it was scrapped? 3 months and you're done? However, Xiao Ruhan was even more shocked than him. She was the one who personally wasted Lu Weiwei's legs. When that slap went down in the first place, the other party's leg had at least a few dozen fractures. The meridians must be broken too. It's amazing to be on your feet nowadays. I didn't think that surname Chun, adopted this little, could still walk. Ruhan, you still struck too lightly in the first place. Xiao Ruhan's mother muttered. She only wanted to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself. She didn't want to see Chen Feng shock the crowd. If you meet her again, Ruhan, you must waste her. I'd like to see what surname Chun has up his sleeve by then. The student from the War God Martial Hall also had a somewhat ugly face at this time, because the live stream pop-up floated up some banter. Didn't the anchor say people were paralyzed? Snapped, did it ever? Ha ha. You don't say. This Lu Weiwei is really pretty. The internet rumor that heaven-defying Chen Feng only accepts pretty disciples is indeed true. The War God Martial Hall's trainee said with some annoyance. It's normal to stand up for 3 months with a broken leg. But what's the point? After a 3-month delay, she's definitely not as strong as me now. The people on the live feeds talked about it as well. It feels like the anchor is a dead duck, but there's a bit of truth in what he's saying. It's too dangerous to go on stage with just the right leg. 3 months and the bones haven't grown yet, I guess. Don't break your leg later in the fight. It looks like Jiang Chang won't be ranked too high this time. Under the gazes of several people who were surprised, Lu Weiwei walked up to the ring. It's hard to avoid some tension in your mind. She was well aware that her leg had not fully recovered. 2 kicks at most at a time and you will run out of steam. And then it's going to be a long break. In other words, if you can't solve your opponent within 2 kicks, you've lost. Vivian Liu didn't want to lose, because the master is still in millions of dollars of debt for his own sake. No matter what, one must get the prize money. At worst, I'll take a 10th place. Lu Weiwei clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind. In the eyes of his rival, the girl in front of him was not only beautiful, but also imposing. Game on. The referee gave the order. The man immediately gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist with his hand. He decided to give his opponent a powerful batusai chop. Lu Weiwei didn't dare to slow down, much less delay. His own legs, even after standing for a long time, felt tired. Immediately condensed the strongest moves. Instantly, the whole body's qi and blood surged, following the line of the heavenly crippling foot and converging on the foot. Gradually, a blackened foot shadow appeared on the right foot. Willow Vivian powered up with both feet and charged straight at her opponent. The youth on the opposite side of the room gave a dark cry. Good timing. He took a step forward and was ready to draw his sword. In the next moment, only a dainty cry could be heard. 3 realms of extinction. At the same time behind that youth, the master's voice rang out. Get out of the way. The youth froze. Is that master's voice? Ducking? Why are you ducking out? It's too late to think about it. Instantly that kick was in front of him. Madaka, the taijutsu is sheathed, chopping at that kick. Then the knife broke. The youth was incredulous, and before he spat blood from his mouth and flew out, he was still thinking in his mind. Did master buy a fake sword? The youth's master and the referee, at the first opportunity, leapt into the ring and caught him, at the same time unloading the remaining force of Lu Weiwei's kick. Lu Weiwei stood frozen on the spot. That's the end of it? Although this was the second time he had used the heavenly crippling kick against someone. But the first time he fought against that black man from the God's Fist martial arts school, he had kicked himself with all his might, and it seemed that he hadn't caused any damage to his opponent. That's why Willow is still thinking about connecting with a leg kick, in the hope that she can defeat her opponent. Celebrate at this point, and be glad you didn't kick out a second time. Otherwise the youth might not be there. After reacting, Lu Weiwei hurriedly walked over to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't realize he was so. She paused, feeling less than polite, and hastily changed her sentence. I got carried away for a moment. I'm so sorry. The master of the other side checked the condition of his disciple. Good thing it was just a shocking kick with some internal injuries. And seeing how flustered Lu Weiwei was, it didn't look like a fake. Just nodding down at Lu Weiwei, he hurriedly took his disciple to treat his injuries. After all, it's only the first game. If we don't get treatment soon, the rest of the game it could get worse. Chun Feng also did not expect this to happen and also hurriedly ran to apologize with the other party's master. After all, it was a sparring match, not a life and death duel. It would be a bit much to cripple someone. I'm really sorry, my disciple isn't too proficient with the kung fu. I really didn't expect you guys to be so weak. Looking at the youth with blood coming out of his mouth and nose, he had a headache. This kick by his own disciple almost made someone else a sacrifice for this competition. Hearing Chun Feng's apology, the other master nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Simply deceptive. Compared to the embarrassment of Chun Feng's master and disciples, Xiao Ruhan, who was in the stands, stood up in direct shock. How? In order to place well in the provincial martial arts competition. Xiao Ruhan had spent the past few days studying the information of the other contestants all night long. In the past, when the municipal competitions were held, this kind of thing was done by Chun Feng. Help her research and analyze her opponent's profiles. But nowadays, the War God Martial Hall obviously didn't have this kind of treatment. Xiao Ruhan can only rely on herself. The person who had just fought with Lu Weiwei, she had also seen it. The opponent was the 5th place winner of the Tianlong City Martial Apprentice competition. Surprisingly, Lu Weiwei was defeated by a kick. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but think in her heart. If it were me, could I defeat that person with a single slap? Chapter 27. Everybody's anxious. Xiao Ruhan's mother, however, scolded at this time. What kind of trash goods are they? How can they not even catch a kick from that little one? Ruhan, did you see that? These people are so substandard. It seems that the winner of this competition is not you. Xiao Ruhan frowned slightly and said nothing. She wants to be a champion too, but she knew there was little hope. According to her judgment, the winner of this provincial competition, it should be that Kane from the Shinken Martial Arts School. An immigrant disciple. The other side is extremely talented. Almost no one could take 3 of his punches during a city tournament. Moreover, the powerful Vajra Fist of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School has been dominating the provincial tournaments all year round. Every year, at least half of the top 10 in the province were from the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. Could be seen how strong their martial arts feats were. The replacement from the War God Martial Hall's face immediately turned ugly after the shock. The pop-ups on the live stream, in particular, nearly broke his defenses. I just have to ask, can the anchor catch that kick? I know that guy, he's 5th in our city league. Hey, he's actually pretty good. I'm sure the anchor can also kill or be killed with a kick. Does the anchor have the feeling that the clown is actually myself? Ha 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 ha. Anchors quickly said I'm okay with that. The live feed suddenly went black. Hey, 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 hey. How come it's off the air? This anchor can't really afford to play. You guys are a little murderous, jagged. Yang Honghu was also a bit shocked at this time. He expected Lu Weiwei to be strong though. But I didn't expect it to be this strong. What shocked him the most was Lu Weiwei's martial arts. It's not that dragon-bucking palm or that big Buddha's palm. Instead, it's a legwork discipline. With his knowledge of the War God Martial Arts Center, what Lu Weiwei had just used was definitely not the Wind God leg from the War God Martial School. That meant that it was likely that Chun Feng had taught this disciple another new martial arts technique. Could it be another heaven stage technique? This man is so mysterious. Yang Honghu was now becoming more and more interested in Chun Feng. However, at this moment, on the other side of the stands, the crowd from the Divine Fist Martial School also watched the match that had just taken place. Isn't this person the beautiful woman who fought yesterday? She really is a contestant too. It's just strange why she's in a wheelchair all the time when she's so good at legwork. Kane, what do you feel the odds are against this woman against you? The black man, Kane, had just seen Lu Weiwei defeat his enemy with a kick, and he couldn't help but mutter a little in his heart. What bad luck. This woman is really a contestant. His fist, which was bruised from the kick, was still aching. At this moment, when he heard his teammate's words, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. In the end, for the sake of his own face and to be able to hold his head up in the future, he just had to say, "She's good. Maybe she can go 50-50 with me." The fellow trainee beside him immediately laughed. "That's not like you. When did you get so humble? It's you who should not hit too hard when the time comes." Listening to his companions, Cain was deep in thought. What should I do? If we lose then, we will definitely be ridiculed by these people. The pavilion master and the parents are watching. And all my female fans, I'm sure they're watching me live too. Anxiety, worry, even fear, the fear of defeat. Cain unconsciously touched his vaguely sore fingers. If I get a few more kicks, I'm sure I'll seriously injure both my own fists. By then, the rest of the game will be over. It could even affect the nationals in 3 months. But you can't just admit defeat. A cold sweat involuntarily broke out on Cain's forehead as he thought about it. He felt that the only 2 choices awaiting him were to lose the battle with serious injuries and to simply admit defeat. Soon it was time for Cain to come on. As usual, he nearly crushed his opponent. It only took 5 punches to defeat his opponent. But no one noticed that Cain actually threw 2 right hands that did little damage to his opponent. It's all about the left jab and crushing your opponent. Xiao Ruhan, who was on the stands, was not in the mood to watch the match at this time. Her eyes, from time to time, would glance over to Chen Feng's side. At this moment, Chen Feng was helping Lu Weiwei massage her right leg, the same leg that just fought. Although Lu Weiwei blushed, she gladly enjoyed it. Xiao Ruhan couldn't help but think that in the past, after she had competed, Chen Feng would also be like this, massaging her shoulders and arms. At that time, she also suspected Chen Feng of salty hands and refused Chen Feng's massage. Now there is even a hint of lassitude in his heart. At this moment, Lu Weiwei looked at Chen Feng, whose forehead was sweating, and said with heartache, "Master, there's no need to press it. I'll recover slowly on my own." Chen Feng didn't care about other people's strange gazes. Unceasingly, he relaxed the muscles of Lu Weiwei's legs and feet. It doesn't matter if it's a martial arts competition or a recreational competition or any other sport. Giving a massage to a player is all an extremely important and necessary thing to do. It is said to quickly eliminate fatigue and restore energy. His own disciple may seem powerful, but in the end, he can only put out 2 kicks. If there's an eventuality, the roster could be affected. Vivi, next, try to be more careful, and don't hurt anyone if you can. But don't be afraid. Make sure you use your full strength. It must never be known that you can only get out 2 feet. You want all your opponents to think you're not at full strength. Willow nodded. One's own shortcomings are too fatal. At that moment, she looked at Cain in the ring and prayed in her heart. The last time her opponent took a kick from herself and was unharmed, it made her a little melancholy. I hope I don't draw this guy in the first couple rounds, in the lottery. Chen Feng also noticed Cain. Said to Lu Weiwei, "This person's gifted physique is extremely strong. You must be careful when you encounter him." The powerful Vajra fist of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School is both offensive and defensive. The attacks are powerful and the defense is almost flawless. If you can't defeat him with 2 kicks, admit defeat quickly. Chen Feng was eager for his disciple to win first place. This would allow himself to complete the system's achievement quests again. Unfortunately, time is too short. Otherwise, with the extreme attack power of the heavenly crippling kick, it would definitely be able to defeat the powerful Vajra fist. Chen Feng helped Lu Weiwei massage her while staring at one of the matches in the ring. Also analyze each opponent for the apprentice. Lu Weiwei listened to her master's attentive explanation, not daring to disturb her in the slightest. I was afraid that it would affect the master's thoughts and fail him. Even when the master pressed the wrong place, she didn't squeak. Soon an acquaintance makes his way to the ring. Xiao Ruhan, Chen Feng's master and disciple, all 3 of them, focused their attention. Kim Yu, he grunted in exasperation. "Senior sister, if you meet this traitor later, you must kick her hard twice." Lu Weiwei also secretly made up her mind. One could lose to others, but one must not lose to Xiao Ruhan. She's not just out for her own revenge. This is also for the sake of the master. Lu Weiwei wanted to let Xiao Ruhan know how stupid it was to betray Chen Feng. Chapter 28. Bitter Battle. Xiao Ruhan stood in the ring with a somewhat complicated mood. Although she did not look in Chun Feng's direction, she knew that the other party must be looking at her, thinking of the previous move where Lu Weiwei killed her opponent in a second. Xiao Ruhan decided that she would quickly defeat her opponent next as well. It better be a 1-2 punch, too. She absolutely would not allow herself to be weaker than Lu Weiwei, the defeated woman, especially since the other party was now Chun Feng's disciple. Soon her opponent came onto the stage, a young man using a long stick. The man saw Xiao Ruhan and smiled slightly. I've practiced your Dragonfall palm, and although I haven't learned it, I'm quite familiar with the stance set. With just one sentence, it made Xiao Ruhan's heart tremble. A dark cry of dismay. Once the battle began, it was not to be expected. Xiao Ruhan was caught in a bitter battle. She could feel that her qi and blood cultivation was not as weak as the other parties. Yet, with each of his own attacks, his opponent was barely able to carry them and dislodge most of the force. The two sides exchanged dozens of rounds of fighting. Xiao Ruhan was caught in a bitter battle and was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. But in the end, it was a diving dragon move that won the match. The youth who was knocked out of the ring nodded his head in greeting to Xiao Ruhan. I've studied your martial arts routines and still couldn't win the match. You're really good. Xiao Ruhan didn't have the slightest bit of pleasure when she heard her opponent's compliments. She just felt very wretched. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Chen Feng, Jin Yoshi, and Lu Weiwei, all three gazes looking at her. Xiao Ruhan felt that these three gazes were like pinpricks that pierced through her pride. Vivian Lu scores with a 1-2 punch to the body, and he himself made every effort to force his opponent out of the ring, tired to the point of near exhaustion. And this was an opponent she had studied beforehand and thought she could easily defeat. That's how it ended up. Xiao Ruhan didn't know how many of all the contestants had studied the Dragonfall palm. I don't know how many people can resist the temptation of a heavenly rank technique. All she knew was that each of her next matches was going to be very tough. And it will be very lousy, even defeated. Because of his own moves martial arts, he was published all over the internet by the damn War God Martial Arts School. And it was all of his own making. Xiao Ruhan walks despondently out of the ring. Just as he got out of the ring, he heard his mother's voice ring out. What bad luck. The people they met were so trashy. How come you met such a strong opponent when it was your turn? Hey, Wakan, where are you going? Xiao Ruhan did not look at her mother and silently walked forward. I'm going to use the restroom. Closing the door of the restroom, Xiao Ruhan slowly sat on the toilet, her hands covering her mouth with death. An extremely suppressed sob echoed through the restroom. In this moment, she thought of the year she turned 18. He was hiding in the hospital bathroom when he had an inferior root and bone physical and was told he was unfit to practice martial arts. As now, covering her mouth and crying, not daring to make a sound for fear of others seeing her wretched appearance. But then he learned a powerful palm technique on his own. Became the first-place winner of the Jiangqing City Martial Artist Competition. One is supposed to shine. Why is that? Watching Xiao Ruhan leave, Chun Feng said to Lu Weiwei, the palm technique Xiao Ruhan cultivates is called the Dragonfall 18 Palms. It's also offensive and defensive kung fu. It's just that the way of defense is different from the Divine Fist martial school's powerful Vajra Fist. Powerful Vajra Fist is a hard defense, strong in the solidity of the body. The dragon subduing palm, on the other hand, is a stance which allows for advancement and defense. But with Xiao Ruhan's current strength, she shouldn't be able to catch two of your kicks. Kim Yu, he immediately said happily. Great! Let this traitor know how powerful Master is. Chun Feng was secretly glad that he had not given the 18th palm to Xiao Ruhan in the first place. Otherwise, once the line of descending dragon's 18 palms is complete, it will undergo a qualitative change. It could be said that knowing the 18th style and not knowing the 18th style were two completely different martial arts. This time, Lu Weiwei will also be no match for Xiao Ruhan. Although Xiao Ruhan is a white-eyed wolf. However, Chun Feng had to admit that Xiao Ruhan's talent for practicing the 18 palms of the descending dragon was extremely high. Soon the morning session was over. The three masters and disciples, after eating 3 bowls of paper-thin beef ramen for lunch, were looking for a place to rest inside the stadium. The afternoon went well. Vivian Lu kills her opponent in seconds again. But this time there was deliberate control and it didn't seriously injure his opponent. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruhan experienced another bitter battle. His mother has a habit of spouting off, even saying the game is unfair. Always setting up such tough opponents for their own daughters, but scheduling some crap for Willow Vivian. In her thoughts, Lu Weiwei was nothing more than her daughter's defeat, and had even had her legs broken by her daughter's room. Nowadays, the strength is definitely inferior to that of his own daughter, so what makes it so easy to defeat his opponent? On the other side, Cain couldn't help but feel his heart tremble every time he saw Lu Weiwei kill his opponent in seconds. The thought of being kicked once, or even several times, by that horrible foot was a little frightening. The first day of the race ended with a little hiccup. When Xiao Ruhan returned to the hotel she was staying at, the replacement fellow disciple who was traveling with her was unexpectedly taken away by the people from the Martial Arts Guild. The reason for the arrest, surprisingly, is malicious rumor. Smear the Martial Arts Guild, defame others, affect the city, manipulate public opinion, and defraud netizens. The list goes on and on, dozens of charges. It looks like it won't be coming back for a while. Over the next few days of the tournament, Vivian Liu kept it up until she had won 20 in a row. Most of them were given a second in one move, and only a few of them lasted until the second kick. Every time she finished her second kick, Chun Feng and Jin Yoshi would quickly rush to the ring and help her down. Lu Weiwei also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having drawn her own lot, she hadn't been able to draw that Divine Fist martial arts school's Cain. However, she didn't draw Xiao Ruhan either, making her feel a bit sad. Cain was also thankful at this point that he had been lucky enough not to draw that horrible woman. And it's still on a 20-game winning streak. Xiao Ruhan fought hard all the way, and several of them almost lost the battle. In the end, the hard-fought injuries kept the 20-win streak alive as well. Gradually, the competition rankings came out. Lu Weiwei of the Chosen Martial Arts School, Cain of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School, and Xiao Ruhan of the God of War Martial Arts School were all ranked first in terms of points. The half with the lowest points are all eliminated. As a rule, the opponent 1 defeats and the other person 1 defeats also loses to 1 by default. Will not be matching the one player who lost to the underdog. The race is so also in its final stages. Start jockeying for the top 10 in the province. The final ranking is based on points. Xiao Ruhan was in a conflicted mood at this time. She had always wanted to match Willow Vivian and then prove herself by defeating her again. Every time I didn't get a match for Vivian Liu, yet I felt grateful. Based on Lu Weiwei's battle record, she was disheartened to find that her win rate was very low. But Xiao Ruhan soon didn't have the heart to dwell on this matter. According to the matchmaking system, her next opponent was Cain of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. It was also the opponent she had the least confidence in defeating in this match, other than Lu Weiwei. Chapter 29, Defeat. As the provincial competition enters the final stage, the heat is on. Lu Weiwei, in particular, was only relatively hot in the province at first. Most people, after all, are more concerned about the geniuses in their own province. But as Vivian Liu continued to kill her opponents in seconds, she gradually began to catch fire across the country. It was also nicknamed One-Legged Superman by major internet users. Plus, someone had deliberately taken a video of Chun Feng helping Lu Weiwei press her leg from a special angle. Immediately on the hot search headline hot. It's so true that one kick won't solve it, so let's do another. So far, there has not been a single scum that could force Missy to make a third kick. I don't know why, but I envy her master. And the old man envies that wheelchair? Don't step on the gas while you're chatting, okay? Jin Yoshi is also envious of Lu Weiwei these days. I fantasize about competing on stage in the future, and then enjoying the undivided attention of my master. These days, for every game Lu Weiwei plays, she takes a picture of it with her cell phone. Then post it to your own doujinshi to record the good moments. Gradually, the major networks are realizing it. She really was Chun Feng's disciple. Plus a superhuman kick of heat from Vivian Liu. Kim Yu he pulls Ryu Vivi for a couple of videos. The number of followers immediately surpassed the 1 million mark. Chun Feng was paying attention to the ring at the moment. Now it came to the crucial moment of deciding the ranking of one's disciple. Now in this one, it was Xiao Ruhan and Cain of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. Chun Feng only hoped that Xiao Ruhan could properly consume Cain. By the way, let's see what the chances of our own apprentice winning are. Vivi, you watch carefully. Xiao Ruhan shouldn't be Cain's opponent. Look at the odds you have against Cain. If the winning percentage is too low, we won't fight then, and it won't be worth it if we get hurt. With your strength, surely top 10. You'd better protect your body and face the nationals in 3 months. Lu Weiwei nodded, also concentrating on the match. Not only did she want to determine how much of a gap there was with Cain, he also wanted to see if Xiao Ruhan's strength was a match for his own. Vivian Liu was ready to admit defeat once she was matched with Kane. After all, he only has 2 feet of strength for the time being. She had sensed that she couldn't beat Kane with 2 kicks. It would be better to retain the strength and meet Xiao Ruhan in the best condition. The ring. Xiao Ruhan looked at Kane nervously. At this point, her body was wrapped in gauze in multiple places. It's just that it's wrapped in clothing and not exposed. But the whole body exuded a strong smell of medicine. That's left over from various medicinal wines that invigorate blood circulation. These days of bitter fighting had exhausted her. Even the all-important palms were slightly swollen. At this point, facing Kane, she knew she had almost no chance of winning. The wisest thing to do would be to retain strength for the next match with the others. But admitting defeat was a difficult thing for Xiao Ruhan to say, especially when one thought of the 3 masters and disciples of the Heaven's Choice martial arts school, who were also watching the match. Xiao Ruhan was even more unable to pull her face off and admit defeat. She didn't want to be belittled or ridiculed by anyone, especially those 3 people from the Heaven's Choice martial arts school. Kane, against whom he fought, had a relatively easy time of it. Seen so many games. Of all the participants, he was only jealous of Lu Weiwei alone. The others are not in the least bit concerned. Even Xiao Ruhan, who had also won 20 consecutive victories in front of her, was no exception. Game on! As the referee gave the order, Kane zoned in on the spot and folded his arms. The powerful Vajra Fist's technique worked crazily. The muscles on his body, at this moment, were also writhing madly, as if they would explode at any moment. Kane was habitually the first to attack, trying to crush his opponent as fast as possible. He didn't like bitter battles. That would be too lousy and detrimental to your image. Powerful Vajra Fist. With a loud shout, a heavy punch was thrown, smashing into Xiao Ruhan's face. The huge golden fist shadow brought up gusts of strong wind. Before the punch arrives, the wind rises first. Xiao Ruhan was also the first to run her gong method. A golden dragon shadow surrounded his body. She didn't dare to fight hard, but her opponent's attack was swift and extremely fast. One could only barely evade the strike for the time being. The latent dragon should not be used. A palm strike, coupled with a dodge, barely blocked the blow. At the same time, Xiao Ruhan immediately made a move of Hyper Dragon and counterattacked back. Kane had just shattered a golden dragon shadow. He saw another golden dragon shadow flying from the side. The mind was unconsciously startled. This woman, so fast. He hastily closed his fist in defense to block the blow. Originally, he wasn't such a mess. It just hasn't gotten better since he was kicked in the right fist by Vivian Liu. He didn't dare to use a hard right hand. However, it was good that his flesh defense was extremely strong, and Xiao Ruhan's attack was easily dissolved by him. But Kane knows that he may have a hard time taking his opponent down quickly. Xiao Ruhan's heart was half-cooled when she saw that her attack was easily carried by her opponent. She knew that she was no match at all. Attacks don't break defense, how can this be a fight? But Xiao Ruhan wasn't willing to lose like that and could only grit her teeth. Both sides went back and forth, and dozens of rounds passed. Xiao Ruhan gradually lost her strength. Kane was also tired and sweaty. Chun Feng under the ring secretly marveled. He didn't expect Xiao Ruhan to last this long. The first 17 stances of the Dragon Falling 18 Palms were utilized extremely well by Xiao Ruhan. There were vague signs of reaching the 5th realm of the martial Tao, the meticulous and subtle. Although Kane was stronger, he couldn't win for a while against the flexible and versatile 17 Palms of the Descending Dragon. However, both sides were only at the martial apprentice level of cultivation after all. Can't dwell on it for long. Chun Feng said to Lu Weiwei, Vivi, when you meet Kane later, just admit defeat. You can't beat him even if you can injure him with 2 kicks. Willow nodded. There is no resistance to admitting defeat, because her target wasn't Kane, but Xiao Ruhan. Soon, Xiao Ruhan was blown out of the ring by Kane's punch. Kane mentally cursed. It's all because of that damned Lu Weiwei. If it wasn't for the injury to his right fist, he would have taken down this woman himself a long time ago. Xiao Ruhan barely protected herself from injury at the last moment. At this time after the defeat, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Since competing, this is the first time since the city tournament that I've lost a battle. At this moment, she was afraid to look at anyone. Especially on Chun Feng's side, she didn't even dare to turn her head that way. At this moment, Xiao Ruhan just wanted to be quiet. Find a quiet place and tell yourself that losing battles is the normal thing to do. However, at this time, a noisy voice rang in his ears. Ruhan, How can you lose? Oh my god. The prize money is going to be $100,000 short. That chimpanzee is so unmartialized and doesn't know how to get out of the way of a girl. Xiao Ruhan's mother had a heartbroken look on her face. Originally, she had fantasized that her daughter had won the competition and won millions of dollars. Now that we've lost a game, we definitely won't get first place. Mom, will you leave me alone for a minute? Mother Xiao said angrily. Quiet what? First place is gone. Second place you must keep. There's still 900,000 in second place too. You're not allowed to lose again. Xiao Ruhan's face was unsightly, and she could only leave her seat and walk towards the restroom. Chapter 30, 2 Kicks. After Xiao Ruhan's defeat this time, she had no more defeats in the next few matches. It wasn't until the third day that she was finally matched with Vivian Liu. Panic rose in his heart. It was really because Liu Weiwei's battle record was too dazzling. Xiao Ruhan could feel that she was no match, but she didn't want to lose. Even if he lost to someone else, he didn't want to lose to Liu Weiwei. It wasn't just because Willow Vivian was her own former underdog. Because Liu Weiwei was still Chun Feng's disciple. Having battled against each other so far, Chun Feng also knew that sooner or later there would be such a day. This is almost the final. After Liu Weiwei finished her battle against Xiao Ruhan, if she won, she was the one who was going to face Kane for the first place. Of course, Chun Feng was ready to admit defeat and take second place. If Vivian Liu loses, it indirectly falls into the category of losing to Kane. The tournament standings will be third place. Chun Feng still consoled before the match. Vivi, don't feel any mental pressure. You have a long time ahead of you. Even if you lose to Xiao Ruhan later, you'll still have a chance to win it back in the national competition 3 months later. There's only one thing you have to do. Protect yourself and never get hurt so you don't jeopardize nationals.
Kim Yohe interjected.
Senior sister, you must kick her hard twice to take out the anger for master. Chun Feng's face slammed as he said, out of what? You're an adult, don't be so childish. Look at you. How do you look like you're a senior sister? Kim Yu he spat out her tongue. She would never forgive Xiao Ruhan anyway. Liu Weiwei agreed to Chun Feng on the surface, but her heart was secretly determined. One must defeat Xiao Ruhan. Even if they spared their injuries and forced the third kick, they could not lose to Xiao Ruhan. She must make sure that the other party knew what a foolish act it was to betray Chun Feng. Other side, Xiao Ruhan's mother, seeing that it was Liu Weiwei who was about to take the stage, immediately said, Ruhan, it's that little with the last name Ryu. Hit her hard this time and completely waste her legs. I'd like to see if the surname Chen can still be cured. Xiao Ruhan was completely in no mood to ignore her mother at this time. The mind keeps thinking, how one can win. You can carry your opponent for a few kicks yourself. Xiao Ruhan walked up to the ring step by step with a nervous, terrified mood. Looking at Liu Weiwei, who had once been almost beaten into a cripple by herself, her mood was complicated to the extreme. This time, Liu Weiwei was the first to speak. I will show no mercy, but I'm not out for revenge. I'm doing it for Master. I'm going to show you how stupid you were when you acted. Master. Xiao Ruhan was stunned. That was once his own master as well. Now it's turned into an enemy. Xiao Ruhan clenched her fists. The heart seemed to be filled with endless grievances and remorse. As the referee announced the start of the match, Xiao Ruhan's chi blood surged up. The martial arts stance was set up, and a golden dragon shadow slowly appeared. It was obvious that the martial Dao void was even more solid, a touch stronger than before. Xiao Ruhan was roaring madly in her heart. I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. She knew that once she lost, it's not just the game that's lost, and what's left of his dignity. Liu Weiwei also gathered all her strength. Both legs were wrapped in martial arts shadows and turned ink-colored. She was going to make 2 kicks in a row, definitely not giving Xiao Ruhan a chance to catch her breath. If 2 kicks fail to win, then overdraw your body and kick a third. Liu Weiwei sprinted forward, jumping up and slashing down with a single leg. The 8th stance of the heavenly crippling kick. All beings are killed. The killing machine overflowed and pressed down on his head. Xiao Ruhan didn't dodge and roared through clenched teeth. I will defeat you. Only to see her double palms come out, 17 palms in a row. A golden dragon shadow slammed into Liu Weiwei. Under the ring, Jin Yoshi nervously clung to her master's arm. Eyes unblinking, the little heart thumped wildly. Chun Feng felt the nervous disciple and comforted him. Weevil one. Xiao Ruhan shouldn't have chosen to fight hard with Wei Wei. Originally, she chose to avoid the front line for the time being, and perhaps there was still a chance of survival. But it's clear that she's unwilling to make the slightest concession in the face of Vivi. With Chun Feng's words, a Jiao Dragon silhouette was shattered by all of Lu Weiwei's kicks, but this kick was also removed most of its strength. Xiao Ruhan, no matter how unwilling she was still shaken back a few steps this time. Without waiting for Xiao Ruhan to catch her breath, an even stronger attack descended violently. The ninth stance of the heavenly crippling kick. The three worlds are extinct. A huge foot, black as ink, kicked sideways. Xiao Ruhan hurriedly launched her palm. The mad dragon comes out of the sea. The two streams of qi and blood strength collided with a loud bang. In the next moment, Xiao Ruhan felt like a praying mantis waving its forelimbs, trying to block a speeding train. Eventually, like a kite with broken strings, he was kicked out of the ring. Facing the purely attacking heavenly crippling kick, she chose to fight hard with her incomplete dragon subduing palm. Unsurprisingly, he was badly hurt by a kick. As she fell outside the ring, Xiao Ruhan spat out a large mouthful of blood furiously. This kick made her feel the gap between her and Lu Weiwei. The image of himself defeating Lu Weiwei at the municipal tournament was still fresh in his mind. How spirited it was at the time. That's how bad it is at this point. Xiao Ruhan trembled as she tried to get up, and it was only when her palms were holding onto the ground that she realized a sharp pain coming from her hands. Through the perception of qi and blood within her body, she knew that her palm had cracked bones. Almost wasted. At that moment the mother, who was by the bleachers, rushed over and questioned. Ruhan, what's wrong with you? You clearly broke this little S legs during the city tournament. How can you not beat it this time? Do you know that every time you lose a game, your prize money is $100,000 less? With this defeat, Xiao Ruhan's ranking was fixed at third in the province. It was like she couldn't hear her mother at this point. The eyes silently looked at Chun Feng and Jin Yoshi, who rushed towards the ring. The original trashy senior sister that he was too lazy to take care of was as excited as a child at this moment, running unimaginatively towards Vivian Liu. That master, whom he had looked down upon, also revealed a pleased smile. Together with Kim Yohee, they helped Vivian Liu out of the ring. Then Chun Feng once again massaged Lu Weiwei, who was sitting in the wheelchair. Xiao Ruhan was stunned. The tears flowed slowly. There was nothing but my mother's complaints in my ears and no concern from anyone. The leading teacher of the War God Martial School, at this time, walked up and said, "The rankings are basically set, you're third. According to the rules of the martial arts school, the prize money is split 28%. After you collect your prize money tomorrow, the martial arts school will credit you the 20%. After the mentor finished, he left on his own. Xiao Ruhan asked in her mind as she looked at the martial arts school battle uniform on her body. Is this the War God Martial Arts Center I've been dreaming of? At this time, the Divine Fist Martial Arts Center was on one side. Cain blushed hard. Against Xiao Ruhan, he had used dozens of moves, and Vivian Liu only used 2 kicks. How can this be a fight? Chapter 31, The Greater Good. The Divine Fist Martial Hall's owner, at this moment, was also following the match, especially seeing Lu Weiwei solving Xiao Ruhan with 2 kicks. The heart also became more and more unsettled towards his disciple. Cain was trained by his own hands, and he knew the strength of this disciple very well. That Lu Weiwei's attack was too strong. Presumably, he was cultivating some kind of purely attacking heaven stage technique. With Cain's strength, he would last for 5 or 6 kicks at most, and he would surely be defeated. It would have been number 1 in the province, and they were bound to win. At this point, I'm afraid that's not possible. The Divine Fist Martial Arts Center, as the strongest local martial arts center, was not very far from the stadium. After the afternoon game, Cain, along with a group of executives, were called to the pavilion master's office. The Divine Fist Martial Arts Hall owner, looking at Cain solemnly, asked, "How sure are you against that Lu Weiwei?" Cain was stunned. Of course, it's not even 10% sure. But you can't dare to say such things. Owners were scooped up by high-priced scholarships. You don't dare to drop your chain at critical moments. It was only possible to take a step back and say stiffly, "Although that Lu Weiwei is very powerful, I'm still sure I can defeat her. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I'll find a way to win the match even if I have to fight my way through serious injuries. There's no way around it, one simply doesn't have a choice." Cain, an outsider, had no roots in Daxia. It is all thanks to the Shin-Ken Martial Arts Center's regard and cultivation. In the beginning, for the sake of his martial arts dream, he had studied the language of Daxia painstakingly for 10 years. He had worked too hard to be taken seriously by the martial arts school. At this point, he could only hold on to his head and force himself to hold on. When the time came, even if he lost the battle, he had to let the martial arts school know that he had tried his best. The Divine Fist Martial Hall's owner chided. Nonsense. Everything has to be done with the greater good in mind. It's just a martial apprentice level provincial champion. The Divine Fist Martial Arts School doesn't really care too much. The important thing is the nationals. Make sure you place well. Getting those worldly families to look at it is our main goal. Kane was a little confused. What's the point of not caring about provincial championships? Is it? The curator continued. You admit defeat in tomorrow's championship final. It's all about nationals. Make sure you don't get hurt before nationals. The Divine Fist Martial Arts Center was also helpless. Although the powerful Vajra Fist had extremely strong defense, it was also extremely difficult to recover once injured. Kane is their seeded player and must not be injured before nationals. Hear the admission of defeat. Kane froze. That would be great. It was the pavilion master who told me to admit defeat, not me who wanted to admit defeat. Acting all the way, Kane said reluctantly, Pavilion master, how can you admit defeat? I can definitely beat her. The deputy pavilion master and other senior officers beside him also advised. Kane, we understand how you feel, but that Lu Weiwei's attack is too strong. Even if you win the provincial championship, if you get injured, it's not worth it. It's better to save your strength and try to make it to nationals in the top 20. And the other party's master is too mysterious, having comprehended the gong method to the peak of the realm at the martial apprentice level. Besides, the other party is probably using a heaven stage technique, so even if they admit defeat, it's not a shame. The atmosphere was all set, and Kane felt it was about time. Originally, he was still thinking about how to explain to the martial arts school after he lost to Lu Weiwei. Unexpectedly, the pavilion master had told him to admit defeat directly. It's an order from the curator. One had to listen. Hey! Kane said with a resigned look on his face. All right, I'll listen to the pavilion master. Everything is focused on the nationals. The Divine Fist Martial School's group of executives nodded in satisfaction. What a know-it-all kid. Kane until he left the conference room. It was only then that he couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Don't have to take a kicking, and have the decency to admit defeat. Nice, nice. In the words of Dasha, what a blessing from God. Soon there were fellow disciples who were well connected, coming to Kane. Kane, what did the curator call you into a meeting about? Kane pressed the corners of his mouth. Clenching his fists, his forehead was bruised. A look of resignation. The pavilion master told me to admit defeat tomorrow. What? A few of his fellow disciples were startled. Why did you admit defeat? Is the pavilion master afraid you won't win? One step away from the championship. Kane said immediately, Of course I can win. It's just that my opponent's attacks are too strong. And the pavilion master is afraid that I'll get hurt and affect my performance in the nationals. Hey! There was a heavy sigh after that. Said nationals. Only then did the crowd show their understanding. They, Shun Quan martial arts, often win provincial championships. But once you get to nationals, you can't even get into the top 20. It was mainly the sons of those great families that were just too terrifying. And the martial arts schools that are affiliated with the Zaibatsu. Each of them had heavenly ranked feats. Simply not something they can match. Early the next morning, Chun Feng had already started packing. It was decided that after the awards today, I would just get my bags and go home. The train tickets are all bought. Vivi, I'll talk to the judges then. Let's just admit defeat and then depart for home after collecting our medals. Chun Feng said to his two disciples. And he didn't know it. Their every move is under the watchful eye of others. At this time, the next room. A man complained. You said you had to see some big exciting battle. We've been up all day and we haven't seen anything. Well now, people are going home, what do you think? The man was also speechless. This Chun Feng, he's worse than a beast. Maybe there's some serious illness. Upstairs, downstairs, and next door, the daily battle. He damn well didn't react. Is he still a man? Several people were depressed. The goal this time was to kidnap Chun Feng. After a few days of surveillance, the time was long overdue. Master plus apprentice, just 2 tiny martial arts apprentices. Almost handily for them, which is a big smart when it comes down to it and has to be monitored for a few more days. Want to see the thrash? He also bet the crowd that Chun Feng would not be able to hold it in the end. The result is what it is today. Can't wait. Let's do it today when they come back for their bags. The last day of the provincial martial artist competition. It's also the height of the heat. Even the number of people in the official match broadcast room was several times higher than usual. Every year it's almost always the Divine Fist Martial Arts School that wins the championship, so I wonder if it will change this year. I'm rooting for Ms. One Kick Superman. That cane isn't weak either, but it still feels like Miss One Foot is the best. How many kicks do you guys guess it took for Ms. One Foot to defeat Kane? As the heat skyrocketed, certain platforms also launched quizzes. One of the hottest items was Kane's ability to take a few kicks from Vivian Liu. It was only under the deliberate concealment of Chun Feng's master and disciple. No one knows about it nowadays. Vivian Liu can only throw a maximum of 2 kicks at a time. Then you have to rest for hours to recover. Before the competition began, Chun Feng headed towards the judges' table. He intends to admit defeat and present the award early. I have to catch the train myself in a little while. On the other side of the Divine Fist Martial Arts Center, they didn't bother to delay. The head of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School also walked towards the judges' table in person. Chapter 32. Admitting Defeat. When Chun Feng walked to the judges' table, he had already thought of something to say in his mind. Let's say that Vivian Liu is not feeling well and intends to concede. As for the matter of Liu Weiwei only being able to kick 2 feet, it was something that could never be exposed. This is an extremely fatal weakness. Once exposed, it's an easy target come nationals. On the other side, the Divine Fist Martial Arts Center, not so much reason. Everything is conceded for nationals. It's normal for them. The judges are also used to this sort of thing. Year after year the game is played and someone concedes. It's all about the fear of getting hurt in a hard fight and compromising nationals. As Chun Feng walked up, it so happened that the owner of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School had also arrived. The old pavilion master said with a smile when he saw Chun Feng, "The chosen martial school is truly admirable. Surprisingly, there are multiple heaven-rank techniques. It's really enviable to old me." When Chun Feng saw that the old man was wearing the martial arts uniform of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School, he immediately knew that the other party was a senior member of the Divine Fist Martial Arts School. "He has always been a man who respects me." Immediately returned. "My Heaven's Choice Martial Hall has only been open for a few years and has a shallow heritage. It's still far from the Divine Fist Martial Hall." The Divine Fist Martial School's owner laughed and didn't say any more. He was actually curious about where Chun Feng had gotten his heavenly rank technique and where his master had come from. But there's no way to ask about such things. Chun Feng saw that his opponent had also come to the judges' table, knowing that the other person is also looking for something from the judges. So the initiative was humbled. "Your old man first." The old pavilion master laughed and was not polite. "I'm here because of you guys too. For this match, our Divine Fist Martial School concedes defeat. We intend to have our disciples retain their strength and prepare well for nationals." "What? Admit defeat?" Chun Feng was shocked on the spot. "I didn't expect things to be reversed like this. And at the same time, I'm in a cold sweat for myself. Just now if I had come a few seconds earlier. This person who admits defeat is himself." The judges were not surprised by this. They also thought that Kane would lose. After all, Liu Weiwei's battle record was too amazing. Against any opponent, it's almost always a kick to the gut. No more than 2 feet at most. Even Xiao Ruhan, who could fight with Kane for dozens of rounds, was settled by 2 kicks. As far as they were concerned, Kane would have carried a few more kicks at best. The old librarian finished. The judges looked at Chun Feng again. "Pavilion Master Chun, are you here for something?" Chun Feng immediately gave a dry cough and said, "Ha ha. It's fine. It's fine. I just came to say hello to all of you. A couple of judges and teachers, you've worked hard." After Chun Feng foolishly finished speaking, he turned around and left. Several of the judges looked at Chun Feng strangely, feeling pretty good about this young man, pretty good at what he does, and know how to kiss the judges' asses. Seeing her master return with a smile, Jin Yoshi said curiously, "Master, going to admit defeat and still so happy." For admitting defeat, Kim Yu he was still a bit reluctant, thinking that if it wasn't for the fact that Liu Weiwei's leg hadn't fully recovered, it's a sure winner this time. Chun Feng couldn't help but rub Jin Yoshi's little brain. Master will give you a surprise later. There's a surprise on first hearing. Kim Yu-hee was immediately excited. What is it? What is it? Tell me, Master. Chun Feng hemmed and hawed. Of course I can't tell you. It wouldn't be a surprise if I did. Lu Weiwei also wondered on the sidelines what surprise Master would give them later. At this time on the stands, Xiao Ruhan's face was extremely pale. She was supposed to be in the hospital recovering from her injuries, but still held strong enough to come and see Willow Vivian and Kane fight. For some reason, she wanted Kane to win. She didn't want Willow Weaver to shine too brightly, because that would sting her fragile ego. Xiao Ruhan's mother, at this time, also cursed from the side. These two dogs had better die together. It's because of them that my daughter is missing her $200,000 bonus. If they'd all been killed, my daughter would have been number one. Xiao Ruhan's mother's words immediately caused several people around her to frown. They didn't realize that the mother of the third-place winner of the provincial competition was such a person. Xiao Ruhan was no longer in the mood to ignore her mother at this point. It's useless to say anything yourself anyway. And the last game is about to start. That's when the gym announcement came on. This match is conceded by Kane of the God's Fist Martial Arts Center. The winner of this provincial martial apprentice competition is the Heaven's Choice Martial Arts School's Lu Weiwei. The radio blared throughout the stadium. Xiao Ruhan froze. How come? Why would you admit defeat? She never expected that Lu Weiwei would win the championship in this way. What's more, I didn't expect that powerful Kane to admit defeat. The arena resounded with various gasps and grumbles, especially those waiting to see the game. There's no mistaking it. I've got a close-up of one-legged Superman to do. I didn't expect the Divine Fist Martial Arts School to concede. I've been looking forward to this for half a day, and this is what I get? Within the day, wow. Refund. Can you afford the tickets I bought? Compared to the heat in the arena, Kim Yoshi's mouth opened wide in shock. Lu Weiwei suspected that she had heard wrong. Both apprentices focused their eyes on their master. I wonder why that is. Chun Feng grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth as he smiled from ear to ear. Master, didn't you go and admit defeat? How come? Could it be that when you conceded defeat, you reported the name of your opponent? Kim Yu-hee thought of a horrible answer. She stared blankly at her master and finally made up her mind. Master will go to jail for this. What to do now? Later, you'll say that I ordered it, and I definitely can't let Master be captured. Chun Feng was speechless. Are you ing stupid from practicing martial arts? There's no one else with your brain wiring. Don't get any ideas. The other guy just said surrender before I did. Mostly because they don't realize that Vivi can only kick twice. I was afraid of being kicked by Vivi and affecting the nationals in 3 months, so I conceded early. Willow Vivian didn't expect this either. But this was her first championship. And a provincial champion. It's impossible to say you're not excited. Jin Yoshi heard Chun Feng's explanation. Immediately happily hugging Lu Weiwei, she called out, Yay! Great! My sis is a provincial champion now. Looking at the happy Chun Feng master and disciple trio, Xiao Ruhan's mood was extremely complicated. The mind boggles at the thought. Himself 3 months ago when he won the city championship. Are Chun Feng and Kim Yoshi this happy? Quickly she remembered. Doesn't seem very happy. For breaking Vivian Lu's leg herself. He also defected on the spot to join the War God Martial Arts School. Think of the War God Martial Arts Center. Xiao Ruhan involuntarily smiled to herself. Feel like a joke. Soon, the awards ceremony begins. Vivian Lu stood at the highest position in the center of the podium. On one side was Kane, who pretended to be depressed. On one side was Xiao Ruhan, who had an ugly face. Kim Yu-hee took her cell phone and excitedly recorded the video. Happy. Happy. My sister has become a provincial champion. Are you happy, Master? Chapter 33 Promotion to Martial Artist. The moment the medal hung around Lu Weiwei's neck, Chun Feng's mind immediately recalled the system beep. Congratulations on reaching the Master Teacher Achievement. 3 apprentices won first place at the provincial level. Reward Master with 200 points of blood value. Chun Feng was ecstatic in his heart. I didn't expect the provincial champion to directly increase his chi by 200 points. That's a full 100 points more than the city champion. Increasing his chi and blood by 200 points directly allowed him to break through to martial artist. And it's still reaching the middle of the martial arts stage. An ordinary martial artist's chi blood is 200 points. and his blood value was 300, reaching the middle stage of martial artist. There were still 100 points of chi and blood left to break through to senior martial artist. This kind of escalation is not fast. Chun Feng looked at his panel and began to secretly estimate his current strength. Martial arts rank, martial artist. The 18 palms of the descending dragon, realm, unity of heaven and man. Rudraksh palm, realm, unity of heaven and man. Heavenly crippling kick, realm, unity of heaven and man. Blood value, 300. At 100 chi blood of a martial apprentice, one can cross the level to defeat a late martial artist. Now as high as 300 chi and blood, plus an additional heaven's crippling kick of the celestial unity realm. It shouldn't be too much of a problem against advanced martial artists. Chun Feng had taken another big step towards his dream of becoming a supreme master. And of course there's a big catch this time. That's the provincial championship prize money, a full $1 million. The pressure of owning alone can be eased for a while. After receiving the award, Lu Weiwei had wanted to leave. Who knew there would be a group photo session? According to the contest rules, she had to cooperate with the martial arts guilds to accomplish this. After all, many people buy high-end package tickets. It took more than half an hour of group photos before Lu Weiwei finished her task. I have to say, it's not good to be too popular. With one-legged Superman winning the title, it became the talk of the town. Soon the incident of Lu Weiwei some time ago was dug up again. In particular, Vivian Lu's online profile has exploded with some melons. First, he had his leg broken by a disciple of the chosen martial school, and then he was expelled from the War God Martial School and joined the chosen martial school. Instead, the Heaven's chosen martial school disciple who had broken her leg had joined the War God Martial School. The two ended up meeting again at provincials. One finished first and one finished third. And the War God Martial Arts Center has become a clown this time. After careful netizens dig deeper, whether it's the first place winner Vivian Lu, or the third place finisher, Xiao Ruhan, the martial arts techniques used were all taught by Chun Feng. There was absolutely nothing going on with the War God Martial Arts Center. Gradually, the feud between the God of War Martial Hall and the Chosen Martial Hall became known to Lu Weiwei's fans. It's just that the War God Martial Arts Center is ushered in with all negative comments. The Chosen Martial Arts School, on the other hand, is shrouded in mystery. In particular, Chun Feng's fight that day had once again flipped online. Once again, we have countless netizens who want to worship. Soon enough, though, these people on the internet learned of the difficulty of worshipping Chun Feng. One can't help but feel deeply sorry for them. It was rumored on the net that Chun Feng had a major rule for accepting disciples. First, only pretty female apprentices. Regarding this point, Chun Feng said that he was really wronged. One really isn't like that. It's all about the system matching itself. It has absolutely nothing to do with the subjective consciousness of the individual. Second, it's not enough to be pretty, your family must be poor. The case in point is the failure of the children of major families to worship. Regarding this point, Chun Feng was even more speechless. He also wanted to take in a little rich girl with power and background. But the system is hard and unresponsive, so I'm helpless myself. The provincial competition is over. Chun Feng took his two disciples and returned to the hotel to get his luggage, ready to leave. Not long after returning to his room, he heard a cacophony of noise coming from the hotel. Holy! Run! With all this smoke, there must be a fire. The elevator's out of the question. Take the stairs. Come on. The hallway erupted in a flurry of footsteps. Yikes! What's wrong, master? Jin Yoshi looked at Chun Feng at a loss for words. There's a fire, let's run. Chun Feng said, and pulled his two disciples to run outside. I was shocked to find that the door to the room would not open. Unable to do anything else, he directly slapped the entire location of the door handle, punching out a large hole. At that moment, a cry of pain rang out from the door. My old hand was bruised. A few people were then heard to say, "What the hell are you babbling about? He's a martial arts apprentice. He can bruise your hands so easily. Make it quick, don't delay. Make it quick, just knock them out. Pretend to save them, load them up and take them away." The other two disciples were killed outright. The few who spoke were unapologetic. By now the hotel was in disarray. Rolling smoke appeared in the corridor. Because of its location on the edge of the city, the facilities are old. Many of the firefighting facilities are out of order. Not many tenants during the day. The entire 8th floor, plus Chun Feng, only had 3 rooms occupied. Chun Feng naturally heard the voices outside the door. It was immediately clear that these people were coming for themselves, and definitely prepared. But to think that he had just been able to injure one of them with a slap. Thinking about the strength of the other party, it shouldn't be too strong. But just in case. Chun Feng still took a step back. You two hide first. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei looked at Chun Feng with worry and fear in their eyes. The two of them had naturally heard the conversation just outside the door. Willow Vivian stepped forward. Master, I'll deal with them with you. Elder sister, you hide first. Kim Yu-hee's eyes immediately reddened. I'm sorry. I'm so useless that I can only be a drag on you guys at critical moments. Chun Feng pushed Lu Weiwei back and said, Don't panic. You two hide first. It's time for Master to show his true strength, so as not to hurt you later.
Kim Yo-hee murmured.
Master, aren't you just a martial arts apprentice? Lu Weiwei stopped talking, already mentally prepared. The next step is not to sit on the sidelines no matter what. Even if it meant death, I had to find a way to buy time for Master and Sister to escape. None of the 3 knew what was going on with the enemy outside the door. At this time, Chun Feng didn't dare to hide anything. The realm of the unity of heaven and man was unreservedly displayed. He was seen with his hands folded. A shadow slowly rose up. Originally, Kim Yu-hee thought it was the great Buddha's virtual image of Rudraksh. As a result, after seeing it clearly, he realized that the imaginary figure was actually the Master's appearance. This is the most basic manifestation of the unity of heaven and man. The comprehension of martial arts feats was no longer restricted to formal appearances. The martial arts technique had become a part of him, completely fused as one. In the next moment, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared around Chun Feng's silhouette. It was quietly suspended around its body. This is the most powerful part of the celestial union. As long as the gong method reaches the state of celestial unity, it is like one's own body limbs. No matter how many feats there are, they can be accessed at any time without affecting each other. The attentive Lu Weiwei was also appalled. Chun Feng's legs were like ink, not moving in place, yet he had already stomped cracks out of the tiles on the ground. Chapter 34. The Star-Sucking Technique. At this moment, Chun Feng's situation had already exceeded Lu Weiwei's martial arts common sense. What realm is this? She couldn't read it, but knew that it was never as simple as the 8th realm of the martial arts. Could it be the legendary celestial unity? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. Jin Yoshi was just dumbfounded, feeling that the Master at this moment had a terrifying might. It made her a little afraid to approach. Yet these thoughts were only fleeting. Boom! The door to the room was kicked in from the outside. There was a flurry of wood chips. Chun Feng also struck out at this instant. Both palms slammed out. The strong wind that was brought up almost caused the 2 apprentices behind him to not stand still. The divine dragon swings its tail. 10,000 Buddhas. A huge palm shadow coupled with a golden dragon forcefully slapped back the wood shavings that hadn't yet come to the ground. At the same time, the walls of the hotel instantly burst into dozens of cracks. After a loud explosion, the entire door and its frame were shattered into pieces. Before the senior martial artist outside who had broken the door could understand what was going on, his entire body was slapped out, slammed hard against the door of that room behind him. The door to that room clicked off the frame on the spot. Together with that senior martial artist, they fell to the ground. The other 4 ordinary martial artists at this time, people were looking numb. What's going on? This is the power that a martial apprentice can display? A slap sends an advanced martial artist flying. You're telling me it's a martial apprentice? Could there be another top martial artist in the room? The 4 men looked at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The room is monitored. They looked at the surveillance when they left the house. The only ones who came back were Chun Feng's master and disciple. Absolutely no one else. But who struck such a powerful palm strike? Just before the 4 could figure out what was going on. Just listen to the originally cracked wall explode. The 3 worlds are extinct. Chun Feng did not stop at all and swept his foot across the room. The already damaged wall could no longer carry it in front of the heaven's crippling kick, which was known for its extreme attack power. With the whole wall bursting, before those 4 martial artists could engage Chun Feng, they were sent flying by the sweeping power of the kick. All hit the wall and passed out. Chun Feng once again applied his energy and 18 golden dragons surrounded his body. Surging out of the room, he began to look for the enemy. Upon arriving in the hallway, however, he saw 4 people with masks lying in the hallway. And then no one else was ever seen again. Where are the people? It shouldn't be all over in 2 moves. Chen Feng didn't expect it to be a false alarm. However, just at that moment, an angry shout rang out from the opposite room. Damn, the intel wasn't right. I didn't realize you were so strong. But you're not even close. I'll let you see the power of the Heaven Swallowing Club this time. Swallow the Sky Club. Chen Feng was startled. I didn't realize it was this infamous organization. The Sky Swallowing Club, which belongs to an underground evil organization. All members are wanted by the Martial Arts Guild. It was only because the Gong method that this organization cultivated was too vicious. All the members, it is said, have the strength to fight beyond their level. Only to see the man look at Chen Feng, suddenly revealing a maniacal smile. Prepare to bind your hands. Ha ha ha. The star-sucking technique. A powerful suction force appeared out of nowhere. Chen Feng's feet stumbled, and his entire body was sucked over by the man. Chen Feng was horrified in his heart, not expecting the legendary star-absorbing technique to be so powerful. The star-absorbing technique was as good as it got in Daxia. This is an extremely vicious martial art. Anyone who gets sucked in who can't escape. All of them will lose their power and their martial arts skills will be wasted. The kung fu that he had worked so hard to cultivate had just become someone else's. Almost as soon as the star-sucking technique came out, very few people could resist it. Chen Feng couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly swung his palm. He didn't want to experience what it would be like to be sucked a little bit by the star-sucking technique. However, at this point, the man was prepared. One hand maintained the star-absorbing technique, while the other drew the sword at his waist. Between the flashes of sword light, Chen Feng struck a golden dragon that was all chopped to pieces. Meanwhile, the hand that used the star-sucking technique. It directly grabbed towards Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng hurriedly swung his palm to block. It struck with the man's hand that was using the star-absorbing technique. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're done. Wait for me to drain your chi and blood and become an invalid. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Our group leader said the employer wants them alive. This person is full of confidence. Once sucked in by the star-sucking technique, the enemy's blood will be lost quickly. This was also their heaven-swallowing club, the most terrifying place. With the star-absorbing technique, the ability to devour the enemy's chi and blood, they are often able to fight one against many, or even cross the line. Chen Feng's heart was also startled at this moment. I didn't realize I was being watched. I just don't know who hired these people. What now? How is the suction power of the star-sucking technique so terrifying? Chen Feng's palm was sucked to death, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't yank it away. It's like being in each other's palms, growing together. Just then, he and the man suddenly faced each other. The screen went a little quiet for a moment. The man froze. How can that be? How come I can't suck your chi and blood? Chen Feng was also a bit puzzled, but he quickly thought of a possibility. To tell you the truth, I've never cultivated chi and blood. I get all my chakra from people. This is when the system also appears to prompt. Reminder, the chi and blood rewarded by the system cannot be gifted to others for use. Grant. Okay. Chen Feng didn't think that there was such a role. At this time, while the other party was confused, a nonchalant leg kick. The 5th stance of the heavenly crippling kick. The sky is falling. The man hurriedly clamped his leg, but the attack power of the heavenly crippling kick of the celestial unity realm was too strong. It broke through his defenses in an instant. Ah! A scream resounded through the entire hotel building. That kick straight up broke the man's chickens and his grandchildren. Chen Feng did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Once again, a palm was swung out, a golden dragon's shadow, directly hitting the man's dantian. Disarm this threat once and for all. He then walked back inside the corridor and wasted the 4 thugs' dantians. The fire in the hotel was under control at this time. People from the region's martial arts guilds and firefighters, too, had gathered downstairs. Chen Feng walked out of the hotel with his 2 disciples and immediately told the martial arts guild about the Heaven Swallowing Club. What? Surprisingly, there are personnel from the Heaven Swallowing Club. Go report it to headquarters. The people from the martial arts guild looked at Chen Feng in surprise. They never expected that this kid in front of them not only escaped the poisonous hands of the Heaven Swallowing Club, It even backfired on all of the opponents. Surprisingly, 5 members were captured at once. The personnel from the Martial Dao Guild were the first to warn Chen Feng to keep quiet. In order to maintain good secrecy, try not to let Chen Feng show his face. Letting the 3 masters and disciples get into the car first, they were the first to leave and head to the Martial Arts Guild. Chen Feng happily followed the people from the Martial Arts Guild to make a statement. Being happy isn't about getting off the hook. Rather, it's because all of the people in the Sky Swallowing Club have a bounty on them. Fill in the bank card number before taking the 2 apprentices to catch the train. In accordance with the confidentiality regulations, the people from the Martial Arts Guild did not publicize this matter. Chapter 35. Sacred Capital Ways Group. Young Master, I just got word from the Martial Arts Guild side that the people from the Heaven Swallowing Club failed, and 5 were taken alive. The youth, who was called Young Master, said unhappily, "A bunch of trash. Surprisingly, they can't even deal with a martial apprentice. Let the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club give me a reasonable explanation." After saying that, the youth looked at the video in his hand again. The face became even more unhappy. The people he had sent out had turned the Heaven's Choice Martial Arts Center in Jiangqing City upside down, and nothing of value had been found. The other side, River City Airport. A middle-aged woman with a face full of venomous sores looked at the message on her cell phone with a puzzled look on her face. A quick press of the finger sent a message. Group Master, you guys don't have to worry about Chun Feng's business. Group Leader, I'm right here in River City, just in time to check it out for myself. General Lu, there's no need to trouble you with such trivial matters. Genro Kai, there's something odd about what happened last time. It's better to have the men try it out. Administrator, I can reassign someone to fix it, and this time there will be absolutely no mistakes. Senior Member, my subordinate applies to go to war and promises to complete the mission. Group Leader, you guys figure out a way to get rid of the Weisses. Administrator, understood. The group leader of this inconspicuous chat group was none other than the helmsman of the Heaven Swallowing Club. At this moment, looking at his cell phone, Chun Feng's profile, he fell into deep contemplation. How were 4 martial artists? A senior martial artist? Solved by you, a martial apprentice? Could it be that someone is helping? It's still intriguing, huh? The outskirts of River City. Chun Feng's face became a bit ugly as he looked at the situation in the small courtyard. At this point, the yard was no longer a yard. It was simply a plowed field. The whole yard is turned over. Once inside the room, the situation was even more exaggerated. Not only were all the floor tiles lifted, not even the siding. At that moment, Kim Yu-hee ran out of the restroom and said angrily, "These guys are so hateful. They even removed the toilet." Chun Feng frowned slightly, his mind quickly guessing what these people were looking for. They must be looking for their own feats. Nowadays it's not getting it. It's likely to go after people next, or has gone down on people. He thought about what had happened to him in the province. That Heaven Swallowing Club, it definitely won't stop. Chun Feng knew that this small suburban courtyard could no longer be lived in. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. He needs to find a safer place to live. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei's strength was too low and it was too dangerous to live in such a place. The good thing about the loan is that you just need to pay a little bit of interest up front, and you can pay the rest off over time. Funds are still available. The 5 members of the Heaven Swallowing Club that were captured earlier. The bounty for the 4 martial artists was $10,000 each. The bounty for that senior martial artist was $100,000. Together with the bounty given by the Martial Arts Guild, Chun Feng did not have to worry about money for the time being. In the end, for the sake of safety, Chun Feng chose his new home in a neighborhood next to the Martial Arts Guild. Rented a 3-bedroom house. It's just a little bit of trouble practicing martial arts every day. The location of the martial arts practice was changed to a small park within the neighborhood. Because it was relatively close to the Martial Arts Guild, most of the people living in the neighborhood were from the Martial Arts Guild. Even Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Jiangqing City Martial Arts Association, lived in this neighborhood. There is a downside to the neighborhood though. That would be the people from the Budo Guild, who would be practicing in the morning at the Budo Guild next door at exactly 6 o'clock in the morning every day. The hooting and hollering shook the sky. It's almost impossible to sleep with all the noise. That's why people who love to sleep usually don't live here. It was for this reason that Chun Feng was able to rent a house here without any problems. Other side, with the Vivian Liu provincial competition bursting at the seams. All of one-legged Superman's past is revealed. And the War God Martial Arts Center, without surprise, was shot. Digging in, unloading, the War God Martial Arts Center is a real sweaty martial arts center. Swapping disciples, only to be viciously slapped in the face. What retribution! Surprisingly, there's a final elimination system. This is going to roll with the punches. There's a man named Sha Hemming who is rumored to know tons of dark information about the War God Martial School. Lu Weiwei is considered to be out of the sea of misery. Xiao Ruhan can only be said to have jumped into the fire pit. No wonder the gong method was exposed all over the internet. Xiang Jingpeng looked at the internet, the various scandals of the War God Martial Hall, and his face turned green with anger. This damn guy should have gotten him killed in the first place, especially still seeing that Sha Hemming who had been wasted by Chen Feng. At this time, in order to gain traffic, they also began to expose all kinds of black information about the War God Martial Arts Center on the internet as a victim. The most deadly of these is the War God Martial Arts Center's overlord contract. There are also sick deals with various mentors. For this amazing Peng was also interviewed by the Martial Arts Guild. Yang Honghu looked at Xiang Jinpeng and said with a cold expression, "The War God Martial Arts School is banned from enrolling students for 1 year. Pass the corrective action and pass the review before enrollment can continue. If you fail, your martial arts license will be cancelled. To keep the martial arts school." The first thing Xiang Jinpeng did was to fire Xiao Ruhan's mentor, Han Ming. Because Han Ming was also Lu Weiwei's teacher before. It's also the one that gets the most flack on the internet besides him. Xiang Jingpeng also took this opportunity to dump on Han Ming. Of course, in order to keep Han Ming from talking nonsense, he took the initiative to carry all the blame. It cost him a fortune in hush money to do so, but naturally this matter cannot be left at that. Xiang Jingpeng directly pointed his spear at Chen Feng. He had Han Ming, who had been fired, start shouting at Chen Feng directly online. The 3 masters and disciples of the Heaven's Choice Martial Arts School, Jin Yoshi, who loved to swipe her cell phone the most, was the first to see that someone had openly challenged Chen Feng on the internet. "Look, master, this man is cursing you." Chen Feng took the phone and frowned, because the man was a complete stranger to him. "Chen Feng, you coward, have the guts to fight me one-on-one. What kind of a man knows how to incite right and wrong on the internet every day? Don't think I don't know that it's you who's up to no good. As the owner of a martial arts school, do you dare to accept my challenge? I'm the one, Han Ming, who was persecuted by you and lost his job." Lu Weiwei, who was on the side, frowned. "Han Ming was my previous mentor at the War God Martial School. I didn't realize he was fired. I remember that his previous cultivation level was that of a senior martial artist." A high-level martial artist? Chen Feng wasn't really afraid. He just wasn't in the mood to go one-on-one with someone. Otherwise, everyone will be looking for him to fight one-on-one in the future, and he'll be exhausted. And there's that sky-swallowing club staring at you. The more you expose yourself, the more dangerous it will be later. On the other side, Han Ming thought that Chen Feng did not dare to accept the challenge. In his heart, Chen Feng was just a tiny martial apprentice. After all, 3 months ago, the Qi blood value had only just reached 100 points. It certainly didn't grow much after more than 3 months. Chapter 36. The End of Intolerance. Han Ming did this solely under the instructions of Xiang Jingpeng. It's also one of the conditions of that $500,000 in hush money. In order to nauseate and disgust Chen Feng. It also deflects some of the netizens. Naturally, there were countless netizens who watched and were up in arms. I implore Master Chen to step in and give him a one-stop service. Chen Feng is just a martial apprentice after all, and this man is said to be a genuine senior martial artist. Who are you underestimating? If you can defeat a martial artist with one palm, you might be able to defeat a high-level martial artist with one palm as well. That's right, how do you know unless you compare? +1 in favor of one-upmanship. Let the internet make a lot of noise. Chen Feng just pretends to be invisible. Nowadays, he accompanied Lu Weiwei to practice martial arts every day. With the experience of celestial unity, he helps his disciple to enhance the realm of the heavenly crippling foot. And you have to supervise Kim Yu He's martial arts practice. Otherwise, this disciple goes to his cell phone as soon as he is free. During this time, Chen Feng helped Jin Yoshi to open another acupoint. The Qi blood value also grew to 96 points, a little short of becoming a martial apprentice. This makes Kim Yo-hee more and more excited about the future. However, such peaceful days did not last long. Xiang Jingping's method worked. Since arranging for Han Ming to make an appointment to fight Chen Feng, the eyes of the internet at last gradually shifted. Even Han Ming got a taste of it. The fans of the self-media account, surprisingly, had grown in number to hundreds of thousands because he had been clamoring for a date with Chen Feng all day. Han Ming was also signed by a well-known cowhorse organization. There's an endless stream of bad ads to answer all day long. Recently, to add to the heat, with the planning of the organization behind him, he actually came to the neighborhood where Chen Feng lived. Taking a loudspeaker, he shouted at the building where Chen Feng lived. "Chen Feng, you shrinking turtle, what kind of man are you? I worked hard for decades and ended up getting fired. It's all because of your rumors on the internet that you've gotten me into this mess." When he shouted this, he immediately attracted countless people to gather around. A group of Moncler jacket sale people who don't understand what's really going on are talking about it in a heated way. It seems that the one surname Chun is not a good thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have driven people to this. Look at this man with his red lips and white teeth, and his gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like a nice young man. Being pointed at and cursed but not daring to come out and prove his innocence is surely justified. These days, getting Moncler outlet store backtalk is not far from losing your reputation. Chen Feng naturally heard it. Eventually, there was a helpless sigh. It seems that we can only expose our strength. I'm going to have to beat you so bad you won't even recognize your mother. Originally, he didn't want to expose his strength. The heaven-swallowing club, after all, was still watching from the shadows. There was no telling when it would come back against him. The more you expose yourself now, the more dangerous you'll be later. But now this abomination is getting out of hand. If you don't make a move yourself, you won't be able to make it through the day. Chen Feng opened the door to his room and went to the living room, intending to tell his two disciples about his intention to answer the battle. Yet there was not a single person in sight. So he knocked on the door of the two men's room. No one responded as a result. Crap! They shouldn't have gone down there. The sound of the electric horns downstairs stopped at this time as well. Chen Feng hurried to the window. Sure enough, he saw Kim Yoo-hee pinching her waist and arguing with Han Myung. Beside her stood Vivian Liu. Chen Feng didn't dare to delay, fearing that his disciple would suffer. Hurriedly, he went out the door and headed downstairs as well. At this time, Jin Yoshi, who was downstairs, pointed at Han Ming and cursed. "Why are you such a shameless person? It was clearly the War God Martial Arts School that fired you, so it's none of my master's business. If you're capable, go to the War God Martial Arts Center and shout." Han Ming sneered. "He's here to throw dirt, not to reason." "I said who is it, so it's Chun Feng's young lover. Come on everyone. These two are nominally apprentices, but in reality, you know, a man and two women, sharing a room, is disgusting." Kim Yoshi was instantly angry and her little face turned red. Lu Weiwei also spoke out. "Han Ming, I didn't expect your quality to be so low." The corner of Han Ming's mouth hooked as he said, "You traitor of the War God Martial School, you still have the face to say that I have low quality. Now they've even joined forces with the Heaven's Chosen Martial Hall to deal with the War God Martial Hall together. Have you forgotten who your initiation teacher was? And to think you seduced me back in the day. Luckily, I'm an honorable man." His words caused a wave of contempt around him. Lu Weiwei said angrily, "You're full of... I never seduced you." Her words, however, were not listened to at all. After all, melon eaters, they just want to eat melon. It doesn't matter who's real or who's fake. I know they're the ones on the 17th floor, and they seem to actually live with one of the lads. That young man looks like he's only 1 or 20 years old, not like a master of any kind. The two little girls look strangely innocent, but I didn't realize that they were contrarian whores. These two little green teas must have been adopted by that Chun Feng. Han Ming was still on the air at this point. The cell phone camera was pointed at Kim Yoshi and Ryu Weiwei. "Look everyone, a 21-year-old young man has taken on 2 female disciples about his own age. Tell me, do you believe that there is no catfight between them?" Kim Yoo-hee was furious. "Step forward and go for the cell phone," trying to drop the phone. Han Ming gave a dark cry, just in time. When Kim Yoo-hee grabbed the cell phone and was about to push, just heard Han Ming shout, "What do you want?" As he spoke, he smoothly grabbed Kim Yoshi's wrist and threw it with force. A little girl who hadn't even reached the level of a martial apprentice, in the hands of a high-level martial artist, was almost instantly thrown off her feet and off the ground. Ah! Kim Yu, he shrieked in fear. Willow Vivian said anxiously, "You let her go." However, Han Ming didn't pay any attention to her. In her desperation, Lu Weiwei immediately used the heavenly crippling kick and attacked towards Han Ming. The three worlds are extinct.
Han Ming smiled disdainfully.
With a forceful fling, he directly threw Kim Yoshi a dozen meters away. And at the same time, out comes the leg. Wind god legs. The legs were suddenly transformed into a phantom. At this moment, Lu Weiwei finally experienced that her unbeatable heavenly crippling kick. In front of a true master, it could barely even scratch an itch. The opponent is a senior martial artist, and he's just a martial arts apprentice. There was a full 2 large realms of difference. His own heaven's crippling kick was instantly dispersed, and then a heavy kick in the stomach, too. The whole man flew out backwards. Just as she was about to hit the wall, a pair of large, warm hands held her from behind. "Vivi, how are you doing?" Willow looked up and saw a face that reassured her. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted as his eyes went black. On the other side, Kim Yoshi, who had been thrown a dozen meters, fought to get up. On his forehead and elbow, blood was bubbling out. Obviously a bad fall. She limped towards Chin Feng. While walking, he also cried out, "Master! Woo-hoo! He bullied us." Chapter 37. Chun Feng instantly had veins rippling on his forehead as he looked at Han Ming dead in the face. I don't know why. Han Ming met that pair of gazes when he met them. The body shuddered involuntarily. Chun Feng picked up Lu Weiwei and walked over to Jin Yoshi to check his disciple's injuries. Lu Weiwei was stunned and suffered a very serious internal injury. Kim Yu, he broke a big piece of her forehead, and I don't know if it will leave a scar. Right elbow, large abrasion, looking bloody, but good thing it's just a flesh wound. Kim Yu, he has been accepted as an apprentice since. Just stay with him. He usually seems naughty and lazy, but very sweet and obedient. Chun Feng had long since regarded him as a relative. At this moment, seeing Kim Yu he injured, it felt like his heart was dripping blood. "Yoshi, Master will definitely avenge you." Jin Yoshi jumped into Chun Feng's arms and cried out, "Master, I'm in pain. Am I disfigured?" At this time, the onlookers also felt that Han Ming had gone a little too far. All started talking at once. "This one hit a little hard. Look at that girl being hurt. I'm afraid she's going to be disfigured. That guy is so untalented. 2 women getting beat up and not daring to give a fart. What a guy I didn't see. That leg kick was a phantom." Han Ming looked back and set up his cell phone. Ignoring the crowd's comments, he continued to provoke. "You've caused me so much pain. So let's say I collect some interest today. Chun Feng, accept my challenge if you're a man. Don't always hide behind 2 women and act like a grandchild." "Challenge?" Chun Feng coldly said. "Originally I wanted to accept your challenge. But now you have no chance."
Han Ming snorted.
"What are you pretending? A wimp is a wimp. What a big tale to play in front of me. As you can see, this guy is a limp-wrist goon." His words immediately caused countless more pop-ups in the live broadcast. "I was going to let you beat the out of me, but now I won't let you? How would someone, a martial apprentice, dare to accept a challenge from you, a senior martial artist?" 2 female disciples were beaten so badly, and that Chun Feng can still hold back? I couldn't help it if it were me. If I can't do it, I'm going to rush up. Just then, Chun Feng's angry voice rang out. "Didn't you want to fight me so badly? If you have the guts, just sign a life and death contract with me." Life and death. His words instantly caused murmurs from those around him. It's a fight to the death. This young man, he's so impulsive. Just go to the Budo Guild for this kind of thing. There's no need for this. Young man, think carefully. In the eyes of the crowd, Chun Feng was too young, and Han Ming was dressed up tenderly and stylishly. But anyone with eyes can see that. Han is at least in his 30s. It's just usually better maintained. Han Ming froze in place for a moment when he heard that Chun Feng wanted to sign a life and death contract. I don't know how it's going to end. In the crowd, the company's on-air assistant, who had been assigned to him, quietly walked up to him. "Han Ming, what are you fuming about? Tens of thousands of netizens on the air are watching. Hurry up and say yes, or the persona will crumble." Han Ming was a bit embarrassed. That's a life and death situation. It's a death sentence if you mess up. The live assistant was speechless. Big brother, have you got it wrong? You're an advanced martial artist. He's a martial apprentice. If a man dies, it's his who dies. What are you wimpy about? Han Ming was speechless for a moment. Makes a lot of sense. But why was he so panicked inside? He couldn't help but have the image of Sha Heming battling Chun Feng that day pop up in his mind. At that time, it was also everyone who thought that Chun Feng was bound to lose. As a result, Sha Heming ended up being directly wasted.
Han Ming.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say yes. Can't you see the pop-ups are blowing up on the air? Han Ming glanced at the cell phone screen. The result was taunts floating across the screen. Groove. The cursing was pretty energetic before. And then this. Keep calling people shrunken heads. And now that they're sticking their heads out, you're shrinking your head. Anchors don't count as men. Identified. Look at you, you're such a wimp. Weren't you quite capable of pretending before? Damn.
Han Ming kushid.
Feeling a little embarrassed about my face. He looked at Chun Feng and squeezed out a seemingly relaxed smile. Chun Feng, since you seek death, I'll fulfill you. Before Chun Feng left, he left behind a sentence. The day after tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiangxing Gymnasium. After saying that, he hugged Lu Weiwei and led Jin Yoshi towards the clinic in the neighborhood. Looking at Chun Feng's departing back, Han Ming shouted in order to cover up the embarrassment he had just felt. Whoever doesn't go the day after tomorrow is a grandson. After saying that, he said to the live streaming netizens, Old me, a senior martial artist, how could I be afraid of a martial apprentice? I just didn't want to do too much just now. After all, he's young and I don't want to see him go down the wrong path. But since he seeks death, I will fulfill him the day after tomorrow. With Han Ming's live broadcast, the matter of the life and death duel quickly caught fire all over the internet. There were even good people who had deliberately traveled to Jiangcheng to see this life and death fight with their own eyes. A life and death fight. This is much more exciting than a regular competition. A piker's anger splatters his own blood 5 paces. The master of 1-foot Superman is still too impulsive to carry his own weight. He is avenging his disciple. Why are you guys talking about him like that? A tiny martial apprentice is even wilder than me, a martial artist. Anyway, I don't believe he can still kill back. This time it's a real senior martial artist. Xiang Jingpeng swiped his cell phone and revealed a smile when he saw that Chun Feng was going to sign a life and death contract with Han Ming. What an ignorance! I don't believe you can cross 2 levels in a row. The last time Chun Feng and Sha Heming fought, he had watched it more than once afterward. Xiang Jingpeng can be sure. Chun Feng had used all his strength when he finished fighting Sha Heming. There was absolutely no way to defeat the higher-ranked Han Ming this time. The difference between the 2 chakras is too great. Xiang Jingpeng recalled that more than 3 months ago, Chun Feng's chi blood value was only barely 100 points. More than 3 months, even if Chun Feng was a genius. The blood value can only increase by 10 points at most. Han Ming, on the other hand, had a blood value of over 600. A difference of 6 times the blood value. He just didn't believe that Chun Feng could still turn the tables. On the other side, Xiao Ruhan's mother habitually swiped her cell phone to scold Chun Feng. Soon also saw that Chun Feng was going to sign a life and death contract with Han Ming. Ruhan, look, that Chun even wanted to sign a life and death contract with your previous mentor. Really don't know how to die. Teacher Han is a senior martial artist, not a trash like Sha Heming. Xiao Ruhan also took out her cell phone, quickly put things in perspective. She also didn't expect that Chun Feng would dare to speak like that. If you do sign a life and death contract the day after, you will almost certainly lose. If I try to backtrack now, I'm sure I'll be laughed at all over the internet. I'd like to see what you'll do then. Chapter 38. The Wind and the Clouds. Xiao Ruhan has been having a hard time lately. Both hands are in casts today. The good thing is that it's not very serious. The doctor said it wouldn't affect nationals in 3 months. During this period of time, she had watched the war god Marshall Hall become infamous. Vivian Liu became the darling of the entire internet and was called the sister of the legs. Xiao Ruhan, however, suffered as a result. The previous grudge with Lu Weiwei with the black history was again raked out and was whipped by countless people. She decided that she would also go the day after tomorrow to see how Chun Feng made a fool of himself. The person who once abandoned you is better off than you are. This caused Xiao Ruhan to have an indescribable jealousy in her heart. The worse Chun Feng's downfall was, the more balanced her heart would be. Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild. Yang Honghu was making tea when suddenly the private phone rang. He took a look at the number. Nice guy, a dozen of the same number. Hurriedly picking up the phone. Generalissimo, what did you want to see me about? General President, aren't you at all concerned about what's going on in your river city? What's going on in Jiangqing? What's going on in Jiangqing? Yang Honghu was puzzled. Hurriedly, he clicked on his computer email. See if there are any important emails. It turned out to be all face-saving matters, nothing major. I wonder what the Generalissimo is referring to? General President, Chun Feng and what's his name Han Ming are going to sign a life and death contract. Don't you know? Yang Honghu puzzled. I know, but what business is it of ours? Isn't that what notaries do? An exasperated voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Are you a pig? A demon who carries 3 heavenly rank techniques and has reached the peak of his powers while still a martial apprentice. With a talent like that, are you going to watch him go and fight people for his life? If Chun Feng were to die, it would be a loss for Great Xia. I'm telling you, even if you die, he can't die. I threw.
Yang Honghui almost kurset.
After all these years of hard work, he was still inferior to a martial apprentice. Yang Honghu immediately shouted into the phone. Chief, I understand. Don't worry, even if I GA, I won't let Chun Feng lose a single hair of sweat. After hanging up,
Yang Honghui pondered darkly.
I didn't expect the General Guild to think so highly of Chun Feng. The day after tomorrow, no matter what, we must preserve Chun Feng. Yang Honghu was considering whether he should arrest Han Ming in advance. In that case, the life and death incident would be closed. Thought better of it. Just let them fight. When Chun Feng was in danger, he would step in himself. You can still sell a favor when the time comes. As for the rule of life and death, sorry, it doesn't work well in front of him. Wayne's group, the person who has been responsible for the arrest of Chun Feng. It was also the first thing that came to my attention. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. A day later, this person in charge appeared at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Hospital. Chun Feng that day first brought his disciple to the community clinic for simple treatment to stop the bleeding and disinfection, and then rushed to the best hospital in Jiangxing. At this time, Lu Weiwei was still lying inside the hospital. The doctor said it would be best to be hospitalized for a few days for observation. As for Kim Yu-hee, the original was crying and asking if he was disfigured. Chun Feng also comforted her. Disfigurement will take her to plastic surgery. As a result, when I changed the medication the next day, I realized that the huge forehead scar was completely healed. Even the scabs have fallen off. As for the scars, there wasn't even a trace of them. Snow white, glossy forehead, as if it had never been wounded. Chun Feng and the doctor were both surprised. Only Kim Yu-hee, who cheered half-heartedly at the mirror. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly realized a problem. It seems like Kim Yu-hee hasn't been sick since she learned the Rudraksh palm. He remembers that there was a time Kim Yu-hee had to cook for him. It ended up cutting into the thumb. There was a lot of blood and the wound was big and deep. Who knew that by the time the next morning rolled around, it would turn out that the wound had disappeared. Although the master and disciple were amazed for a long time, they didn't take it too seriously. Now look at Kim Yu-hee's forehead again. This whole thing is just too unbelievable. Chun Feng secretly thought in his heart. Is it because of practicing Rudraksh? Today, Vivian Liu has determined that there is nothing much wrong. It's about not doing strenuous exercise for the next month. Take some time to recuperate. Warm up the internal organs a bit with martial qi and blood. Chun Feng was about to go through the discharge procedure. A young man in a suit was seen walking up to Chun Feng. Hello, Mr. Chan. I'm Wei Su from the Wei Group. I want to talk to you about the life and death duel tomorrow. Chun Feng was puzzled. What does one's own life and death duel have to do with the Weiss Group? Just say what you have to say. The man looked around and saw that there weren't a lot of people, so he just said, we, the Weiss Group, can guarantee you a sure win tomorrow. Must win? Chun Feng only wanted to say that he was definitely bound to win. You need a guarantee? But there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The other side must be up to something. And what do I have to pay? Wei Su smiled and didn't directly say what he wanted. Instead, again say what you can give. Also, we are willing to give Mr. Chun 300 million. 300 million. Chun Feng and his 2 disciples were shocked. However, Chun Feng quickly reacted and said, let's get right to the purpose. Wei Su said, the Weiss Group would like to make friends with you and purchase those 3 heavenly rank techniques of yours. Chun Feng secretly said that it was true. Helplessly, he shook his head. Not for sale. It's not that he doesn't want to sell 300 million he really wants. It's just that system feats don't sell at all. The other guy can't learn by taking it, and he certainly won't pay himself. Said also no longer take care of this person. Self-concernedly brought Lu Weiwei to handle the discharge formalities. Wei Su said to Chun Feng's back, "If Mr. Chun wants to trade at any time, he can always say so. I will personally go to see Mr. Chen's life and death duel tomorrow." His meaning was obvious. Chun Feng, however, knew. The other side is definitely going to be disappointed tomorrow. It seemed that the martial arts guild was doing a pretty good job of keeping their secrets. The news that he had already upgraded to a martial artist should not have been leaked for the time being. Otherwise these people, based on Sha He Ming's defeat earlier, wouldn't all be certain that he would lose now. Wei Su looked at Chun Feng's departing back. A slight frown. Things hadn't gone as well as he'd hoped, and that didn't sit well with him. The first time he hired the Heaven Swallowing Club to capture Chun Feng failed. The second search for the chosen martial arts center also ended in failure. This time he would not allow another failure, because the family won't allow him to fail one after another either. The Weiss family is immensely powerful though. It is claimed that the martial sage is not the first in the world. But there is also a great disadvantage in the family. It's that the family core feats are strong and flawed. Not everyone can practice. Many of the family sons are mediocre. The Wei clan was in dire need of other high-level techniques to train the clan's children. Of course, over the years, one after another, he had also obtained a few heaven stage techniques. But naturally, the more heaven-ranked feats the better. Chapter 39 Immigration. Chun Feng and his two disciples returned to the neighborhood and just exited the elevator door. Just saw a beautiful foreign woman standing in front of the house. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a professional outfit that's just a little tight, as if it's going to fall apart. Not waiting for Chun Feng to speak, the blonde then said in a fluent Daxia language, "Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm representing the Western continent and sincerely invite you to join us. As long as you are willing to join the Western continent, we can fulfill any reasonable conditions you have. We'll pay for all your expenses from now on." I threw. It was the first time Chun Feng had heard of inviting someone to immigrate, but he rejected it outright on the spot. "There's no way I'm going to emigrate, so go ahead." The woman seemed to have anticipated that Chun Feng would say this, and so it continued, "Mr. Chun Feng, I have to remind you, whether or not you'll be participating in a life and death duel tomorrow, you're all in danger. You have to attach yourself to one side of the force. To tell you the truth, it's not just us in the Western continent. Those powerful families of your great Xia have their eyes on you as well. As for the reason, I'm sure you understand. But I can guarantee that all the world families combined can't possibly give you as much as the Western continent can." Chun Feng still shook his head. That beautiful woman didn't die and continued to persuade. "There are quite a few people in Daxia who want to harm you. The Swallowing Sky Club from a while ago was hired by the Wei Group. Why don't you want to leave this place where someone is always trying to hurt you? When we get to the Western continent, we'll offer you up like a king. Money, power, beauty, everything." The blonde fought to promise out, offering all sorts of temptations that one could not refuse. This was because for the Western continent, where the foundation of martial arts was weak, high-level techniques were simply too scarce. Nay, the Gong method is again a secret that is not passed down in Daxia. The feats they had stolen and learned over the years could only be considered a drop in the bucket compared to the larger Xia. And right now, Chun Feng, who had been given a hard time at every turn in Daxia, was the one they wanted to draw in. Especially since Chun Feng was carrying 3 heavenly ranked techniques. Even Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei were a bit moved, especially knowing that the Wei clan, one of the 9 great clans of the Grand Xia, was trying to capture Chun Feng. In his heart, he even wanted to join his master and hide in a safe place. Save yourself from being missed, rumored, and humiliated here every day. Chun Feng opened the door to the room. Before entering the house, he turned to look at the blonde. The lady was delighted in her heart, thinking that Chun Feng had been persuaded. It is better to be a ghost in Daxia than to be a king in treason. Boo! The door to the room closed, leaving the beautiful woman frozen in place. She doesn't understand. According to the survey, Chun Feng had suffered a lot of malice during this period of time. Why doesn't he want to leave? As soon as she entered the room, Kim Yoshi couldn't help but say, "Master, why don't you want to go and be king? Around here, People try to hurt you every day. And so many others have falsely accused you. Wouldn't it be nice to emigrate to a popular place? Chun Feng gently stroked Jin Yoshi's forehead. They don't just want me to emigrate, they want me to commit treason. There are too many forefathers in Daxia who have not seen their faces but have been deeply honored by them. How can we bend our backs when our forefathers have not bowed their heads? Master grew up in an orphanage since he was a child, eating from the subsidies of his fellow Daxia citizens and enjoying the blessings of countless ancestors. I'm just dying here, but I can't let the Xia and my ancestors get cold feet. Kim Yu he listened in a way that made no sense. Lu Weiwei, however, heard a flutter in her heart. At this time, the gaze that looked at Chun Feng also became more and more worshipful, and for a while he was actually lost in thought. Hey, what are you gawking at, senior sister? Jin Yoshi saw Lu Weiwei looking at Chun Feng's back in a daze and tugged on her arm. Willowvale slowed down, immediately blushing with shame. Kim Yu he hid her mouth and snickered. Senior sister, are you also mesmerized by Master? Lu Weiwei was greatly embarrassed, as if she had been poked and prodded. No, don't get any ideas. After saying that, he hurried back to his room. The other side. Han Ming was at the company, with his live streaming assistant, studying Chun Feng's previous matchup videos. It was reasonable to say that he, a high-level martial artist, shouldn't be so nervous against a tiny martial apprentice. But for some reason, the mind is never still. Do you think Chun Feng has some kind of backing since he dared to say he'd sign a life and death contract? The on-air assistant on the sidelines was speechless. A force to be reckoned with. No matter what he has to rely on, it won't change the gap between you. He's the one to worry about now, not you. The assistant rolled her eyes. The heart was filled with contempt for this Han Ming. A senior martial artist beating up a martial apprentice and being so damn wimpy. You believe that? Just then, the assistant's cell phone rang. The number docket is Chopi. Boss, you wanted to see me about something. An urgent voice rang out on the other end of the line. Quickly, bring me Han Ming. There's a VIP waiting. Hurry up and order. The assistant heard his boss's urgency and didn't dare to slow down at all. Hurriedly calling Han Ming, he ran towards his boss's office. Upon entering, he saw the owner standing respectfully. An elegant young man, quietly looking at the two who entered the room. This person was none other than Wei Su, who had gone to find Chun Feng earlier. You guys go out, Han Ming stays. The boss immediately nodded his head and left with his assistant. Han Ming was a bit overwhelmed. Someone who can make the boss so scared. Must be a big one.
Wei Su spoke finally.
You can't kill Chun Feng in your life and death battle with him tomorrow.
Han Ming froze.
A million thoughts popped into his mind. Here it comes. The surname Chun really has something to rely on. No wonder I dared to sign a life and death contract with me. So there's a big man behind him to protect him.
Mel.
If there's a big brother say it earlier, I won't mess with you. Han Ming was thinking about what to do. Wei Su said again. You don't have to be too nervous either. You just can't kill him, you can still win him. You can waste him and then torture him slowly. You're going to make his life hell and make him beg for mercy. Han Ming froze once more. Listening to this, it seems like it's not to protect Chun Feng. However, whether it was to protect Chun Feng or not, one should not have the qualifications to refuse. Since you can't refuse, you have to be obedient. Mixing it up for so many years. Han Ming then learns a life lesson. That's bullying, picking on the soft ones, and never making it hard on yourself. After Wei Su left, the boss immediately called Han Ming. What did Mr. Wei ask you to do? Mr. Wei. Hear the last name. Han Ming immediately realized. The only people in Daxia who could make the boss fearful and have the last name Wei would be that family. That Wei family that once won the first place in the world. It is rumored that there is a super family with a martial saint sitting in the family. Han Ming didn't expect that he would be able to come into contact with such a big shot. Mentally, I caution myself to be on my best behavior tomorrow. Can't afford to upset the big man. Chapter 40, 300. Early the next morning. Jiangqing Gymnasium, then came countless people watching. The notary was also first on the scene. The Martial Arts Guild also dispatched personnel to maintain order. According to the rules of the Budo Guild, once both sides have irreconcilable grudges, in order to avoid vicious feuds, it can then be resolved by, say, signing a life and death duel. There was no way around it. After all, it's not uncommon for martial arts to be used to disrupt prohibitions. The Martial Arts Guild was also busy with this. Han Ming arrived at the Jiangqing Martial Arts Guild early. The live stream was turned on before we arrived. The first thing he said when he arrived at the Jiangqing Stadium was to the live camera, "I can guarantee that Chen Feng hasn't come yet. After all, he's here to die. Ha ha ha." A bunch of pop-ups floated through the live feeds along with it. Is there a possibility that people have run away overnight? Senior martial artist. Beating up a martial apprentice. Let's see what you can get. Anchors don't pretend. Watch out for the cold. That Chen Feng, by the way, must be extremely regretful right now. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room rising, Han Ming revealed a happy smile. New families click and follow. The anchor will take you to abuse later. Now he is about to surpass 500,000 followers. After this duel, one's fan base would surely go up another notch. In the future, directly live broadcast with goods, change a few female assistants, not more fragrant than in the martial arts museum as a tutor. Soon after, Chen Feng and his two disciples, arrived at the Jiangqing Stadium. See the scene. Chen Feng could not help but be stunned. I didn't realize there were so many people. Master, why don't we stop fighting? At this time, Jin Yoshi was still a little worried about Chen Feng. Last night she had spent the night swiping through her phone, and at this point her eyes were dark. Almost everyone on the internet was not optimistic about Chen Feng. Moreover, she also learned that Han Ming's chi blood was upwards of 600. Moreover, he had been practicing the wind god leg of the war god martial school for decades. The realm shouldn't be too low, though he knew his master was great. But it's still a little scary. If master has an eventuality, how can I live with myself? Chen Feng rubbed Jin Yoshi's head and comforted her. You have so little faith in master. Don't worry, with you around, master can't afford to die. Ryu Weiwei looked at Kim Yoshi with envy. Envious of the other party's ability to hug Chen Feng's arm with impunity. I wanted to hold it myself, but I couldn't get off. She wasn't too worried about Chen Feng's life and death battle. In the provincial capital, he witnessed Chen Feng waste 5 thugs with the strength of one man. Though I don't know what rank master is nowadays, but definitely not a simple martial artist. And she also knew that master was definitely not a brainless, impulsive person. Since master is so confident, he will definitely win. Anyway, Lu Weiwei chose to brainlessly trust her master. Han Ming scoffed when he saw Chen Feng appear. How dare you? Chen Feng, you really don't even care about your life for the sake of face. Chen Feng wasn't in the mood to fight with Han Ming. Walk directly to the notary's desk. Han Ming snorted coldly and also walked to the table. The notary looked at the two men and asked, "Have you guys thought about it? Actually, there are some things that don't need to come to this."
Han Ming sneered.
Some people are just out of their depth and want to find death. I can't do anything about it. I'll forgive him if he kneels now and kowtows to me and apologizes. Chen Feng still chose to ignore it. There was no point in saying more, and he was a man who didn't like nonsense. I think I'm ready to start signing life and death certificates. The notary shook his head, pulled out the life and death certificate, and began the process. First, the names of the two men were registered, and their identification numbers. Finally asked, "What's your chakra value?" Han Ming looked at Chen Feng with an excited smile and reported a number, 614. He wanted to see the expression on Chen Feng's face when he heard this number. However, to his dismay, there was none of the imagined fear, trepidation, awe, not even nervous. There was only rippleless calm. Chen Feng then reported his own qi and blood values as well. 300. 300. Han Ming wondered if he had heard wrong. He subconsciously looked at the number the notary had registered on the life and death certificate. 300. How come it's 300? Shouldn't it be a little over 100? No way. He's bull-ting. 4 months ago, he was still a 100 chi blood martial apprentice. How is it possible to reach the middle stage of martial arts now? Han Ming questioned on the spot. For some reason, his heart missed a beat when he just saw that number. At this moment, he only hoped that Chen Feng was deliberately making things up, trying to scare himself. That's when the assistant beside him warned. Han Ming, watch your expression management. His chi and blood is more than 300 lower than yours. Why are you panicking? The pop-ups in the live stream also exploded at this time. Look at that bear of an anchor, he's just been scared silly. Even if the opponent has 300 chi blood, you, a 600 chi blood, shouldn't be so flustered. But is what this Chen Feng said true? 100 chi blood 4 months ago, 300 so soon? Absolutely impossible. How is it possible to grow 200 chi and blood values in 4 months? At this time, the staff also looked at Chun Feng and said, "You're really not lying? When signing a life and death contract, you can't withhold your chi and blood values, or else you're going to be invited to tea by the Budo Guild." Chun Feng also knew this rule. "Yesterday before I did my apprentice's discharge. Did a chakra test on my own, by the way." He had anticipated that when he spoke of his chi and blood today, it might cause trouble. It is too much of a hassle to go to the hospital and get yourself checked out once the other person questions it anyway. Chun Feng then took out the test report and handed it to the staff. "This is the chi and blood test I did yesterday at the Jiangqing Martial Arts Hospital." The notary took it, glanced at the red seal on it, and called to confirm it again. Then he turned to Han Ming. "He didn't lie. You may now put your fingerprints on it. And before the duel, let me remind you, have you all written your suicide notes?" Han Ming didn't hear the notary's words at all. In his mind, he still recalled the notary's remark that the chiropractor's blood was real. How can that be true? Han Ming thought of the last person who had dueled with Chun Feng. Yesterday, he was still watching the video of Chun Feng's previous engagement with Sha Heming. At that time, Sha Heming's chi blood value was nearly 4 times higher than Chun Feng's. The hits the fan as a result. The dantian was also wasted. His own blood value was merely twice as high as Chun Feng's. Wouldn't it be dangerous? By now, cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. The thought crossed my mind. No wonder the surname Chun is so emboldened. It turns out that he has long since ceased to be that tiny martial apprentice. At this time, Chun Feng had already pressed his handprint. The notary looked at the dazed Han Ming and reminded him, "Your turn. Hey, it's your turn to be fingerprinted. What's the holdup?" Han Ming returned to his senses and looked at the sealing clay that the notary brought over. Actually couldn't help but subconsciously take a step back. Chapter 41. To sign or not to sign. The live assistant couldn't help but warn. "Han Ming, what kind of airplane are you on? There are so many people watching on the air. Even if the other party's cultivation level is a little higher than expected. Not just a martial artist. What do you have to wimp out on as a senior martial artist?" "I'm a wimp?" Han Ming cursed angrily in his heart. "You're not the one who signed the ING life and death contract, so of course you people watching are not wimps. The old man can't get it right, but he's going to put his life on the line. The other party is a demon who can cross the level and kill back." Just then, the notary reminded again. "It's your turn to be fingerprinted, so are you going to do it or not?" The people waiting to see the duel at this point, also waiting a bit anxiously. "But don't be afraid when it matters. I've bought all the tickets. If he doesn't sign, the money won't be wasted. Don't worry. The Budokai will refund your ticket if you don't duel." According to the regulations, a life and death duel was something that had to be approved by the Martial Arts Guild and a notary. Then a duel in a public gymnasium. The right to watch the duel is vested in the Budokai. It's the families of the duelists who have to pay for a ticket if they want to get in. After all, preparing for a life and death duel was also labor-intensive. In some places, it is even mandatory to pay a deposit, and after death, you must choose a sponsor's casket and urn, etc. At this moment, the boss of the organization behind Han Ming saw Han Ming's wimpy appearance and the screen full of pop-ups. Exasperated, he sent a direct message to the live assistant. "What are you guys up to? Hurry up and get fingerprinted. The Waysiders are still waiting." The live assistant was also helpless. He didn't expect Han Ming to be so timid. The live streaming taunts covered almost the entire screen. "This anchor is not your average wimp. Are you going to fight or not? If not, go home and raise pigs. All you know how to do is bark all day long and pin your tail down when it counts. It's just a waste of time for me to swipe all those gifts, and this is the result?" The notary just couldn't watch. It didn't matter if it would hurt Han Ming's dignity. Directly, "Are you scared? If you regret it, it's not too late. I really don't know, you're a high-level martial artist. What do you have to be afraid of?" See the notary's contemptuous gaze. Han Ming had a hard time deciding. At the critical moment, he turned to the staff. "I have an upset stomach. I'm going to the restroom first." After saying that, he ran straight towards the nearby restroom. All the people on the scene were speechless. The staff member shouted hastily, "You're signing a life and death contract or not? If you're afraid to sign, just say so. According to the rules, you must be responsible for any refunds from the audience." Han Ming couldn't care less and hurriedly ducked into the restroom, unlocking the door. His face was extremely ugly at this time. Not only these personnel on the scene, but also the live streamers. Even the owner of the organization behind it, and the big guy from the Weiss group. So many people are watching. Han Ming knew that if he didn't sign today, he would never be able to raise his head again. The previous screeds on the internet were a joke. And it will offend the bigwigs of the Weiss group. The current boss, I'm sure, will abandon me as well. Other organizations will certainly not dare to use themselves again in the future. Should I take a gamble that Chun Feng can't beat himself over the top this time? Sign. That's life and death. When you sign it, you might lose your little life. Just then, the door to the restroom was knocked on. Someone, knock what knock? Han Ming growled in annoyance. Mr. Han, I advise you to open the door. The voice outside the door made Han Ming freeze. Isn't that the voice of that big shot from the Weiss group yesterday? What's he doing here? He's not going to force me to sign a life and death contract. What should I do? Offending the Wei family is also a death. Just then, a bang was heard. The door to the restroom straight off was broken off hard. Outside the door, the two bodyguards beside Wei Su put that door aside and then stood quietly behind Wei Su. Han Ming panicked and tried to explain. He saw Wei Su reach out and hand over a small porcelain vase. It's a qi and blood elixir. Just by eating it, your qi and blood will increase by 300 points. I guess that should keep you out of trouble. Han Ming stared at the porcelain vase in Wei Su's hand in surprise. Increase 300 points of qi and blood. Then wouldn't he or she become a top martial artist? However, he had also heard of the qi and blood pills. Hundreds of thousands apiece. Still available for a price. Although it grows qi and blood, it is only temporary. It'll probably last about 10 minutes. Once the medicine has worn off, the qi and blood will return to normal. It's only 10 minutes though. But in many cases, such a medicine is enough to turn the tide and reverse the course of events. Han Ming took the bottle of elixir. At once, there was something in his heart again. Soon he returned confidently, not waiting for the staff to speak. Han Ming directly dipped his thumb into the sealing clay and then pressed it onto the life and death certificate. Since you seek death, I'll fulfill you. Chun Feng glanced at him, speechless. You're quite the changeable character. That's quite a contrast between before and after. The netizens in the live stream were also a bit confused. What's the deal with this one? Did you really just let the hit the fan? It's not drunk in the restroom, I'm afraid. Could that have just been a program effect? Finally, under the anticipation of countless people, the life and death duel began. In the ring, Chun Feng quietly scanned the scene. At a glance, I saw several familiar faces. That Wei Su of the Wei group was looking at him with a smile on his face. Even Xiao Ruhan and her mother came. Lastly, there was Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Martial Arts Guild. This old guy was actually standing right at the edge of the ring. For those who don't know, they think he's a security guard. Kim Yu, he was a little nervous as she held on to Ryu Wei's arm. That's the kind of character she is. Once you're nervous, you want to hold on to something. Ryu Wei felt the force of Kim Yoshi's hand. Knowing that the other guy is nervous right now, she patted Kim Yu's small hand comfortingly. Don't worry, Master will win.
Kim Yo-hee nodded.
Master will be able to avenge us. Just as the sisters were comforting each other, a discordant voice sounded behind them. Win? With what? Instructor Han Ming is a senior martial artist. A tiny martial apprentice, still trying to win against a senior martial artist. What do you guys want to fart for? Ha ha ha. Better choose a coffin for your master earlier. Xiao Ruhan's mother was very pleasant. It was as if he had already seen Chun Feng die a horrible death. But Xiao Ruhan, who was beside her, frowned at this moment. Just saw it on my phone. Someone had actually said that Chun Feng's qi and blood was now 300. It has reached the middle stage of martial arts. Her first reaction was to think it was bull. But then he saw that the message, surprisingly, originated from the data that Chun Feng had reported himself when he signed the life and death contract. And there's a video of the time to prove it. Chapter 42. At this moment, Han Ming, who was in the ring, mockingly looked at Chun Feng. Almost bluffed you, kid. Originally, I was wondering how you were able to grow 200 points of qi and blood in 4 months. So it was eating the qi and blood pill. It's just that the quality of your potion is not good. It only increased 200 points of qi and blood. Han Ming had just been in the restroom and had already swallowed the qi and blood elixir. A sudden increase of 300 points of qi and blood. It made him feel a surge of qi and blood, and his whole body was filled with power. At the same time, he also figured out that Chun Feng must have taken the qi and blood pill as well. Otherwise, the qi and blood could not have grown so fast. Chun Feng didn't have time to babble with Han Ming. The qi and blood in his body surged, and a great Buddha's shadow enveloped his entire body. He still remembered the tragic beating of his 2 disciples the day before yesterday. There is no mercy for such scum. People like you are a scourge to have martial arts. I'll do the people a favor today. Han Ming was also shocked by the might of Chun Feng's great Buddha at this time. However, upon hearing Chun Feng's words, he immediately sneered. What's the pretense? The truth is not hidden from you. Old me just ate the qi and blood pill as well. Today, I'm going to make you beg for your life. I'll make it impossible for you to die. But if you're willing to beg for forgiveness from Mr. Wei Su, I can spare your life. Wei Su? Chun Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was really being targeted by the Weiss group. It seemed that the qi and blood pills that Han Ming had mentioned should have been given by Wei Su as well. He had also heard of the qi and blood pills. It is said to have been monopolized by the great families of the world. It's hard for the average person to get. Qi and blood pills, eating one would increase your qi and blood by more than 300 points. And it lasts 10 minutes. That meant that the current Han Ming's qi and blood values had reached over 900. It reached the level of a top martial artist. Chun Feng could not help but frown. The opponent's qi blood was 3 times as high as his own, which was more than 600 qi points higher. I don't know if I can still win later. After all, it's not the same as it was then. When he first fought against Sha Hame, the opponent's qi blood was nearly 4 times higher than his own though. But overall, it was only nearly 300 points of qi and blood higher than his own. Now it was a full 600 or so qi blood higher. If you can't, expose the realm of celestial unity. With the fusion of the 3 sets of feats, it should be possible to fight. The big thing is not to get hard and drag it out for 10 minutes. And then a counterattack. He didn't want to die anyway. The netizens in the live broadcast room at this time had gotten high. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's this big Buddha's palm. No one even got a good look at it last time, so we should be able to get a good look at it this time. Where are the dragons? I want to see the dragon. Make him use the golden dragon palm. What golden dragon palm? That's called the dragon subduing palm. I'll call it what I like. For all you care. Han Ming's live broadcast assistant, racking his cell phone, looked at the pop-up screen with some helplessness. After half a day, the live broadcast room was full of Chun Feng's fans. No one wanted to see Han Ming's martial arts moves at all. Seeing the great Buddha's silhouette again, Yang Honghu was still shocked in his heart, especially just now, when he received the news that Chun Feng's registered qi blood was 300. It made him a little incredulous for a moment. However, none of this mattered. Chun Feng must be protected next, especially since he had just heard that Han Ming had also eaten the qi and blood pill. In his heart, he also wondered if Chun Feng had also eaten the qi and blood pills for his qi and blood to grow so fast. Kim Yoshi immediately perked up when she saw her master's stance. Look, senior sister, it's the Rudraksh palm. This is the palm technique that master taught me. Xiao Ruhan, who was not far away, frowned. She now wanted to see, even more, the palm that Chun Feng had not taught her. Now Xiao Ruhan has resigned herself to her fate. All the feats and martial arts of the War God Martial School were tried once. Even those yellow-ranked feats were not spared. All of them are difficult to cultivate. She knew that she could probably only cultivate this palm technique that Chun Feng had taught her. It was also understood that this palm technique could probably only be practiced by a physique like hers. That's why so many people study online, but not many practice. As a result, Chun Feng did not teach her all the moves. And lie to yourself and say you've taught all you can. This Chun Feng, what an abomination. Xiao Ruhan unknowingly clenched her fists. The only technique that she could cultivate, but she hadn't learned it in its entirety, had become her heart problem. The ring. Han Ming looked at Chun Feng's martial Dao domain that was at the peak of the realm. The heart was incredibly jealous. Perhaps in his own lifetime, he would not be able to reach such a state. He no longer hesitated and directly attacked towards Chun Feng. A pair of legs transformed into a phantom in the air. The ring is taken up in a whirlwind. Wind God leg. With a difference of 600 qi blood between the two sides, Chun Feng did not dare to fight hard right off the bat. choose to hold off and try the waters and pull a little bit first. A move of Buddha's first light, a symbolic defense. Chun Feng then pulled away from the attack. Seeing that Chun Feng didn't dare to take it hard, he dodged away. The last bit of uneasiness in Han Ming's heart completely disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Now you know you're afraid. Wanna run? I'll see where you run. Hurry up and get on your knees and beg for mercy. Han Ming pursued and punched, and Chun Feng stayed passive and defensive. Soon Chun Feng put his heart down. After a few defenses, probably judged how strong Han Ming's offense was. Himself for the time being, though it was difficult to resist. But self-preservation defense is not much of a problem. The heaven's crippling kick of both legs was a pure attack technique though. But the strengthening of the legs and feet, it allowed Chun Feng's stance too to improve greatly. Between rolling around, he was using the Rudraksh palm to defend. For a while Han Ming really couldn't take him down. At this moment, Han Ming was excitedly chasing after him. Run away, run away. The more you run, the more excited I get. I'd like to see how long you can escape. What a bull demon. What ascent to the top. In front of Laozi's absolute strength, they are all dregs. Seeing Chun Feng only dared to run away, Han Ming was already completely certain that the other party had absolutely no ability to turn the tables. Although every time Chun Feng countered with a palm strike, its power was surprisingly great. There was a hidden strength to reach the level of a senior martial artist. However, facing the strength of his top-level martial artist at this time, it was still unbeatable. Han Ming was glad that if he didn't have the chi and blood pill, there's a real possibility that this one could be, well, guttural. Nowadays, just waiting for Chun Feng to reveal a crack, he could easily take him down. As a result of this wait, it was nearly 10 minutes. Everyone on stage sweated for Chun Feng. Yang Honghu also almost didn't hold back from striking once. Xiao Ruhan's mother, and clapped her hands from time to time. It caused a lot of people around him to frown. Surname Chun, you're still pretending. Now that's retribution. I'm going to see how you die today. At this moment, Wei Su, who was under the stage, was also smiling as he watched the battle in the ring. On the 400-square-foot ring, Chun Feng fled in haste. Han Ming chased after him as if he were a cat catching a mouse. Chun Feng has been in a precarious position, but no one is paying attention. Han Ming hadn't been able to injure Chun Feng until now. Somewhere in the audience, an ant with a face full of poisonous sores and a somewhat deformed body. At this moment, he looked at Chun Feng in the ring and murmured, "No wonder a senior martial artist, plus 4 martial artists couldn't catch you. I didn't expect you to be so strong when you crossed over." The Heaven-Swallowing Club didn't lose this time. Chapter 43, Inviting the Anchor to Die. As the battle scorched on, Han Ming, who was originally very excited, felt more and more that something was wrong with the situation. Suddenly he realized a serious problem. There is a statute of limitations on the qi and blood elixir. Once the effects of the medicine have passed, the qi and blood will drop to their original levels. Due to too much excitement just now, I don't know how much time has passed at the moment, but think it's not far from 10 minutes. Han Ming panicked in his heart. In one fell swoop, he saw through Chun Feng's intentions. "You boys are deliberately stalling." Chun Feng did not panic in the slightest when he realized that he had been seen through. After a long engagement, he probably also figured out some of the moveset of the Wind God's leg. At this moment, he grinned at Han Ming, who had discovered the truth. Intend to irritate him a little more. "You don't have much time." The subdued look on Han Ming's face disappeared. In its place was anxiety. The attacks also became more and more severe. Nay, he made every effort to do so. Chun Feng didn't even fight him head-on. The crowd under the stage, too, gradually saw the signs. Wei Su frowned. He also saw something odd about the situation. That Han Ming is like a sizable cutie, like a frantic attack at this point at any cost. Not only did this fail to injure Chun Feng, it caused the medicinal power to evaporate even faster. Hong Huyang also found this. Chun Feng's meticulousness made him more and more impressed. Xiao Ruhan's mother, however, was cursing at this time. "This Chun knows how to hide. What a shame." Xiao Ruhan only saw that Chun Feng remained calm and unruffled, and Han Ming became more and more anxious. Netizens who watched the live broadcast through various means were wondering at this point. Wasn't it originally a pressurized fight? Why does it feel like Han Ming is panicking a bit now? That demon, Chun Feng, seems to be overly calm. It's been almost 10 minutes of fighting and my legs are numb from squatting. Get a move on. I'm about to go to class. Until a certain moment, Han Ming's face suddenly turned a little white. The movement was clearly a lurch as well. Chun Feng once again used the Rudraksh palm to defend, and immediately felt much more relaxed. And with this palm, it even shook Han Ming back a few steps. Looks like the drug has worn off. Chun Feng looked at Han Ming with a smile. Han Ming said with some confusion, "Why hasn't your strength changed? Did you eat 2 qi and blood pills?" Chun Feng shook his head and lost his smile. "I haven't eaten any qi and blood pills from the beginning to the end." "Well, it's time for this game to end. I hope you're prepared," Han Ming said loudly. "I'm still an advanced martial artist with 600 qi and blood even after the effects of the medicine have passed. I'll give you a chance to end this matter here. And I won't bother you later. Let's keep our wells clean." Chun Feng laughed. "Don't you think that's too much trouble? I have an easier way. I might as well waste you today." After saying that, his aura surged. Around the great Buddha's silhouette, 18 golden dragons steeply emerged. The blast slammed into the somewhat shocked Han Ming. Han Ming gritted his teeth and used his wind god leg to shred a flying golden dragon. He then saw Chun Feng lightly slap a palm. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with the sound of Brahma. 10,000 Buddhas. The palm of the great Buddha's shadow slapped down hard. Han Ming fought to resist. The pressure was high at this point, unlike earlier when it was so easy. But these moves can be blocked. "Chun Feng, don't force me. Big deal, I'll die with you." Chun Feng had always been too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly made 3 heavenly crippling kicks as his answer. 10,000 robberies. All beings are killed. The 3 worlds are extinct. 3 kicks in a row, 3 chi energy that had condensed into substance, kicking out 3 sound explosions. Han Ming was shocked and furious. Previously, Chun Feng had used palm techniques. It was only at this moment that he used his leg technique. Obviously he had reservations before, just for this moment. He said with impotent fury, "Mud, I'll fight you." Immediately, he also used the strongest 3 styles of the wind god leg. Windswept, the gale roars, thunder and lightning. The wind was so strong that it blew the security by the ring, and their robes were hunting. Han Ming's heart was appalled when he just touched the first kick. How can the attack be so strong? Even if it's a heaven-rank technique and the realm is at its peak, the attack power shouldn't be so terrifying. It took 3 moves of his own to barely carry his opponent's kick. How else is this going to play? In a panic, Han Ming made consecutive moves and barely blocked the second kick. But directly, he was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood with a sweetness in his throat. There wasn't even time to breathe. The third kick was hard on the leg he intended to counter. Only a crunch was heard. Han Ming's right leg was instantly twisted and deformed. "Ah! I concede defeat. Don't fight. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me. It's all because Xiang Jingpeng instructed me. I can't do anything about it." Han Ming clutches his broken leg and begs for mercy in the ring in agony. All the people watching the duel were shocked. Wei Su's face was extremely ugly. He no longer wanted to look at it. Straight away, he stood up and left the gym. Xiao Ruhan was shocked beyond words. With mixed feelings in her mind, she kept asking herself, "Is this still the punk Chun Feng I know?" First battle, martial apprentice over martial artist. Battle 2, martial artist over advanced martial artist. And there were only 4 months between the 2 wars. How can his progress be so horrible? I can't believe I lost such a demonic master. Xiao Ruhan looked at the man in the ring in a daze. Regret, remorse, resignation, a variety of complex emotions linger in the mind. Her thoughts, however, were quickly interrupted by her mother. "Is there any mistake? Wasn't surname Han very mad before? How did you suddenly get defeated? Is the surname Chun using fraud?" "Ruhan, what's wrong with you as a teacher?" Xiao Ruhan was speechless, looking at the cheering Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei. Deep jealousy once again rose in her heart. "I'm the first disciple of Chun Feng. Why should I be so miserable? And they're so happy." Han Ming's live broadcast assistant was also a bit confused at this time. "I didn't expect things to go this way. The most bloody thing is that he's still using Han Ming's account and broadcasting live off the field. The situation at hand made him wonder if he should go back on the air or not. So I had to send a message and ask the boss." Assistant. "Boss, do we still have to continue with the live broadcast?" "Boss, If we don't broadcast it, should we leave it to others? Boss. This is his last wave of traffic, and if you want to broadcast it later, you won't be able to. Han Ming didn't yet know that the most popular of his live broadcasts would be his last live broadcast. A screen full of pop-ups and gifs praised Han Ming's professionalism. How arrogant he was then, how flustered he is now. This anchor can take life to the live broadcast water friends whole live. It's time for big brothers to brush up, and if they want to brush up on their gifts in the future, they'll have to do it with a burn. Nothing more to say, anchor all the way. Next year's day will be the day we forget you. Sacred capital Hikikomori. Ask the anchor to go to his death. Chapter 44. So Yun. Chun Feng looked at Han Ming, who was struggling backwards while apologizing frantically. Walking up to it, he said unflinchingly, "What's the point of having a life and death contract if apologizing helps?" There was no way he could forgive Han Ming. The miserable appearance of the two disciples that day was still fresh in his mind. The existence of such scum is the greatest insult to Daxia. Chun Feng knew that in this world where martial arts were honored, nothing good will come from a soft heart. He himself broke Han Ming's leg today. If you let him go, later on, once the opportunity arises, the other side will retaliate 100%. As the saying goes, if you don't get rid of the grass, the whole family will be sacrificed. Chun Feng mercilessly slapped his palm down. At once Han Ming screamed miserably, "No!" "Ah!" The screams resounded throughout the room. The ring is also left with a puddle of filth from incontinence. Han Ming stared blankly at his dantian. It was a bloody mess from the beating. Along with the entire lower half of his body, he lost consciousness. "I wasted my kung fu, my chi and blood, half of my life's efforts. I'm no longer a martial artist. Why is that?" Han Ming cried and wailed helplessly, unable to accept this cruel reality. Although he didn't die, he was now worse than an ordinary person. The lower half of the body is completely paralyzed. He didn't know what to do with the rest of his life. The desperate Han Ming once again spat out a mouthful of blood. It was miserable on the surface, but the heart was celebrating. In the ring of life and death, it's amazing that you can still save a life. Who knew that? At this time Chun Feng suddenly said, "I forgot. I think we signed a life and death agreement." Han Ming was stunned and immediately looked up at Chun Feng in horror. Instead, he saw a palm slapping down on his head. "No. Spare my life. I'll never dare again." Chun Feng coldly grunted. "Did you ever think of sparing me in the first place?" With a slap, Han Ming slowly fell to the ground with endless remorse and blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The last moment before consciousness dissipates. He was still regretting why he had messed with such a demon in the first place. Next to the ring, Yang Honghu, who had been eager to try, did not expect that he would not come in handy. What's more, he didn't expect Chun Feng to be so tough. Even the top martial artists couldn't help him. Advanced martial artists were even more likely to only take a beating. In his heart, he couldn't help but think that the opening of the Kunlun Forbidden Land once in a century was imminent. The gaze that looked at Chun Feng also grew hotter and hotter. The netizens who watched this live broadcast on the major live streaming platforms, also shocked by the final result. This Chun Feng is once again staging a comeback. Worthy of being Lu Weiwei's master, those 3 kicks are really handsome. It's a good thing he didn't participate in the martial artist class competition, or else I wouldn't have anything to do with it. This guy should be invincible at this level of martial artist. It's not even close. Those demons from the holy capital are no worse than him. After this battle, all previous doubts disappeared. People had to admit that Chun Feng was indeed somewhat of a demon. It was no worse than the sons of those great families of the holy capital. The duel of life and death is over. Chun Feng led his 2 cheering disciples towards the outside of the gymnasium. Just got to the door. Xiao Ruhan's mother's obnoxious voice could be heard coming from the front. "Where's the ugly one from? It's disgusting. Hurry up and get away from me. It makes me sick to my stomach to look at you." Chun Feng saw that an aunt who wore a long gray dress and was hunched over. Leaning on his cane, he limped toward the exit of the gym. And just behind them were Xiao Ruhan and her mother Sulan. Not seeing the surname Chen killed today, and even being mounted by Chun Feng, Sulan was already in a bad mood. At that moment, this disabled aunt got in her way and couldn't help but curse. Sulan's curses immediately caused the surrounding people to crowd around. These people's comments caused Xiao Ruhan's face to look a little ugly. She hurriedly pulled her mother Su Lan's arm, wanting to go around and hurry out of here. Save yourself the constant humiliation. As a result, Su Lan was impatient. What are you pulling me for? What a day to do anything. There's an old punk in the way of a walk. Xiao Ruhan's face was ugly as she frowned. Let's just go around. Su Lan shook off her daughter's hand and yelled. Go around what? Who are we to go around? Good dogs don't get in the way. Get up for me. The physically challenged ant was actually pushed to the ground by Su Lan. There were people around taking pictures with their cell phones. Some people have accused Su Lan. There were others who were purely watching. But just no one came forward to help the fallen ant. Chun Feng frowned. He disliked such a cold world. Such a world is chilling and disappointing. This place is in the stadium range with lots of surveillance around it. Chun Feng wasn't afraid of encountering bumper stickers. He took 2 quick steps and came close enough to help his physically challenged ant to her feet. Auntie, are you okay? If you fall and hurt yourself, I'll call the police for you. At this time, Xiao Ruhan left alone. She was already annoyed enough by Chun Feng's affairs, and really didn't have the extra energy to deal with her incorrigible mother. Su Lan had just stepped over that auntie's body, only a few meters out. A familiar voice was heard from behind him. Looking back, sure enough, it's that Chen guy. I said who is pretending to be a good person here, so it's the surname Chen. What? Is this ugly your mom? Looks like it's some kind of nasty disease. Tell your mom not to run around and save the city. Su Lan even laughed when he finished. After the taunting, she felt like she was in a better mood. However, the crowd of onlookers could hear no more. The quality of your people is really refreshing to me. It's just too much. I can't even listen to it anymore. So vicious and not afraid of being struck by lightning. How do I live in the same world with people like that? Facing the humiliation of the crowd, Su Lan was not shy about returning the favor. Eventually seeing the situation, he turned away with a toss of his head and an angled neck. The people around them gradually dispersed. At this time, Su Lan did not know that she had just walked through the ghost gate. The ant who was pushed down just glanced at Su Lan. A murderous streak flickered in his eyes. If there weren't so many people here, Su Lan would have been a corpse by now. It's the first time that someone has bullied me in such a large Jiangqing. Su Yan laughed to herself, not much anger in her heart. Instead, she felt amused. As the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club, she had no interest in killing an ant like Su Lan, and a keen interest in the young man who had picked himself up. This world is still marvelous. Before, his own men were kidnapping this Chun Feng. Now he himself is feeling the kindness of the other side. Su Yan looked at Chun Feng curiously. You don't mind that my appearance is disgusting and ugly? Chun Feng just hurriedly glanced at this old ant out of politeness. Needless to say, this ant's face is not normally intimidating. The face was full of lumps and poisonous sores, causing the features to be a bit distorted. When he stood up, he was even more hunched over, his bloated body unable to stand straight. The skin of the exposed hand was also covered with all sorts of scary, rotten sores. No wonder people around here are afraid to help. Chun Feng helped Su Yan pick up her cane before answering the question asked by the other party. One must not live weighed down by whether one's skin is good or bad. Vulgar and superficial aesthetics can only lead to false vanity. If not, others are hell. True beauty is everywhere. It's just that everyone has a different standard of beauty. Chapter 45. The Northern Underworld Divine Power. Chun Feng only wanted to become stronger now, having long since detached himself from the lowly, especially not too concerned about the beauty or ugliness of the skin. Right now, Chun Feng only wanted to raise his cultivation level, because in this world, the stronger the cultivation, the freer you are. It's the only way to guard the people you care about the most. Master is right. My master is not that kind of shallow person. Kim Yu he was beside herself with a look of adoration. Lu Weiwei was also amazed by her master's words. Su Yan immediately cursed in her heart when she saw behind Chun Feng the 2 playful and beautiful disciples. Scum! The old lady almost believed you. She took the cane that Chun Feng handed her and continued to ask, I'm curious. What is your standard of beauty? What is beauty in your eyes? Beautiful? This question could not help but remind Chun Feng of many past events. When I was a child myself, I loved to stand at the window of the orphanage and look out. Look at the kids outside happily playing with mom and dad. Laughter as a family was something unattainable back then. When I was a child, I always fantasized that if I had a mom and dad, I would be able to smile happily and joyfully every day too, right? When I think of my heartbreaking childhood, my eyes can't help but get a little moist for a moment. Su Yan's cultivation at the patriarch level clearly felt Chun Feng's emotional fluctuations. Together with the moist eyes, it was not at all like faking. A question about beauty actually made a demon who could kill back over the level and who had practiced his martial arts skills to the peak as a martial apprentice wet his eyes. So Yun didn't know why. In his heart, he became more and more curious about Chun Feng's answer. Chun Feng revealed a faint smile as his moist eyes returned to normal. To me, there is nothing more beautiful in the world than mom and dad smiles. Mom and dad smiles. So Yun was stunned. Yes, too bad I'll never see it again. In her mind's eye, there was a flash of her parents' warm smiles. But immediately afterward, there was dad's forlorn look and disappointment in the world, and the desperation of the mom, and the tears as she begged on her knees. Chun Feng's words not only reminded Su Yan of her parents, it also reminded her of her own blood feud. At this moment, even Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei remembered their parents. It's just that Kim Yu he has only lassitude, not reminiscence. She never saw a smile on her mom and dad's faces. The only memories are of harshness and censure. The parents of Willow Vivian's childhood had even blurred in her memory. Su Yan looked deeply at Chin Feng. The heart murmured, such a state of mind is completely unlike a 20-year-old youth. It's no wonder that he was able to cultivate his gongfu to the peak of the realm. I'm a little reluctant to hand him over to the Weis, Chun Feng said to Su Yan. Auntie, take your time, we'll go back first. Kim Yu he also greeted warmly. Bye, Auntie. Su Yan nodded and said to Kim Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, I envy you all having such a warm master. Kim Yoshi proudly tilted her little head. Lu Weiwei also revealed a happy smile. Just as the two parties were about to say goodbye to this, suddenly, a voice appeared in Chun Feng's mind. 100% match detected for the Northern Mediterranean divine power. Name, So Yun. Notes, there will be an unexpected surprise if you succeed in accepting an apprentice. Chun Feng instantly froze. At that moment, when he looked at the ant in front of him again, his eyes had completely changed. I throw, making me take on an old ant as a disciple. How does this open up? But seeing the name of that feat, it was impossible to say that one wasn't moved. That's a claim to divine power. Definitely not simple. Chun Feng was curious to know what effect he would have after learning the Northern Underworld divine power and reaching the realm of heavenly unity. What's this embarrassment for the dream of being invincible? When we encounter the heaven-swallowing club again, we'll also have one more means to save our lives. And at a glance this ant is of good character, suitable for an apprentice. Chun Feng coughed lightly and said stiffly, Auntie, do you want to learn martial arts? I see that you have amazing bones and are a 1-in-a-million martial arts training wizard. As long as you worship me, I can teach you a set of heaven-defying techniques. So Yun froze. She wondered if she had heard wrong. But there was no one else beside himself at the moment. Kim Yohee and Ryu Weiwei also froze. Master's operation had completely exceeded their imagination. Su Yan looked at Chun Feng in surprise. You want to take me as your disciple? Chun Feng nodded awkwardly. I had just thought that I had misheard him. But now I saw the master nodding his head in confirmation. Kim Yoshi opened her small mouth in shock. Lu Weiwei also stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over her face. This time it will not make So Yun whole. A little brother in his 20s was actually going to take her as his disciple, although he himself is actually only 30 this year. But because of the aftereffects of abusing the star-sucking technique, at this point it looks like 40 or 50 years old, and covered in poisonous sores. The body is even more bloated and deformed, even the legs and feet are affected. That's the price of sucking up to the stars. The progress of cultivation is extremely fast and the disadvantages are great. Sucking in other people's chi and blood is difficult to integrate, and they are in conflict with each other. Boosting cultivation also destroys the body. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach the sovereign level at the age of 30. And he established the Heaven Swallowing Club, which was famous in Daxia. Su Yan couldn't understand why Chin Feng wanted to take himself as his disciple even if he thought about it at the moment. Didn't they say this kid only likes pretty little girls? Is he actually still a heavy? But it doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. Feels interesting anyway. Su Yan was eager to see what this youth, who was always surprising, wanted to do. Yes, Auntie actually really wants to learn martial arts. Apprentice Su Yen. Pay respects to master. Seeing Su Yen even agreed. Kim Yohee's mouth opened wider. One has another senior sister, and she's a couple dozen years older. Well, this sister is older than master. Lu Weiwei also never expected that the other party would actually agree. Shouldn't that be a joke? It's supposed to be a joke. At this moment, Chun Feng's heart was incomparably excited. It's done. Only a voice rang out in his head. Successful apprenticeship. Acquire the Gong method, North Underworld Divine Power. Note, as long as an apprentice disciple is initiated into the Northern Underworld Divine Skill, the realm of master's comprehension of the skill will be elevated to the unity of heaven and humanity. Congratulations on reaching the Master Teacher achievement. The fourth disciple establishes a well-known power organization and becomes its chief. Reward Master with 200 points of blood value. Chun Feng was shocked, just took on an apprentice and immediately completed the Master Teacher achievement. Also gains 200 points of blood value. Holy, there's still this kind of operation. With a blood value of 400 points, one belongs to an advanced martial artist. And Chun Feng now had 500 points of qi and blood. At this moment, if he were to face Han Ming who had more than 900 qi blood again, Chun Feng even dared to tough it out a bit. I just don't know what kind of power organization this fourth disciple established. Mutual aid societies? You're quitting, aren't you? Senior fellowship? Anyway, Chun Feng couldn't really think of anything for a while. I just have a bit of a headache right now. I don't know how to address So Yun. He was now the master, so he couldn't call his apprentice Auntie again. In the end, he could only harden his heart, add Su Yan's green bubble, and send his address over. So Yun, if you're free tomorrow, you can come to this place to find me. I just happen to have a technique that suits you. You must come. You definitely won't be disappointed. Chun Feng really wanted to progress too much right now. Upon seeing the introduction of the feat, his heart couldn't help but thump. Devouring other people's qi and blood? Isn't this the star-sucking technique?
Chapter 46 Surveillance.
Su Yen nodded and turned to the three men. Master, and the two sisters, see you tomorrow. Kim Yohee waved her hand. See you later, senior sister. So Yun laughed out loud. Feels really funny. He himself seemed to be a few dozen years younger at this moment. Looking at the departing Chun Feng trio, Su Yen could not help but think in her heart. What kind of kung fu is it anyway? She could tell that Chun Feng wasn't talking nonsense. Though it was a bit outrageous for a small martial artist level youth to teach him a grandmaster level technique. But Chun Feng's unimaginable realm of gongfu comprehension made one compelled to believe it. So Yun also followed Kim Yoo-hee's Dojin account. Video QA from this sister answering fan questions. There was the name of the gongfu used by Chun Feng. A total of 3 martial arts techniques. The first technique is called Dragon Falling 18 Palms. The second technique was called the Rudraksh Palm. The third technique was called Heavenly Crippling Foot. It was full of feats she had never even heard of. Moreover, Su Yen was able to tell with her patriarchal level of vision caliber. These 3 techniques were definitely all heaven stage extreme techniques. Such advanced feats had already surpassed the average great martial arts schools. Only the 9 great summer families and the Martial Dao Guild could press him. However, what Su Yen cared about the most was not these 3 high-level techniques. Rather, Chun Feng was actually able to practice all 3 techniques to the peak level. This could no longer be described as demonic. Simply horrible. Among all the demons that Su Yen knew, there were only a handful of people who could practice a technique to its peak. I don't know if there was anyone who could simultaneously practice 3 techniques to the peak, but she had never heard of them anyway. Looks like that's why the Weiss group is out to get you. But now you're mine. Su Yen revealed a smile, opened her cell phone, and sent a message towards the Swallowing Sky Club's group. Group Master. From now on, Demon Chun Feng's mission is over. Group Leader. Any mission related to Chun Feng, report to me at the first opportunity. 2 messages were sent. Soon the deputy group leader took his message and forwarded it to all the groups. All the members who saw it, all 8,000 of them, were the first to reply. The Heaven Swallowing Club, with a total of nearly 100 patriarchs, every one of them was at the Grandmaster level of battle power, and there were 9 others who had also reached the Sect Master level. This power alone was comparable to that of an average family. It's just that the top-tier battles are worse. There are also more than 200 administrators for the various cities. The strength of each one of them had reached that of a top-level martial artist. There were thousands of senior members, and every one of them had the strength of a senior martial artist. Ordinary members were even more numerous, with the lowest starting out as martial artists. The members of the Heaven Swallowing Club weren't the only ones who received the news, and the undercover agents lurking in it. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Guild, the first call was made to the Jiangqing chapter. Yang Honghu was depressed. Looking at the caller ID of his cell phone, he secretly guessed, "What's up again? Could it be that some ungrateful person has complained to headquarters again?" The call was answered, and the voice of the chief executive came from the other end. "I've just received a tip-off that the Heaven Swallowing Club has suddenly received word to cancel all actions against Chun Feng. And the group master of the Heaven Swallowing Club personally explained to keep an eye on all missions targeting Chun Feng. Do you know what to do?" "How? God knows what I'm gonna do." Yang Honghu didn't understand the general manager's deeper meaning, but answered anyway. I know, don't worry, President." Reassured? The general president still knows this unreliable Yang Honghu very well. "So tell me, what do you want to do next?"
Yang Honghui froze.
Then slapped himself hard. It could only be said stiffly and tentatively. "I'll arrest Chun Feng and ask the Heaven Swallowing Club why they did that?" He had just finished speaking when curses came from the other end of the line. "That's your president, please don't worry. It's called a farting heart. You keep a quiet eye on Chun Feng for me and record everyone who comes into contact with him. Let's see if we can find out anything about the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club." Yang Honghu hurriedly said, "Okay, President, I understand. Don't worry. I'll personally keep an eye on him. I didn't realize it was about the Tunica Club, this organization that has given Daxia quite a headache." The Martial Arts Guild had conducted several large-scale sieges against the Heaven Swallowing Club, but they had little to no effect. The members of the Heaven Swallowing Club were like a rainbow, catching one crop after another. And because the star-absorbing technique can devour other people's chi and blood abilities, its members cultivate extremely fast and are very dangerous to capture. The main thing was that the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club had never been seen before. Only a few of the core executives have seen it. Many of the undercover agents who entered the Heaven Swallowing Club had no information about the group's owner so far. Now it has become the heart of the Martial Arts Guild. After thinking about it, Yang Honghu added, "The opening of Kunlun once in a millennium is imminent. I want this Chun Feng to give it a try as well." The general president on the other end of the line was silent for a long time, then said, "Well, I watched his duel today too. And the surveillance of the apartment he was in I watched. Good thinking. 3 suspected heaven stage extreme techniques, all of which have reached the realm of the peak, are indeed suitable to go and guard the dragon vein. Be sure to make arrangements and in addition, give him 2 bottles of second-grade chi blood pills. 2 bottles of second-grade chi and blood pills." Yang Honghu's throat rolled and he couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, too shocked to speak. "I didn't expect the headquarters to pay so much attention to Chun Feng." Hanging up the phone, Yang Honghu immediately began to make arrangements. The general manager on the other end of the phone, at this time on the computer screen, was playing the surveillance video of Chun Feng's residence. The content of the video was the very same footage of the Western continent representative that day, trying to bribe Chun Feng. The chief general manager was always savoring those 4 sentences of Chun Feng's. "It is better to be a ghost in Daxia than to be a king in treason. There are too many forefathers in Daxia who have not seen their faces but have been deeply honored by them. How can we fold our arms when our forefathers have not bowed their heads? Master, I am dying here, and I can't let my forefathers get cold feet." The general president of the Martial Arts Guild was deeply shocked by these words. A hint of relief also rose in his heart. Chun Feng's words made him feel that he had not wasted his life's work for Daxia, just lamenting. How many more people like Chun Feng are there in present-day Daxia? Many young people nowadays just eat water without ever thinking about who dug the well. Only after layers of approval and confirmation did Yang Honghu get those 2 bottles of second-grade chi and blood pills from the storehouse. This thing was a notch above the chi and blood pills that Han Ming had eaten. Han Ming ate first-grade chi and blood pills, each of which could only increase his chi and blood by about 300. Maintenance time, depending on use, is probably only about 10 minutes. As for the second-grade chi and blood pills, eating one would increase the chi and blood value by around 400. The maintenance time reached 20 minutes. Of course, its price has doubled. The market price of a second-grade chi blood pill was a full $500,000. There was no way around it. The herbs used to create the second-grade chi and blood pill were simply too expensive. Many of the herbs are in the 10,000s of grams. Combined with the defective rate of pharmaceuticals, the cost is quite high. Chapter 47 Kunlun opens the mountain. Yang Honghu didn't expect that the general manager would be so generous this time. 2 bottles of qi and blood pills, 1 bottle of 10 pills. It adds up to $10 million worth. However, thinking about Chunfeng's realm and the great event of Kunlun opening the mountain, the $10 million is nothing. Definitely great value for money. On the second day, Yang Honghu brought the pills and personally came to Chunfeng's home. Just as he had just knocked on Chunfeng's door, a ghostly face was revealed in the shadows at the corner of the building. Yang Honghu, what's he doing here? Could it be sensing me? Su Yen quickly dispelled this idea. It's been 10 years since I've shown up myself. Even the 8 dead soldiers at the highest level hadn't seen themselves in all this time. One's own appearance was a different person than it had been 10 years ago. As long as you don't come forward yourself, it's almost impossible to be exposed. She looked at the hallway surveillance and guessed in her mind. With Chunfeng's heaven-defying qualifications, he must have already been monitored by the martial arts guild. If one wanted to contact Chunfeng, sooner or later he would be exposed to surveillance. But it didn't matter much, he was clean now anyway. The Budokai can't find out anything. In the morning, Chunfeng had just planned to take his 2 disciples and go to the neighborhood park to practice martial arts when he heard a knock on his room door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild branch president. President Yang, what brings you here?
Yang Honghui Lauged.
Let's talk inside. To tell you the truth, I really do have something very important for you. Chunfeng hurriedly invited Yang Honghu into the living room. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, who were already fully dressed and ready to go out. He had to return to his room and wait for his master to finish his talk before going out. Yang Honghu surveyed the room and then sat on the sofa. Chunfeng took out a bottle of electrolyte drink from the refrigerator and handed it to Yang Honghu. It didn't help that he wasn't in the habit of drinking tea either. Yang Honghu didn't care about these details either. He cut right to the chase. Chunfeng, your battle yesterday was wonderful. With your current strength, I'm afraid that an ordinary high-level martial artist would not be a match for you. I came here today to ask you if you've heard about the opening of Kunlun. Kunlun opens the mountain. Chunfeng had certainly heard of this matter. Ancestral vein of the great summer dragon vein. Daxia Kunlun, a world-renowned forbidden place. Covered in perennial mist, the living cannot enter. But no one who goes in by mistake ever comes out. And every 60 years, the Kunlun mountain mists become extremely thin. It will last for 91 days. These 81 days are also the only time you can go in every 60 years. It's just still very treacherous. And there is one great restriction. The blood value cannot exceed 1,000. Once a person with a qi and blood value of more than 1,000 entered, the excess qi and blood value would be drained away, permanently disappearing. Even if you leave the Kunlun Mountains, you won't be able to recover. One could only train up again from the realm of a top martial artist. This discouraged experts from top-level martial artists and above. After all, the further back the qi and blood went, the harder it was to cultivate. No one wanted the hard-earned cultivation of qi and blood to disappear. Of course, there are some exceptions. Some old men who were approaching the end of their lives would choose this time to enter the Kunlun Mountains and bury their bones in the ancestral dragon vein. Of course, before they die, they have one last mission. Guardian of the great summer dragon vein. It is not only the children of Daxia who enter the opening of Kunlun once a century. There are also some Gentile forces. The perils of Kunlun are accompanied by great opportunities. There are countless exotic treasures inside. Someone had even seen a unicorn in it. Legend has it that others have used unicorn blood and practiced unicorn arms, leaping to become supreme masters. There are also the legendary vermilion fruit, thousand-year blood ginseng, mountain souls and water spirits, ice worms, and evergreen springs. All kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, too numerous to count. Bring out just about any of the same and you'll be financially free. And the Gentiles entered Kunlun illegally. Not only did he want the treasure inside, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the dragon vein of Daxia. So every time you enter the Kunlun Mountains, whenever you meet a non-Daxia descendant, they will be shot on sight. Chunfeng looked at Yang Honghu and said, President Yang is trying to get me to enter the Kunlun ancestral vein this time as well. Yang Honghu nodded. That's right. Once you enter the Kunlun Mountains, with your Gongfu realm, you will have some achievements. Chunfeng immediately said modestly, President Yang is too kind. There's still a little bit of danger when you meet a top-tier martial artist. Yang Honghu was speechless. Mouth says I'm overrated. And you said yourself a little danger. You're not very modest. What's the difference between a little and nothing? Yang Honghu immediately pulled out 2 bottles of qi blood pills. Set on the coffee table. This is 2 bottles of second-grade qi and blood pills. Eating one will increase your qi and blood by 400 points, and it will probably last for about 20 minutes. With it, you have confidence, don't you? Yang Honghu didn't know that Chun Feng's qi blood had already reached 500 points. As he thought about it, Chun Feng's 300 points of qi and blood. In front of Han Ming, whose qi and blood had reached over 900, they were all invincible. If Chun Feng added another 400 qi and blood, with 700 qi and blood, along with 3 heavenly rank techniques, and the attainment of the peak technique realm, among the top martial artists there should be few enemies. Chun Feng immediately looked over curiously. Only on the 2 vials it was written second-grade qi and blood pill. The heart was instantly on fire. He himself now had 500 blood values. If I eat this qi and blood pill again, it will increase my qi and blood by 400. He or she will then reach 900 qi blood. Under the Kunlun Mountain's 1000 qi blood limit, wouldn't one be invincible? The qi and blood of a top martial artist, coupled with the realm of celestial unity. May I ask which top martial artist can have a configuration that rivals his own?
Yang Honghui asked.
How about it, with them? Do you dare to go to the Kunlun Mountains and guard the dragon vein for Desya? And when the time comes, you just need to step in when it counts. I'll arrange for a group of old patriarchs to take care of you. If your life is truly in danger, you can simply escape from the Kunlun Mountains. The old patriarch. Chun Feng froze for a moment first. Then it became clear. After a Zhongshe goes in, any qi blood beyond 1,000 will be stripped away. But the realm of martial arts feats was still there. It could be said that these old patriarchs, with their great limitations approaching, were the topmost fighting force in the Kunlun Mountains. The word is out, where is it not? Moreover, Chun Feng was also interested in the extremely mysterious Kunlun Mountains. After all, the Kunlun Mountains can only be entered once in 60 years. If you don't go in this time, you'll be 80 years old yourself the next time. Chun Feng looked at Yang Honghu and said sincerely, "It is my responsibility to guard the great summer dragon vein. If I die in battle for the great Xia dragon vein, it will be my supreme honor."
Yang Honghui bellowed.
Yes. He patted Chun Feng's shoulder in satisfaction. I will send someone to inform you on the day Kunlun opens. This time when Kunlun opens the mountain, we must kill a few more invaders. For Desya, I'll send you the information about the Kunlun Mountains right away. Chapter 48. Until after Yang Honghu left. It was only then that Su Yan walked towards Chun Feng's house, seeing all 3 disciples together. Chun Feng then told them about entering the Kunlun Mountains next week. Kunlun opened the mountain for a full 81 days. For the safety of the Daxia dragon vein, I may guard it until the last day. It shouldn't be in time for nationals. Vivi, you'll be on your own when the time comes. The rankings don't matter. Make sure you protect yourself and never get hurt. Lu Weiwei nodded heavily. Kim Yu-hee, on the other hand, was worried. I've heard that Kunlun Kai Mountain in Daxia is very dangerous. A lot of people die every time. Kim Yu-hee is from the sticks though. But the opening of Kunlun once in a century in Daxia is not only an event for Daxia. Almost the whole world wants to come and get a piece of the action. They stick is no exception. Every time Kunlun opens a mountain, countless treasures come out. Likewise, there would be tens of thousands of people who would be buried forever within the great summer dragon vein. Jin Yoshi shook Chun Feng's arm and pampered him. Master, can you not go? It's just too dangerous for me. Chun Feng rubbed Jin Yoshi's head and said, the rise and fall of the family and the nation is the responsibility of all. As a part of the great summer, this is the responsibility I was born with. Not only is Master going to go, but he's going to do his best. Su Yan listened to Chun Feng's words. Person suddenly came to mind. It was his own father who had also stroked his head. Say the same thing. Xiaoyan, the greater one's ability, the greater one's responsibility. Unfortunately, Dad's ability to carry responsibilities he shouldn't have.
Su Yan smiled to herself.
I never thought I would find my dad in a young teenager. Jin Yoshi knew that she couldn't persuade her master, so she could only pout her little lips. Even though I still have over a week to go, I can't let go of my master now. The 4 masters and disciples came into the neighborhood park. Under the shade of the gazebo trees are mostly grandparents playing cards. There are also a few people who practice martial arts here. There is also a children's playground next door. Chun Feng chose a more remote spot under the shade of a tree and began to teach the 3 disciples. Today, because of So Yun, Chun Feng let the 2 disciples practice on their own. He, on the other hand, was going to teach Su Yen the Northern Darkness divine power. Su Yen did not expect that Chun Feng was really going to teach her martial arts techniques. Chun Feng approached Su Yan's ear and said quietly, "This gong method of mine is a bit special. After you learn it, you can't use it indiscriminately. If someone finds out, they might be mistaken for a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club." Swallow the Sky Club? So Yun was shocked. The heart murmured, "Damn you. You're not going to teach me the star-sucking technique. I'm the grandmother's milk of the star-sucking technique. Could it be that Chun Feng is also a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club? Shouldn't I?" Just as Su Yen was rambling, Chun Feng looked around, then approached Su Yan's ear and said, "The technique I taught you is one that specializes in sucking the qi and blood of others. Never use it indiscriminately. It is easy to be misunderstood." So Yun was sure of this. What Chun Feng wanted to teach her was the star-absorbing technique. Because in addition to the star-sucking technique, Su Yen hadn't heard of any other gongfu that specialized in sucking people's qi and blood. She teased, "Didn't you teach me such an evil technique just to deprive others of their qi and blood?" Chun Feng immediately said with a straight face, "This thinking of yours is wrong, and I must correct it for you. Feats are dead. People are alive. Kung Fu does not distinguish between good and evil. Only people do. Whether it's good or evil all depends on the person using the Kung Fu." So Yun was stunned. Chun Feng's words were almost exactly the same as his own father's words back then. She had asked her dad the same question. Dad answered her the same way. In this world, only people are divided into good and evil, and there is no distinction between good and evil in Gongfu. Su Yen was amused and wanted to experience how Chun Feng would teach her the star-sucking technique. In his heart, he couldn't help but recall the scene when Dad first taught himself the star-absorbing technique. Chun Feng first spoke about the Gongfu mantra and the line of action. "Take your time and recite the mantra with me first, and I'll take you through running the line a few times." So Yun frowned. The mantra and line of action that Chun Feng had just uttered was completely different from the star-absorbing technique. How come? Could it be that in this world, there are other qi and blood-sucking techniques? Just as Su Yen was contemplating, just heard Chun Feng say, "I'll put my hand on your back first, and you'll feel the route of my qi and blood running." Feeling Chun Feng's hand, Su Yan's body couldn't help but stiffen. If this were someone else, they might have been sucked dry by Su Yen long ago. But for the time being, he didn't want to lay his hands on Chun Feng. She wanted to see just what kind of feats Chun Feng could teach her. Soon, with Su Yan's cultivation at the clan master level, she easily memorized the route of travel. Also keep the mnemonic in your mind. Chun Feng once again explained, "This technique is called the Northern Underworld Divine Skill, and it can suck the qi and blood of others for its own use. But don't be greedy. You have to control the scale. Don't suck too much at once or you'll easily have problems." Su Yen secretly nodded her head. This is something she knows all too well. Absorbing too much of another person's qi and blood at once would be in conflict with one's own qi and blood. In the lesser case, the flesh is deformed and full of poisonous sores, as in his own case. The heavier ones go off the deep end and die violently on the spot. Su Yen felt that this Northern Darkness divine power wasn't much more powerful, although there is a similarity with the star-sucking technique. But with the Northern Darkness divine power, you have to touch the opponent's body before you can use it. The law of star-sucking is different. The star-absorbing technique has a stronger suction power and can take in objects through the air. Facing someone whose qi and blood was lower than one's own was almost as simple as crushing a mole cricket. But the next moment, Su Yen was slapped in the face by Chun Feng. After you suck it up, you have to refine it as soon as possible. The way to refine it is to reverse the gong method just performed and let the qi and blood flow through the body. This is the way to take someone else's qi and blood and completely return it to yourself. Refining other people's qi and blood, completely relegated to their own use. Su Yan's mind went blank from the shock. No way. Absolutely not. How could there be such a heaven-defying technique in this world? So Yun was in complete disbelief, because she knew what it would mean if what Chun Feng said was true. She hurriedly followed the gong method taught by Chun Feng and reversed the qi and blood in her body. Most of that chakra wasn't hers. It made her strong while tormenting her all year round. It was destroying her body all the time. At this time, after running a large circumference according to the method of the northern underworld divine power. So Yun clearly felt it. Originally, it required her to exhaust her mind to barely maintain a balanced qi and blood. It was no longer so wild at this point. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him or her to completely refine those qi and blood in his or her body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was shaking with excitement. As long as one refines these qi and blood, then one could continue to suck the qi and blood of others to rapidly increase one's cultivation level. The biggest drawback of the star-sucking technique was that the qi and blood sucked in had to be used up immediately. Once one tries to stay in their body and forcefully raise their cultivation level, it will cause all sorts of dangerous backlash. But all of this was perfectly solved by the Northern Darkness divine power. 49. Actions by the parties. Su Yan ran a large circumference against the current at the same time. A prompt sounded in Chun Feng's mind. Apprentice Bei Mo Shengong has been initiated, completing the Master Teacher achievement. Reward Master's Northern Underworld Divine Skill Realm is raised to Heavenly Unity. I'll go. Awesome. Learned it all at once. Chun Feng did not expect that Su Yan looked old and physically disabled. But I didn't expect to learn so much. A one-time primer. Originally, Chun Feng was thinking that he would have to teach for a few days. His confidence was even more stable now that he had achieved great success in the Bei Emotion Gong and participated in the Kunlun Kaishan. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Chun Feng in shock. A lot of things came to mind at once. Finally, he realized how strong this master of his was. No wonder he was a martial arts apprentice 4 months ago. He became a martial artist after 4 months. With such a heaven-defying technique, it was hard not to upgrade. Seeing that his disciple had already been initiated, Chun Feng had to caution. Su Yan, I didn't pass on your gongfu just to let you harm people. Of course, passing on your feats is for you to use. I just hope you're using her for the right reasons and not hurting innocence. I hope that all those who were deprived of your qi and blood deserved what they got. Chun Feng was afraid that Su Yan would be caught and give him up as his master as well. When the time comes, they'll be treated as members of the Heaven Swallowing Club and captured for an iron rice bowl. So Yun smiled slightly. One word sprang to mind. Holy Mother. Don't worry, Master. If I'm caught, I'll just say I'm a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Chun Feng smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean that. So Yun said curiously again. If Master has such a heaven-defying martial arts technique, why is his cultivation realm so slow? Chun Feng said in a serious manner. I'm not going to lie to you. The Master hasn't smoked a single one of them. Not a single one. What a lie. So Yun is disbelieving. If a person hasn't sucked, how to grow 200 points of qi and blood in 4 months. Hypocrisy. She still didn't know that just yesterday, Chun Feng had grown another 200 qi and blood. Otherwise at this point, he would have despised the master even more. Even when the martial saint was young, I'm afraid he didn't have this ability. Since I've already learned the Northern Darkness divine skill, I'll go back and practice slowly by myself. Now that Su Yan had obtained such a heaven-defying divine skill, she only wanted to quickly refine those qi and blood in her body. As soon as possible, he would raise his cultivation level and impact a grandmaster or even a martial exalt. Prepare for the slaughter of the 9 great families. Chun Feng nodded. Regarding the North Underworld divine power, although he himself had the realm of the unity of heaven and man, he was not really good at teaching it. You can't just grab someone and have the master take a puff and the apprentice learn how to take a puff. Chun Feng finally said uneasily, this gong method is too special, and I can't teach you hand to hand. Everything can only be practiced by yourself. Practice slowly, never rush. You must not go down the wrong path. So Yun returned, don't worry, Master. I will never lay my hands on innocent people. In his heart, he said, who is innocent when people live in this world? Western Continent. Union Buildings. A secret meeting room with only 3 people. The consul of the Western Continent, looking at the heads of the Southern and Northern Continent, stated his plan. The opening of Kunlun, which occurs once in a century in Daxia, is imminent. This time, we must find a way to sever the great Xia dragon vein. Only in this way can we destroy the position of the great summer world hegemony. When the time comes, We'll attack in a group and carve up daxia together. Next, tell us how many men you are going to send there this time. Soon, one by one, the numbers were reported. The final total added up to over 1 million people. Every time Kunlun opened up, the sealing mists of the entire mountain range would fill out the daxia territory in large quantities. It was because the range of the mists was too great that it allowed them, the outsiders, to take advantage of it. And with minimal visibility in the mists, it was easy to get into the vast expanse of mountain ranges as long as you recognized where you were going. The consul of the Western continent flashed a smile. In history, every time the Great Summer Kunlun opened the mountain, the number of people they sent there was no more than 100,000 people. Rely on the accumulation of generations. The number of daxia feats obtained was increasing. The number of traders pulled in and bought off is also increasing. This time, they decided to, in one fell swoop, destroy the Great Xia's dragon vein and cut off the Great Xia's qi. At this point, the consul of the southern continent said, "Is that lineage in daxia really reliable to work with us?" The consul of the northern continent frowned in contemplation. "Don't believe it all. Make a decision depending on the situation. Anyway, when the cooperation ends, it's time to get rid of them." Finally, the consul of the Western continent produced 3 photographs. This person is a newly emerged demon from daxia, and there are details about him on the back. At the martial realm, one has comprehended the 3 heaven stage techniques to the peak of the realm. This man is also our main target this time. Try to catch them alive, destroy them if you can't catch them. We can't let this kid go back to daxia alive anyway. Same time, the daxia Yelu family, all the clan Eld, RS were gathered together. The opening of the Kunlun is imminent, and that side of the Western Great Road has been contacted. As long as we assist in severing the Great Xia dragon vein, we can become the #1 family in the Western continent. A clan elder frowned. Does it have to be a traitor? Is there no other way? The current patriarch sighed. I don't want to be a traitor either, but it can't be helped. Of the 9 great families, it is our Yelu family that has fallen the most. The only seated martial ancestor in the clan is at the end of his days, yet there is no one to take over. Once the old ancestor is gone, we are the ones who are destined to be carved up by the other 8 great lineages. Another clan elder said, "Don't be in a hurry to take an early stand on the matter of Kunlun's opening. We'll see how things move when the time comes, and we'll join whichever side is stronger." Once he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence before they all finally nodded in agreement. War God Martial Arts Center. Xiang Jingpeng looked at the 5 people in front of him and said, "You're all old men from the War God Martial School. I'm sure you've all seen how miserable the War God Martial Hall has been recently. If I hadn't spent nearly $1 million to go up and down, our martial arts center would have closed down. This is all caused by Chun Feng. I've inquired about the news that this brat will also be attending this Kunlun opening. This time, when attending the Kunlun Mountain opening, this brat must die." The 5 senior coaches of the War God Martial Arts School all nodded their heads. Chun Feng made them hate his guts. It wasn't because of how deeply they were attached to the War God Martial Arts Center. Rather, it's the War God Martial Arts Center which they also have a stake in. The recent encounters of the War God Martial School had caused each of them to suffer heavy losses. Nowadays, not only is the martial arts school's reputation stinking, it can't recruit students. There was also a group of trainees that were making noise about quitting the martial arts school. That kid only has 300 chi and blood values, we 5 top-level martial artists. Killing him is as simple as pinching an ant. The vastness within the Kunlun Mountains is so vast that a dead person would not be noticed at all. Pavilion Master, wait for our good news. The Sundown Wei family. Wei Su's face was ugly. 3 times in a row he failed to fix Chun Feng. The incident has caused the family to become disgruntled. This time, you personally lead people to attend the Kunlun Mountain opening and capture Chun Feng back. If you fail this time, you don't have to come back. The feminine voice made Wei Su's forehead break out into a cold sweat. Facing the young master in front of him, he didn't even dare to raise his head. Also part of the family, same last name, Wei. But the difference in status is huge. Walk out of the family's young master's office. Wei Su personally selected 100 high-level martial artists. Chun Feng. This time I don't believe that I still can't catch you. With the martial arts guild watching outside, it was not good for their Wei clan to make a direct move. But in the vast Kunlun Mountains they will have no worries. Chapter 50. More than a week passed. Inside a certain villa in Jiangqing, Su Yen had never gone looking for Chun Feng since that day when she had learned the North Underworld divine power. Directly chose a place and closed the door for more than 10 days. The qi and blood that had originally been rushing against each other in the body had all returned to calm at this point. Su Yan's whole body had an indescribable relief. An extremely pungent and fishy odor caused her to stop cultivating. When I opened my eyes, I saw a lot of brown mucus coming out of my body. Su Yen hurriedly stood up and wanted to go to the bathroom to wash up. As a result, he just stood up and was surprised. The body that was originally hunched over stood straight at this point. The bloated belly and deformed legs are back to normal at this point. Su Yen was ecstatic inside. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty. But for revenge. She had been forcibly using the star-absorbing technique to raise her strength. Most of the qi and blood in the body did not belong to him. These other people's qi and blood were completely incompatible. The collision of qi and blood between different people causes tremendous damage to the bones and meridians of the body, and to the 5 organs and 6 bowels. It results in a swollen body, full of poisonous sores and deformed bones. Now that these qi and blood, which did not belong to him, had been refined by the Northern Underworld divine power, all the negative effects produced had disappeared. So Yun hurriedly ran into the bathroom. The floor-to-ceiling mirror shows himself covered in filth. But it can't hide a shapely body. She hurriedly turned on the shower. Rinse off while admiring the changes you've made. Su Yen couldn't help but murmur as she looked at the mirror. The strange yet familiar beauty. Master has really given me a surprise. Su Yen, who had changed her clothes again, was completely different from before. At this point, she was 5'7" and dimpled. The poisonous sores all over his body disappeared, replaced by white skin. A pair of peach blossom eyes with a surfeit of smiles. Looked like a big sister of 18 or 19. So Yun looked at the date. It was time to go to the holy capital himself soon. Just as soon as he opened the green bubble, he saw dozens of messages from Chen Feng. So Yun, what are you doing? Why don't you reply to the message? You must not go down the wrong path. If you have any difficulties, you can talk to Master. If you're taken as a member of the Swallowing Sky Club, it's a death sentence. I'm going to the Kunlun Mountains soon, so if you run into any trouble, go find Weiwei and Yoshi. You mustn't go to extremes. One doesn't have to be a martial arts expert. One can be happy being mediocre. After reading all the messages Chen Feng had sent her, Su Yen couldn't help but laugh. Still think of yourself as an old father. She hadn't been even for a second truly happy since her parents died. It was the first time in years that she had felt joy from the bottom of her heart. Open the group of the Swallow the Sky Club. Group Master. Suspend all missions and wait for my next command. The deputy group leader immediately forwarded it. The instructions from the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club quickly drew the attention of many undercover agents. The news quickly reached the Martial Arts Guild. The general president of the Martial Arts Guild frowned. What the hell are these guys trying to do again? Soon it will be the momentous occasion of the opening of Kunlun. The Heaven Swallowing Club would be very troublesome if they took advantage of this time to cause trouble. This was because most of the elite of the Martial Arts Guild had been sent to participate in the Kunlun opening. There will be a serious shortage of manpower by then. The other side. Chen Feng was called to the Martial Arts Guild and began to prepare to enter the Kunlun Mountains. As soon as he walked into the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Guild building, he saw that the entire hall was divided into 2 factions. One side is full of old people and the other side is full of middle-aged and young people. The youngest of those who had entered the Kunlun Mountains last time were now in their 80s. Most are in their 90s and hundreds of years old. There were thousands of people who attended the Kunlun opening in Jiangxing City this time. As for how many people from the entire Grand Xia participated, it was really hard for Chen Feng to imagine. The young people were almost all advanced martial artists. The old men were mostly masters or even sect masters, and there were even great sect master powerhouses. These people are all approaching the end of their great days and intend to take advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opening of the Kunlun. Buried himself in the dragon vein of Daxia. In the meantime, play a little more before you die. Kill more foreign enemies and guard the great summer dragon vein. All of the old men, all of them went with the intention of certain death. They never expected to come back alive anyway. It was just that Chen Feng saw that the youths and middle-aged were rather nervous. They are young and surely don't want to lose their lives so early. Most people go in with the idea of getting rich overnight. Expect to find 1,000-year-old blood ginseng or other treasures in the Kunlun Mountains. Then he would immediately leave the Kunlun Mountains and enjoy a life of rich lying flat. Of course, there is no shortage of aspiring young people wanting to guard the dragon vein of Daxia and see the mysteries of Kunlun in the meantime. You don't get a lot of opportunities like this. Most martial artists in their entire lives might only get this chance once. During this time, the major media, too, were reporting on this Kunlun opening. A few images and information left over from hundreds of years ago. Almost all of them were encouraging those who had reached the top level of martial arts to participate in the Kunlun Open Mountain and grab the opportunity. But everyone is not a cutie either. Every time Kunlun opens a mountain, many people die. One of the most disastrous in the historical record. 1 million people attended and only 200,000 or so came back. Over 700,000 dead in one fell swoop is appalling. That one caused incalculable damage to Daxia. Also, that time over 1 million invaders were killed. Chun Feng was currently sitting inside the hall of the Martial Arts Guild, looking at the confidential information specific to the Budo Guild. This information will only be taken out and displayed 3 days before entering the Kunlun Mountains. The content on it shook Chun Feng's mouth dry. It was even suspected that this world was not a high martial world at all, but a mythological world. Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Jiangqing City Martial Arts Association, personally went on stage to give an explanation. Those of you who are entering the Kunlun Mountains for the first time must remember 3 things. First point. As long as you encounter anyone who is not a descendant of Daxia, you must kill them on the spot. Point 2. Beware of all strangers' greed may cause internecine strife. The third point, and the most important, stay away from the Kunlun legacy. Let's focus on killing the invaders and try not to provoke the Kunlun remnants. Also try not to attack those foreign beasts in front of the Kunlun remnants, or you'll probably die at the hands of the Kunlun remnants. We have only one main goal, to travel to Jade Mountain Yaoqi and guard the Great Xia Dragon Vein. Chun Feng stared wide-eyed at the people wearing ancient attire in the video footage. These so-called Kunlun remnants look practically identical to the ancients. It seems that in this world, there are still a lot of secrets that one doesn't know. You don't learn that in school. Not only Chun Feng, all the young men were surprised. Even those old men, seeing these images, fell into deep memories. It evoked images of their memories from 60 years ago. Chapter 51, The Martial Saint Family. Before they left, both Kim Yu-hee and Ryu Wei-wei arrived at the airport to see them off. When Chun Feng saw that Su Yan hadn't come, he was a little uneasy in his heart. He was really afraid that the next time he came back, Su Yan would have already become a supreme expert, made the headlines, and even be on the wanted list of the Martial Arts Guild. Master, you must come back early. Jin Yoshi ended up wrapping her arms around Chun Feng's neck in death, just unwilling to let go. Lu Weiwei envied from the sidelines. Chun Feng was somewhat helpless, feeling the strange gazes around him. How old are you to be so clingy, with so many people around watching? It was just over 2 months before Master returned. He's a popular figure in Jiangqing now, sort of a very famous internet celebrity. Almost most of the young people in Jiangqing City have swiped his videos on their cell phones. Both knew that these 2 great beauties were his disciples. It's just a little too much of a master-disciple love in front of you. It wasn't until the crew began to push that Kim Yu, he let go of her hand in love. Red eyes and pouting lips said, Master, you must return safely, and return early. Chun Feng waved goodbye to his 2 disciples. Just as he sat down in his seat, a young fellow beside him made himself known. Chun Feng, you really look as young as you did on the video. It's enviable to have 2 other beautiful female apprentices who pester you so much. Chun Feng nodded awkwardly, not wanting to chat with the youth. The youth could tell that Chun Feng didn't want to speak, but the corner of his mouth tilted, revealing an evil smile. This happens to him all the time. He knows how to tickle the other guy's fancy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Hao. I'm from the Wang clan. The Wangs. Chun Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. This is known as the number 1 family in Daxia. Contemporary martial arts saint family. It was also the only one, among the 9 great families, that made it public that there was a martial saint present in the family. However, Chun Feng did not expect that this youth in front of him was not at all like the sons of those other big families. There's none of that superiority complex at all. Wang Hao smiled smugly when he saw Chun Feng's surprised expression. Do you want to know what realm the contemporary martial sage has reached in his comprehension of the martial arts? Chun Feng admitted that he had been taken. One was truly curious to know to what realm the martial saint could comprehend the martial Tao technique. He nodded curiously. Not only Chen Feng, but the few young people around him, and even the old men, also curiously perked up their ears. It can't be helped. It's a martial arts saint, an almost invincible existence. Who could not be curious? Wang Hao hemmed and hawed. It's a tried and true trick. No matter how uncomfortable one meets someone who is with him, as long as he moved out his martial saint grandfather, he could immediately arouse the other party's interest. Then one can carry out one's true purpose. Wang Hao looked at Chen Feng and said mysteriously, "My grandfather's 13 styles of Tai Chi have been able to enter the realm of the unity of heaven and man from time to time. Celestials." As soon as these words were uttered, a chorus of admiration resounded in the surroundings. Worthy of being a martial saint lord, I didn't expect that it's already possible to step into the realm of heavenly unity on a regular basis. It's really a man's game. I'm 20 years older than a martial saint grandmaster, and I've only just managed to reach grandmaster today. I've been practicing my dragon tiger fist for 70 years, and I've only barely reached exaltation today. Chen Feng was also surprised. This was the first time he knew that there was someone other than himself who had practiced martial arts to the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Someone asked curiously, "I wonder what this realm of celestial unity is like?" This one asked everyone's question. Aside from Chen Feng, no one in the entire cabin had ever seen the unity of heaven and man, and naturally, no one had ever experienced it. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. "Honestly, I've seen it, but I can't read it?" An old man couldn't help but say, "What was it like when you saw it? You describe it for us old guys." Wang Hao thought about it and said, "Slow. Extremely slow. I remember one time when Grandpa was practicing martial arts and threw a punch early in the morning, and by sundown that punch wasn't finished." Chen Feng froze and said in his heart, "That's pretty slow, not bad for taijutsu. Could it be that the slower Tai Chi is, the more powerful it is?" With Wang Hao as a social cow, the surrounding gradually became lively. Whatever questions the people around him wanted to ask about the martial saint, he answered without mincing words. Especially when Chen Feng asked questions, he answered them more carefully. Wait until the answer is almost there. Feeling that the time was ripe, Wang Hao also began to ask his own questions towards Chen Feng. "Brother, I've heard that you've practiced several heaven stage techniques to the peak of the 8th realm of the martial Tao. Is this true?" Chen Feng didn't know how to answer him, and could only nod his head in acknowledgement. He knew that once he admitted it, there would be a million questions waiting for him. But there's no way. When he had just asked the question himself, he knew everything. When it's your turn, it would be a bit of a stretch not to answer. Wang Hao was shocked. "So what the internet says is true. It is said that you know 3 heaven stage extreme techniques, each of which has reached the peak of the realm." Chen Feng nodded once more. These old men around them were not calm. The comprehension of martial arts feats was no better than that of a martial saint. They admitted it. But these days it's no better than a 20-something-year-old. It's just too hurtful to the ego. One by one, the old men couldn't help but say, "Young man, to be honest, which martial saint did you learn from? Ascending to the peak, just one step away from touching the realm of celestial unity. I've lived my life to the dogs. At such a young age, to be able to practice heaven stage techniques to such a level, there must be some sort of miraculous encounter." Wang Hao couldn't help but lament as well. "Brother, I'm all of 28 years old. Ever since I can remember, I've been practicing Tai Chi. Nowadays it's only in the realm of the hearth. It's really a man's game." The crowd chatted and soon reached Kunlun City. Chen Feng looked towards the window. Only the west was a haze. It looks like that's the Kunlun Mountains of this world. Arriving at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, all set up camp. It's not time for Kunlun to open up yet. It is said to be 3 days short. Throughout the camp, densely packed tents were erected. And that's just one of the little camps, I'm told. There are hundreds of other such camps. Early morning of the 3rd day, the fog throughout the Kunlun Mountains slowly began to become denser while escaping outwards. The entire city of Kunlun was shrouded in a thick fog, and it was almost impossible to see anyone beyond 3 meters. Only a vague outline could be revealed. Chen Feng, who was still sleeping, was suddenly woken up by a broadcast. "Kunlun opens the mountain. All prepare to enter." Chen Feng picked up his supply backpack and followed the large force into that mysterious Kunlun mountain while it was still night. As for the large troop, there were two teams that had been quietly staring at Chun Feng's movements. One team was the 5 top martial artists arranged by Xiang Jingpeng. One team was Wei Su of the Wei clan, leading 100 top-tier martial artists. Chapter 52. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Chun Feng only saw a huge stone monument standing at the foot of the mountain. 14 words were engraved on it. Lush and green for hundreds of millions of miles. Rolling Kunlun Mound. Chun Feng flirted. Billions of miles? How can it be a billion miles? The whole planet isn't that big, I'm afraid. At this time an old man smiled wryly and said, "Young man, that's not necessarily true. When you've seen the dragon vein, you'll understand." Chun Feng was amazed. It seems that the secrets of the Kunlun Mountains are not simple. There was nothing in the Martial Arts Guild's information about what the dragon vein looked like, and he really wanted to see it. Soon the crowd was stepping into the mists. Same time, all electronic devices lose network and signal. The basic functions work though. It's no problem to watch the time, play music, record videos, and so on. The only problem is the range. There are no roads in the mountains and the vine vegetation is extremely lush. After traveling for several hours, Chun Feng's eyes gradually opened up. The mists finally dissipated, and only then did the group really enter the Kunlun Mountains. Finally, I'm in. My chi blood has dropped to that of an advanced martial artist. Mine too. It feels like the whole thing has been drained. As a grandmaster, this feeling of falling directly from over 7,000 chi blood to 1,000 chi blood is really unpleasant. Although they had prepared for it, after being forcibly stripped of their chi and blood, these old men couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. And those youths whose chi and blood were originally around 1,000 didn't feel much. As soon as they stepped out of the misty area, the crowd subconsciously pulled away. It's dark at this point though, but the sky is starry and the moon is bright. Together with the strong physique of a top martial artist, the difference from daytime wasn't that great. Those old men began to accelerate towards the front. Chun Feng knew that the purpose of their trip was to use the fastest speed possible to reach the legendary Jade Mountain Yaoqi. And the young people, still wanted to go on the road to the Dragon Vein again, looking for a chance. Over the next few days, a group of several hundred people, gradually dispersed, began to move forward, following the established direction, traveling while searching for exotic treasures. On the third day of entering Kunlun, a young man excitedly dug up a 1,000-year-old Hishowu. Developed! Ha ha ha! That youth immediately chose to return. It has caused countless people to be envious. According to the rules, people like this who had acquired high-value heavy treasures were allowed to return immediately. As it gets deeper and deeper, the original 100 were also completely dispersed. Everyone went off on their own treasure hunt. Half a month passed. Chun Feng could no longer see anyone at this point. Every now and then he saw huge footprints on the ground. According to common sense in this world, that would be the footprints of the Kunlun Mountain dinosaurs. It was just that after such a long time, not a single dinosaur had been seen, which really made Chun Feng a bit disappointed. But an old man had told him before he left that there was a higher probability of seeing dinosaurs near the Dragon Vein. Because dinosaurs are rare treasures too. Its keel bone can sell for as much as $5,000 a gram, and is one of the main ingredients for all kinds of elixirs. Just as Chun Feng took his cell phone and took a selfie with the dinosaur feet on the ground. Not far behind him, 5 men were quietly staring at him. There's not much left, so I guess we can do it. Don't forget to take out your cell phone when you're done and take a picture, so you can explain to the owner of the museum when the time comes. The 5 of them discussed the matter and took advantage of the night to quietly feel their way towards where Chun Feng was. Wei Su also quietly followed behind Chun Feng at this time, and he also realized that there were 5 people that had been following Chun Feng. For a while it was hard to figure out what these 5 people were doing. One can only wait and see what happens. At this moment he saw those 5 people suddenly accelerate. Immediately he followed with his men as well. Other side, the alliance led by the Western continent also sent people, one after another, into the mists that filled the Kunlun Mountains. Just waiting for the Daxia side to be advanced, they would break up into smaller groups and spread out to enter from outside the country. There's no way, with nearly 1 million people, the action is just too much. In order not to be detected by Daxia, they will enter in time slots and batches. No one knows the exact number of people in this invasion, except for a few top commanders who know the approximate number of people. Everyone thinks it's pretty much the same as before. Even the eyes planted on Daxia's side didn't know yet that there would be 1,000,000 invaders this time. After all, it's only once in 60 years, and this is the first time any of these eyeballs have experienced such a scene. Can't even get a handle on this kind of inexperience for a while. It was just a matter of secretly transmitting all the news that had been scouted out to the Grand Xia Martial Arts Guild. Based on this information, the Martial Dao Guild arranged for a large number of experts to go and intercept those invaders at the first opportunity. As the invaders of the Western Main Road, one after another, entered the Kunlun Mountains. At the same time, several mountain ranges within the misty borders, tragic battles took place. The Dark Division of the Budo Guild. According to the intelligence, a dozen or so intruders trying to enter Kunlun were intercepted. Kill thousands of invaders on the spot. In these tense times, there are no prisoners, only burials on the spot. Also, there are people who keep coming out of the Kunlun Mountains. Most of them are carrying all sorts of exotic treasures. As soon as he left the Kunlun Mountain misty area, he was warmly welcomed by a group of acquirers. Others, wounded for various reasons, returned early. But all those who came out were young people, not a single old man. Reporters and self-media waiting outside the Kunlun Mountains also took the first time to upload all kinds of news onto the internet. Chun Feng walked hundreds of miles in one breath, from the starry moonlit night to the sunrise. In his hands, he kept flipping through the illustrations of exotic treasures. Hopefully, I'll find a great strain to ease the financial pressure as well. After all, one's loans are not yet paid off. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out behind his head. Chun Feng immediately got goosebumps all over his body. The realm of the unity of heaven and man was instantly displayed as if by instinct. A huge humanoid silhouette tens of meters tall appeared out of thin air. The humanoid silhouette waved his hand. Several golden dragon shadows solidified and came out. Letting out a gust of dragon roar, he blocked that sneak attack. Chun Feng also took this opportunity to turn around. One could only see a flying sword the size of an index finger being sent flying by a golden dragon. Chun Feng wiped his cold sweat. If I had been a little more slow to react, it might have just cooled off. Flying dagger straight to the back of the head. Looks like it's specialized to kill me. Who the hell are you? Come out. The one who used flying daggers among the 5 people from the War God Martial School was surprised. I throw. That's all blocking. This kid has great reflexes. What kind of technique is he using? Why is it so strong? A few others were busy saying, regardless of his feats, he is bound to die this time. 5 top-tier martial artists striking together. It's useless for him, a martial artist, to use any feats. Stop babbling and round him up quickly, so you don't scare him off later. The 5 were no longer hiding since they had been discovered. They immediately spread out and surrounded Chun Feng in the center. The 5 also covered their faces for insurance purposes. Save yourself the trouble of causing others to gather around and be filmed during the fight later. Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a little panicked when he saw 5 big men jump out at once. Holy, why are there 5 of them? I thought it was 1. This place was the Kunlun Mountains, and those who appeared here at this time were basically top-tier martial artists. Chun Feng was confident that with his current 500 chi and blood values, coupled with his celestial unity realm, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a top martial artist. And at this point, no one should know that their chi blood had risen to 500. But now that 5 appeared at once, he didn't take any chances. In the first instance, Chun Feng took out the chi and blood pill from his pocket and stuffed one into his mouth. Seeing his behavior, the 5 immediately scoffed. What's the point of taking the chi and blood pills? A tiny martial artist who eats the chi and blood pills is at most at the level of a senior martial artist. In front of 5 top-tier martial artists, it's a waste for you to eat this chi and blood pill. Cut the crap and finish him off before the night gets too long. The 5 were about to make their move when they saw nearly 100 more figures emerge from the side with a rustle. Each one also covered their faces. Chun Feng was confused. The 5 people from the War God Martial Hall were also confused. What's going on here? Chapter 53, Breakout. Wei Su had wanted to see what these 5 people wanted. Who knew that the other party's first move was a sneak attack to kill. It was clearly running towards Chun Feng's life. He couldn't let that happen. The Wei family want to take them alive. If Chun Feng died, his own mission would have failed. The 5 people who were originally planning to make a move turned around in panic at this moment and looked towards the nearly 100 people who had surrounded them. We shouldn't be undermined by this kid. It shouldn't be. How would he know that we're going to kill him? There's something odd about these people. They shouldn't be in league with that kid. Indeed, since they are masked, they should also be unseen. Wei Su said softly, "Kill these 5. Chun Feng must be caught alive." A quick battle. At the word of command, hundreds of people came forward in unison. The 5 men immediately wimped out. "Friend, are we having some kind of misunderstanding? Let's have a talk. We don't have to do it." Yet no one paid them any attention at all. Together with Wei Su, there were 101 people. The sky was filled with fists, palms, swords, and knives, and they greeted those 5 people. There were also a few people who pulled out ropes and lassoed them towards Chun Feng. Originally, Chun Feng thought it was a friendly force. I didn't realize that the group was also coming for him. Chun Feng was sweating coldly at this moment. Just now he realized something terrible. The chi and blood pill was surprisingly useless to himself. A system prompt also appeared in his head. Hint: all blood values can only be obtained through the master-teacher system. Unable to utilize any means to break through the current upper limit of blood value. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Chun Feng was speechless. I should have known better than to come to the Kunlun Mountains. I didn't expect that the chi and blood pill, which was seen as a bottom line, would be useless. He didn't dare hesitate to face more than 100 top-level martial artists. Don't dare to have the slightest reservation. The realm of the unity of heaven and man is displayed to the fullest. An enlarged version of Chun Feng's shadow enveloped him. 18 golden dragons circled around. Chun Feng's maneuver immediately shocked everyone present. What realm is this? Is that what Denjiki is like? Why does it feel like this is no longer a simple martial domain? No wonder the family is trying to sneak him back. Chun Feng did not have the slightest idea of fighting. Facing hundreds of top martial artists, he was still self-aware. With a quick glance around his eyes, he immediately aimed to charge at the weakest part of the encirclement. And there were 4 of them in that weakest spot at the moment. Seeing Chun Feng charging towards the 4 of them, those 4 people immediately said with disdain, "A tiny martial artist, eating the chi and blood pill and wanting to fight 1 against 4? What a joke. We're real top-tier martial artists." The 4 of them struck out, wanting to take down Chun Feng in one fell swoop. The next moment, the dragon's roar shook the sky. Chun Feng slapped his palm out. 18 golden dragons that looked like substance roared out. At the same time, the Brahmana was loud. The divine dragon swings its tail, plus 10,000 Buddhas. Chun Feng used his full strength, not caring in the slightest about the depletion of his chi and blood. This palm directly shook the 4 people back. Those 4 were horrified. How is it possible? Where is this the strength of a martial artist? What kind of palm technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Damn it. Hurry up and block this kid. The 4 people who had been knocked back by the blow once again swarmed up. Jade is burning. 10,000 robberies. All beings are killed. The 3 worlds are extinct. Chun Feng kicked 4 times in a row, and the huge foot palm shadow was like substance. This time the 4 were shaken back again. One of them was even shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Seeing that Chun Feng was about to stand out, the 4 men were in a hurry. On the other side, the 5 people from the War God Martial Hall had yet to understand what was going on. Then he was beaten to death by a group of nearly 100 people. To his death, he never figured out why things were the way they were. Wei Su also looked towards Chun Feng at this time. Seeing 4 top martial artists, who couldn't even stop him, he marveled in his heart. Not bad for someone the family wants. It really is a demon. But the mouth roared. Resolve the battle quickly before the night grows long. Everyone is masked though, but in case they were discovered, it would still be easy to expose the identity of their Wei clan. After all, martial arts moves are not something they can hide well. Chun Feng also heard Wei Su's shouts. It just felt like the voice was somewhat familiar, like I'd heard it somewhere before, but there was absolutely no mind to think about such things at this point. Once the breakout fails, one may be cold. He made one move after another, charging towards the 4 men without a care in the world. The 2 sides exchanged blows for the 3rd time. The Brahma sound accompanied the 9 Rudraksh palms and blasted out. At the same time, each palm was accompanied by the golden dragon's shadow formed by the 18th palm of the descending dragon. Chun Feng's legs were already black as ink. The chi and blood were also separated out partially to catalyze the heaven's crippling feet technique, accelerating the speed of the body. 500 points of chi and blood had been mostly consumed in these 3 exchanges. This time, Chun Feng deliberately repelled the three. The other man saw the opportunity and immediately let out a sardonic laugh. "Kid, better tie your hands. Dragon claw hands." Saying that, he directly clawed at Chun Feng's shoulder. The next moment, the man saw Chun Feng grinning at him. "Not good. There's a trick. Northern darkness." Before the man could figure out what was going on, the brain immediately stops thinking. The whole body was trembling as if electrocuted. At the same time, the qi and blood in his body surged crazily towards the hand that was gripping Chun Feng's shoulder. Then all of them entered Chun Feng's body. Originally a big man with a tiger's back. At the moment, his eyes were bulging and his cheeks were sunken. Even the black cloth wrapped around his face had fallen off. Chun Feng only felt a wave of relief. The original qi and blood that had been mostly consumed immediately returned to full strength. It was just that, after the qi blood value recovered to 500 points, it stopped growing. A system prompt also sounded in his head. Hint: all blood values can only be obtained through the master-teacher system. Unable to utilize any means to break through the current upper limit value of qi and blood. Kind of a shame. After Chun Feng returned to full qi and blood, all of the excess qi and blood absorbed disappeared. What a waste! Under the heavenly unity of the Northern Darkness divine power, the man was sucked into an ordinary person almost instantly. The other three all froze, seeing the horrible appearance of his companion. All of them were chilled to the bone. If they had just made a move, it might have been them on the ground at this point. Chun Feng also realized something at this time. He had just used the Northern Darkness for the first time, and had no application scenarios before, and no one had sucked him up. It was only at this time that he realized that the Heavenly Unity Realm's North Underworld divine power had actually appeared as a 10-meter square field. As long as one was within the field, one's qi and blood would be sucked away. It's just absorbed at a much slower rate than contact with the body. But that's enough. Just for a moment, the three men were horrified. Chun Feng's feet powered up and two heavenly crippling kicks stomped on the ground, splattering a large amount of dirt. The people coming after us behind us, they all shot out to cover the mud. At the same time, Chun Feng used the force of the recoil to rush out of the encirclement. As he passed by those three, the neighboring domain of the Northern Underworld divine power, in passing, sucked away a portion of the three's qi and blood. The three people felt the qi and blood in their bodies suddenly become less, and all of them retreated furiously in fear. Chun Feng successfully broke through. Chapter 54 Northern Underworld Divine Might.
Wei Su Kuset.
For losers. Can't even stop a tiny martial artist. Those three immediately explained. Mr. Wei, that kid just now is definitely not a martial artist. It should have eaten the qi and blood pills and already reached the level of an advanced martial artist. And that kid's attacks are somewhat unbelievably strong. Not only that, that kid also has a weird martial art that can suck people's qi and blood. With those words, the trio pointed to the ground, the companion who had become an ordinary man. Wei Su came closer. Reaching for the man's pulse, his brows gradually knit together. How? Why can't I feel a bit of qi and blood? Even the dantian is in deficit. It was a situation that he had only ever felt in ordinary people. This henchman didn't have half the qi and blood of a martial artist today. It was different from the kind of qi and blood that was drained by fighting and could not be recovered through rest. Like being forcibly extracted from one's qi and blood, causing one's martial arts cultivation to fall. It's now a regular person. Wei Su was startled. A technique came to mind. The star-sucking technique. Wei Su hurriedly raised his head and yelled towards his men who were chasing Chun Feng. Watch out! This kid knows the star-sucking technique. After saying that, he no longer cared about the henchman who had been sucked dry. Taking the other three, they chased after Chun Feng in his direction. The man who had his qi and blood drained was paralyzed on the ground at that moment, watching his companions leave and fall straight into despair. What awaits him will be the beasts of the Kunlun Mountains. And a few dozen meters away, in a grassy area, a pile of vines slowly stood up. Only the man's entire body was covered in a ghillie suit woven of weeds and vines. Big news. Not bad, not bad. It should sell for some money too. The man originally took the opportunity to enter the Kunlun Mountains to try his luck. His own strength was not high enough to reach the level of a top martial artist. Strange treasures were not picked up. Instead, take a picture of a large melon with your cell phone. At first, it was the sight of 5 men trying to kill a youth. And that youth was actually that demon Chun Feng who was very hot on the internet some time ago. He had just turned on his cell phone camera when another 100 or so people jumped out behind him. To be honest, he was really scared at the time. Once discovered, they will definitely be silenced on the spot. It was a good thing that everyone's attention was on Chun Feng and those 5 people. No one noticed his mediocre pile of vines. It's too dangerous in the Kunlun Mountains. It's better to hurry down the mountain. The man did not dare to stay here for long and decided to go down the mountain immediately. At this moment, Chun Feng was frantically fleeing. Just broke out of the breakout when that yell from Wei Su finally made him remember where he had heard this familiar voice before. That Wei Su from the Wei clan. Looking at this kind of battle on the other side, it was obvious that they had planned this in advance. All at once, being chased by 100 top-tier martial artists allowed Chun Feng to not even have the time to stop and catch his breath. There's no way to be a little careless. 100 top-tier martial artists, with a single move from each of them, would be able to beat him into a pile of mud. The only way to do that now is to see if we can meet anyone else. It's best to meet those old men arranged by Yang Honghu. The Wei Su crowd that was chasing behind them at this time was also extremely bad. Damn! How can this kid be so fast? Old me cultivates legwork, but I can't even catch up with a high-level martial artist. This kid also knows an extremely powerful legwork. His speed is certainly not too slow. He's only become an advanced martial artist after eating the chi and blood pill. He definitely won't last long. Stop talking, all of you, and save your breath. Don't let anyone get away. Wei Su was furious. I didn't realize that what was a simple thing had turned into this. 100 top-tier martial artists, surrounding a tiny martial artist, and still letting the other party get away. What a way to go out. Of course, the 5 top martial artists who died were to be blamed. I don't know which side of the force sent them out. Chun Feng was also panicking at this time. He had been using the heavenly crippling kick of the celestial unity realm to maintain his speed. Soon the chi and blood in his body was somewhat unable to hold out. That was when he once again thought of the chi and blood pill. Although the chi and blood elixir couldn't exceed his chi and blood limit. But it's still okay to restore a bit of chakra. It's just a bit of a waste. That's $500,000 apiece. Chun Feng can guarantee that, in addition to the wedding wine, the most expensive thing one had ever eaten was the chi and blood pill. The crowd chasing behind them saw Chun Feng taking out pills and stuffing them into his mouth as he flew and swept. The heart couldn't help but be secretly bitter. One of them couldn't help but shout, "Chun Feng, don't run away. We won't kill you. We just want to purchase your martial arts technique." Chun Feng was speechless. Guess what I believe? 100 masked hulks had just taken out 5 top-tier martial artists in front of him. The cruelty of the means made Chun Feng not dare to stay for even a second. This chase was half a day. Wei Su's 100 people at this point, there were still more than 70 left. There had already been 24 people before who had dropped out due to a lack of chi and blood. At this time, Chun Feng had also reached the final hurdle and swallowed the last chi and blood pill. Chun Feng then began to think about what to do next. Want to take a chance and slow down a bit. Suck some chakra from the enemy to maintain your own chakra. Wei Su was also in a hurry at this time. He didn't have a constant supply of chi and blood pills. His own chi and blood consumption had also reached its limit. Wei Su cursed, knowing that it's not a good idea to keep chasing like this. But if he didn't chase after them, he would probably lose track of Chun Feng. Once you lose track of each other in the Kunlun Mountains, if Chun Feng were to intentionally hide it again, he's definitely going to fail 100% on this mission. However, right at this moment, Chun Feng suddenly realized that there were dozens of silhouettes in front of him. It was like he saw a lifesaver. Immediately rushed towards the dozens of people. Wei Su also saw the figure in front of him. Couldn't contain himself at this point. Exasperated, he cursed, "Damn it! How things are going. You bunch of losers. Lunch buckets. Garbage. 100 top-level martial artists, and they didn't even catch a single high-level martial artist who was high on drugs. Those who were scolded around them did not dare to make a sound. It was just a heartfelt slander. You damn well aren't one of us. If it weren't for your last name Wei, I'd have to finish you off." In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng arrived behind those dozens of people. Wei Su had to stop the pursuit, though there were 100 of their own. But after a long chase, the chi and blood had long been low. Rushing into battle with dozens of people with plenty of chi and blood would definitely not do any good. And they do unseemly things. Feeling the pursuit behind him cease, Chun Feng secretly sighed in relief. The dozens of people in front of them realized that someone was approaching. All of them alertly turned around one after another. It's the daxia. We've been discovered. It's okay, just one. Hurry up and finish him off. With that said, the crowd took up positions or pulled out the weapons they had on them. Chun Feng, who originally thought he had found a savior. At this point, there was also a violent pause. I throw. Such bad luck. There's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. In and out. Chapter 55. Intruders. Wei Su was thinking about what to do once this mission fails. And he's done. Is Mr. Wexu around? I thought we could talk. Good point about the feats. I'll teach you anything you want to learn. Only to see the fleeing Chun Feng, surprisingly, return once again. Wei Su froze. What's the situation? The others were also a bit confused. After half a day of chasing, it looked like the mission was about to fail. Turns out the man delivered himself. Wei Su looked at Chun Feng, who was rushing towards them, and said excitedly, "Hurry up and get him for me." However, in the next moment, a group of people were seen chasing after Chun Feng. Either a white face with yellow hair and a hawk's nose, or dark skin. Gentile invaders. That group of invaders from the Western continent froze at that moment. Not good. Daxia has an ambush. This guy is bait. These treacherous Daxia people. Let's run. These people saw at a glance that there were nearly 100 black-clothed men in the woods in front of them. On their side, there were only about 40 people. Originally, the martial arts techniques of the Western continent were weaker than those of the Grand Xia. After all, it was all stolen from Daxia. Their progress in comprehending feats was inherently slower than Daxia. After all, these martial arts techniques were all designed by the great Xia ancestors, causing them to be even more difficult to cultivate. In the early stages, he could also use his physical advantage to defeat the lowly martial apprentices or martial artists of Daxia. Once one reached the level of senior martial artist or above, the gap in the realm of martial Dao technique comprehension would become more and more obvious, especially at the level of a top martial artist. The same top-tier martial artists were generally no match for the top-tier martial artists of Daxia because of the disparity in their comprehension of the techniques. At this moment, nearly 100 Daxia martial artists were seen, uniformly dressed in all black. Not your average organization at first glance. The first reaction of these Western continent invaders was that they had encountered Daxia's elite troops. Immediately turn and flee, watching the fleeing intruders. Chun Feng and Wei Su's group were all a bit confused. Chun Feng thought about falling into Wei's group and should be able to save a life for the time being. After all, the other party wanted his martial arts technique. But in the hands of an intruder, it's mostly going to be cold. Wei Su's side was still thinking that his own people's qi and blood hadn't recovered yet. Can't fight this many invaders for a while. You should escape as soon as possible or you may lose your whole army. Without the family's turn to punish, he himself might die at the hands of these intruders. But no one expected it. The other guy ran away. The run was still so decisive. Run? Chun Feng reacted and immediately chased towards the intruder. The crowd of the Wei clan looked at Wei Su. What to do? Wei Su said angrily. What else? Keep after me. The intruder being chased by Chun Feng shouted in fear at this moment. We're just a bunch of little people. You guys leave us alone. We'll leave now and never dare to come back again. The main force guys are over there. Because of the need to learn Daxia's martial arts techniques, Daxia's language was part of the common language. These invaders spoke the Daxia language in a fairly standardized manner. Chun Feng was speechless. What are you panicking about? I've been chased by hundreds of people and I'm not as flustered as you guys are. Soon enough, Chun Feng realized that the few intruders at the very back had extremely poor stances and did not know how to perform lightweight feats. It's just a stronger body and blood. He slowly closed the distance to within 10 meters. At that moment, the Heavenly Unity Realm's North Underworld divine power was unleashed. One of the intruders, who was running away, suddenly realized. One's own qi and blood were draining madly. This loss is not a drain when using martial arts. Rather, they were forcibly deprived. He glanced quietly behind him. It was then that he saw his qi and blood, unexpectedly overflowing out of his body. It turned into a wisp of red airflow and entered the body of the Daxia man a few meters behind him. The intruder was horrified. I didn't realize the Daxia people were so terrifying. It's almost like a vampire. I should have known that I shouldn't have participated in the mission to invade the Great Summer's Kunlun Mountains for that little bounty. This time, Chun Feng also roughly felt that the northern darkness divine power in the realm of the unity of heavenly beings. Within a range of 10 meters, the speed of being able to suck the enemy's chi and blood through the air was roughly half of what it was when it touched the body. Soon enough, Chun Feng's chi blood was replenished to full by his opponent. That intruder, however, had his chi and blood drained by Chin Feng. One could only turn back in despair and beg, "Please don't kill me. I will never dare to invade Daxia again." Chin Feng didn't have the time to pay attention to him. With one hand, he grabbed the other's collar and threw it with force towards Wei Su and the others who were chasing behind him. "Ah!" The intruder yelled in horror, and behind him the panting Wei Su and the others, seeing the intruder who suddenly crashed through. With one slap, the man was reduced to a lump of rotten meat. The shrieks came to an abrupt end. After all this excitement, the intruder in front of them grew more and more fearful, especially the backward invaders. One by one, they broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, they understand one thing. Whoever falls at the end of the line will be the next to die. Just then, a Daxia youth excitedly dug out a legendary 9-leaf yao grass between the rock crevices. Before he could get excited, a sound of breaking wind was heard in the distance. It was also accompanied by the sound of branches snapping. The youth hurriedly packed the yao grass into his backpack and quietly hid behind a nearby boulder. Soon he saw a group of intruders rushing in the distance. The youth gave a dark cry, scared to breathe. Next moment, he then saw that something didn't seem right about the situation. The men seemed to be panicking and running away. It was then seen that behind these dozens of intruders, a youth was chasing after them, and the youth looked familiar. It's the demon Chun Feng. Surprisingly, he killed the intruder. At the martial apprentice level, the one who comprehended the peak of Ascension realm, Chun Feng. Didn't you watch the news a while ago and hear that he was only in the martial artist realm? Why have you come to the Kunlun Mountains again? Isn't it necessary to be a high-level martial artist to participate in the Kunlun Kaisan? And how dare he chase so many intruders by himself? Seeing that the group wasn't coming straight at him, the youth was secretly relieved. At the same time, quietly turned on his cell phone to record the peculiar scene. Especially when he saw Chun Feng killing those backward invaders. His heart was indescribably painful. Soon a line of people passed not far from him. It was only then that the youth realized that there were hundreds of black-clothed men following behind Chin Feng. After recording the scene, the youth just wasn't going to stay in the Kunlun Mountains. Immediately, with the treasure he had dug up, he began to make his way back. The outside world at this time. A youth who was only a senior martial artist ran out from within the Kunlun Mountains. As soon as the youth stepped out of the mist, just a bunch of people gathered around. "Young man, what's good? I'll recycle them all at a high price. The recycling price of our treasure pavilion is definitely higher than the official price. We buy with integrity and don't play with ghost scales." Major acquirers, swarming. One by one, the self-publishers and journalists, too, gathered around. Wanted to see what good treasure had come out of the Kunlun Mountains again. Who knew that the youth pushed the acquirer in front of him. Shouted at the reporters, "I filmed the big news. One of you take it." Big news? A group of reporters immediately smelled an opportunity to make money. Immediately coming to the youth, he asked, "You start with what's in the news. We don't charge for the Quincy Tour documentary. Wasn't it the battle with the invaders, or was it the Kunlun legacy that was filmed?" The youth laughed. "I filmed someone assassinating Demon Chun Feng, and a black-on-black bridge, and the secret of Demon Chun Feng's rapid cultivation growth. Chapter 56. My master is not a bad person." Soon that young man's story was picked up by a media outlet for $200,000. When looking at the content of the news, especially at the end, that star-sucking spell that Wei Su shouted out instantly made that reporter feel like he had earned a lot. The video captured on the youth's cell phone immediately exploded across the internet once it was released. Exposure. Someone has arranged for the assassination of Demon Chun Feng. The Kunlun Mountains are black and white, only for that Demon Chun Feng's star-sucking technique. Shocking revelation. Demon Chun Feng is actually a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club, a news story that rushes to the top of the Hot Topics headlines. Jin Yoshi has been keeping an eye on any news of the Kunlun Mountains these days. The first thing I saw at that moment was the news about my own master. But see the message content. The whole group instantly panicked. Someone is trying to kill Master. What should we do? There are also people who falsely accuse Master of being a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Why are these people so bad? The Master should have immigrated. Jin Yoshi grabbed her cell phone and kept posting various comments to whitewash her own master. Willow Vivian was also in a hurry, but there's no way to do anything to help. Just as the two of them were drying out at home, there was a sudden knock on the door of their room. Lu Weiwei opened the door and saw a dozen people standing in the doorway. Each one was heavily armed and wearing the uniform of the Budo Guild. Are you the disciples of Mr. Chun Feng? It has been reported that you are members of the Swallowing Sky Club. Both of you come with us to the Martial Arts Guild to be investigated. Willow Vivian froze on the spot. Kim Yu he immediately retorted. Nonsense. We're not even members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. And my master, when he was in the provincial capital before, he even arrested someone from the Heaven Swallowing Club. Except her rebuttal was all for naught, still being taken away by the Martial Arts Guild. The scene was also seen by others in the neighborhood. A cell phone camera taking short videos of the two men taken by the Martial Arts Guild. Immediately all sorts of rumors appeared online. It has caused countless people to talk about it. I didn't expect that Reverse Sky Chen Feng to be a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. I've heard that in 4 months' time, I've increased my chi value by 200. Anyone know how to join the Swallow the Sky Club? I'd like to join. Those people chasing Chun Feng? Are they from the Martial Arts Guild? 100 top martial artists didn't catch him admire. Inside a certain villa in Jiangxing. So Yun also received a call from the Martial Arts Guild. Since the Budokai couldn't find her people, they had to call her. I heard that you are also Chun Feng's disciple. So Yun, yes. I hope you can come to the Jiangxing Martial Arts Guild and cooperate with our investigation. So Yun laughed. Sorry, I don't have time to play house with you guys. Doodle doodle. The phone was hung up straight away. On the other end of the phone, the staff of the Martial Arts Guild frowned at Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei. This senior sister of yours is very uncooperative, and I would like you to persuade her. Kim Yu-hee and Ryu Weiwei were helpless. They don't have So Yun's cell phone number or So Yun's green bubble. It can only be done by 8 So Yun in the love for each other master and disciple group. Jin Yoshi. Sister Suyen, Master is being wrongly accused. Hurry up and come and prove with us that Master is being wrongly accused. Lu Weiwei. You'd better hurry up and come here for a bit, so that you won't be misunderstood by the Budo Guild. Su Yen looked at the messages in the WeChat group with a smile. Feels like such a lovely two worlds. She had also watched the video about Chun Feng, and through the characters and voices in the picture, he had already judged Wei Su's identity. She even counted the number of people in the video. There were at least 100 top-level martial artists. Su Yen didn't think Chen Feng would survive. In reaching this conclusion, she was inexplicably a little annoyed in her mind. Eventually posted a couple sentences directly in the group message and then just exited the group chat. Su Yen. The people who are chasing Chun Feng are from the Wei clan. So Yun. If he dies, don't forget to avenge him later. System prompt. Su Yen has exited the group chat. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei looked at the system prompt dumbfounded. The Martial Arts Guild personnel on the side also frowned and asked, what other information do you know about this sister of yours? Another person from the Martial Arts Guild also notified Yang Honghu of the latest news at the first opportunity. At this time, Yang Honghu was still far away at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, sitting at the border of the Kunlun Mountains. Receiving the report from his men, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Naturally, he watched that video. Now it has become the hottest news of the moment. To be honest, Yang Honghu didn't quite believe that Chun Feng was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. But that last part of the video, the image of that middle-aged strong man instantly being sucked into dryness by Chun Feng, really made it impossible to think of any other technique that could do it other than the star-sucking technique. Even if it wasn't the star-sucking technique, this kind of technique that plundered other people's chi and blood, it is also not recognized by the Budo Guild. So many years of entanglement with the Sky Swallowing Club. The Martial Arts Guild was particularly knowledgeable about the properties of the star-absorbing technique. Yang Honghu said to the vice president on the other end of the phone, measure the chi and blood in both of their bodies. There is no rejection. If there's nothing wrong, let them go. The martial apprentice level national competition will begin soon, and that Lu Weiwei will have to represent our province. As for that Su Yen, it's very suspicious, to be able to judge the Wei clan at a glance, it's definitely not an ordinary person. Hang up. Yang Honghu then pondered about the people who were chasing Chun Feng. Obviously 2 groups of people. The first wave of 5 ended up being taken out before they could make a move. The second wave looked to be the great families of the world striking out. 100 top martial artists at once. Other than the martial arts guild, only those great families have this kind of strength. Yang Honghu felt that there must be something odd about this. It was just a pity that Chun Feng's heaven-defying enlightenment. He was beginning to regret a bit that he shouldn't have suggested that Chun Feng participate in the Kunlun Open Mountain in the first place. However, when he thought of that technique of devouring other people's qi and blood, he couldn't help but frown again. As soon as Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei came out of the martial arts guild, they were surrounded by a large number of reporters. May I ask if you have learned the star-sucking technique? Is your master a high-ranking member of the Heaven Swallowing Club? How far can the star-sucking technique go? Do you know who the enemy is that is after your master? Faced with the reporter's question, both of them did not know how to answer, because they didn't know if the last technique used by master was the star-absorbing technique. Kim Yu, he just kept shouting at the reporters with red eyes. My master is not a bad person. My master must have been wrongly accused. Why are you all saying bad things about him? Talking and crying. She was really panicking now. Master is being chased by hundreds of top martial artists. And now he doesn't know if he's dead or alive. She couldn't even imagine. What would she do if Master never came back? What is the point of living if one can never see that sunny face or feel that warm embrace again? Chapter 57, Master and Disciple. War God Martial Arts Center. Xiang Jingpeng watched the video of Chun Feng being chased back and forth several times. He was certain that the 5 masked men who surrounded Chun Feng in the first wave were the 5 top martial artists from his own martial arts school. I didn't realize that 5 shareholders were just going to die. Being chased by 100 top-tier martial artists, he didn't think Chun Feng could escape with his life. Even if you are lucky enough to escape from the Kunlun Mountains. Just by using the star-absorbing technique, the lightest punishment one would face would be to waste their dantian and be reduced to an ordinary person. The heaviest penalty is outright death. Thinking of this, Xiang Jingpeng couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Chun Feng, you also have today. Do you know if those 2 disciples have been implicated? If we can poach Lu Weiwei over, the War God Martial School will rise again. Other side, Xiao Ruhan was also watching the news about Chun Feng. It's even been read back and forth several times. Especially seeing the news of Lu Weiwei and Jin Yoshi being taken away by the martial arts guilds. Xiao Ruhan involuntarily revealed a smile. There was an indescribable gloating in his heart. Mother Sulan was also whispering at this time. I knew that sooner or later, the surname Chun would get his comeuppance. Look how many people tried to kill him, and the 2 little ones he took in were also taken away by the martial arts guild. It's fortunate that you defected from your master in the first place, or else you would have definitely been captured by the martial arts guild's people this time as well. Sulan had just finished speaking when there was a knock on the room door. We're from the martial arts guild. Please open the door and cooperate with our investigation. Sulan was stunned. Xiao Ruhan didn't think that her mom was so crow-brained. Just after that, the martial arts guild came to the door. But she wasn't taken. Just by a female staff member, checking the qi and blood. Then after asking a few questions about Chun Feng, they all left. It didn't take long for Xiao Ruhan's great mother to personally contact a reporter, negotiate a price, and take your daughter for an interview. At first, Xiao Ruhan was a bit resentful of her mother's approach. But the thought of being on TV, being seen by a lot of people, and even re-establishing a bit of a persona for myself is less resistant. As an qualified media outlet, of course you have to keep up with what's hot. First, there was a host who introduced Xiao Ruhan to the camera. This is the first disciple that Chun Feng took on. Of course, about 5 months or so ago, she was no longer Chun Feng's disciple. Now let's explore from the mouth of this Chun Feng's first disciple what the true face of Chun Feng, who was previously known as a demon, really looks like. Now let's hear what Xiao Ruhan's mother, Ms. Sulan, has to say about this matter. Sulan took the microphone. Think of all the family, friends and neighbors in the house who will be watching themselves on the TV. The heart just couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. She cleared her throat and immediately began to vocally criticize Chun Feng. That little white boy surnamed Chun is no good at first glance. Being so handsome, he must have hooked up with a lot of guys. If I hadn't let my daughter leave in the first place, She might have been victimized by surname Chun as well. He also embezzled my daughter's prize money from the city championship, and he hasn't paid it back to this day. Serves him right that so many people tried to kill him. Good kill. Sulan gave a burst of output with no intention of stopping at all. In the end, the host could only cut to commercial first and asked for Sulan's microphone over. Directly after the commercial, Xiao Ruhan was asked to say what she thought. Chun Feng is a hypocrite, full of lies. I was fooled by him in the first place. I didn't expect him to end up reduced to joining the heaven-swallowing club. He's such a disappointment to me. Having once had such a master is a shame I can hardly erase. As the interview program with Xiao Ruhan's mother and daughter aired, it drew countless trolls from the melon-eating netizens. I've seen this master-disciple feud before, and it's reversed every time. I didn't realize that they had been tearing each other apart for so long and it wasn't over yet. I really didn't expect that Chen Feng, who is known as a supreme genius, to be so unbearable. Practicing the star-sucking technique. Now the surname Chun can't wash his hands of it. Just as the netizens were buzzing about it, a few lone pop-ups floated through it. They're full of, "My master isn't like that at all." At this time, Kim Yu-hee, who had locked herself in her room, kept sending pop-ups on her cell phone. Tears in his eyes, constantly dripping down onto the screen of his cell phone. Vivian Liu also sat dumbfounded on the living room couch. The mind recalled this time with Chen Feng. She hadn't eaten all day at this point, yet she didn't feel an ounce of hunger. Sacred capital. Wayne's group. Wei Guangming sat in his office, his face extremely ugly. Big brother Wei Guang was looking at him and let out an extremely feminine voice, saying, "The Martial Arts Guild has already sent someone over to inquire about this matter. You're the one who arranged Wei Su's affairs, so you'll handle it yourself." During the opening of Kunlun, such things as rounding up one's own people are absolutely not allowed. Although Wei Guangming was indignant, he did not dare to retort. All that was left to do was to pick up his own sword and concealed weapon and head for the tarmac at the top of the building. He will personally go into Kunlun and make sure that Wei Su and those 100 men, none of them will be able to come back. Inside the Kunlun Mountains, Chen Feng didn't know it yet. Himself, in the outside world, has been sentenced to death. At this moment, Chen Feng once again caught up with an intruder. The Heavenly Unity's Northern Darkness divine power was unleashed, and it immediately caused the man to shriek. "Oh my God, he's sucking my chakra. He's the devil. He's a vampire. Ah! Somebody help me." The more he screamed, the faster his companion in front of him ran, all afraid of being next. Under the constant sucking of the Northern Darkness divine power, the man soon couldn't hold on any longer. "Oh, no." The man let out a final hiss of despair as he was grabbed by Chen Feng and slammed into Wei Su and the others behind him. The result was the same as the previous ones. The man was instantly beaten and torn apart by the group of top martial artists behind him. At the same time, Chen Feng realized the people behind him, chasing him, were getting fewer and fewer. Now there were only 20 or so people behind him in pursuit, and everyone was out of breath and tired. It looks like they've used up about all their chakra. Chen Feng looked towards the Western continent invaders that had been fleeing in front of him. Intend to leave these people alone for now. Otherwise, if he chased after him in a while and there was no one behind him, this intruder would surely have to turn around and hit him back as well. Thinking about this, Chen Feng no longer hesitated. The body shape lurched, and the sky ruin's feet powered up, speeding up instantly. Like a sharp arrow, it suddenly folded back, charged towards Wei Su and the others. At the same time, a huge humanoid silhouette suddenly appeared above Chen Feng. Its appearance was exactly the same as Chen Feng's, and it was accompanied by the sound of Brahma in the sky. Only the humanoid silhouette pushed forward with both palms. 18 golden dragons appeared out of thin air, emitting gusts of dragon roars as they rushed towards Wei Su and the others. Chapter 58 Reversal. The sudden change made these tired pursuers not react for a moment. Originally, they were struggling to keep up, forcing themselves to chase a target that they clearly couldn't follow. Everyone was unaware of what the punishment would be after failing the mission. No one could have expected that Chen Feng would suddenly kill back. A few of the people who were chasing after the forefront immediately collided with Chen Feng's Dragonfall Palm. In their haste, several people only had time to use basic moves to resist. As a result, all of them were shaken by a palm and flew backwards. At the same time, the air was left with several streams of spit-out blood. Wei Su also didn't expect that there would be such a turn of events. I didn't expect Chen Feng to be so bold as to dare to turn back and hit them back. Get together and waste him. It was only after saying this that Wei Su realized with horror. At this point, beside himself, there were only 9 people left. There were originally 100 of them, but then they gradually dropped out because they were out of gas and blood. In the end, the 23 people who had followed his pursuit were also injured by the 14 that Chen Feng had just shocked with a single palm strike. Wei Su couldn't figure out how his could have ended up in this situation. Chen Feng's toughness had also exceeded his imagination. But it was useless to think about that much at this point. Chen Feng must be captured, or the family would not let him go. The last 9 swarmed. Chen Feng didn't care at all about qi and blood consumption at the moment. Dragon swing plus 10,000 Buddhas. The huge palm shadow carried dozens of golden dragons as it blasted towards the 9 people in front. The 9 people's qi and blood consumption was enormous. At this point, it's long gone from its peak. It took the combined efforts of 9 people to block Chen Feng's move. Haven't had time to catch my breath. In the next moment, the shadows of the 9 feet once again attacked. Damn! How come the moves are so fast? Doesn't this kid even have to replace his qi and blood runs when he changes his moves? Is this guy really an advanced martial artist? Even if the Gongfu realm is high, this is too perverted. Chen Feng launched 9 consecutive heavenly crippling kicks. The comprehension of the heavenly and human unity realms' gong methods allowed him to seamlessly integrate almost any stance. The qi and blood in his body had been depleted to the point of being consumed at any cost. Taking advantage of the fact that those few people were struggling to resist the heaven's crippling kick at the moment, Chen Feng quickly rushed towards the closest 2. The heaven's crippling foot was once again in operation. Only this time, it squandered all of its qi and blood into the ground. The ground exploded with dirt and rocks. Chen Feng ejected as if he were a cannonball. When those 2 saw Chen Feng rushing towards them, they were so frightened that they immediately retreated. Took 9 people to block Chen Feng. At this time, the 2 of them didn't dare to fight Chen Feng hard. One can only choose to avoid it for the time being. Wait for the others to come together. However, the speed at which they retreated was clearly not as fast as Chen Feng under the heavenly crippling kick enchantment. Both sides immediately closed to a distance of 10 meters. Just as those 2 were anxiously waiting for others to back them up. Stunned, he realized that the qi and blood in his body were uncontrollably drilling out of his body and converging towards Chen Feng. Suck! The star sucker. Quickly save me. He's using the star-sucking technique again. However, the already small amount of qi and blood was plundered by Chen Feng in the blink of an eye. 9 men once again down 2. The other 7 had just arrived close, and without waiting to strike, they also realized that the qi and blood in their bodies were uncontrollable. It was as if it wanted to break out of its body and rush in Chen Feng's direction. There were 3 people so scared that they backed up on the spot. 4 remained, and 3 were found to have retreated, cursing at once. What are you doing? What are we going to do if we suddenly back up without saying anything? Wei Su was furious, and he was one of the 4. You 3 guys, you want to die? The 4 had already arrived in front of Chen Feng, and at this point it was already too late to retreat. He could only harden his head, intending to fight Chen Feng hard before retreating. However, before it even touched Chen Feng, the qi and blood in his body had already rioted and started pouring out towards the outside of his body. Towards Chen Feng's body. The 4 were alarmed. His own qi and blood was not much, and at this time it was even worse. Without waiting for the exchange of blows, 2 more tried to escape. No way! 9 people together are no match. Now for people are going to fight hard, aren't they looking for death? The 2 of them could clearly feel how terrifying and even bizarre Chen Feng's realm was. The suppression of the martial realm made them feel like their gongfu moves were like children with open teeth and claws in front of Chen Feng. Empty of the qi and blood of a top martial artist, the martial arts moves he made were average in power. However, although Chen Feng's qi and blood cultivation was not as good as theirs, the power of each move was several times that of theirs. The sudden retreat of the 2 men made Wei Su despair on the spot. Chen Feng's 2 palms came out at once, the dragon falling 18 palms stacked on top of the Rulai divine palm. The Sanskrit sound intertwined with the dragon's roar. The huge palm shadow wrapped around the golden dragon and ruthlessly slapped the 2 out. Wei Su sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spot. The other person was even worse, as he didn't have enough chakra to support and resist. He was directly stunned to death by Chen Feng's palm. The entire person flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. The blood that spurted out made a blood-colored arc in the air. Wei Su falls to the ground. At this moment he knew that the great power of self was gone. Everyone was already destined for immediate defeat as they frantically chased after Chen Feng. Several parties have been consuming air, and Chen Feng had been eating qi and blood pills along the way. Right now, he was even able to use the star-sucking technique to restore his qi and blood. While they were a full 100 top martial artists, they were facing the dilemma of qi and blood depletion. How can this be a fight? Holding back, unwilling, hopeless. Various emotions appeared in Wei Su's mind. In the next moment, Chen Feng appeared in front of him. No bull in the slightest. A golden dragon shadow directly blasted onto Wei Su's dantian. Wei Su was like a deflated ball, immediately paralyzed on the floor, ting and pissing. Now he's wasted. Even if he was lucky enough to escape from the Kunlun Mountains, he would still be an invalid who was incontinent all day long. Although Chen Feng didn't like killing, he wasn't a brainless saintly mother either. With his intention, countless palm winds transformed into golden dragon shadows as his palms flipped, striking at those who were after him. For a while the screams resounded throughout the woods. The pursuers who were originally lagging behind in the distance turned around and ran when they saw that the situation was bad. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't let them go. At this point, it's a direct reversal to go after these people. Catch one and scrap one. These people's qi and blood had long been depleted in the earlier chase. Now it was simply difficult to escape Chen Feng's pursuit. Every time Chen Feng's heaven's crippling kick landed, he would step on the mountain rocks and splash them. The entire person was like a cannonball, hitting one fleeing figure after another as his body flashed, sucking out the qi and blood, abolishing the dantian all in one go, and the technique became more and more skillful. Other side, the Western continent invaders, who were originally fleeing, were running when they realized that the people chasing them behind them seemed to be fighting on their own. Just when they didn't understand what was going on, another group of intruders appeared ahead. This batch is much larger. There were more than 100 of them. This was the most essential difference between them and the daxia people. The daxia youngsters would all scatter to go treasure hunting, almost always alone. The invaders, on the other hand, because it was too dangerous to encounter the daxia people alone, all preferred to stay warm in groups. When the great Xiaolong wolves encountered these invaders of theirs, they could only suffer death or flee. The older people of daxia, on the other hand, would rush to the dragon vein in a hurry. The intruders, along the way, rarely encounter older people. As soon as the two invaders met, they immediately started exchanging information. Just now we were chased by people from daxia. Now that we have you guys, we're not afraid of them. They seem to be imploding right now. We might be able to kill our way back. I found the target person, said a curly-haired bearded man, opening his folding screen. Watch. The screen displayed Chen Feng's bounty poster. That was one of their smaller goals this time around. As long as they could capture Chen Feng alive and bring him back to the Western continent, they would receive a $1 billion bounty. Or if you kill Chen Feng on the spot and take pictures for evidence and return to the Western continent, you'll get a 100 million bounty. The person who had just escaped saw Chen Feng's reward poster. It was only at this time that they realized with hindsight that the daxia youth who had just chased them was actually one of the targets this time. The two parties immediately joined together. The number of people also reached more than 200. Backfire back towards where you came from. Chapter 59. New information. Chen Feng searched in the direction he came from. It was enough to scrap more than 80 people along the way. There were a dozen left, and they didn't know where to hide. Chen Feng searched for a long time, but could not find any silhouettes. He looked at the direction of the sun, so he continued his journey in the direction of the dragon vein. Although revenge was important, there were more important things in the Kunlun Mountains at this time. Chen Feng had just folded less than a kilometer away when he saw a large group of people ahead of him, coming face to face with him. It was only when it got to 100 meters away that it became clear that it was a group of intruders. The number was several times more than the previous dozens. Again, Chen Feng was speechless. It feels like you're just being hunted for your life. Don't even think about it. Turn around and run. At that moment, a loud, open-hearted laugh could be heard from behind him. Ha ha ha. Trying to run. Aren't you cocky? After chasing us for so long before, and taking out so many of our companions. Look at the old man's flying legs. Only to see a bald bearded man. His legs transformed into phantoms, and the whole thing was like stepping on the gas, gradually overtaking the crowd around them. With an extremely fast speed, he closed the distance between him and Chen Feng. Dozens of meters away, caught up in a few breaths. Chen Feng could not help but be shocked. The balding bearded man wore a hideous grin. With one hand, he grabbed towards Chen Feng's shoulder, seeing the other man's hand grabbing at his shoulder. Chen Feng subconsciously asked, "Are you serious?" The balding bearded man froze. For a moment, he didn't understand what this Daxamite meant. He suspected that he had not learned the language of Daxia well. So listen to the digression. Before the two of them even made contact, Chen Feng had already unleashed the heavenly unity realm's north underworld divine power. His whole body was like a black hole, devouring the man's chi and blood. The balding bearded man felt wrong at once. The chi and blood in his body was completely out of control and was madly overflowing out of his body, transforming into red streams that converged towards Chen Feng. Before he could figure it out, his palm had already grabbed onto Chen Feng's shoulder. In the next moment, the whole person was like being electrocuted. The body is completely out of control. The chi and blood of his entire body rioted, madly surging towards the arm that was grasping Chen Feng before drilling into his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire person's chi and blood were drained. The body fell uncontrollably. "Thank you for the chakra." Chen Feng thanked the man. "Keep running." After this person's attack, he managed to bring Chen Feng's chi back to full strength. The large number of invaders chasing behind them were a bit terrified in their hearts when they saw the tragic state of the bald bearded man. An original normal person. At this point, skin and bones, deep eye sockets, skin and lips so pale that there was not a trace of blood. Is this some kind of witchcraft? My God, he's almost a human. The Daxia people are just too scary. No wonder the bounty on this one is so high. The last batch of people who had been chased by Chen Feng immediately reminded, that Daxia person has practiced a martial art that can suck people's chi and blood. Everyone should not attack alone. As long as we attack together, he can't suck it up. More than 200 invaders had put Chen Feng on the run once again. This escape was for several days. From time to time, Chen Feng would deliberately slow down. Utilizing the north underworld divine power, he sucked in some chi and blood to sustain his exertion. The other side, the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains. A young man stepped out of the mist. Soon the young man was like a star in the sky, treated like a grandfather by the major acquirers. It was because this youth had actually picked a 9-leaf yao herb. After selling the 9-leaf yao chow, the youth began to give interviews. By the way, he told the scene he saw in the Kunlun Mountains. "There was a bit of a dangerous hiccup while I was picking this medicine. I saw that Chen Feng. It seems like he's chasing the intruder. It's a good thing those intruders didn't find me. But that Chen Feng himself is being hunted by others." Hearing her words, the crowd of reporters immediately had their eyes glowing. Chen Feng has been pretty hot for a while now. Genius young man Chen Feng, who was revealed to be using the star-absorbing technique, was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. The heat of this story has not yet passed. New news has come up again. Immediately, a reporter asked anxiously, "Do you have any video from that time?" The youth hadn't realized the value of the video. Immediately, he took out his cell phone, which was still charging on a rechargeable battery. Open the album and tap on the video. These reporters are straight up whoring themselves out. Video. It was exactly the scene when Chen Feng was being chased by Wei Su and had just encountered the intruder. He chased after dozens of intruders, one by one drying out the last ones left behind. Ness. The video also carries this directory video of youths exclaiming at the time. At the end of the video, there were hundreds of men in black, chasing after Chen Feng. It was only after the interview that the youth's family and friends complained with sighs. "You're letting those reporters punk you. That Chen Feng news is worth a lot of money. I heard the last one sold for a lot of money." As Chen Feng's second video was revealed, it was another hot topic all over the internet. Why does it feel weirder and weirder the more I look at it? He was chasing dozens of intruders by himself, and being chased by hundreds of black-clad men himself. Windy is killing intruders. Why are the men in black still chasing Windy? Those men in black, they should just take out the intruders first, before settling the issue with Chen Feng. You're playing games here. This is a matter of life and death. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, the first to brush up on Master's video. Seeing that Chen Feng was fine, his heart was first relieved. Then he saw that the man in black was still chasing Chen Feng, and his heart lifted again. War God Martial Arts Center. Xiang Jingpeng didn't expect Chen Feng to still be alive. Doesn't matter to him though. The matter of Chen Feng being able to suck people's qi and blood had become a fact. The video showed Chen Feng devouring the qi and blood of several invaders. The chosen martial arts school is finished. Nationals are about to begin. What Xiang Jingpeng wanted to do now was to dig Lu Weiwei back. At this time, he had already brought people and headed towards the neighborhood where Lu Weiwei was. Jiangqing Martial Arts Guild. Yang Honghu also saw Chen Feng's new video, especially when they saw Chen Feng take out one intruder after another. The mood was indescribably good. Just seeing Chen Feng's technique of devouring other people's qi and blood, he couldn't help but sigh again. Oi! What a pity! How did a great young man learn the star-sucking technique? A villa in Jiangqing. Su Yan also saw Chen Feng's latest video. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. This young master is quite tenacious. After watching the video, So Yun came to the garage. Before leaving Jiangqing, she wanted to take another look at the two elder sisters who were a dozen years younger than herself. It's just a shame. Nowadays, these two simple senior sisters were afraid that they could no longer recognize themselves. Or rather, no one recognizes her anymore these days. Even those patriarchs of the Heaven-Swallowing Club were unable to recognize themselves. Su Yan had just arrived at the neighborhood where Chen Feng lived. He saw Xiang Jingpeng with 3 people also entering the neighborhood. What's he doing here? Su Yan was concerned about Chen Feng because of this period of time. Gradually, he also knew some of Chen Feng's old stories. The most important of these was the feud with the War God Martial School. Now that he saw Xiang Jingpeng appear in Chen Feng's neighborhood, So Yun immediately realized the other party might have come to trouble the two senior sisters. So she also stepped out of the car and followed along towards the building where Chen Feng was. He even took the same elevator as Xiang Jingpeng. Chapter 60. A Knife. Xiang Jingpeng and the 3 people he brought along went into the elevator first. So Yun entered the elevator last. As soon as the 4 turned around, they saw a large, beautiful woman enter. One couldn't help but scowl at Su Yan's back. In the end, Xiang Jingpeng took the initiative to address Su Yan, egged on by the 3 tutors. Beauty, you look familiar to me. Haven't we met somewhere before? Su Yan revealed a hint of scorn. She turned around without a care in the world and looked at Xiang Jingpeng. Really, why do you look so familiar to me? Xiang Jingpeng's heart was thrilled when he saw the beautiful woman turn around and strike up a conversation. Although So Yun was wearing sunglasses, but that hot body with the delicate face, it made Xiang Jingpeng's heart burn. He immediately introduced himself with pride. You've heard of the Jiangqing City War God Martial Arts School, and I am the owner of the War God Martial Arts Center. Su Yan pretended to be surprised. You're actually the Blackheart Pavilion Master of the War God Martial Hall. I hear your martial arts school is messy and perverted. Xiang Jingpeng was speechless. I didn't realize that the War God Martial Arts School had already left this impression on the public. It's all because of that damned guy Chen Feng. He said awkwardly, it's all because of that Chen Feng's rumors. Our War God Martial Arts Center has always been harmonious, full of caring and true beauty. So Yun almost laughed. She continued, is that so? Xiang Jingpeng said with a straight face. Sure. I can show you around if you don't believe me. If you're free, I can take you there after I finish my errands later. Su Yan pretended to be excited. Really? That's really nice of you. I really want to see what the War God Martial Arts Center is like. I'll just join you. Will you leave with me when you're done? Xiang Jingpeng hemmed and hawed, feeling that he had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Of course there's no problem. As long as the beautiful woman in front of me enters the War God Martial Arts School. There were countless ways for him to forcefully take down his opponent. Su Yan directly followed Xiang Jingpeng and didn't get off the elevator. All the way to Chen Feng's doorstep, the 3 tutors secretly gave the pavilion master a thumbs up. Xiang Jingpeng's vanity was greatly satisfied. One of the tutors volunteered to come forward and knock on the door of the room. Soon the door to the room opened. As soon as Lu Weiwei saw that it was Xiang Jingpeng, immediately frowning, he asked, what are you doing here? Xiang Jingpeng laughed and said, I'm here to give you a chance. Chen Feng is done for. Joining the Heaven-Swallowing Club is a felony. Chen Feng is the head of the pavilion. Once he is captured, the Heaven's Choice Martial School will be gone. As long as you return to the War God Martial School, I will give you the highest treatment. At that moment, Jin Yoshi came behind Lu Weiwei. Seeing Xiang Jingpeng digging in again, She recalled when Xiao Ruhan was poached. Somewhat distraught, he looked at Lu Weiwei. I was afraid that this senior sister would choose to return to the war god martial hall. How sad master will be then. Jin Yoshi unconsciously hugged Lu Weiwei's arm. Ryu Weiwei sensed Kim Yoshi's emotions. Hastily appeased. Don't worry. I won't renege on my master like Xiao Ruhan. I will always have only one master. Boo. The door to the room slammed shut. Xiang Jingpeng frowned. Feeling humiliated in front of a beautiful woman. Shouted at the closed door of the room. Don't give your face away. I can make you cry and beg at the snap of my fingers. Xiang Jingpeng finished speaking and turned to the people around him. Let's go. Let's see what I can do with her. A little martial apprentice. Really doesn't know the heights of heaven. I had to get her on her knees to beg me. Su Yan revealed a sneer. The pavilion master is really awesome. Xiang Jingpeng gave a dry cough. Know that in the heat of the moment it was a bit out of character. I'm not usually like this. But in Jiangqing, there aren't many people that dare to give me so little face. The three tutors around him also chimed in. Lu Weiwei is really ungrateful, forgetting the previous cultivation of the war god martial school. Now that Chun Feng's identity as the heaven-swallowing club has been exposed, she is still so unconscious. The pavilion master is kind-hearted enough to take her in, otherwise who would dare to have her? Su Yan listened to the words of a few people and probably understood their kindness. What kind of kindness law? The mind intends to let them experience, as well, their own kindness. Xiang Jingpeng drove the car himself, taking Su Yan to the War God Martial Arts Center, and personally introduced the various office locations of the Martial Arts Center. That's our drill hall, the Hall of Feats over there. Finally, he brought So Yun into his office. This is my office. Make yourself at home. I'll make you a pot of tea. So Yun said smilingly. Don't bother. I like to be direct. Straightforward? Xiang Jingpeng froze. Are young people so direct these days? But he likes it. Only to see Su Yan sitting on the sofa, turning her palm towards Xiang Jinping. Directly unleash the star-sucking technique. Xiang Jingpeng stumbled, and his body couldn't help but take several steps forward. He was at least a master-level cultivator and immediately fixed his stance. He reached out and pointed at Su Yan in disbelief. You know martial arts. What kind of kung fu do you have here? Feeling that powerful suction force, a gong method popped up in Xiang Jingping's mind. So Yun said smilingly, what I practice is called the star-absorbing technique. I'm sure you've heard of it. Xiang Jingping's eyes widened. The answer was the same as what he had in mind. Not waiting for him to make any moves, Su Yan did not spare her qi and blood to fully activate the star-absorbing technique. At once the whole room was sucked up by the seats. Xiang Jingpeng was also uncontrollably heading towards Su Yan. Wind God Leg. Xiang Jingpeng had already sensed that he was no match for Su Yan, but he wasn't going to sit back and wait for death, and directly used his Wind God Leg to counterattack. But the next moment, a powerful repulsive force crashed into his Wind God Leg, slapped his entire body against the wall. The bookshelves along the wall were suddenly knocked apart, sending wood shavings flying. The three tutors who were originally outside the office door, intending to eavesdrop. Surprisingly at that moment, sounds of a fight were heard coming from the office. Immediately shouted through the door. Pavilion Master, are you all right? What's going on in there? A shout was heard at the door. Xiang Jingpeng was like grasping a lifesaver. Just as he tried to speak, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, a powerful suction force came again. This time Xiang Jingpeng was no longer able to resist. The body flew towards Su Yan uncontrollably. At the critical moment, he shouted, Help! Only having the time to shout out these two words, his body ran into Su Yan's palm. When absorbing the power, Su Yan wasn't using the star-absorbing technique. Instead, he directly switched to the Northern Darkness Divine Power. Xiang Jingping's entire body was suddenly like an electric shock, losing control of his body. The qi and blood in his body surged madly towards Su Yan's palm. Outside the door, the three men heard the pavilion master calling for help, hurriedly kicking in the door. Only the original slightly chubby curator was visible. By now, he had been sucked thin and bony. His eyes were dull, and there was no trace of blood on his face. A terrorist organization came to the minds of the three men. Swallow the Sky Club. They never expected that the woman that the pavilion master had brought back was actually someone from the Heaven Swallowing Club. The three of them were very self-aware. Seeing that Xiang Jingpeng, whose cultivation had reached the master level, was not even an opponent. It was understood that they, who were only advanced martial artists, were certainly no match for them either. The three turned and ran, intending to call for help, but the district senior martial artist, in front of the Zhongshi level Su Yan, not even qualified to struggle a bit. The star-sucking technique was unleashed once again, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Without even a hint of resistance, the three men were sucked backwards and flew back. With a wave of Su Yan's hand, the office door closed once again. She looked at a few people and smiled. Then let's hurry up. I have to go to the holy capital soon? Which one of you comes first? Or do you come together? People are okay with it. Chapter 61. Young man with a broken arm. Yang Honghu was at this time leading a patrol at the Kunlun border, searching for any intruders. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and he saw that it was a call from his own vice president. President, something big has happened. The War God Martial School's owner and 3 instructors have been murdered. Yang Honghu frowned. He's irritable now, based on the data of recently caught intruders. This invasion of the Kunlun Mountains was particularly large. It is several times higher than the historically documented figures. Tens of thousands of people have been captured today, but no useful information has been obtained. At this point, he received a phone call and said with some displeasure, "If it's harmful, it's harmful. What's the use of telling me? Hurry up and find out." The vice president continued, "There's no need to check. It was the Swallowing Sky Club that did it. All 4 were sucked dry, and they went to Chun Feng's house before they were murdered." Swallow the Sky Club. Yang Honghu froze. Could it be that the Heaven Swallowing Club is helping Chun Feng take revenge? Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei once again were brought to the Martial Arts Guild. Both of them were very surprised to learn of Xiang Jingpeng's death. The staff of the Martial Arts Guild asked. Xiang Jingpeng had a woman with him at the time. Do you have any impression? Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei had no impression at all. Even looking at the monitor at this point, there was not the slightest impression. At that time, the door wasn't even fully open, much less paying attention to what kind of people Xiang Jingpeng had brought with him. Asked half a dozen times and got no useful information. He only had to let Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei go back first. The other side, in the Kunlun Mountains, Chun Feng escaped while watching for the right moment, specializing in picking on some of the more adventurous intruders. Plunder their chi and blood to maintain their own range. Side-by-side fighting and fleeing. This made the pursuing invaders behind them feel like they were being teased. Needless to say, the invaders were outnumbered though. But the Gongfu realm was just too low. The moves made were broken, empty of the chi and blood of a top martial artist, but difficult to utilize his strength. It was not as good as the 100 men led by Wei Su before. These intruders chasing half a day. Gradually, a lot of people began to fall out. There were also some people who could see how difficult Chen Feng was to deal with. Let's give up. This guy is fast and cunning. We can't catch him at all. And his kung fu is also weird. We've already lost several people. Several others agreed. Gradually, the number of people who stopped the chase increased. Eventually, everyone gave up on continuing the chase. It was because they had more targets besides Chen Feng. Can't waste all that time here. Watching the intruder stop pursuing, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's exhausting. Chen Feng was now full of chi and blood. The mental energy was a bit shriveled. First, he was chased by Wei Su, and then hunted down by these invaders. No rest at all. Chen Feng immediately found a huge tree in the sky, directly to a thick branch of the canopy. Open your own backpack. Pull out the energy drinks and compressed crackers to fill your stomach with calories first. Then it went straight to sleep in the tree. Slept until the next night. Once he woke up, Chen Feng felt refreshed. The spirit is completely restored. Looking at the sky, the night sky was cloudless and the full moon was bright. The entire mountain forest was illuminated in silver gray. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly heard a subtle sound coming from the distance. After listening carefully for a while, it seemed like the sound of chi and blood moves colliding during a fight. At this time in the Kunlun Mountains, there were no more than 2 scenarios for a fight to occur. One is that someone is doing the killing and taking the treasure. The other is an encounter with an intruder. Whatever so much, Chen Feng decided to sneak over quietly to take a look. If it was a fellow countryman in distress, perhaps he could help himself. However, Chen Feng had just run out a few hundred meters when the sounds of fighting completely disappeared. After continuing to travel a few hundred meters, Chen Feng then smelled a strong odor of blood. Looking for the smell, he saw several bodies lying on the ground. 5 of the bodies were of Daxia people, and the other 2 were of foreign invaders. The scene is obvious. It was the Daxamites who had encountered the intruder, and it was one of our own who suffered. Chen Feng frowned. These ING guys. At that moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the distance. People are here. Listening to the voice that spoke, it was obviously not a Daxia person. Chen Feng hurried over. A young man wearing glasses was seen, covering his broken arm and looking in horror at the 10 foreign invaders who had surrounded him. This kid can really run. It's best to leave a survivor and see if we can torture out any feats of martial arts. After I catch him, I'll make sure to torture him. I didn't expect to lose 2 of my teammates. These damn Daxia people are so troublesome. 10 foreign invaders began to slowly approach the youth. Chen Feng no longer hesitated as his legs operated the heavenly crippling kick and the ground exploded. The entire person instantly ejected. The 10 intruders were startled. There was a flurry of looks toward the place where the noise had been made. The one closest to Chen Feng. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a huge palm shadow, entwined with several oriental golden dragons, slapping at his head. The man was horrified and hastily raised the curved sword in his hand to parry. However, in the next moment, the scimitar was not wrapped in chi and blood because it was too hasty to resist. It was directly shattered by Chen Feng's palm. He spat out several large mouthfuls of blood furiously, and his entire body flew out backwards. The next moment, the Sanskrit sound was loud and the golden dragon flew. Chen Feng struck out 9 palms in a row, forcing the other 9 back. At the same time, a kick was delivered to the other closest man. Heavenly foot. Heaven and earth are merciless. The man thought to himself that we were all top-level martial artists, who was afraid of anyone. Directly swinging his fist and Chen Feng hard. Shooting star fist. The man instantly threw dozens of fist shadows. This was also the backbone of him daring to fight hard with Chen Feng. His Xian rank technique, Meteor Fist, had long since reached the 3rd realm of the martial Dao, and he had achieved a small amount of success. In the southern continent, among opponents of the same level, there were rarely any enemies. In the next moment, facing the heavens residue kick of the celestial unification realm, his fist made a crisp fracture sound. Ah! A scream. The man broke everything from his fist to his arm, straight away. At the same time, those 8 people attacked again. Chen Feng hurriedly turned around, both palms coming out at once. The dragon falling 18 palms fused with the Rulai divine palm, and shook the attacks of the 8 men. Between the collision of both sides' chi and blood, there was a loud explosive sound. The 8 men took a step back. Chen Feng, however, retreated a dozen steps in a row. In the end, he couldn't help the sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm still too cocky. Using the cultivation of a senior martial artist to harden 8 top martial artists, it is indeed still too much of a stretch. At this point, he doesn't know. The 8 people across the street were just as shocked as he was. How is this person so strong? Everyone is a top-level martial artist. Why is the gap so wide? Didn't it say that those who enter the Kunlun Mountains have a chi and blood limit of 1,000? Could it be that we've encountered those old fellows of Daxia who are at the end of their days? Are you blind? That man is younger than even your son. The youth next to him with the broken arm was also shocked by Chen Feng's strength. Moreover, he felt that Chen Feng looked familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Chapter 62, Helpers. Just as the broken-armed youth was wondering, Chen Feng yelled, "Don't be silly. Run away." Chen Feng wasn't afraid of these remaining 8 people though. If you can't beat them, the big thing is to run away. But if he ran away himself, the young man could not run away. The youth froze, then reacted. He had just witnessed Chen Feng vomiting blood. Knowing that Chen Feng must have been injured, how could one run at such a critical moment? But his own right arm was broken and bleeding profusely. At this point, he was no longer able to fight and needed to find a place to treat his wounds immediately. Staying won't help much. Instead, they drag each other down. He bowed to Chen Feng and said, "A great favor is not appreciated. If I can leave Kunlun alive, I will definitely find a way to repay you for saving my life." The youth was moved to tears and turned to run. He didn't know if his savior would make it out of Kunlun alive. But as long as he lived to leave Kunlun, he would definitely find a way to repay his savior. If his savior dies in Kunlun, he will go to his benefactor's family. Owned glasses, they are smart glasses with a 100 million pixel ultra-clear camera. Just go out there and post the video of your savior. Surely we can find the benefactor's family or friends. This favor he would surely spend his life to repay. When the remaining 8 intruders saw the youth fleeing, one of them immediately tried to go after him. Chun Feng naturally would not give him this opportunity. The heaven's remnant foot fired again, instantly catapulting towards the man. The other 7 once again struck out together. Those who wanted to pursue the attack also had to make a move to fend it off. Chun Feng once again landed a hard blow with the 8 men. This time, he retreated a dozen steps in a row and once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Those 8 people, too, were shaken by Chun Feng's fusion palm technique, causing their qi and blood to churn and their internal organs to feel uncomfortable. But there were no injuries. Forget about that broken-armed kid for now. Let's combine our efforts and kill this guy first. Does this guy look familiar to you guys? It does look a little familiar. All 8 of them suddenly felt that Chun Feng looked familiar. That's when a man took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. Inside was a photo of none other than Chun Feng's reward poster. It's that Chun Feng with the $1 billion bounty. Several people looked at the man's cell phone screen. Immediately, they all wore shocked expressions. Chun Feng passed through the other party's conversation. It was only then that he realized that he had been rewarded by these invaders. The bounty is surprisingly $1 billion. Even he himself was heartened. Chun Feng knew that since these 8 people recognized him, definitely wouldn't have gone after the broken-armed youth. So without further hesitation, he turned and ran. The 8 men were startled and hurried to catch up. $1 billion is just around the corner. Don't let him get away. Even if you kill him, you can go back and collect $100 million. Look at my shadowless feet. Only a tall, thin middle-aged man was seen, his legs instantly accelerating beyond the crowd. Chun Feng liked this kind of lone wolf who acted alone the most. As the man approached 10 meters away, Chun Feng immediately unfolded the heavenly unity realm's northern underworld divine power. The man was still elated, and all of a sudden, he closed the distance between him and Chun Feng. As a result, he suddenly felt that the qi and blood in his body uncontrollably overflowed out of his body. It then turned into a trickle of water that gathered towards Chun Feng. Oh baiga! What's going on? He subconsciously slowed down, wanting to move away from Chun Feng. As a result, Chun Feng instead turned back and grabbed with one hand. The man raised his foot and kicked at the grabbing hand. As a result, Chun Feng did not dodge and directly grabbed onto his opponent's foot. Northern darkness. That feeling of being electrocuted appeared instantly. The man's brain went down at that moment as well. The other intruder, who had run faster, wondered why both his companion and Chun Feng had stopped in place. Immediately step in to help. Tendon splitting hand. Both hands grabbed directly on top of Chun Feng's arm that was grasping his companion's foot. Then the whole man also fixed his form and twitched in place. Nowadays, what Chun Feng was most unafraid of was this kind of contact attack. If the other party used the palm wind chi power of chi and blood exudation, or the sword chi blade awnings, one might actually have to carry it hard or avoid it. This kind of dare to directly out and grab him is tantamount to delivering food. By the time the other 6 arrived, the 2 fastest runners were completely wasted. 2 of the 8 are missing. Chun Feng felt that he could try again the upper limit of his strength. 1 against 6 and the fight is on again. This time, Chun Feng was barely an even match for the 6 by virtue of his gongfu rank, coupled with the advantage of celestial unity. However, this was also because the other party was a foreign invader with a relatively low comprehension of the great Xia Kung Fu. If it had been a Daxia person, he or she might not have had it so easy. The 2 sides exchanged blows. Chun Feng also simultaneously unfolded the heavenly unity domain of the northern darkness divine skill. As the 6 men fought, they realized that their qi and blood were overflowing out of their bodies uncontrollably, finally drilling into the enemy's body. The 6 people's qi and blood drained rapidly, and Chun Feng's qi and blood consumption was almost 0. Soon the 6 invaders realized that something was wrong. The rate of qi and blood loss was too fast. There was a moment of reluctance. But looking at Chun Feng, who was worth $1 billion in front of him, he couldn't help but continue to make a move. Fancy taking it down. The results are obvious. It was only when the first one couldn't hold out that the others tried to escape. There's just no chance of that anymore. The young man with the broken arm ran 10 kilometers in a row. I couldn't support myself any longer, so I found a hidden cave. Bandage the wound on your arm. Fortunately, with the tenacious vitality of a top martial artist, this damage was not enough to be fatal. In the end, it took him half a month to leave the Kunlun Mountains. One out of the Kunlun mists. It was saved on an emergency basis. The Martial Arts Guild, too, notified his family at the first opportunity. The first thing a youth does when he sees his family is about giving your smart glasses to your family. The eye stores the video of the rescuer. You guys put it on the internet right away and search for his family all over the internet. I must repay him for the kindness of saving me by laying down my life. Endless gratitude rose in the youth's heart as he recalled the scene where Chun Feng had fought 1 against 10 and ended up being beaten by 8 people who spat out blood. Remembering it at this time, I am once again moved to tears. Parents and sister, also in accordance with his instructions, the smart glasses in the video, uploaded to the internet the whole network to find Chin Feng's relatives. As soon as the video within the Kunlun Mountains was broadcast, it immediately attracted the viewing of countless people. Especially the Budo Guild wanted to see what was going on inside the Kunlun Mountains right now. Upon seeing a dozen or so invaders brutalizing daxia martial artists, it immediately caused outrage among many netizens. The youth is seen fleeing and hiding with a broken arm and is eventually found. It's like watching a horror movie. All of them pulled their hearts out. When seeing that last bit, Chun Feng suddenly appeared and fought 1 against 10. And all clapped when they took out 2 enemies on the spot. However, before the youths fled, Chun Feng was clearly injured by the 8 men who had joined forces and spit blood on the spot. This has made countless people feel sorry for them. Hey, it's still too much of a stretch for one person to fight 8 people head-on. After all, everyone is a top-tier martial artist, and it's almost impossible to have a chance of winning in a fight of 8. Why are there so many ghosts going in? What is the Martial Arts Guild for? This youth's strength is extraordinary, but it's a pity that he's afraid he won't be able to return. Don't any of you think that this person resembles that Chin Feng? Chapter 63. The Beginning of Chaos. It was soon discovered by a netizen. The guy in the video looked a lot like Chin Feng. It's just that the picture quality isn't very good because the video was shot at night. At first people didn't recognize it. A careful comparison reveals. Whether it was the martial arts stances or the clothes they wore, they all resembled Chin Feng. Soon there was a reporter who took Chun Feng's previous video and went to interview the youth with the broken arm. The youth saw Chun Feng's previous video and said with certainty, "Yes, that's him. I'll never forget what it was like to save my life." The statement caused an uproar. The internet was immediately divided. Isn't Chun Feng a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club? Are there good people in the Swallowing Club? Regardless of whether he's a good guy or not, the Heaven Swallowing Club can never be cleared. It's probably because I've done a lot of harm in the past and now I'm trying to be virtuous. Don't say that, you guys. And you haven't seen that Chun Feng do anything bad. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, once again, see a message from their master. The heart was thrilled at first. That means master hasn't had an accident yet. But after seeing the end, Chun Feng was injured and vomiting blood. The 2 men worried again. Fearing that it would affect Lu Weiwei's state of mind, Jin Yoshi resisted the urge to shed tears and advised, "Vivi, don't worry too much. You're competing tomorrow, so make sure you keep your mind steady. I'm sure master will come back safely. You must get a good ranking and surprise your master." Lu Weiwei nodded heavily. The mind tells itself that no matter what, it will place well. She wanted others to know how good her master was. Martial Arts Guild. Yang Hong, who couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw the video of Chun Feng saving the day. Bravo! I knew you boys weren't bad people. Although Chun Feng's use of the feat of devouring other people's qi and blood had been nailed on the head, no one can wash their hands of it. But Yang Hong, who couldn't believe that Chun Feng was a man of 10 evils. From the first Zero Chakra opening martial arts school incident, to the later pull of the Western continent before the life and death duel, he didn't even feel that Chun Feng should definitely not be someone from the Heaven Swallowing Club. The Heaven Swallowing Club is an extremely vicious organization. Its members cruelly deprive others of their qi and blood in order to rapidly increase their cultivation. There were tens of thousands of victims during this decade. This was why the Heaven Swallowing Club was so infamous. Su Yan, who had now arrived at the holy capital, see Chun Feng's latest video, couldn't help but smile. This handsome young master is really capable of making a mess. But even if you come out alive, You'll have to follow me as an apprentice in the future. In Su Yan's opinion, both the general public and the martial arts guild, neither would tolerate feats that deprived others of their qi and blood. So after Chun Feng left the Kunlun Mountains, the best way to go is to join the Swallow the Sky Club. Su Yan was already thinking about what position to give Chun Feng. She pulled out her cell phone and checked the time. By now it had reached midnight. Opened the Swallow the Sky Club Management Group. Also started their own program. Group Leader. All members in the Holy Capital. Destroy any industry with ties to the Yelu family, no matter the cost. Once the message was sent out, it was quickly forwarded to all groups by the Deputy Group Leader. The undercover agent was also the first to pass the news to the Martial Arts Guild. The General President of the Martial Arts Guild, who hadn't been asleep for long, was woken up by a phone call. Hello, what's up? It's not good for the Chief General. The Heaven Swallowing Club suddenly ordered an attack on the Yelu family. When is the attack? Now. The General President snapped out of it. Now. The Heaven Swallowing Club made a sudden move, and their martial arts guild couldn't react at all. But it can't be helped. The group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club was obviously aware of the undercover agent. That's why every time you give an order, you don't say it in advance. The Budokai didn't have time to prepare either. Staff can only be assembled on an ad hoc basis. But right now, the main force of the Martial Arts Guild and the Dark Division of the Martial Arts Guild, all of them have been drawn to the Kunlun Mountains to fight against foreign enemies. The manpower is too tight at the moment. At this point, he could only lead the team himself. Have the remaining night shift personnel of the Martial Arts Guild immediately contact the day shift personnel to return to duty. That time alone is quite a process. At the same time, the Martial Arts Guild notified the people of the Yelu family at the first opportunity. But it's still late. Battles erupted everywhere throughout the Holy Capital. However, all the industries that were related to the Yelu family were attacked by the Heaven Swallowing Club. The headquarters of the Jerome Group, the top brass of the Yale family gathered. Can someone tell me why the Heaven Swallowing Club is suddenly targeting us? We've even worked together before, and they've helped us accomplish many unseemly tasks. So why are they suddenly flipping out now? Why hasn't the oldest come yet? I'm calling him now. Soon the call was answered. Only it wasn't the oldest's voice that came through. Instead, it was a woman's voice. I have good news for you. You can get ready for the reception. Su Yan sat in the hall of a villa in the Holy Capital and hung up the phone in her hand, looking at the shriveled old man in front of him. Tell me about it. Who else was involved back then? That old man was in no mood to answer his question at this time. Instead, he looked at Su Yan incredulously and said, "Why is it that I can't suck you in with my star-sucking technique?" So Yun laughed. Maybe your master can't teach you. And I just happen to have a good master again. Kunlun Mountain. Chun Feng once again embarked on a journey to rush to the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Just scenes along the way. It made him frown. Within this half-month, the bodies of the Daxia people could always be seen. There were also frequent encounters with large numbers of foreign invaders. He even felt that the number of Gentile invaders was a bit outrageous. The deeper you go into the Kunlun Mountains, the more foreign invaders there are. There were several more escapes during this period. It's a good thing that the average person can't catch up with his heaven's crippling kick. Those who can catch up can't beat him. Chun Feng was currently heading deeper into the Kunlun Mountains at this time. Suddenly the sound of a fight was heard from up ahead. And the sound is still approaching fast. He immediately climbed a large tree. Hide yourself away. Dozens of youths, covered in blood, were soon seen running over. And one is still an acquaintance. It was Wang Hao, whom he had met on the airplane earlier. Behind Wang Hao were dozens of old men who retreated while fighting. Pursuing them were hundreds of Gentile invaders. Chun Feng frowned. At this point, the more it felt like there were more invaders than people in Daxia. Each encounter was disproportionate to the number of our own people and the number of invaders. Once or twice may be a coincidence. But time and time again, one has to wonder. It was only logical that the Kunlun Mountains belonged to Daxia, so naturally there were more people from Daxia. But nowadays, it's very counterintuitive. Chun Feng watched Wang Hao and dozens of youths run past the tree. It was followed by the dozens of old men who retreated while fighting as they passed by. It's just this one moment. 2 more old men fell. By the time these old men passed under the tree, the intruder appeared below. Chun Feng stopped watching. Launch a sneak attack directly from the trees. Chapter 64 Protecting Chun Feng. Dragon subduing 18 palms fused with Rudraksh palm. Suddenly from the sky, a dozen huge palm shadows directly covered a dozen people. By the time those invaders down below heard a dragon's roar and Brahma's voice above their heads, it was all too late. A dozen huge palm shadows landed with a bang. The covered invaders all fell to the ground with serious injuries before they could understand what was going on. The sneak attack by Chen Feng was quite perfect. 16 intruders were taken out on the spot, taking care of a dozen or so enemies at once in battle. The commission shocked everyone. The intruders backed away in fear for a moment. The pressure on those dozens of old men suddenly plummeted, finally gaining a moment to catch their breath. Wang Hao recognized the sneak attacker at a glance. Immediately, he shouted with excitement, "Chen Feng!" He didn't expect Chen Feng to take out so many enemies at once when he struck. However, they didn't wait for Wang Hao to say something else. In all directions, countless invaders emerged once again. The faces of all the Dasya people present became extremely ugly, densely packed with invaders, plus those who had chased them earlier. Its numbers had completely exceeded Chen Feng's cognizance. How could there be so many? As far as the eye could see, there were at least thousands. At this moment, an old man yelled, "Break out fast! We can't all die here. Someone must escape and spread the information that the dragon vein is about to be lost. The dragon vein is about to be lost." Chen Feng stared incredulously. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but it must have something to do with the number of intruders. Chen Feng couldn't afford to think much at this point. Several of the old men had already put their lives on the line to break out. Those youths, too, roared and rushed towards the intruders. At this moment, everyone was holding on to certain death. One of them was a seriously injured youth who knew he could not escape death until the battle is completely lost, directly hugging an intruder to the same place. At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly roared at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, are you fast at escaping? Can you outrun a top martial artist?" Chen Feng froze, didn't understand what Wang Hao meant, but subconsciously nodded. Wang Hao immediately shouted, "Let's kill our way out with all our might. Cover Chen Feng's escape." At that moment another youth said, "Isn't he only at the martial artist realm? How could he possibly outrun a top-tier martial artist? It's better to cover Wang Hao and go. He is the strongest among us." Wang Hao cursed, "Fart. I'm just strong for now. Chen Feng is only 21 years old. He's definitely stronger than me in the future. If the dragon vein is destroyed, Dasya's future needs a demon like Chen Feng even more." After hearing his words, the crowd stopped retorting. They had all heard of Chen Feng's deeds. At a young age, he had reached the martial artist level, though not too high. But the enlightenment was heaven-defying, and he had already practiced the 3 heaven-stage martial arts techniques to the peak of the realm. It's almost unmatched. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. It's quite possible that there will be no one after. Soon the crowd was in agreement. Let Chen Feng, the demon, live for the sake of Dasya, and they will use their lives to keep Chen Feng alive. At that moment a few old men shouted, "This side is the weakest. All attack this way. Chen Feng, you must escape." A dozen or so old men directly exchanged their lives for one another. Instantly kill a bloody path. This kind of life-for-life fighting scared the invaders into retreating. They don't want to die in vain. The big advantage on their side, they don't want to go and give the Dasya people a burial. The last few old men also fought to attack and fight. Chen Feng watched his compatriots die horribly one by one. It was only then that it finally dawned on me. The so-called Kunlun Kaisan. It's a brutal war. A war between Dasya and all the peeps in the world. Chen Feng also used his full strength without reservation at this time. The Sanskrit sound of a dragon roar resounded throughout the entire arena for a time. With each step of the heaven's remnant foot, the earth would let out a roar. There was no intruder that could carry a single strike from Chen Feng alone. There were even 4 of them joining forces. All of them were all injured by Chen Feng's palm. Everyone present was shocked by Chen Feng's formidable strength. Oh, by karma! Is this really a top-tier martial artist? Why is the gap between us and him so big? What kind of technique is that of his? The power is so strong. Wang Hao felt more and more that bailing out Chen Feng was the right choice. The other youths and old men, at this moment, also completely agreed that it was most correct to protect Chen Feng and flee. Just as the crowd was shocked, Chen Feng took the opportunity to grab an intruder, trying to recover a little bit of my range. After all, the power level of a move was also about the consumption of qi and blood. The North Underworld divine power was instantly unleashed. The man's qi and blood directly went out of control and surged towards Chun Feng's body. The companion behind him, wondering what was wrong with the man. It was only after seeing that person clash palms with Chun Feng that the entire person began to tremble unceasingly. It was as if the two men's hands were sucked together. That companion immediately stepped forward and tried to pull him away. The result was that as soon as it touched the body of his companion, his own qi and blood followed suit and instantly went out of control. Shivered with his companion. The others don't know what's going on with these two. Hurriedly, they all stepped forward, trying to pull the two apart. The result is more and more pulling. The last dozen or so linked together as if electrocuted and rolled their eyes. The other intruders, no one ever came forward to pull them away again. Instead, one of them hid away. The qi and blood in Chun Feng's body had long since been sucked full. The excess qi and blood all dissipated on their own. This bizarre situation quickly drew the attention of the others. At this moment, a knowledgeable old man looked at Chun Feng in shock. Somewhat incredulously, the star-sucking technique. Hearing the old man's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The star-sucking technique is the unique technique of the evil organization, the Heaven Swallowing Club, specialized in depriving others of their qi and blood to enhance their own cultivation. It is an extremely vicious martial arts technique. The Martial Arts Guild had even strictly forbidden the cultivation of the star-absorbing technique. Everyone looked at Chun Feng with a different gaze. Wang Hao asked with some incredulity at this moment. Chun Feng, you're a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Chun Feng withdrew his hand and released the dozen or so guys who had been sucked into oblivion by himself. Said, "Don't worry, I'm not a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. The technique I cultivate isn't the star-absorbing technique either." But his words were not believed by the crowd. They watched with their own eyes as Chun Feng sucked more than a dozen people into dryness on the spot. What is this if not a star-sucker? At this moment, Wang Hao and the others were in a difficult situation. Fighting and thinking at the same time. Thinking about whether bailing Chun Feng out was the right choice. Chun Feng could also see what the crowd was thinking. You can't blame them for that. After all, the North Underworld divine power and the star-sucking technique were just too similar. I can't explain it myself for a moment. It's useless even if you explain it clearly. They were all feats that deprived others of their qi and blood anyway. The average person certainly can't take it. But at the moment it was no longer a matter of concern. It was a matter of the Dasha dragon vein, so Chun Feng had to show his abilities. At this time, Chun Feng didn't know. As early as a month ago, the matter of himself sucking people's qi and blood had been exposed all over the internet. Chapter 65 1 Billion Bounty. You guys don't have to worry. I had never intended to trade your lives for mine. And you guys don't have to hesitate any longer. Let me escort you out. Chun Feng spoke. Both legs violently squatted down, and his qi and blood ran wildly in accordance with the line of the heavenly crippling feet. All of a sudden the earth crumbled and the whole man was like a cannonball. It catapulted over a dozen meters high, leaping in the direction where several old men were breaking out. And in that direction, dozens of other people were holding them back at that moment. Chun Feng simultaneously launched both of his palms, transforming into countless palm shadows. A golden dragon let out a dragon roar and crashed into those people. A huge palm shadow accompanied by the sound of Brahma slapped the earth. Though those attacks couldn't defeat those dozens of people, but disrupted their formation. A few old men took this opportunity to use their own lives to forcefully tear open an opening. Run! A loud cry came. The last 5 youths who were still alive also rushed out of the encirclement at this time. At this time, Wang Hao made up his mind and shouted, Chun Feng, it doesn't matter if you're a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club or not. After you go out, you must all tell the Martial Arts Guild the information about the Kunlun Mountains. We'll fight to the death for you to hold off these people. So get out of here. The rest of the others, at this point, figured it out. Nowadays, it didn't matter at all if Chun Feng was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club or not. The important thing to do was to spread the news that the Dragon Vein was about to be lost. Let Dasha prepare early. Chun Feng at the moment, however, did not have the idea of letting these people die for himself. He fought with the crowd as they retreated. Turning his back to Wang Hao's several people, he said loudly, Run away, all of you, as many as you can. I'll help you distract these people. You. Wang Hao's few people were shocked. The last old man said, "Even if you're a demon, it's impossible for you to fend off thousands of invaders with the power of one person. Young man, don't make unnecessary sacrifices." Chen Feng didn't have time to explain to them. After a long and bloody battle, his own clothes, all over his body, had been drenched in blood. His palms came out in unison, forcibly shaking away the 7 or 8 people in front of him. He himself was recoiled back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Feng spat out the blood in his mouth and yelled at all the intruders in front of him.
I'm Chen Feng.
That Chen Feng with the $1 billion reward. At first people didn't quite get it, but soon there was a reaction. I said, "Why does this guy look a little familiar? He's one of our targets on this mission. Developed. I didn't expect to run into this kid. Damn, there's so many of us. Who's to blame for catching them? Of course it's on whoever catches it. Don't get it dead. It's worth $1 billion alive, but not if it's dead. What's not worth it? Kill him and collect $100 million too." It was all a bloodbath of life and death before. For a while no one even noticed that the youth in front of them was actually another target of their mission. The intruder's gaze toward Chen Feng instantly became frenzied. $1 billion is just around the corner, almost within reach. It all depends on who has fast hands. Wang Hao and the others were still confused. What's going on? Chen Feng is worth $1 billion to the invaders? At this moment, Chen Feng once again let out a low cry. "You guys get out of here." Then he directly operated the heavenly crippling kick and charged towards the depths of the Kunlun Mountains with all his might. Those people were not interested in caring about the death of Wang Hao's several people at this time. Because dead or alive, it's not worth a penny to them. And Chen Feng is a living $1 billion. Thousands of invaders whistled as they chased towards Chen Feng. Only a few people, Wang Hao, were left to run away in a daze, without a single enemy behind them. How? What the hell is going on here? I don't know. Never mind that. Let's get out of Kunlun quickly. Report the matter of the dragon vein as soon as possible. Wang Hao stayed awake and spent half a month to finally get out of the Kunlun Mountains. During this time, several waves of intruders were bumped into along the way. 3 more companions eventually died. Only he and another youth escaped alive. The 2 of them were the first to find someone from the martial arts guild. Too many intruders. The dragon vein is going to be untenable. After saying this message, the young man couldn't hold on any longer. Passed out on the spot. Wang Hao was also like a deflated ball, softly falling to the ground. Even a top martial artist could not carry on without sleep for half a month. The duo is severely overdrawn. The people from the martial arts guild were first shocked. Hurriedly report the news to his superiors. Arrangements were also made for rescue teams to treat 2 people, saving the day. The people from the martial arts guild discovered the youth who had escaped back with Wang Hao. There was also a Walkman recorder on his chest. The staff of the martial arts guild immediately removed it. Checked to see if there is any important intel on the dragon vein situation. Seeing the tragic situation in the video, the staff immediately sent the video to the general president. The general president of the martial arts guild received the news and was left with a big headache. Now the holy capital has long been in chaos. The Yelu family was wildly attacked by the Heaven Swallowing Club. Both sides suffered heavy deaths and injuries. It was rumored that even the mysterious group leader of the Swallowing Sky Club had personally come out. The general president of the martial arts guild had personally come down to lead the men and capture the members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. And it's hosting the martial arts apprentice level nationals today. Now the national competition is about to enter the final stage. The martial arts guild couldn't even spare the manpower to maintain law and order for a while, in order for the race to run smoothly and prevent any mishaps. The president of the General Assembly could only force the major martial arts schools in the country to send senior martial artists to maintain law and order. Then there was a succession of bad news coming out of the Kunlun Mountains. Now it's burnt out. Now there is bad news from the Jade Mountain Yaoqi in the Kunlun Mountains. And this one is in even more trouble. It's about the dragon vein of Daxia. Every time Kunlun Mountain opens up, a large number of heavenly treasures will appear. It was these heavenly treasures that created generations of strong people. Let Daxia dominate the world. And the Kunlun Mountains have a deeper significance for Daxia. From ancient times to the present, there have been countless ancestors who have passed away in the Kunlun Mountains in order to guard the dragon vein. It's the family's ancestral tomb, so to speak. Now someone is actually trying to destroy their own ancestral graves. Who can stand this? Especially when you see the video, the outskirts of the Jade Mountain Yaoqi almost turned into a hell on earth. There are bodies everywhere. The densely packed intruders had surrounded the entire Jade Mountain Yaoqi. Those inside can't get out, those outside can't get in. The video is dozens of hours long. Watching to the end is just running away all the time. The youth with the recorder and hundreds of others fled along the way. People kept falling. Eventually only a few dozen remained. However, at the end of the video, the general president of the Martial Arts Guild couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect to see Chun Feng appear in the picture again after such a long time. I didn't think this kid was still alive. Every time I saw a video about Chun Feng, he was being hunted down. This one is no exception, especially seeing Chun Feng's heaven-defying battle power. The mind marveled. It was just seeing Chun Feng devouring other people's chi and blood. Couldn't help but sigh heavily again. How did such a supreme talent learn this kind of technique? Hey! Chapter 66. News of the Master. The general president watched the video, not realizing that this time the Western continent had united the other two continents. A bounty mission to capture Chun Feng was also released. The bounty was as high as $1 billion. These people are very discerning. At the very least, it's more discerning than that punk Yang Honghu. The general president has decided. If Chun Feng could come out of Kunlun alive, he would have to interrogate him personally. He didn't believe that Chun Feng was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. At the very least, it was impossible for the members of the Heaven Swallowing Club to run into the Kunlun Mountains to save people. After analyzing the video, the general president called the staff directly. Post the video online and get all media platforms to cooperate. The nation collects martial arts masters whose lifespans are about to end to enter the Kunlun Mountains. The staffer froze. Now Kunlun is halfway through its opening. There is very little time left, because the last month is reserved for those who enter the Kunlun Mountains and return to the outside world. In other words, Kunlun opened 81 days. Just the time spent traveling back and forth to and from the Jade Mountain Yaoqi would take up more than 50 days. Right now it's really just a matter of getting back in there and getting people in. Once it exceeds 81 days, those who have not yet left the Kunlun Mountains, it would never come out. With the release of the video by the Martial Arts Guild and its forceful topping of all media platforms' hot searches, soon the whole internet exploded. No one expected that this time Kunlun opened the mountain, something like this would happen. What's more, I didn't expect the place where the dragon vein was located, Jade Mountain Yaoqi, to be so tragic. The corpses of Dasha's experts were piled up in mountains. Countless invaders surrounded the entire Jade Mountain Yaoqi. There is a huge gap in numbers. Breaking the Jade Mountain Yaoqi and stepping into the dragon vein was almost inevitable. It was even possible that the defenses of the Jade Mountain Yaoqi had been breached by now. How could this be? Isn't Daxia the world's hegemon? Those damn invaders. Is this a blatant war with Great Xia? My grandfather has applied to fight. His old man is 99 years old, a week shy of 100. Woo-hoo-hoo. I also want to go out to battle, but unfortunately my chi blood is only 600 points, so I won't be able to help much if I go. The Martial Arts Guild has already made an announcement that people under the age of 60 are prohibited from participating this time. Didn't that Chun Feng say that his chi blood was only 300 points? Why does it look so fierce? People know the star-sucking technique. Their chi and blood must have reached 1,000 long ago. With all the buzz across the internet, there were non-stop broadcasts and appeals on TV and radio. An elderly couple, looking at their grandson and pregnant granddaughter-in-law, couldn't help but sigh. Grandma and grandpa are sorry. Can't hold the little from grandchildren myself. The granddaughter-in-law burst into tears. Sun Tzu said anxiously, Grandma and grandpa, can you guys not go? There are too many enemies. It's too late to go now, and the dragon vein will definitely not be saved. And mom and dad haven't come home until now. What will happen to this family when you all enter Kunlun as well? The old man's face flushed and he slapped his grandson on the head. Asshole! Regardless of how many enemies there are and whether or not the dragon vein is preserved, I'm going to pull a few backs. All of Laozi's ancestors are in Kunlun, and for Laozi to enter Kunlun is the same as going home. Within a day, all over Daxia, various parting scenes were staged. It only took 3 days. The Kunlun Mountains are once again entering 300,000 flowery old men. As for young people, none are allowed to enter, because the future of Daxia still needs these young people. the scene of the sacred capital martial arts competition. Vivian Liu stands on the stage for the match. At this time, she was facing the heavenly pride of every province and city. Its strength is several degrees of difficulty higher than at provincial competitions. However, at this point, she had been able to use the heaven's crippling kick 10 times in a row. After 10 times, the legs and feet will be overwhelmed. But the good thing is, no one can last more than 5 feet today. Under the terrifying attack of the heavenly crippling foot, Lu Weiwei had not lost a single match during this time, and killed her way into the top 16 in one breath. Take the game at hand and you'll advance to the last 8. Offstage, Kim Yu he had been watching her senior sister's match intently. Suddenly, I heard someone behind me talking about something big happening in the Kunlun Mountains. Kim Yoshi hurriedly took out her cell phone and checked the news. Turned out to be a really big deal. This time, day after day, there is news or video streaming out of Quinnipiac. This is because almost everyone who enters the Kunlun Mountains takes a recorder with them or uses their cell phone to capture some important scenes to record this amazing journey. Kim Yohee also keeps a close eye on it every day, trying to find the master in a video or in the news. This one didn't disappoint her. Dozens of hours of video with someone doing segmented nodes. The last segment of the video was precisely about Chen Feng. She simply ignored everyone in front of her. Pull the progress bar to the end. Once again, I saw the master's figure. Seeing that her master was fine, Jin Yoshi was instantly delighted. But next, Chen Feng was seen bathing in blood, still surrounded by untold numbers of enemies. What started out as happiness at seeing master immediately turned into worry again. The master was last seen trying to save the day. He was so surprised that he took the initiative to lure away the enemy, and tears flowed down his face. Why is master so stupid? You saved others, but who saved you? Jin Yoshi covered her mouth and whimpered as she looked at Chen Feng, who was being chased in the video. Lu Weiwei, who was fighting on stage, inadvertently glanced at Jin Yoshi, who was staring at her cell phone screen and crying, and her heart thumped for no reason. Could it be? Willow Vivian had no desire to fight. 3 kicks have just come out. The remaining 7 kicks went straight through all of them. The guy across the street hadn't figured out what was going on. He was then kicked out of the ring by 7 consecutive heavens crippling kicks, and was nearly seriously injured. Lu Weiwei didn't even look at her opponent to see what was going on after she kicked. Hurriedly and anxiously, he headed toward the stage. As a result, after only a few steps, his legs went limp, and his entire body fell directly from the ring. Caused a gasp of surprise at the scene. That's when Kim Yohee reacted. Hurriedly running over, he helped Lu Weiwei up. Willow Vivian couldn't care less about her bumped forehead. Asked anxiously, "Is there news of the master?" Kim Yohee nodded and helped Willow Vivian to the seat, taking the cell phone video and holding it out to Willow Vivian to watch. And what Lu Weiwei had just done had already been memorized by several of her advancing opponents. This perverted woman seems to have a weakness. Never seen her kick out 5 feet before. In that one just now, 10 kicks were thrown and she seemed to fail immediately. It could be that the strong legwork has a limit. I'll try it out tomorrow when I fight her. Xiao Ruhan, who was in the stands, saw that Lu Weiwei had successfully advanced to the top 8. Exasperated, he clenched his teeth, his fists shaking from holding them too tightly, fingernails sinking deep into the flesh without knowing it. This result was really hard for her to accept, because her last match was also a 16-8 match, but the result was the opposite of Lu Weiwei. And Vivian Liu, who was still her own underdog at the city tournament. Not only did it win first place at the provincial level, but now it has made it to the top 8 in the country. Turns out he didn't even make the top 8 himself. I blame that damn Chen Feng. If I learn the last stance of the dragon subduing stance, it will definitely make it to the top 8, and even the provincial tournament before that, it won't be that bad of a loss. Chapter 67 Interview with Wang Hao. In Xiao Ruhan's heart, a deep resentment was born towards Chen Feng. She felt that her current failure was all caused by Chen Feng. During this time, she kept practicing day and night, polishing her martial arts. Even the comprehension of the first 17 stances had reached the 5th realm of the martial Tao in meticulous detail. For a martial apprentice to be able to comprehend a technique to the point of meticulousness, it definitely belonged to the ranks of geniuses. As a result, she was defeated because of her incomplete feats. How could Xiao Ruhan be willing to do so? Especially the sons and daughters of these big families in the holy capital, each of them had complete heaven-ranked feats. And the only feats one knows are incomplete. Xiao Ruhan felt that her loss was too suffocating and there was no one to talk about it. And a while ago, what happened to the War God Martial School had taken away the last of her decency. Even if the inside of the War God Martial Arts Center was dirty and dark. But in the eyes of outsiders, it was at least the #1 martial arts school in Jiangqing. The result was the tragic death of the pavilion master and the 3 tutors. 5 top martial arts coaches attended the Kunlun Kaisan. According to recent intelligence from the Kunlun Mountains, those 5 top martial arts trainers, most likely they won't be able to come back. At that time, the War God Martial Arts School would be reduced to the lowest-ranked martial arts school in Jiangqing City. This made Xiao Ruhan feel as if she was an incomparably comical clown when she had jumped into the God of War Martial School in a high-profile manner. At this time, Xiao Ruhan's mother, Su Lan, cursed into her cell phone from the sidelines. How come this Chun hasn't died yet? Those Yankees are such losers. So many people, but they can't even stop these few people. The spectators on the sidelines heard Su Lan actually curse her own people to death. A moment of chortling. Are you people ever wrong? If it wasn't for these guys killing the foreigners, you could be here watching the game. He guarded the dragon vein for Desya, and you're even cursing him here. A group of people immediately vocalized Su Lan. Xiao Ruhan frowned. This mother gets herself in trouble every time. If it wasn't for his mother's nonsense in the first place, all the things that happened afterward wouldn't have gotten so ugly. Now at this juncture, the mother dared to curse those who attended the Kunlun opening. It's almost like you're making it hard on yourself. Su Lan immediately stood up and stalked the crowd with her tongue. What's wrong with me cursing them? What can you do to me? That one surname Chun is a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. I can't say anything about him yet. I see that you are the accomplices of the surname Chun. You should all be arrested and checked to see if you're members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Eventually there was just a viewer who couldn't be bothered to get angry. Call the Budokai directly. At this time, the Martial Arts Guild was busy, searching all over the city for members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. A report was received that someone had gone so far as to openly curse the participants in the Kunlun Kaiden. Straight away, without saying a word, he brought Su Lan to the Martial Arts Guild for tea. Xiao Ruhan just pretended that she didn't see anything. At this point, she was so annoyed with herself that she really didn't have time for her trouble-making mother. Sacred Capital. Su Yen was undergoing an inspection at the Martial Arts Guild at this time. Venerable Archmage, we apologize for delaying your precious time. A staff member of the Martial Arts Guild apologized to Su Yen. At this moment, they were using qi and blood testing instruments to search the entire city for members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Any member of the Heaven Swallowing Club who has sucked the qi and blood of another person with the star-sucking technique. It will then remain in the body and create a chakra that is exclusive to itself. Once they are detected, they are arrested on the spot. It was just that Su Yen had the northern underworld divine power on her side, and the qi and blood of the people who devoured her were all refined for their own use. His strength was even directly from the sovereign level, leaping to the grand sovereign level. Instruments to monitor qi and blood were useless to her. It was just that the inspectors were shocked at Su Yan's qi and blood values. The beautiful woman who was young and looked to be in her 20s had a surprisingly high qi and blood value of over 6,500, reaching the realm of a grand master. After the test, Su Yan calmly arrived at a cafe, turned on my cell phone and read the news of the day. At a glance, she saw the report about Chun Feng. This master is really noble. It makes me, the disciple, ashamed of myself to look at it. I hope we'll see you again. Soon Su Yen saw another news program rushing onto the hot search. The guest of honor of the program is the same youth who escaped with Wang Hao. After Wang Hao woke up, he talked about the situation in Kunlun Mountain in detail with the Martial Arts Guild. It was also learned from the internet that Chun Feng's use of the star-absorbing technique had been exposed all over the internet. Although Wang Hao and Chun Feng only had a meeting on the airplane. However, one could sense that Chun Feng and the members of the Heaven Swallowing Club were definitely not the same people. He was just thinking about how to help Chun Feng clear his name, when it so happened that a program group wanted to invite him and participate in an interview program. So Wang Hao dragged the youth who escaped with him to join this talk show. The host asked the questions that had been compiled, the hottest questions on the internet, one by one. Nowadays, the situation inside the Kunlun Mountain is very bad. According to your senses, how many foreign invaders are there? Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while and said, I don't know exactly how many, but the general feeling is that it's not at all less than the Daxia people. The main thing is that while our people are spread out on a treasure hunt, the invaders are in packs. Once the two sides meet, our men will be attacked on all sides. The young man also said, especially when you escape, there are intruders almost everywhere. Those of us who have fallen behind have suffered heavy losses. When the two had finished speaking, the host nodded and continued to ask, about how much you guys probably know about the inside of the dragon vein. Wang Hao and the group of youths couldn't help but shake their heads. By the time we arrived, the outskirts of the Jade Mountain Yaoqi had already been surrounded. We couldn't get in at all, and as soon as we approached, we were surrounded and killed. All we know is that Daxia has suffered heavy losses, and there are corpses of Daxians everywhere. Hosting once again the next question on the hottest topic across the web today. What do you guys think about Chun Feng of the Heaven Swallowing Club? Using the star-absorbing technique, Wang Hao immediately opened his mouth. First of all, I don't think Chun Feng is a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Even if he used the Heaven Swallowing Club's signature kung fu, the star-sucking technique, it doesn't prove that he's a bad person with 10 evils. Think about it. Why would a bad guy from the Sky Swallowing Club gamble his life to save us? The young man also said, I have a feeling that Chun Feng isn't a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. And he's still wanted by the invaders, and there may be some reason for that we don't know about. Both of them knew how big of a sin it would be once they joined the Heaven Swallowing Club. The Heaven Swallowing Club had done too many things that caused Heaven's wrath and devoured too many people's chi and blood. The families of the victims alone are an extremely large group of people. During this period of time in particular, the Heaven Swallowing Club stirred up the entire holy capital. Even the Yelu family, one of the 9 great families, was greatly injured. 80% of the family estate was destroyed, and it was rumored that 3 important clan elders were dead today. Even that martial exalted ancestor of the family had personally stepped in to guard the family estate. The most shocking thing was that the strength of the Heaven Swallowing Club group master was said to be able to harden against a martial exalt. Chapter 68. Chaos. Wang Hao and this youth, in the end, tried to whitewash Qin Feng's remarks. Immediately, it was slammed online. Are you kidding me? Plundering other people's chi and blood to strengthen yourself, and then going on to become a hero to clear your name? You only see how many people he has saved. Haven't you thought about how many people he has harmed? If practicing the star-sucking technique can be forgiven, I would like to join the Heaven Swallowing Club. My father was killed by the star-sucking technique, and I will always be immortalized with the Heaven Swallowing Club. So Yun smiled as she watched the program. The Swallowing Sky Club was built by her, and she was completely unconcerned about good and evil. All she cares about is her own agenda, her own blood feud. So Yun admits that she is not a good person, but can't agree that some people are packaged as good people. I'll show you how many people in this world know the star-sucking technique. She directly took a few videos of the battle with the Yellow family patriarch a few days ago and had the deputy group leader spread them online. One of the patriarchs of the Yellow family in the video was none other than the oldest 3 who had died not long ago, the oldest 4, and a foreign patriarch. Once the 3 videos were released, it was an instant internet sensation. This time, even the Martial Arts Guild couldn't sit still. In the video, not only was there the battle footage of the Heaven Swallowing Club's group masters, but there were also scenes of those patriarchs of the Yellow family, using the star-absorbing technique and taking in objects from across the sky. It's just that the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club in the video has his face mosaicked. Isn't the star-absorbing technique an exclusive technique of the Heaven Swallowing Club? Why would anyone from the 9 families? Don't you guys talk nonsense. This has nothing to do with the other clans. This is just the Yale family using it. Mud. These guys, it turns out, aren't clean either. Where are the people from the Martial Arts Guild? Roll out and give an explanation. What the hell is going on here? There was Chun Feng in the past, and now there's the World family. Has the star-absorbing technique become so popular? Martial Arts Guild headquarters. The chief slaps his own desk. Watching the video footage of those patriarchs of the Yellow family, using the star-sucking technique, his whole body trembled with anger. During this time, he had personally led the fight against the Heaven Swallowing Club that used the star-absorbing technique. Who knew that the Yellow family, which he was protecting, also used the star-sucking technique. This made the general president of the Martial Arts Guild feel like a joke. He picked up the phone and dialed directly to the Wang family, the number 1 family in Daxia. I am the general president of the Martial Arts Guild, and for the sake of Daxia, I implore Lord Martial Saint to take action. All the core members of the Yelu family were gathered at this time. The old ancestor saw the family secret come to light and made the first decision. All the strength that has recently been raised up using the star-sucking technique. All of them dissipate the chakra that has rejection. Whoever is inspected by the martial arts guild has a drained chakra. I will kill him on the spot without mercy. Everyone must bite the bullet and say that they don't know about a few of them practicing the star-absorbing technique. It's a matter of life and death for the family. You can't be careless. As long as we hold on for a while, we'll immediately migrate to the Western continent and use the star-absorbing technique to raise our cultivation up. The words of the family ancestor caused everyone present to turn pale. But they don't dare not do as they are told. One by one, they could only endure the pain and force out those chi and blood in their bodies that did not belong to them. In an instant, the battle power of the entire core members of the Yelu family instantly shrunk by half. The good thing is that the chi and blood devoured with the star-absorbing technique only needs to be warmed up over the years. It was possible to absorb a portion of it and turn it into one's own chi and blood. It's just too slow. After the excess of other people's chi and blood was forcibly forced out of their bodies, the entire Yelu family had to face an awkward situation. Facing the sky-swallowing club, they might have been powerless to resist. During this time, the family's life and death depended on the martial arts guild. The general president of the Martial Way Guild, in collaboration with the Wang clan martial saint, personally came to the headquarters of the Yelu clan group. Seeing the martial saint personally appear, the entire Yelu family's top management was too frightened to breathe. Even that old ancestor of the Yelu clan at the level of martial exalt had only nodded his head when facing the martial saint at this moment. It was good that the martial arts guild did some checking and did not find any chi and blood exclusion in the people of the Yelu family. The general president of the martial arts guild wasn't stupid, and guessed that the people of the Yelu family might be in a situation where they would have abrogated their own cultivation. However, seeing that the Yelu family's people had gone soft, he didn't intend to make too big a deal out of it now. For the time being, everything is focused on the Kunlun Mountains. The Yale family will wait until the fall to settle the score. For the time being, let's use the prestige of the martial saint to calm public opinion. Kunlun Mountain. A string of fireworks rose into the air. Soon there were a dozen silhouettes, rushing in the direction of the fireworks. It's the family hierarchy coming. Let's go ask what to do. Think about how you'll explain it when the time comes. Of the people Wei Su had brought with him, there were only a dozen of them left alive. There were a few more originally. He ended up meeting an intruder on the way and folded up. When they saw the youth standing underneath the fireworks, each of them was silenced. The youth was dressed in a straight suit. His skin was as fair as jade, and his long hair was carried behind his head. Exquisite features with an indescribable neutral beauty. Young Master Wei Guangming, why are you here in person? Everyone dared not say anything. All of them lowered their heads and waited for Wei Guangming to speak. After waiting for a while, Wei Guangming felt that it was about time, so he asked in a soft voice, "Where are the others?" The voice was delicate and not at all male-like. The people present hastened to reply, "All of them were poisoned by that Chun Feng. Chun Feng knows the star-sucking technique. So many of us have been wasted by him. Even Mr. Wei Su died under Chun Feng." Wei Guangming was very dissatisfied with the crowd's answers. He glanced up at the men. Fade said, "In that case, there's no point in keeping you guys." As he spoke, Wei Guangming drew the soft sword hidden in his waist. The dozen or so were greatly alarmed. Some immediately begged for mercy, others knelt, and still others turned and ran on the spot. Yet the kneeling man was only halfway down. The man who begged for mercy only spat out a few words. The man who ran away just turned around. The sound of a soft sword piercing through the air flashed right through the crowd's ears. Wei Guangming turned into a residual shadow and flashed past the crowd. When he reappeared, he was already a few meters away from the crowd. With a wave of his hand, all the blood stained on the soft sword shot out. Then the soft sword was slowly inserted into the special belt around his waist. The dozen or so people who had covered their necks fell to the ground. All of them had only one thought before they died. So fast. Deep in the Kunlun Mountains, Chun Feng was already caught in a heavy siege at this point. The more he fled, the more people behind him chased him. It's as if the Kunlun Mountains are full of invaders. Almost all of the Daxia people encountered along the way were dead, and not a single living one was encountered. Instead, they are encountering more and more intruders. Combined with his own $1 billion worth of worth, he really is particularly popular wherever he escapes to. At first, some of the intruders were puzzled as to how so many people were chasing one person with such persistence. Until some of the pursuers, with a shout, quickly block him. He's the Chun Feng with the $1 billion reward. Chun Feng would instantly be warmly welcomed by all the invaders. He felt afraid that he was going to be planted here. Behind them was a dense crowd of unknown people. The clothes on his body at this time were all tattered and torn from the battle. It's good to know that the body recovers quickly after an injury. Can't keep up with the increase in wounds though. Chun Feng was trying to maintain the qi and blood in his body. Every now and then you have to reduce your speed and risk sucking the air out of the intruder. It leaves many wounds on the body each time. It was on top of a mountain not far from Chun Feng. Two youths with high zoom cameras were filming the movement of the invader army in the distance. Chapter 69. Semi-finals. One of the middle-aged men pointed to the distance. Look over there. It looks like they're chasing someone. The youth rotated the camera and soon saw the fleeing youth in the distance. Couldn't help but blurt out, "Isn't this the peaked Chun Feng?" The middle-aged uncle also came forward to take a look. After reading it, the duo couldn't help but sigh deeply. This Chun Feng's escape speed is indeed very fast. But he's dying. The direction he escaped in was none other than Jade Mountain Yaoqi. The youth sighed as well. At this time, millions of invaders had already gathered at the Jade Mountain Yaoqi. Once Chun Feng arrived there, he would be plunged into a sea of people, surrounded by enemies on all sides, with nowhere to escape. The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder. "Let's hurry out too. Nowadays the Kunlun Mountains have become more and more dangerous." The youth put away the camera and headed towards the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains with the middle-aged man. Nationals. Vivian Liu also started the 8-4 match. The ring. When Lu Weiwei used her 6th heavenly dismemberment kick, she finally realized that something was wrong. This opponent in front of me is strong. And the other party was also a son of the Wang clan. A hand of Tai Chi is quite impressive. It was always possible to neutralize most of the attack power of the Heaven's crippling foot at a critical time. However, she could feel that if she fought head-on, this person was definitely not her opponent. But here's the problem. Her opponent did not engage her head-on at all. It's always about defense and dodging. Willow knew it couldn't go on like this. There's still a 4-foot chance for yourself. Once you are within 4 feet of your opponent and have not defeated him, you will be defeated. Kim Yoshi was currently swiping her phone while focusing on her senior sister's battle. In the Douyin search box, the word Chun Feng was typed. Lu Weiwei frowned in thought and decided not to drag it out any longer. All 4 feet at once for a showdown. If he still couldn't defeat his opponent, he would surely lose. Bleachers. Wang Hao was also watching his little cousin's battle. At the same time, he secretly admired Chun Feng's disciple. Not only was she pretty, her kung fu was also quite strong. At this time, he wore chakra monitoring monocles over his eyes. The movements in the ring observed at all times. His own young cousin's style of combat today was different from the past. Surprisingly, it's completely biased in favor of defense. However, when compared to Chun Feng's disciple's offense, it was still clearly inferior. Watching as Lu Weiwei kicked out 4 times in a row, sealing off her cousin's space to turn around. Wang Hao knew that his cousin was going to lose this time. Fruity. In the ring, the young man facing Lu Weiwei, although it had been adopting a completely defensive stance against Lu Weiwei. At this point, he could also see that he had already pushed Lu Weiwei to the brink. 4 feet at once is a bit of a defense. He struggled to defuse most of the attacks from the first 3 kicks. The 4th leg wasn't fully defended after all. Kicked out of the ring by Vivian Liu. Kim Yohee rushes to the ring and holds up Vivian Liu. The young man nodded his head in greeting to the 2 women. He admired Vivian Liu. A student of an ordinary martial arts school was able to kill his way into the top 4 in a national competition that was filled with geniuses. Moreover, the other party's master was also the savior of his own cousin's life. A kind reminder was given at this point, saying, "Lu Weiwei, your weakness has been exposed. We found out that you can only make a maximum of 10 kicks per match per game. I'm afraid you're going to have a tough time in the next match." Lu Weiwei was stunned and her face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she finally realized why her opponent had been fighting in a defensive stance. Kim Yohee asked in a panic, "Vivi, they know your weakness, what should we do now?" Ryu Weiwei frowned and got out of the ring with Kim Yohee. There was some panic in his mind. These lineage children are very powerful. If the opponent fought hard, he could still have some advantage with the attack power of the heavenly crippling kick. But if her opponent deliberately avoided battle and defended, her chances of winning would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Wang Hao saw his cousin who came to his side and asked curiously, "What did you just say to apprentice Chun Feng? I see that it scared the other party to death." The youngster laughed, because her disadvantage of only being able to use a maximum of 10 kicks was exposed. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, not realizing that there was such a thing, but he saw Lu Weiwei's moves. It immediately recalled the scene in the Kunlun Mountains where Chun Feng had been seen using it. Wang Hao smiled faintly and walked down the stands to Lu Weiwei and Jin Yoshi. At this moment, Lu Weiwei was sitting on a chair and Jin Yoshi was struggling to massage her senior sister's legs. "How nice it would be if the person pressing my leg was master." Lu Weiwei couldn't help but think of Chun Feng. Right at this moment, Wang Hao opened his mouth. "I have seen your master Chun Feng fight with my own eyes in the Kunlun Mountains. He taught you your legwork. I think it's the same technique. The internet seems to say that this technique of yours is called heavenly crippling foot. I can see that the attack power is indeed very strong, but it doesn't have to be only attacks. Chun Feng just uses the heavenly crippling kick to borrow the power of the earth, converting it into an extremely strong light stance." Wang Hao's words instantly enlightened Lu Weiwei. Before, he had completely used the heavenly crippling kick as an attack. "It never occurred to me to use the heavenly crippling kick stance to increase the speed of rolling over." Lu Weiwei hurriedly stood up and thanked her. "Thank you." Although Kim Yoshi didn't quite understand, she followed her senior sister and bowed to thank her, and she remembered this man who had been on a TV talk show, speaking for her master. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Hao." Wang Hao nodded and left. He really wanted to enter the Kunlun Mountains again nowadays and take part in the battle to surround the invaders. But the Martial Arts Guild, in response to future crises, had strictly forbidden anyone under the age of 60 to enter. Day 2 4-2 semifinals. Lu Weiwei was facing a genius from the Zhang clan this time. It was also the favorite to win this martial apprentice competition. It is said that at a young age, he practiced the first layer of Chenkuan de Nuoi. This was the Zhang clan's clan supporting technique, and it was said that practicing to the 7th layer was comparable to a saint rank technique. Lu Weiwei was quite nervous at this point. She'd seen the man play before. Its feats were quite bizarre, surprisingly capable of deflecting other people's attacks and even copying some of the enemy's simple feats. Lu Weiwei now knew that her greatest weakness was exposed, and she could no longer adopt the previous fighting style. After hearing about Master Chun Feng's fighting style yesterday, she thought about it all night. There were also some videos from the internet about Chun Feng's battles. It was also seen that between each of Chun Feng's rolls and turns, there were scenes of the ground exploding and dirt and stone chips flying. Probably guessed the principle of Master's use of the heavenly crippling kick. At this moment, he also imitated his master's thoughts, and the chi and blood in his body began to run wildly following the line of the heavenly crippling foot. The youth on the opposite side of the room also get ready, though it was known that Willow Vivian could only kick out a total of 10 kicks. But the power of the heavenly crippling kick, he had seen it with his own eyes. Even the Yi clan's Vajra unbreakable divine power only resisted 5 kicks. Of course, it was also the fact that the Yi family's kid's martial arts technique comprehension realm was too low, and he couldn't utilize the power of the Vajra unbreakable divine power. It was rumored that the kid secretly also broke his body before, so he didn't even carry Lu Weiwei for 5 kicks. I have to admit that the heavenly crippling kick is really powerful too. However, he was still confident in his Chenkuan de Nuoi. Chapter 70, Bad News. Although Chenkuan de Nuoi was only practiced to the 1st layer, but it has been able to replicate some simple martial arts moves, as well as deflect a portion of the enemy's attack as a counterattack of its own. In the youth's eyes, Lu Weiwei's heavenly crippling kick was one of the simple moves. He had already analyzed that the heavenly crippling kick belonged to the pure attack type. The main focus is one of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The moves are straightforward and not fancy at all. He was the best at replicating such simple moves, and could even do it after the fact. As long as the other party's Gongfu running route was not overly complicated, his own Chenkuan de Nuoi could be replicated. At this moment, he had already set up his stance, wanting to show Lu Weiwei his power. But all was not as he thought it would be. Heaven and earth are merciless. Lu Weiwei's first stance of the heavenly crippling kick was directly declared in the ring. The entire person instantly shot out and rushed towards his opponent. The speed was like nothing ever shown before. Blood fills the mountains and rivers. A kick out. That young man from the Zhang clan, although he was startled by Lu Weiwei's speed, but at this moment when he saw the other party attacking, immediately running the Chenquin de Nuai, he felt Lu Weiwei's line of travel and quickly imitated it on his own. He had even raised his foot and mimicked Lu Weiwei's attacking movements. But the next moment the youth's face changed. One could only feel the swelling and pain in the meridians of his legs, and the line of travel that the gong method was simulating to run was violently broken. The pain in his leg almost made him not stand still. How come you can't imitate it? It stands to reason that if the other guy can run it, he should be able to run it too. After all, the meridian routes of people are the same, even if there are differences between men and women, they are still very different. It's a good thing he has a lot of experience in the field. Hurriedly running the Chenquin de Nuai to divert the upcoming attack. With a kick, he directly kicked that youth backward a dozen steps. Because the parry was too hasty, the youth only deflected a small portion of the attack and counterattacked back. It was just that the little attack he deflected didn't pose a substantial threat to his opponent. Lu Weiwei kicks out before doing the same again. Use the heaven's crippling kick and the ring's recoil to give yourself acceleration. There was an explosion, and the shoes burst open beneath his feet in an ungainly manner. Lu Weiwei's entire body was like an arrow as she once again caught up with the youth. This time 3 kicks in a row. The youth hadn't had time to take a breather and once again run his defense. This time he learned to be smart, deflecting part of the attack as a counterattack in defending part of it, his body dodging part of it again. He decided it was better to play it safe and deplete his opponent's 10-foot count. Great idea, right strategy. Except that Willow was different from what he'd seen before. After 3 more consecutive kicks, Lu Weiwei didn't dare to have the slightest delay. At this point he had used up 6 feet of opportunity and only had 4 left. If one cannot defeat the enemy, one is defeated. The feet catapulted so violently that the sneakers could no longer handle the weight and fell apart. Lu Weiwei instantly arrived in front of the youth and kicked out the last 3 feet. Quick! It's never been faster before. Never before has there been a way to fight. The youth was confused. The two were less than 2 meters apart. The youth could not avoid it and could only fight hard. The way the battle was fought and the images were completely different from what he had expected in advance. First kick. All hell breaks loose. Barely defended. Second foot, all beings are killed. It's a little topsy-turvy. The third foot, the 3 worlds are extinct. Whoever the hell wants to do it? I can't stand it anyway. The youth shouted directly. I concede. The referee for the Nationals is a master craftsman. The first time he blocked Lu Weiwei's attack. The young man was secretly relieved. Lu Weiwei's legs also went weak and she almost didn't stand still. At last the youth said with conviction, "You're really good. I didn't realize you had this fighting style. I'll warn you though, in the finals, if you can't, don't force it. Your opponent is mostly that pervert surnamed Duan. His 6 veins divine sword is just too much of a restraint for a close attack stance like yours." Willow nodded her thanks. In his mind, he wondered why Kim Yu he hadn't come to hold himself up. Once he turned around, he realized that Kim Yu he was looking at her cell phone, covering her mouth and crying. A bad feeling rose in his heart. She stumbled out of the ring, falling several times along the way. In the end, he even rolled and crawled, without any image, to Kim Yoshi's side. Her wretchedness instantly drew countless sideways glances. What's going on here? Where's that little girl who keeps going to help her? Look at her. She looks like she's panicking. The finals are tomorrow. There won't be any surprises. The crowd speculated suspiciously. Only Wang Hao, who was in the audience, understood what was going on. Because at this time on the cell phone, another important report of Kunlun Mountain appeared. There are 2 people who just came out of the Kunlun Mountains. Filmed the latest on the Kunlun Mountains. An expert at this point is playing a video while explaining. The Jade Mountain Yao Qi has been surrounded by hundreds of thousands of invaders. And this Qin Feng, at this moment, is being chased by tens of thousands of people, fleeing in the direction of none other than the Jade Mountain Yao Qi. Once they come into contact with the invaders of the Jade Mountain Yao Qi, they will instantly face hundreds of thousands of enemies. It will be hard to fly when the time comes. There is death and there is no life. It can be said that at this point, Chun Feng has begun the countdown to life. As long as he reaches the outskirts of the Jade Mountain Yao Pond, no matter how demonic he is, how high his realm is, and how powerful his star-absorbing technique is, he will almost certainly die. After Lu Weiwei finished reading the expert's explanation, the whole person sat on her knees, stunned. Jin Yoshi also knelt on the ground and held Lu Weiwei in her arms, crying loudly. What to do? Master is dying. What do we do? Master has saved so many people. Why doesn't anyone save Master? Lu Weiwei didn't make a sound though, but the tears flowed down uncontrollably. Originally, Chun Feng had been in danger and had been hunted down. But every time new news was reported again, the master was always alive and well. Now she was suddenly told that Chun Feng was going to die. Lu Weiwei simply couldn't accept this fact. The little bit of hope that was originally in his heart was being quietly shattered. She had wanted to get a good ranking and earn more prize money to spend for her master. Lu Weiwei had been practicing hard in martial arts and competing as hard as she could all this time. It's all about getting a good ranking. Making her master proud of her was her greatest current quest. But if master can't come back, what's the point even if he gets the title? The appearance of the teacher-sister duo drew the attention of countless people. Are they this excited about winning the game? What do you know? They're that Chun Feng's disciples, and there's just been news that their master won't live long. Is it that demon Chun Feng who knows the star-sucking technique?
Deserve to die.
Everyone from the Heaven-Swallowing Club deserves to die. Don't say that. Chun Feng saved several people in the Kunlun Mountains. What kind of bull theory is that? Is killing one person and saving another innocent? It's not just the Heaven-Swallowing Club that knows the star-sucking technique. I don't know how many people secretly know it. The crowd, in the stands, was buzzing. Some gloated, others expressed regret. But no longer is it all negative comments like it was when it was first exposed as a star-sucker. Chapter 71. In the Kunlun Mountains. Once again, Chun Feng took the opportunity to lower his speed and risked his life by using the northern underworld divine power to suck in some qi and blood to increase his endurance. Don't these guys ever get tired? The people behind us changed from one to the next. Now he had been chased for 10 whole days. 10 days without closing his eyes. An ordinary person would have died several times. Nowadays, even though he had become a senior martial artist, he could not carry the mental overdraft all the time. Chun Feng only felt like he was in a daze right now and wanted to fall back to sleep. In fact, the Gentile invaders who chased him. It wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. Shit, this Daxamite has so much endurance. He'll have a technique that can devour other people's qi and blood. So you guys be careful. All I want to do now is sleep and eat, and God knows how long I'll have to chase them. This billion-dollar bounty, it's really not easy to get. Not only is it hard to chase, but there are also many competitors. Up ahead is the Alliance gathering, and right away the kid will have no way to escape. Soon Chun Feng also realized that something was wrong. Invaders appeared one after another in the direction of their own escape. At first 1 or 2, he forcefully crushed his way through by virtue of his celestial unity realm, and devoured some qi and blood in the process. But the intruders were growing, even seeing the tents in the distance. Chun Feng felt bad. It can't be that unlucky. I can't believe I ran headlong into someone's home base. At this moment, he only felt that heaven was going to kill me. Chun Feng didn't dare to flee at full speed anymore, thinking in his heart, even if you die, you'll have to pull a few more cushions. And not far ahead, the entrance to the Jade Mountain Yao Qi. It's also going through a big war. Hundreds of thousands of invaders, blocked in front of an entryway. The entrance is only about 10 meters wide, with towering cliffs on either side. This entry point is 20 meters long. It was only by virtue of this mountain pass that the Daxia people were able to hold back an enemy that was dozens of times higher. Originally, the number of people from Daxia who entered Kunlun was not just this small. The young people who came in at the beginning all acted alone to search for heavenly treasures. As a result, they encountered hordes of invaders, resulting in heavy deaths and injuries. Most of the people blocking the area at this time were old men. There are very few young people. It's just that the numbers are dwindling under prolonged exertion. Their goal is to hold out until Kunlun seals the mountain. Once the mountain starts to close, both the Daxia people and the invaders will be drained of their qi and blood. As for the end result, those of them who are alive have never experienced it anyway. All I know is that once Kunlun seals the mountain, no one can get out. The intruder side was very anxious. Coalition Commander-in-Chief Jones also bided his time, seeing that there is still a month left. If we don't break through the Kunlun Mountains again, there would be no chance. They also had to set aside more than 20 days to make their way out of the Kunlun Mountains. Jones knew that he couldn't wait for those dacha insiders to cooperate voluntarily. After waiting all these days, there was no movement at all. He ordered his men directly, releasing a signal to urge on. Dozens of green flares rose into the air with a bang. Inside the mountain pass, the 36 or so people from the Yellow clan immediately had their hearts shaken. They knew that it was the group of Gentile invaders, telling them to hurry up. But at this time, inside the entrance to the mountain, there are tens of thousands of dacha people guarding this. As soon as there is a casualty at the entrance, someone will immediately step up. Completely is to take the life in blocking the entrance to the mountain want to keep so consumed until Kunlun closed. There were more than 30 of them, and once they struck out, they were afraid of dying. These dacha people around them will definitely not let them go. 30 men quietly gathered around and said, "There's not much time left. If we keep on spending like this, Kunlun is going to close the mountain. Once the foreign invaders retreat, our family's immigration plan will fail. The Western continent will surely expose the treachery we once committed. Success still has a chance of survival, failure is certain death. Let's all move up and get ready to take over the entrance pass." 36 people quietly approached the entrance to the mountain. Once someone died, they fought to squeeze on. Competition for the position of guarding the entrance. The 10-meter-wide entrance would not have been able to stand a few people. Soon all of them were occupied by the people of the Yellow family, forcibly finished. Some of the Dasya people behind them were still praising those few people in their hearts at this time. After all, an early start means an early death. The next moment, however, a man was heard shouting, "Do it!" The few people at the entrance to the mountain immediately gave up their resistance and made way for the intersection. Instead, they turned to kill the other Dasha people. The sudden change of heart instantly cleared a clearing next to the entrance to the mountain. Dozens of Dasha experts were suddenly attacked by people around them. Either he died violently on the spot or fell to the ground with serious injuries. The foreign invaders, too, took advantage of this opportunity to step on a corpse and rush inside the Jade Mountain Yaoqi. Those on the Dasha side, farther away from the entrance to the mountain, did not yet understand what was going on. Just saw the sudden melee at the entrance to the mountain. There is a constant influx of foreign invaders. It wasn't until a defiant roar that the crowd realized what was going on. "There are traitors. I know them. They're the dogs and thieves of the Yellow family. I'm going to tear these dogs to pieces. Kill them." A roar rang out. At this moment, within the entrance to the mountain pass, all the great Xia people were enraged. I didn't expect a traitor to appear at the critical moment. And it's still the Yellow family, one of the 9 great families of Dacia. Meanwhile, the Yellow family members in the melee were instantly surrounded and killed by the Dacia people. Even harder than when attacking the invaders. They hurriedly converged towards the intruders. "We're from the Yale family, and we're your insiders. What do these ordinary invaders know about the inner circle? Whether you're an insider or not, they won't recognize you." All they knew was that when they saw it was the face of a Daxian, they attacked to the death. The 30 or so people from the Yellow family instantly despaired. All at once, both sides were attacked, and all were killed almost instantly. Chun Feng, who was originally tangling with a few people behind him. Suddenly the roar of an army of invaders was heard in the distance. "The entrance to the mountain is broken. Attack with the entire army and destroy the great Xia dragon vein." Chun Feng was stunned. Those people who were originally in the distance were now advancing in the direction of Jade Mountain Yaoqi. He couldn't care less. Hurriedly fleeing in that direction. Wanted to see what the so-called dragon vein was before he died. At this time, hundreds of meters above the top of the mountain, several figures stood at the top of the mountain. These people were all dressed in Confucian robes and wore hair crowns on their heads. It was just like the dress of the ancient people of Dacia. But one of them, a young man in sportswear, stood out of place in front of the crowd. That youth looked at the two sides fighting below and said with a smile, "These stupid guys, they finally killed it. They'll be so surprised then." At that moment a young girl, somewhat intolerant, said, "Mr. Bowen, enough people have died here over the years. There are even more people this time. Once they enter the 4-elephant heavenly rift, most of them will die inside. Aren't we being cruel? Brutal?" The youth laughed out loud. "Learn our techniques. Kill our people, rob our exotic treasures, and kill our clan's sacred beasts. Do you feel this is cruel? Do you guess they feel cruel?" The young girl was dumbfounded. The several middle-aged men and women around them, the original hint of pity in their eyes, also instantly disappeared. Chapter 72 Anger. Chun Feng ran for a while before he saw that countless people had already poured into a mountain passageway. On either side are cliffs hundreds of meters high. There were also 4 large words carved into the steep cliff face on each side. On one side it says, Jade Mountain Yaoqi. On the other side, the ancestral vein of Kunlun. In the center was a 10-meter wide trail. From a distance, it's a typical one-line view. As for what it's like inside the mountain pass, Chun Feng felt like he might not be able to see. For as they approached, those invaders who had not yet had the chance to enter the mountain pass also discovered Chun Feng, the face of a daxia man. How did a Daxian pop up here? How did he get here? Who cares where he came from? Hurry up and kill him. Don't delay us from finding the treasure in the dragon vein. There are a lot of people chasing him. A group of people immediately blocked in front of Chun Feng. It was a moment of back and forth. Chun Feng knew he had reached a desperate situation. Pity. Going to hiccup without seeing the dragon vein. The North Underworld divine power operated at full strength. The last battle of life. Chun Feng wanted to let go, but sighed in his heart. It's a pity that for the time being, the chi blood is only 500. Even with the realm of celestial unity, the strength that can be utilized is limited. If the chi and blood were a little bit higher, it might have been possible to forcefully kill a bloody path by virtue of the realm of celestial unity and perverted prowess. By now he was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside of the intruder. Surrounded, there were some people watching from a distance. These were the people who were at the end of the line and could not enter the Jade Mountain Yaoqi for a while. After all, the passage was only 10 meters wide, and there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered outside. At this moment, these idle and bored people immediately surrounded Chun Feng and cajoled. Catch it later and hand it over to me for disposal. I've come up with a new punishment. I'm going to split 2 pieces of thigh meat and save them for me to fry. If only we could capture another one. Let them fight to the death and we'll bet on the winner. It's better to waste him first and force out the martial arts technique. You guys don't mess around. This yellow-skinned kid is Chun Feng with $1 billion bounty. The crowd of invaders debated what to do with Chun Feng. After waiting to learn that Chun Feng was the daxia man who had offered a reward of $1 billion, these people immediately exclaimed, Gull by karma. It's really that yellow-skinned kid with the $1 billion bounty. You guys mustn't get anyone killed. It's worth $1 billion to be alive. How are we going to split it up with so many of us? Get out of the way in front. I want to share too. Don't you push me. I was here first. A group of people suddenly pushed and shoved, all wanting to come up and get a piece of the action. The encirclement also narrowed in an instant. As soon as he reached a distance of 10 meters, the northern underworld divine skill began to draw in a steady stream of chi and blood. Chun Feng unreservedly squandered his chi and blood and began to counterattack. But there are so many people around, people crowding people, it's like they're grabbing for babies. In this situation, even if he didn't make a move, he could still be squeezed to death by these people. Chun Feng did not dare to delay and directly used the heavenly crippling kick to leap into the air. It's dangerous, but it's better than being crushed to death. It doesn't matter if you're squeezed to death. It's just that the smell of these Gentiles is just too much. I'm afraid I'll be smoked to death before I'm squeezed to death. Chun Feng leapt a dozen meters or so, wanting to take a look around. At a glance, it was all heads. There were even hundreds of hands at his feet, raised high in the air, trying to grab him. The original landing place had been swamped by the crowd. Chun Feng is trying to make a last-ditch effort. Look toward the distance. Wanted to see where there were the fewest people. The next moment, the pupils contracted violently. Just see the woods in the distance, hanging densely packed with young men and women, all hanging from trees. And everyone is without limbs. As far as the eye can see, I don't know what the geometry is. Hundreds of them at least. Chun Feng even saw. There was also a lewd red-faced hawk-nosed man who, in broad daylight, had brutalized a daxia woman who had lost all her limbs. This kind of inhuman scene immediately caused Chun Feng's eyes to turn slightly red. These the 9 heavenly crippling kicks, in conjunction with the realm of heavenly unity, were executed with full force. A huge foot shadow appeared over the heads of the group of invaders. As the air exploded, a miserable howl instantly resounded from below. The arms of dozens of people were stomped off on the spot by Chun Feng's heavenly crippling foot, and a few unlucky ones. He was struck by the chi energy in the sky and drank his hatred on the spot. Ah, my arm is broken. Come on, shoot him down. That damned yellow-skinned boy. Be careful. Don't kill them. Save a life. Don't you squeeze me. I can't even perform my moves. Don't crowd in the back. How can I perform my martial arts skills if I can't pose? After the wave of attacks, Chun Feng continued to maintain his vacillation. He saw hundreds of people at his feet, all of them huddled together in a death grip. It was almost impossible to use martial arts, and many others were injured. There were even many stampedes. The scene was very confusing. Some of the intruders around the area, however, attacked at the first opportunity. Chun Feng had nowhere to draw strength from in the air and could only keep launching attacks. Maintain yourself in the air with the force of the recoil. The heavenly crippling kick was unleashed once again. Meanwhile, the hands were not idle. The Rulai divine palm fused with the 18 palms of the descending dragon, striking out a palm shadow that entwined a golden dragon, to resist the attacks around them, hardly daring to stop for a moment. The slightest mistake and you could be shot down. Luckily, there was the northern underworld divine power, which had been sucking away massive amounts of chi and blood from those unlucky people huddled together below. Otherwise, it really can't support this kind of uninterrupted consumption. At this moment, Chun Feng was extremely angry in his heart. Ben was upset that these foreigners had invaded Daxia and were intent on destroying the Daxia dragon vein. Who knew that these people, to their surprise, would also do that kind of cruel and perverted abuse to those youths in Daxia? When the enemy fights us, naturally there are deaths and injuries, but killable and not humiliating. This kind of dehumanizing and brutal behavior had already greatly breached Chun Feng's bottom line of being a human being. As the heaven's crippling feet fell, the screams from below grew louder and louder. Next, as the crowd gradually dispersed, Chun Feng also began to be unable to resist. At first, the group at the foot was dead and wounded. They all fell to the ground, trampled mercilessly by others. The rest of them pulled away from each other and began to fight back at Chun Feng. The top of a large tree in the distance, the handsome and demonic Wei Guangming was standing quietly on a thin branch at the top of the tree. His lightness of being had reached an astonishing point. Smart chakra monitoring glasses are also worn over the right eye. Looking at Chun Feng, who was about to be overwhelmed by the intruder's attacks, her willow brows furrowed slightly. In particular, the chi and blood values displayed on the glasses made Wei Guangming wonder if there was something wrong with the glasses. How can the blood value be 500? According to the intelligence, Chun Feng's current chi and blood should be 300, and with the second-order chi and blood pills that the Martial Dao Guild gave him, his chi and blood should be 700 at this point. Wei Guangming was a bit shocked. It was suspected that Chun Feng had run out of chi and blood pills. Then, using the star-absorbing technique, he devoured the chi and blood of others, raising his chi and blood value by 200 points. But why not devour some more chi and blood and raise your cultivation level a little more? Chapter 73. The Weises also know something about the sucking star technique. Although the star-sucking technique was overbearing, it had its drawbacks. It wasn't possible to just suck in chi and blood to boost cultivation. Once devouring chi and blood exceeded the limit of what the body could withstand, not only would it not grow in cultivation, there will also be a backlash. In light cases, the meridians and flesh are damaged, leaving behind disabilities and various diseases. The heavier ones go off the deep end and die violently on the spot. But he could tell Chun Feng's current state. It didn't look like the sucker punch had been overused at all. Why didn't you continue devouring chi and blood to increase your strength? Why does 500 chi and blood have a strength that surpasses that of a top-tier martial artist? But it's such a pity that you're going to die here despite being in possession of several heaven-rank techniques and such a high realm. Wei Guangming secretly lamented. It was a pity that he could not fight Chun Feng. Couldn't get Chun Feng's gongfu for the family. Just then, Wei Guangming suddenly turned around, spotting a large group of people in the distance heading this way. Seeing the visitor, he was slightly surprised. At a glance, the group was probably all over 60 years old. The corner of Wei Guangming's mouth hooked up and he turned around again. It looks like the second wave of Daxia's people arrived. I don't know if you can hold out. Chun Feng, who was surrounded at this time. It has come down to a matter of life and death. In all directions, there were chi energy from martial arts moves. There's no defense against it. Just for a moment. He was then hit with several attacks in a row. Chun Feng spat out several large mouthfuls of blood furiously, and his body had begun to fail. Hundreds of fists and palms of chi energy, once again, attacked, directly shaking him dozens of meters away. He had to admit that manpower was sometimes poor. The realm of celestial unity was able to utilize 100% of the power of martial arts techniques though. However, with twice the difference in chi and blood, it was difficult to defeat so many enemies. Be careful. Don't give it a death. It's not worth anything if it's dead. Chen Feng didn't know whether to be thankful or not. At this time, because of his own up to 1 billion bounty temporarily save a life. It was at this point that the change began again. Shouts of murder suddenly came from the east. Those who had surrounded Chen Feng also looked towards the east. Only martial Dao shadows formed by chi and blood could be seen flying in the sky. It was also accompanied by a scream. At the same time someone started shouting, "It's the great Xia martial artist army that's arrived. It's the old one or the young one. All old guys. This is trouble." These invaders are most afraid of those old men of Daxia. Although they were older, these old men's comprehension of martial arts techniques was incomparable to that of young men. Even each of the old men could hang the young men of the same level. With the same gongfu, the young man might have only comprehended the third realm or the fourth realm. Each realm, presumably, represented the base level power of the feats that could be utilized. And these old guys, who had practiced their gongfu for a lifetime, comprehended a realm that was not at all comparable to that of a young man. The starting point is all in the fifth or sixth realm or even higher. As more and more Daxia old-timers arrived, the battle gradually began to expand. Those who had surrounded Chen Feng, seeing the situation, immediately several people came forward together to tackle Chen Feng. "Hurry up and get him out of here. Who are you? Who are you to take him away? It was the old man who caught it first. If it wasn't for me, you could have caught it. I have a share in the bounty." There weren't even that many people who just critically injured him with the last blow. "Mud, you guys want to take advantage of the situation, don't you?" Hundreds of invaders at this point have imploded again. $1 billion is a lot of money. But if there are too many people sharing the money, less will reach you. At this moment, the crowd began to scramble. At this time, Chen Feng was being held down by his limbs. His hands and feet were already swollen and soft from constantly running his gongfu moves against the enemy. At this point, it was impossible to exert any strength at all. Although the North Underworld divine power could replenish chi and blood, it could not alleviate the fatigue of the physical body. Now that he was seriously injured, he was powerless to resist. After many consecutive days of sleepless fighting, the mind and body had long since reached their limits. Chen Feng had a blackout before his eyes. "All I want to do in this moment is close my eyes and sleep. I'm just afraid that if I close my eyes, I'll never be able to open them again." Soon the distant shouts of murder grew closer. As Chen Feng was in a daze, he heard someone beside him yell out, "Fark! If I can't get a share, neither can you. If we kill him, no one will benefit from it. It's better to get him killed. The people have already killed close by, and there's no time to run with him. The old man is going to share a leg back for his reward." Hearing the intruder's intentions, Chen Feng slightly opened his eyes and said in his heart, "Am I going to die?" Only to see dozens of people who couldn't compete for it, striking out to split Chen Feng's body. And seizing a portion of the body tissue proved that killing Chen Feng had its own part to play. Looking forward to going back to get the bounty. Suddenly there was an explosion in his ears. "How dare you!" An old man with white hair, like a phantom, rushed close to Chen Feng. Throwing out several punches in a row, he forcefully parried those people's attacks. The old man was fast though, but 2 fists can't beat 100 hands. Almost instantly he was seriously injured. The moment the old man fell to the ground, he directly plopped down on top of Chen Feng. In the next moment, dozens of attacks hit its back. The old man vomited blood on the spot. Chen Feng stared blankly at the old man's mouth and nose that were constantly spilling blood. The head gradually regained its clarity. He finally realized at this moment. This old man in front of me lost his life trying to save him. "Master!" Chen Feng used all his strength and shouted. However, the old man had shriveled up, his eyes losing focus and his head resting helplessly on the ground. Death murmured before he died. "Young man, you must live. Daxia still needs." Before he could finish a sentence, he broke off. Chen Feng's eyes were moist at this moment. "Gramps, you..." He was saved, but he didn't even know the name of his savior. Those intruders kicked the old man's body away. "Shet! That damned old man. Those old guys from Daxia are killing us. Hurry up and do it. Don't you steal from me. What's the move? Hurry up and block for me. Several wind-breaking sounds rang out. Dozens of flying knives flew. These intruders were too late to lay their hands on Chinfeng, and they all shot out to fend them off. Only an old woman was heard shouting, "Hurry up! There's a young fellow here. Old thing, go save him." A couple of old men cursed. "So many people. How can I save the old man? Does the old man still want his life?" The crone cursed. "You old bangers have a few years left to live. A bunch of old undead things, still cherishing their lives at this hour." An old man roared and punched back the enemy in front of him. Several other old men disregarded their own lives and forcefully killed Chinfeng close to them. An old man grabbed Chinfeng's clothes and lifted them directly. "And gas! You guys hold back. I'll take him out." The other few old men no longer had the energy to chime in, facing too many enemies. Already in mortal combat with a group of invaders. "Damn! Old man's bounty. Get these old things dead. Get the man back. Fark! These old things don't want to die." The old men all fought for their lives, and instantly seriously injured several intruders. But they themselves have been hit hard. Just wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and continued to fight. "Till death do us part." Chinfeng was carried by the old man and rushed into the great Xia camp. He watched in disbelief as the few old men who had just saved his life collapsed one by one. Eventually those figures, drowned out by the intruders, also killed several intruders. Chinfeng wanted to speak, and ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood. One can only say it in one's mind. "Thanks." The old man brought Chinfeng to a large tree. Reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a pill bottle and poured out a pill. "Shove it directly into Chinfeng's mouth. Boy, don't you die. You've traded several old men for this life. If you regain your strength, hurry up and leave the Kunlun Mountains. Daxia will be in the hands of you young people from now on." After the old man finished speaking, he patted Chinfeng's shoulder and turned around to kill back. Chinfeng's face was covered in blood at this moment as he looked at the old man's departing back. The spirit could no longer hold out and fainted. Chapter 74, The 6 Veins of the Divine Sword. Same time, the Budo competition enters its final round. Willow Vivian had big dark circles under her eyes. She cried in secret for a long time last night. Combined with a night of no sleep, he was now a bit depressed. As for the competition, it was no longer on her mind. Kim Yu, he was also up all night with swollen eyes. Sitting on the stage, a little distracted. Lu Weiwei stepped into the ring and looked at her opponent, never able to raise her spirits. Who knew that the rival said with a smile, "It's really ironic that the disciple of a scum like Chinfeng has reached the finals." This person's words immediately caused Lu Weiwei to frown. She looked at that Duan clan's son and asked angrily, "Why did you humiliate my master?" The youth from the Duan clan coldly snorted and said, "A piece of trash that gets stronger by devouring other people's qi and blood. Deservedly deserved to die at the hands of an intruder. It's just a pity that it's dirtying the Kunlun Mountains. Chinfeng's corpse doesn't even deserve to be buried there. If you're not convinced, you can hit me with the star-sucking technique that Chinfeng taught you." The referee saw that the two had a tendency to keep arguing and hurriedly stepped forward. "Game on." The youth of the Duan clan was originally known as the first generation of Heaven's Pride in Great Xia. It has been the center of attention and public opinion. Known as the first person of the young generation of Daxia, until Chinfeng came out of nowhere. With the incomprehensible realm of martial arts feats, it gradually became a new focus for people. Someone soon compared him to Chinfeng. Someone else started an internet-wide poll. Surprisingly, most of them thought that Chinfeng was better than him. Some even said that he might not even be able to compare to Chinfeng's disciple. A rare genius of the Duan clan, once in 100 years. When he was a martial arts apprentice, he practiced the Shangyang sword, one of the 6 veins of the divine sword. How could he tolerate this kind of degradation? The youth said disdainfully before starting the battle, "Be careful. Don't blame me if you get killed by my 6 veins divine sword. As for winning to win the title, you can forget it. Chinfeng's disciple doesn't deserve to be a champion at all." Lu Weiwei, who originally didn't have much battle spirit, suddenly boiled with battle spirit at this moment, especially the last sentence of the other side. It made her extremely angry, however not waiting for her to attack. She saw the other party suddenly raise her hand and pointed at her. Lu Weiwei was shocked in her heart. She'd seen the man fight, too. The Duan clan's gong methods were quite heaven-defying. Almost all opponents, when they met this youth, were crushed. It was only because the Duan clan's Six Veins divine sword could attack from a distance. The attack is also very strong and fast. The average person didn't even have room to fight back. The only thing to do was to keep dodging the attacks until they were forced out of the ring. Lu Weiwei also subconsciously dodged to the side while focusing on her opponent's next strike. However, the imagined attack did not come. The youth was just seen laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Am I kidding? Look how scared you are. It was only then that Lu Weiwei realized that she had just been tricked by the other party. She didn't understand why the other party was trying to fool her and humiliate her master. Chen Feng. Just know that you must not lose this battle. Not for myself. Not for the championship. Rather, it's for the sake of the master. One could never lose to this person who had humiliated his master. Lu Weiwei ran her qi and blood, converging towards her legs and finally compressing it into her feet. To defeat the enemy in front of you, you have to get close. She didn't hesitate to make the heavenly crippling kick. The moment the ring exploded, Lu Weiwei directly rushed over, trying to close the distance quickly. The opposite youth smiled disdainfully. The family heirloom Yiyang finger was activated, and the index finger of the right hand was pointed out.
Shang Yang sword.
A stream of light, as fast as lightning, shot straight at Lu Weiwei. The speed is staggering. The youth had now reached the realm of invincibility at the same rank by only learning this finger. Lu Weiwei hastily dodged, but it's still a step too slow. A rip was rubbed through his shoulder shirt. If it's a hair slower, that shot goes right through the shoulder. Not waiting for Lu Weiwei to react, the youth once again pointed a finger at her. This time Lu Weiwei didn't dodge. Instead, he directly used the heaven's crippling kick and kicked that finger of qi and blood transformed into sword qi. The huge foot shadow, after kicking out the opponent's finger power sword qi, did not stop and continued to charge towards the youth. The youth, however, smiled and laughed as he continuously shot out several fingers, easily dissolving the remaining force of the kick. If I'm not mistaken, you've used both feet. You can only get out 10 kicks, and I can get out more than 10 fingers. I'll see how long you last. I advise you to admit defeat early and go order a tablet for your master. Lu Weiwei was angry and helpless. The heart was anxious, but there was nothing to be done. The other party had directly pointed out her weakness. He himself had already used the heavenly crippling kick twice and had 8 kicks left. It didn't close the distance at all. The equivalent of 2 feet for nothing. That youth from the Duan clan attacked again. Lu Weiwei panicked, dodging back and forth and pulling away, because the closer you get, the harder it is to dodge. Stay away to have a cushion to think. Lu Weiwei didn't dare to use the heavenly crippling kick easily anymore, dodging and thinking at the same time. She didn't want to lose to this person who had humiliated her master. Kim Yuhi's heart grows sadder and sadder as she sees Ri Weiwei in a bitter fight. Feels like nothing is going right. If only Master were here. Win or lose, Master will definitely be able to make the best decision. Just then, Wang Hao silently walked to the audience behind Kim Yoshi, carefully analyzed. The Duan clan's One Yang finger plus 6 veins divine sword is indeed very strong. Fast speed and high attack power. It's quite flexible to use and hits almost anywhere you point it. Together with the limit on the number of times Lu Weiwei's heavenly crippling kick can be used, it's really hard to win. But it's not hopeless. Jin Yoshi turned back and looked at Wang Hao. Uncle, then is there any way for my senior sister to win? Uncle. Wang Hao froze. Suddenly it felt like my fragile and young self-esteem had taken a 10,000-point blitzkrieg. I'm only 28, okay? How can you call someone an uncle? Wang Hao said after taking a deep breath to ease his internal injuries. Positive force attack. Close the distance while countering moves with moves. If you can kick your opponent within 8 kicks, you have a chance to win. If you can't kick it, you lose. Kim Yohi didn't quite understand, but was the first to run to the ring and shout, Vivi, frontal force attack. Use the move to resist the move. As long as you get within 8 kicks of each other, you win. Ryu Weiwei heard Kim Yoshi shouting. After a slight hesitation, he tried to understand the reasoning, trying to understand the thinking behind this approach as well. The only way to win was to attack head-on and hard, and you couldn't win by dodging all the time anyway. The heart no longer hesitates. Both feet were exploding in a heavenly crippling kick to accelerate his forward charge, straight towards that Duan clan youth. The man smiled disdainfully. The index finger pointed out again. The chi and blood suddenly transformed into a sword chi. Shangyang Sword. Chapter 75. The Dignity of the Master. Lu Weiwei simultaneously made a kick of heaven and earth extinction. He shattered that sword chi on the spot. However, the youth again counted his fingers in succession, easily neutralizing her attack with this kick. At this point, the duo was still a dozen meters away. That youth also saw Lu Weiwei's intentions, trying to go head-to-head, forcefully closing the distance and engaging in close quarters. The youth smiled slightly. The strengths and weaknesses of the Six Veins Divine Sword. Their Duan clan knew better than anyone else. Laughing disdainfully at this point. 10 paces away, I'm fast. Within 10 paces, I'm accurate and fast. And the closer the distance, the more powerful the Six Veins Divine Sword will be. I'll see just how long you last. As he spoke, the youth's body, which was not moving in place, finally began to move. As long as he could maintain a certain distance from Lu Weiwei and last through the 10 kicks, he would easily win. Lu Weiwei chased after the youth while throwing out her feet to fend off her opponent's attacks. At this point, there are 4 feet left. Each of the next kicks has to be controlled with precision. Every attack must not be wasted in the slightest. When the two reached within 20 meters of each other, that young man averaged 3 fingers and was able to knock down a kick from Lu Weiwei. In the blink of an eye, there were 2 more moves of Heaven's crippling kick. Vivian Lu has the last 2 kicks left. The youth had smiled in triumph. Although the distance is a bit dangerous now, but his opponent had 2 kicks left and was no longer able to pose a threat to himself. The 10-meter distance was enough for the last 2 kicks of the Liao Weiwei that he consumed. It ends here. Demon Chun Feng's disciple is nothing more than that. Willow Vivian also knew she was probably going to lose. The last 2 kicks were simply not enough to break the opponent down. But again, he was really unwilling to lose to someone who had insulted his master in front of him. But it would have been nice to use an extra kick. Master has done so much for me. I haven't had a chance to repay my master yet. I can never lose to someone who insults my master. I want everyone to know that my master is the best master in the world. Lu Weiwei secretly made a decision in her mind. Win this game no matter what. I hope my master will be proud of me in heaven. The sky is falling. The 5th style heavenly crippling kick stepped fiercely on top of the ring. A roar erupted. Lu Weiwei's body instantly accelerated again. In one fell swoop, he closed the distance of 5 meters with the youth of the Duan clan. The youth saw the distance close once more. The heart panicked first. It immediately occurred to me, though, that the price of this acceleration was another wasted kick. The opponent has 1 last kick left. There is simply nothing to fear. The youth once again pointed a finger, looking to quickly consume Vivian Lu's last kick to confirm his victory. Willow Vivian's 10th foot followed the make. The 3 worlds are extinct. A huge foot shadow nearly 10 meters tall viciously kicked at the youth. Under such a close distance, the youth used his fastest speed to run his gongfu and once again pointed out 2 fingers. Seeing that the attack that defused Lu Weiwei's last kick was defused, the youth finally revealed a smile. You lose. Kim Yu he offstage sighed helplessly. It can't be helped, senior sister has tried her best. And the other party is just too strong, the advantage in feats is too great. Wang Hao also sighed. Feels a bit of a shame. He could see that Lu Weiwei was actually close enough to have a chance to win. If only I hadn't just used those 2 kicks at first. There was another person who was more excited at this point. That was Xiao Ruhan in the stands. 10 feet up. She lost. Xiao Ruhan clenched her fists nervously. When it was learned that Willow Vivian's disadvantage was that she could only use 10 kicks. Every time Willow Vivian kicked out, she followed the count in her mind. To her, anyone can win the title but not Vivian Lu. Because Lu Weiwei is too dazzling, it will deeply sting her jealousy. During the first couple of games, the fatal flaw that Vivian Lu could only put out 10 kicks was then spread. At this moment, countless netizens watching the match followed suit and counted the number of times Lu Weiwei made her moves. At this moment, seeing that Lu Weiwei had used her 10th kick and still failed to defeat her opponent, she felt nothing but pity in her heart. It's still no better than the sons of those great families. It can't be helped. That's the 6 Veins Divine Sword, which is said to be an extremely high-grade technique of the heavenly rank. It's already good enough to be the runner-up, and I beat a few sons of big families in front of me as well. This is already the best ranking that a civilian martial arts school has gotten in all these years. just when everyone thought that Lu Weiwei was going to lose. That young man from the Duan clan's eyes snapped wide open. Just knocked out Vivian Lu's last kick. He was sitting back and waiting for victory when he actually saw Lu Weiwei kicking again. The sixth stance of the heavenly crippling kick. Jade is burning. The huge foot shadow appeared again. Only this time it was a blood-red foot shadow. Lu Weiwei felt as if the entire right leg out of which the foot came was about to explode. The skin of the legs plus the palms of the feet, as well as the meridians in the flesh and blood, all cracked inch by inch at this moment. Blood exploded from the cracks in his skin. Simultaneously fusing the overflowing qi and blood, she condensed her 11th kick. Lu Weiwei knew that by using this kick, her right leg might be ruined. But she has no regrets. No matter how many more times she did it, she would make the kick. Not for the name, not for the championship, not for glory, only to preserve the dignity of the master. His mind couldn't help but recall the memory images of this time with his master. Master was like a light in her life when she was abandoned at the hospital door waiting to die, showing up when she was at her most helpless. When he accepted to become a cripple himself, it was his master who healed his leg and carried $1 million loan. At that time, he even bit blood out of the master's arm. Later on, his master even taught himself this powerful martial arts technique. Taught her daily and accompanied her to provincial competitions. Also gently massage your leg muscles to speed up your recovery. Make her a provincial first. Also together we experienced a thrilling hotel and a great battle. The past comes to mind. This is his most cherished memory. Master had become the most important person in her heart. Lu Weiwei would never allow herself to lose to someone who had humiliated her master. The youth from the Duan clan, in his haste, only had time to point a finger. The whole thing gets kicked out of the ring with that kick. The person was in mid-air, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood furiously. The referee rushed to catch it. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Weiwei in shock. Isn't it only 10 feet out? Wasn't it that you couldn't even stand after using the 10 kicks before? The referee also didn't expect Vivian Lu to throw an 11th kick. That's why the youth wasn't saved in the first place. Kim Yoshi, who was off stage, covered her small mouth in shock. Wang Hao was also surprised. Those sons of the worldly families who had previously lost to Lu Weiwei were all a bit stunned at this moment. I didn't expect to be able to make the 11th kick. I didn't realize there was a hand left. Could it be that it was all a blindfold before, deliberately making us careless? Things don't seem right. Look at her state. It doesn't seem right. Chapter 76. 72 Ways of Warding Off Evil Sword Technique. After Lu Weiwei used her 11th kick, her entire body spat out a mouthful of blood along with it. The body fell straight to the ground. Her entire right leg, at this point, was drenched in blood. Kim Yu-hee rushed up. Vivi, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. How can you use the 11th kick? Master said that before the meridians are fully restored, one must not overload the heavenly crippling kick. Wang Hao was also busy rushing up. Chen Feng was his own savior. Now the person who saved his life may have fallen to Kunlun. It was only natural for him to help take care of the other's disciple. The paramedics, hastily called in, get in the ring to check on Vivian Lu. After the paramedics check it out, lamentably, he shook his head. The meridians in his right leg are broken, so he's considered wasted. When Jean Yoshi heard this, she immediately jumped into Lu Weiwei's arms and cried loudly, Vivi, why are you so stupid? Wang Hao also sighed and said, hitching up a lifetime's future for a martial arts apprentice-level national champion. Is it really worth it? Lu Weiwei coughed lightly, coughing up some blood foam. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Worth it. Even if it takes my life, I won't lose to someone who humiliates my master. Wang Hao was stunned. It was only then that I realized why this young girl was so desperate. It seemed like that youth from the Duan family had definitely spoken out against Chen Feng. In his heart, he became more and more impressed with Chen Feng. With a disciple like this, what can a teacher ask for? It's just a shame. Soon Lu Weiwei was carried away, for the reason that both the winner and the runner-up were injured. At the final awards ceremony, the medals for the winners and runners-up were received by someone else. The substitute leader of the runner-up is definitely someone from the Duan family. It's just that the substitute leader of the championship is something no one expected. It was actually Wang Hao of the Wang clan who came on stage to help receive the award. It was also met with countless questions from journalists. Mr. Wang, What is your relationship with the champion? And why are you the one to help her receive the trophy on her behalf? The gossipy questions of other reporters were directly ignored by Wang Hao, just answering that one question. He turned to the camera and, for a change, said solemnly in a cynical manner, "Her master was my savior." After saying that, he simply left. This statement simultaneously releases a signal. Chun Feng's 2 disciples were covered by their Wang clan. Kunlun Mountain. A few minutes ago, Chun Feng woke up in a daze. He didn't know how long he had slept. When he opened his eyes, he saw a young man in a suit, standing in front of him. Realizing that Chun Feng had woken up, Wei Guangming turned around and looked down condescendingly at Chun Feng, who was sitting on the ground, leaning against a large tree. "You're finally awake." He smiled slightly, and it was actually a touch flirtatious. Chun Feng shook his drowsy head, feeling less conscious. There was clearly a youth in front of him, but he himself heard it as a girl's voice. "Who are you?" Wei Guangming indifferently said, "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you are obediently offering the gongfu to the Wei family, or I'll bring you back to the family for slow torture after I waste you." The Wei family. Chun Feng did not expect that the Wei clan would still have a backhand. It's really shady. At this moment, Chun Feng was certain that he had heard correctly. The little white boy in front of me, talking, is still a bit yin and yang. But the youth in front of him was just too confident. "I'm surprised I didn't sneak up on you while I was asleep. Kunlun Mountain's chi and blood limit is only 1,000. At his own heavenly and human realm, he hadn't been afraid of anyone one-on-one. Chun Feng held onto the trunk of the tree and slowly stood up. Looking at Wei Guangming in front of him, he said nonchalantly, "You, the Wei clan, have repeatedly struck out at me. If you want my technique, come and get it with your skills. I just didn't realize that the Weises would send a pussy to get me." After Chun Feng finished speaking, a huge shadow enveloped his body, looking exactly like him. A golden dragon also gradually solidified and hovered around the shadow. Wei Guangming's eyes narrowed slightly, slowly pulling out the soft sword at his waist. "You will be held accountable for your words." The Wei clan were most squeamish about people laughing at their physical defects. Chun Feng's words had already moved him to anger. Since he was going to make a move, Chun Feng did not have the slightest hesitation. The Heaven's Remnant foot operated, and the entire person instantly catapulted out. At the same time, both palms came out at the same time, and the dragon's roar and Brahma's sound were greatly energized. However, in the next moment, he saw the youth in front of him, transforming into a string of residual shadows, easily avoiding his attack. "So fast." Chun Feng was horrified in his heart. He never expected the other side to be so fast. The next moment, Wei Guangming's soft sword stabbed over. Chun Feng immediately swung out his palm to resist. Having just blocked one blow, the next one followed. The speed was so fast that Chun Feng did not even have the time to blink. How could it be so fast? Chun Feng has fought so far. It was the first time that I had ever been suppressed by someone else in a stance. One's own realm of celestial unity, in the face of the youth's fast to bizarre sword technique. For a moment, he was unexpectedly only able to defend. Just for a moment. Wei Guangming then slashed 72 swords in a row. "Your realm is indeed high. There aren't many people at the same level who can block my 72 ways of warding off evil swordsmanship. 72 ways of warding off evil spirits?" Chun Feng was slightly startled. Regarding the Wei clan, the most powerful of the 9 great clans, he had heard some rumors as well. Knowing that this family was extremely mysterious, it was said that there might be a hidden martial saint existing in the family. The technique practiced was suspected to be the legendary holy rank technique. Only the most gifted core members are eligible to learn. It is not usually displayed outside. Usually, they don't participate in various competitions. The person in front of him appeared to be a family member who was even more central than Wei Su. Just as Chun Feng was shocked in his heart, Wei Guangming continued, "I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to kneel before me." Chun Feng frowned and said unhappily, "You little sissy, you're full of crap. I'm just going to die, but I'm not going to surrender to a pussy." Chun Feng's mouthful of sissies had completely angered Wei Guangming. The soft sword lightly trembled, emitting a mournful sword sound. Like a phantom, it stabbed at Chun Feng once again. Chun Feng could only defend though, but significantly more subdued than the first time. The aftermath of the dragon falling 18 palms, fusing with the Rulai divine palm, and splashing out as it resisted the sword move also caused Wei Guangming to retreat. For a while, the two were hard to distinguish between them. Far above the top of the mountain, those few people from the Kunlun legacy clan curiously watched the battle between the two at the bottom of the mountain. A woman let out a query. That person covered in blood, what kind of martial arts is he using? How come I've never seen it before? Not only is his martial arts unseen, but his realm is also very high. It's the first time I've seen a young man with such a high realm besides our Kunlun legacy clan. The other person should be using the sword technique of warding off evil from the Sunflower Treasure Classic. If he learns all of the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary, the other youth, he shouldn't be a match. The man's words fell. It was then that the two men at war separated once again. Wei Guangming didn't expect that the always unfavorable pure evil sword technique would not be able to take down his opponent this time. You are indeed strong and already have the capital to be proud of yourself. But it's still not enough in front of me. As he spoke, Wei Guangming flung his sleeves. The cuffs of his right-hand suit suddenly threw out countless tiny embroidery needles. Each needle is attached to a silk thread. As the filaments get longer and longer, the suit cuffs were gradually disassembled. Chapter 77. The Sunflower Treasure Code. Chen Feng was amazed. I didn't realize Wei Guangming had a backhand. He was already struggling to cope with the bizarre wisdom sword technique. If the opponent had any other strange martial arts, he might actually lose the battle. The wisest choice of the moment. Run. You can't win a fight anyway. Chen Feng didn't want to spend time with the other party. Your own body is not in the best shape right now. All he wanted was some food and water. Otherwise, you have to be consumed by the other side here. The heaven's remnant foot snapped. Chen Feng's figure retreated violently before turning around and running. Trying to escape? That's ridiculous. Wei Guangming left a residual shadow in place, his body resembling a ghost, quickly closing the distance between him and Chen Feng. The right hand's qi and blood was infused into the silk thread, and the hand pinched the orchid finger, pointing at Chen Feng from afar. Thousands of silver needles instantly exploded out, directly pointing at Chen Feng's back. Meanwhile, his suit was being rapidly disassembled, starting with his right arm and reduced to a single thread. Chen Feng, who was frantically fleeing, only felt a strong wind coming from his back. The heart screamed in secret. So fast! How can you escape when you're caught up in the blink of an eye? Chen Feng folded his hands. Use a move of Buddha's light, trying to fend off attacks from the back. Resulting in one contact, thousands of sounds of gold and iron were heard. The Buddha's light in the realm of celestial unity was instantly pierced. What the hell? This eerie sound scared Chen Feng's back. He turned around in a hurry and saw thousands of tiny embroidery needles, once again attacking. This one made his head spin as he watched. If you were to be stabbed in the back by so many embroidery needles, the result would be unimaginable. Chen Feng hurriedly shot out to fend it off. But soon he realized a horror. Once these embroidery needles are dispersed to attack, it's like facing several opponents at once yourself. There was no way to fight it. Wei Guangming stood his ground with a condescending look on his face. The left hand grasps the end of the silk thread and the right hand keeps plucking it like a piano. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly as he mockingly looked at Chen Feng. It's not too late for you to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Being pierced by 1,000,000 needles is not a comfortable experience. Chen Feng had already begun his frantic resistance mode at this point. It's just getting harder and harder. However, it was found that one's northern darkness. It is able to draw out the qi and blood attached to the silk threads. It's just that there's so little chakra that it doesn't quench your thirst. Wei Guangming had been prepared and had been guarding against the star-sucking technique. Just curious, there was something wrong with Chen Feng's suction. In between Chen Feng's best efforts to defend, he struck a few powerful counterattacks. While striking away the embroidery needles, most of the remaining residual power attacked Wei Guangming, trying to disrupt the opponent's moves. As it turned out, Wei Guangming didn't move. A circle of the most yin and soft astral energy protected his body, easily resisting the attacks that escaped from Chen Feng. The few people from the Kunlun legacy clan who were watching from the top of the mountain saw Wei Guangming make use of the full version of the Sunflower Treasure Classic. Both had already decided that Chen Feng would lose. A middle-aged man exclaimed, "It's worthy of being a sacred rank technique. Whether it's the speed of cultivation, light stance, body protection astral chi, or martial art moves, All of them have reached the extreme. It's a pity that the requirements for cultivating this technique are too extreme. Back then, after I read this technique, I could barely even hold it back. Less than 5 minutes. Chun Feng then began to strain himself and run out of ideas. He couldn't help but sigh slightly in his mind. Hey, I've met an expert. This is really cold. What to do? Are we really going to fold here today? After a struggle within Chun Feng, he finally made up his mind. There's no fear of being burned if you leave a green mountain behind. A great man can bend. Today's endurance is for the sake of future vengeance. After some struggles, Chun Feng finally managed to convince himself. It's better to compromise for a while than to die. Wait, I concede. Wei Guangming smiled disdainfully. It's too late to admit defeat. Get down on your knees and beg me, and I might give you a chance. Chun Feng said angrily. A man can be killed but not dishonored. I will not kneel to anyone even if I cut myself. If I die, Yu Wei clan will get nothing. Wei Guangming's eyes narrowed slightly, his brows knitting lightly. He had to admit that Chun Feng was right. If he forced the other party to die, he had been working for so long, wouldn't it be in vain? He grunted coldly and said, Good, that's the kind of tough guy I like you to be. The mouth said, and the hands stopped their own attack. Tens of thousands of embroidery needles retracted. Under his skillful stovepipe maneuvering, the retracted threads down the shoulders, once again the sleeves of the suit, knitted. His control techniques dazzled Chun Feng as he watched. With such a strong manipulation technique, one's loss is not unfair. Seeing Chun Feng's shocked expression, Wei Guangming smiled disdainfully. This kind of manipulation of concealed weapons was something that he had practiced over and over again for countless days and nights to reach his current achievement. It's what he's proud of. The whole of Daxia, he dared to put words in his mouth. Among the same level, no one was a match for himself. Chun Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead as his chest rose and fell violently. That moment just now really wore him out. All feeling a little woozy at this point. As soon as he stopped, he immediately felt hungry and thirsty in his heart. Eyes looked around only to see bodies all around them. Chun Feng sighed slightly and walked towards the corpse of an old man. Remove the pouch from the other man's waist and take out some supplies. As soon as I opened the bag, I saw an old stainless steel thermos.
Gramps, I'm offended.
When I get out, I'll be sure to burn you some more paper money. Consider these things my purchase for you. After Chun Feng finished speaking, he couldn't wait to open the thermos and drink. In the thermos, it's cool white water. Chun Feng drank it all in a few sips. Another plastic bag was then rummaged through the bag. It was filled with a couple of dry pancakes. Chun Feng's to come out. The old man should have been in a hurry when he came in. The prepared supplies were very casual. Looking at the countless corpses around him, his heart was indescribably sad. Chun Feng said in his mind as he ate the pancakes, I'll take this revenge, and when I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely take revenge on all the elders. Wei Guangming just stood and watched. He didn't care at all about Chun Feng's behavior, just hyperventilating. Hurry up. Better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, I don't mind bringing you back after I've wasted you. In Wei Guangming's opinion, as long as he exerted the sunflower sword with all his might, his opponent wouldn't even be able to hold out for 10 minutes. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks would be a joke. Just then, Chun Feng, who was eating pancakes, was violently stunned. A long-lost system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations on reaching the Master Teacher achievement. The third disciple won the first place in the national competition of martial arts disciples. Reward Master's Chi and blood value of 300 points. The upper limit of his blood value immediately reached 800. Martial cultivation level 2 had finally stepped into the top tier of martial artists. Chun Feng was overjoyed. Now he couldn't wait to hug Lu Weiwei and kiss her hard. I didn't realize that, at the critical moment, the apprentice milked himself. The increase in the upper limit of Qi and blood also meant that the upper limit of the attack power of martial arts moves had been greatly increased. Chun Feng slowly stood up. In this moment, he felt like he could do it again. But looking at Wei Guangming in front of him, he said with some embarrassment, why don't we fight again? I promise that I can't beat you this time, so I will obediently surrender and immediately go home with you and give you all the feats.
Chapter 78. I'm sorry.
Chun Feng was really embarrassed. He just admitted defeat and surrendered, and now, after eating and drinking, he immediately denies it. That's a little bit of a bad idea. but his own chi blood had skyrocketed from 500 to 800. The strength is naturally incomparable. Originally, he could only resist Wei Guangming's attacks with difficulty. At this moment, Chen Feng felt that he should have the strength to fight back. After all, the gap in blood value between the two sides had been shortened by a large margin. One's own realm of celestial unity would be able to utilize greater power. It's a shame to be so tied up. You can't be too pedantic. A great man can bend. It's time to stretch. Wasn't the humiliation just now for this moment? Chen Feng convinced himself once more. Wei Guangming looked at Chen Feng with a mischievous expression. You tricked me? It's the first time I, Wei Guangming, have been fooled in my entire life. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You've already lost your chance to surrender. This time I'll directly waste your dantian. Wei Guangming was completely enraged this time. He felt like he had been tricked by Chen Feng. This time it struck out, directly swinging both hands in unison. The two cuffs of the suit immediately disassembled. As the silk threads flew, an embroidery needle pierced the air, emitting a mournful trilling sound. For Wei Guangming, at this moment, only Chun Feng's wailing could calm his inner rage. The Kunlun Legacy Clan crowd watching the show at the top of the mountain was a bit confused at this point. Several people speculated. What does that mean? Tired of fighting after dinner? Zhang Bowen, do people in the outside world still have such rules? The youth known as Zhang Bowen was wearing a loose sportswear. It was out of place with the ancient robes of the few people around him. Zhang Bowen said with a smile, there should be no such rule in Daxia. I haven't been out of Kunlun in a long time, so maybe some strange line is starting to be popular out there again. I'll just go down and ask when they're done fighting. Below, Chen Feng saw Wei Guangming launch an even stronger attack. Don't dare to slack off in the slightest. Expand the domain of the Northern Darkness Divine Power. Both palms used the Dragon Falling Palm and the Rudraksh Palm at the same time. This was also his strongest current attack move. By virtue of the comprehension of the heavenly and human unity technique, forcing the two techniques to be fused together and used together, one could utilize double the attack power of the original. Both palms came out in unison, dozens of huge palm shadows, accompanied by a golden dragon shadow, emitting loud and clear Brahmin sounds and dragon roars. The embroidery needles that instantly attacked were all shaken away. Wei Guangming's martial arts moves were defeated by his one strike. Even his own most in and soft body protection astral chi fluctuated for a while. The mind wondered, how come? How come it feels so much stronger than before? Could it be that this kid was hiding something before? Wei Guangming maneuvered the silk thread with one hand and drew the soft sword at his waist with the other. Launch another attack. Just collided. Chen Feng probably knew what level of strength he could already achieve. Originally, with 500 chi and blood, one could forcibly cross the level by virtue of the celestial and human unity martial arts technique realm. Just facing an expert like Wei Guangming, one could only barely withstand the defense. Now the difference in chi and blood between the two sides had changed from a doubling of the original difference to a difference of only 200. It's almost comparable. At the same cultivation level, one's comprehension of the realm was higher, and one's attack power was definitely stronger. It's just that speed-wise, it's still a bit of a disadvantage. But a force to be reckoned with. Even by virtue of the Northern Darkness Divine Power's ability to draw in chi and blood, his own defense alone would be able to drain Wei Guangming to death. Chen Feng already had the confidence to defeat Wei Guangming, though he still had injuries on him now. Nowadays he felt that if he was facing the previous invaders, he could fight 10 of them. Crossing paths again. Chen Feng's palm techniques were no longer comparable. It was already easy to defend against all of Wei Guangming's attacks. Moreover, the powerful after effects of the palm technique almost pierced through the opponent's protective astral chi several times. Wei Guangming's previous advantage was gone at this moment. He looked at Chen Feng in shock, somewhat incredulous. How did it suddenly become so strong? Obviously, he could have easily defeated him before. Could it be that I was too hungry and weak before? Now that you've eaten and drunk, so you've gotten stronger? Wei Guangming was puzzled. It even felt like Chen Feng's chi and blood were a bit stronger than before. If he wasn't in the middle of a battle at this moment, he really wanted to take out his chakra monitoring glasses and take a look at his opponent's chakra value. But Wei Guangming didn't think he would lose. At the same level of chi and blood cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to win over themselves. This was because he was cultivating the Wei clan's sacred rank technique. The Sunflower Book. It is the current strongest gong method in Disya. Wei Guangming began to launch a frantic attack. Half an hour later, he was appalled to discover a fact that was hard to accept. Surprisingly, he himself was unable to defeat Chen Feng for a moment. Moreover, the moves Chen Feng used were too powerful. Every time he attacked, he had to spend a large amount of qi and blood to maintain his protective astral aura. At this rate, this battle will become a war of attrition. It's all about whose chakra runs out first. Wei Guangming also felt. Every time he attacked, the qi and blood from his own attack would be devoured somewhat by Chen Feng. It brought an unacceptable thought to his mind. It was likely that he, himself, would not be able to wear out Chen Feng. It means one will lose. Transmission. This was absolutely unacceptable to Wei Guangming. He frantically poured qi and blood power into the soft sword and embroidery needle. However, no matter how they attacked, they were all blocked by Chen Feng. After the gap between 800 qi blood and 1000 qi blood cap closed, Chen Feng's advantage of the celestial unity realm became more and more obvious. Another half hour later, Wei Guangming, who was under a barrage of attacks, began to struggle a bit. The frantic attacks also represented a faster rate of qi and blood consumption. Although Chen Feng was able to devour some qi and blood with his Northern Darkness divine skill. But at this point it was also tired and sweaty. After all, the old wounds on his body hadn't fully healed. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Wei Guangming a long time ago. Wei Guangming's attacks are very sharp. This, coupled with that astonishing speed, made him not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Every now and then, he used the fusion palm technique to harden all of Wei Guangming's attacks. As for counterpunching, it's just too much of a stretch, and it's also easy to show a crack. It lasted another hour. Wei Guangming had already wet his shirt with sweat. For the first time in his life, he was in such a sorry state. But he was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat. Chen Feng was also panting and sweating profusely. He had to marvel at how durable this pussy opponent was. It's amazing that you can sustain such a high-intensity, high-frequency offense for so long. At this moment, the people of the Kunlun legacy clan on the mountaintop were also a bit puzzled. How come the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary suddenly can't help that kid? What kind of technique did that kid cultivate to be able to tough out the Sunflower Treasure Classic? It's about time. I'll go ahead and take the kid back. Those who entered the 4-elephant Heavenly Rift should have hit the Green Dragon tomb by now. A few people were talking. Zhang Bowen directly leaped off a 100-meter-high cliff. Chen Feng, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly felt a blistering wind blowing around him. Wei Guangming also suddenly realized that something was wrong. Stopping his blazing attack, he quickly retreated. At this moment, a voice came from behind Chen Feng. Good response. When I was your age, I was still just a tiny senior martial artist. The Gongfu realm, even more so, is several levels inferior to yours. Chapter 79, The Death of Daxia. Wei Guangming looked behind Chen Feng in shock. This person is so fast. Its stance is definitely not below mine. Chen Feng sought out the sound and quickly turned around as well. Only a young man in sportswear stood behind him. Looking at his appearance and height, he was afraid that he was several years younger than himself. It's just a little weird to say it. Somewhat old-fashioned. Wei Guangming didn't expect that his fight with Chen Feng had been seen. And a Daxamite at that. He did not want his fight with Chen Feng to be known by outsiders. The youth in front of him could only be gotten rid of since he had seen it. In the next moment, Wei Guangming transformed into a residual shadow, and as the soft sword in his hand flashed, he directly stabbed at the short youth. Miso. There was a short scuffling sound. Chen Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, only to see Wei Guangming's sword, directly caught by that youth, with his index and middle fingers, in a deadly grip. Masters. This person is definitely an expert. Wei Guangming's soft sword, he had personally resisted it. He couldn't hold it with 2 fingers anyway. Since it was in the Kunlun Mountains, it meant that the opponent's chi blood, too, was within 1,000. With equal cultivation, the other party was able to easily pinch Wei Guangming's soft sword. It was evident that his strength was definitely not below Wei Guangming. Chen Feng had previously felt that he was able to cross the ranks. There should be no rival in its class. Now I realized that I was still too arrogant. First, there was a core member of the Wei family, and now a mysterious young man had appeared. It's really a mountain out of a molehill. Wei Guangming also looked at this scene incredulously. He tried hard to draw his soft sword. As a result, the soft sword did not move. Zhang Bowen looked at Wei Guangming and said with a smile, "Worthy of being a sunflower treasure tree, this body speed and attack speed is really fast enough." Wei Guangming had been shocked enough today. First, he couldn't take Qin Feng. Now it was surprising that the soft sword was pinched with an empty hand by a youth who appeared out of nowhere. He realized that the youth's fingers, at this moment, were actually emitting a faint golden light. Powerful Vajra finger. "Who are you?" Wei Guangming asked suspiciously. In his memory, not that I had ever heard of it, there was such a young master. And he will also use the power Vajra finger. Zhang Bowen smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid when I tell you. You should have heard of my name. My name is Zhang Bowen." Zhang Bowen. Wei Guangming's pupils shrunk violently. Qin Feng only felt that the name was somewhat familiar and could not recall it for a while. In the next moment, only Wei Guangming's figure retreated violently. Tens of thousands of embroidery needles stabbed at the youth named Zhang Bowen in unison. However, after a sound of gold and iron, Zhang Bowen didn't move from his original position. It was just the skin of the whole body, which had turned a golden color. It even emitted a faint golden light. Vajra, unbreakable divine power. Isn't this a technique that the Yi clan never spreads out? What's with this Zhang guy? Qin Feng was puzzled. The Yi clan's Vajra, unbreakable divine power, was quite famous in Daxia. Almost all the people of Daxia have seen it on TV. The Yi family was present at every level of martial arts competition in the country. His Vajra, unbreakable divine skill is known as the best in the world in terms of defense. Not waiting for Qin Feng to think more, it was seen that Wei Guangming turned around and ran away after the blow. The speed is staggering. Even looked a little flustered. "Isn't this little sissy cocky? Why are you suddenly such a wimp now?" Qin Feng secretly said. The next moment, a hurricane blew past. The blowing Qin Feng stumbled on his feet and almost failed to stabilize himself. "Where's the wind coming from?" Qin Feng felt that the situation was somewhat bizarre. At that moment, he realized that the Zhang Bowen in front of him had already disappeared. At the same time, Wei Guangming, who had already reached 100 meters away. Suddenly it felt like a hurricane was blowing behind him. He didn't even look at it and directly flung his sword back to stab. Bing! The sound of gold and iron breaking came out. A stream of light broke his soft sword. Directly. Wei Guangming was appalled. Turning his head to look, he only saw Zhang Bowen grinning and hooking his pinky. The opponent was using none other than the 6-chakra divine sword, the Shao Chong sword. The stance at hand was the full version of the wind god leg, together with the Vajra, unbreakable divine power and powerful Vajra fingers just now. Wei Guangming was already certain that the youth in front of him was the Great Summer's Gothic, wanted with a bounty of up to $10 billion for the elderborn, Zhang Bowen. Its bounty was 5 times higher than that of the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Wei Guangming didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. The qi and blood in his body was leaking out crazily. There was a loud explosion. Tens of thousands of embroidery needles, emitting sharp sonic booms, stabbed at Zhang Bowen, who was close at hand. Because it's too fast. The embroidery needle instantly turned fiery red. Before it even touched its target, it exploded with a bang. Wei Guangming also took this opportunity. The speed of the body technique more than doubled again, instantly disappearing far away. The attack failed to damage Zhang Bowen though. However, it briefly shook it back a few steps. That's a pretty fast run. Worthy of being a chosen core member of the Weiss family, doing things really decisively. Sunflower Treasure Tantra, a self-inflicted power-enhancing technique like this, is really admirable when you say you're going to use it. Zhang Bowen saw Wei Guangming, who had already disappeared, and didn't bother pursuing him. At this moment, Wei Guangming's qi and blood cultivation instantly fell to that of a senior martial artist. The entire body's meridians turned into a state of serious injury at this moment. The upper limit of qi and blood dropped to around 400. Just now he used the Sunflower Treasure Tree exploding blood technique. This stance allowed him to instantly explode with double his strength. Generally, it will not be used easily until it is absolutely necessary, or in a life-and-death situation. Because of its extreme side effects, it is at the cost of one's own qi and blood cultivation. After each use, one's cultivation would be halved, while one's vitality would be greatly injured. Even if you use heavenly materials to recover your injuries, the qi and blood that were broken had to be reconditioned as well. Qin Feng, who was in the distance, also saw Wei Guangming's frantic ploy to escape. The mind was secretly shocked. From a long distance away, He could feel the aftermath of that qi and blood explosion. It could be seen how intense the exchange of blows had just been, associated with Wei Guangming's fear. At this moment, Chun Feng finally thought about who Zhang Bowen was. The one with the highest wanted bounty in Daxia. Bowen Chang the elderly, an old demon who has lived for centuries. The realm of strength had already reached the realm of martial saints, and he was in possession of more than a dozen top-notch martial arts techniques. It is said that the time that Daxia lost more than 700,000 people in the Kunlun Mountains, it was thanks to this person. Moreover, Zhang Bowen was also the champion of the world's first martial arts meeting 200 years ago. Chun Feng didn't understand how he could have met such a terrifying fellow in the Kunlun Mountains. Wasn't it agreed that Kunlun Mountain limits qi blood at 1,000? The hallowed martial saint came to the Kunlun Mountains. Did he not want his qi and blood cultivation? Didn't think much of it. Chun Feng turned around and ran. He didn't want to fight this old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Wei Guangming was only able to run away, and he himself was certainly no better. Just after running 200 meters, Chun Feng heard a voice coming from his ears. Your gong method is peculiar. I have viewed all the Kunlun Gongfu steel forests and have never seen the Gongfu you use. Can you tell me where these feats were learned? Chun Feng's sweaty hair exploded, twisting his head to the left. Zhang Bowen was looking at his legs curiously. At this moment, Chun Feng was using the heavenly crippling kick to accelerate. The speed had already surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. But in front of Zhang Bowen's wind god leg, it was completely inadequate. Bowen Zhang commented, your technique seems to favor attacks more than stances. Chun Feng didn't strike up a conversation. Instead, he responded with the Rudraksh palm fused with the Dragonfall palm. Zhang Bowen unhurriedly threw out a palm as well. Paiyun palm, volleying the mountains and the seas. Chapter 80 Sky Frost Fist. The two of them clashed with their palms. The two men took several steps back together. Zhang Bowen was amazed, although he only had 1,000 qi blood now. But the peak of the Paiyun palm, plus the Jiuyangshin Gong and Jiuinjin Jing as the foundation. Surprisingly, he only fought his opponent to a draw. It really surprised him a bit. Feeling the residual power of Chun Feng's palm, he asked curiously, what kind of palm is this? The power is surprisingly so strong, but I clearly feel as if your qi and blood have not reached 1,000. Chun Feng also wanted to ask at this time, what kind of palm technique was the other party using that he was able to be on par with himself? What one was using was a fusion palm technique under the Celestial Unity realm. The Rulai Divine Palm fused with the Dragonfall 18 palms, at least doubling its power. Together with the realm of Celestial Unity, it could utilize its full power 100%. Surprisingly, none of them were able to overcome the other's palm. Even the previous Wei Guangming. With one palm of his own, he was able to block his opponent's attacks several times. Zhang Bowen continued indifferently, I have things to do now. Let's just talk about it later. He said that he was about to strike again. Chun Feng hurriedly struck out both palms. Dragons roared and Brahma's voice shook the heavens. 10,000 Buddhas. The divine dragon swings its tail. Zhang Bowen smiled and raised his palm to stiffen it. But once again the expression turned to shock. A layer of golden light suddenly surfaced on the surface of his body, obviously using the Vajra unbreakable divine power. But the figure was shaken back several steps. Zhang Bowen was once again shocked. Unexpectedly, my 7th layer of Chengkuin de Nua Yi stimulates the human body's maximum potential, reaching the level of one method through all methods. Surprisingly, they can't even simulate your palm technique. They can only divert your attacks. If it weren't for the fact that I have the Vajra unbreakable divine power and the 9 suns divine power protecting my body, I would have been injured this time. You really amaze me. Chun Feng, on the other hand, was hit by the opponent's attack that shifted back and flew out backwards, directly spitting out blood and falling to the ground. The mind could not help but marvel. My own palms are just too powerful. Even I can't carry them myself. Before Chun Feng could get up, Zhang Bowen then came closer. Then a hard punch came down. Sky Frost Fist. Chun Feng hurriedly put out his palm again to fend it off. Only a silky cold aura emerged from Zhang Bowen's golden-skinned fist. Punch after punch continued to smash down, forcibly carrying Chun Feng's attacks hard by virtue of the Vajra unbreakable divine skill. Every punch he slammed down left a layer of frost on and around Chun Feng. Chun Feng gritted his teeth and kept waving his palm to resist. But it's getting tougher. especially since the body is getting cold. Gradually, it made him stiffen his movements. There is no way around it. Chen Feng could only find another way. If this goes on, he will have to be killed alive. Northern darkness. Chen Feng frowned. Zhang Bowen is close at hand. Surprisingly, the North Underworld divine power could only draw in a very small amount of qi and blood. Chen Feng feinted a palm strike. Taking advantage of the situation, he violently grabbed Zhang Bowen's fist. His own entire arm instantly sealed in ice. But it's good to be in contact with Zhang Bowen's body. The next moment, however, he froze. The always unbeatable North Underworld divine power. Surprisingly, there was some sucking going on at this point. Just devouring a little bit of qi and blood, a pitifully small amount. Zhang Bowen felt the strange movement of qi and blood within his body. A slight smile. Isn't it a surprise that the star-sucking technique doesn't work so well anymore? The Vajra unbreakable divine skill is the most restraining of your kind of technique. Chen Feng looked at the fist that swung again. Knowing that he was really planted this time. One last swing. Chen Feng's entire body was frozen. At this time, several other people from the Kunlun legacy clan came closer. Zhang Bowen said to them, "This fellow's technique is very interesting. Even the tablet forest doesn't record it. Take him back and lock him up first. Let's go to the 4-elephant heavenly moat first." The outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains. The general president of the Martial Arts Guild has personally arrived here. This time Kunlun opened up the mountain, and it had exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapters from all over the world have come to report on their work. Because the top martial artists, almost all of them, have entered the Kunlun Mountains and are temporarily lacking in battle power. Most of the martial artists escorting the borders of the Kunlun mountain range are senior and ordinary martial artists. Coupled with the fact that the mists are so extensive, dozens of patrol squad personnel have gone missing today. There were 3 martial arts patriarchs and 21 martial arts masters who died at the same time. Listen to the bad news. The chief executive's face was getting ugly. Based on intelligence, he had largely surmised. This time it was the Western continent that took the lead, plus some smaller countries in the South, North, and East continents. Could be said that this time, when Kunlun opened up the mountain, Daxia was fighting hard against the whole world with one's own strength. Mud. This is a stabbing, naked invasion. Could it be that they want to join forces and go to war with Great Xia? The chief executive's fists clenched. The others were under the breath. Just then, the general president's cell phone rang. It was a call from one of the chapters who had stayed in the holy capital. "President, after the Heaven Swallowing Club learned that you went to Kunlun. Once again, a major assault on the Jerome family has begun." The general president's face was grim. Now the great summer dragon vein is not protected. Once the dragon vein is in trouble, there's no telling what's going to happen in the Kunlun Mountains. At a time like this, there was no mood to care about the Yale family. This family, in particular, dared to get their hands on the star-sucking technique. Don't worry about them dying. Tell them and the Heaven Swallowing Club to go devour each other's qi and blood. I'd like to see which one of them can suck up to who. You just have to maintain law and order and not spill over into the general population. At this point in time, the Yelu family was in disarray. All the family members were concentrated at the group's headquarters. In the family meeting hall, the contemporary family heir panicked. "Old ancestor, something big is wrong." The Martial Arts Guild called back. They said they were temporarily understaffed and told us to figure it out on our own. The Yelu family's oldest ancestor sighed. He had expected that this might be the outcome. It's just hard not to be a little upset after hearing it in person. The Martial Arts Guild, after all, suspects us. There is no longer a place for the Yelu family in Daxia. I'm afraid that once Kunlun seals the mountain, the Martial Arts Guild will be the first to come after us to settle the score. At this time, a direct descendant of the family said unwillingly, "They don't have any evidence, so why are they looking for us to liquidate?" The Wang clan martial sage was also present that day, and none of us had any problems with our qi and blood. At that moment a patriarch snorted. "Evidence? That's for restraining ordinary people. If everything was about evidence, Daxia would have been finished long ago. When doubt arises, everything is doomed." Another young woman said, "Then let's emigrate quickly. People are afraid to go out now, and it's not even safe to be at home. If this continues, the family members will be consumed by the Heaven Swallowing Club." Immigration. A word about immigration. Some of the young people within the family immediately came into the spirit. One by one, they all murmured, "That's right. As long as we immigrate to the Western continent, our yellow family will be able to rise again." Now that the situation in the Kunlun Mountains has been finalized, the dragon vein will definitely not be preserved. Old ancestor, we'd better get moving. Once the dragon vein is broken, Great Xia will grow weaker by the day, and sooner or later it will be over. And now that the whole world has made the Great Xia an enemy, it's better for us to join other camps as early as possible. Chapter 81: The Declined Family. Listening to the family's young men talk, the old ancestor and the last three family patriarchs sighed deeply. Eventually, an old man couldn't help but curse. "You idiots! If we could leave, we would have already. The family planes are controlled. Going overland is even more impossible. And the entire elite of the martial arts guild is in the West. But that's not the most troubling. Our biggest dilemma right now is that we're constantly being watched by the Sky Swallowing Club's people. Wherever we go, we'll cause a big battle and attract the attention of the martial arts guild. There's no way to reach the Western continent unless you can fly." One by one, the young men all looked at the old man, who spoke in despair. "Is there really nothing else we can do? Why don't we split up and run away? There are just too many people in the Sky Swallowing Club." The Yelu family's oldest ancestor, looking at his descendants below, couldn't help but sigh heavily. There was already a vague realization in his heart. The Yale family is finished. Of all the children of the latter generation, no one can be of great use. Even if they emigrate and are treated favorably by the Western continent, they can't avoid the end of their decline. Just then, the door to the conference hall of the Yelu family headquarters was suddenly pushed open. A cold and clear imperial voice echoed in the conference hall. "Since we know we can't escape, let's all stay here." A patriarch of the Yelu family stood up at once and looked at Su Yan with a grim gaze. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a sneer. "Of course I walked in. As for who I am, you wouldn't recognize me if I told you. But you guys must have known my dad. His name is Su Yuanshan."
Su Yuan-san.
This name immediately evoked the memories of the patriarch of the Yelu family. 20 years ago, the man who had shocked their entire daxia. Su Yuanshan, the underground emperor of Donghai City, being honored as unrecognized justice, pretty much runs the Order of Darkness in East Ocean City. A man of legend. Dozens of dudes from the 9 great families had died in its hands. The man has his own set of rules for being a man. Even if it was the face of the 9 great families, he didn't give it. He even used his strong star absorbing technique to harden himself against 3 martial Zune-level powerhouses. One shot at fame. It is claimed that the martial sage is not the first in the world. The Yelu clan had taken a glance at Su Yuanshan's gong method at that time. This kind of technique that could devour other people's chi and blood and quickly strengthen his body. Who could not be impressed? But it didn't dare to fight Su Yuanshan head-on. So they came up with a clever idea. Took the opportunity of working with Su Yuanshan to kidnap his wife and daughter. He forced Su Yuanshan to bind his hands and hand over the star-sucking technique and kill it. At that time, they remembered that Su Yuanshan's wife and daughter were also allowed to be gotten rid of afterwards. "And who is this sultry woman in front of me?" The Yelu family patriarch looked at Su Yan deadpan and asked again. "Su Yuanshan's daughter is dead? Who the hell are you?" So Yun laughed. "I survived thanks to that great cleverness of yours. $10 million sold me to my uncle." The old ancestor glared at the 3 patriarchs. The patriarchs looked in unison at a middle-aged man in the corner of the conference room. "What's going on?" The middle-aged man shivered violently. Keeping his head down, he dared not look the crowd in the eye. Somewhat flustered, "She's definitely an imposter. I was selling Su Yuanshan's daughter to an organ trafficker. People say they want the girl's loins." The Yelu family's old ancestor, at this moment, couldn't wait to slap this idiot to death on the spot. A patriarch couldn't help but curse. "Do you have in your ing head $10 million for a loin? Don't you feel the price is a bit high?" The middle-aged man bowed his head and dared not make a sound. At this point, he also knew that he was blinded by money at the time. But the mind was still defending itself. "It's not my fault. I didn't know the buyer behind it was someone's uncle. My old son is gifted and intelligent, yet he is not valued in the family. One will just have to find a way to prepare the resources for cultivation on their own. That's a full $10 million of temptation. Who can top that? Old me in the family has less than $1 million in pocket money a year. For the sake of one's future martial arts cultivation, one can only make money on one's own to accumulate capital. Most of the money, though, ended up in the clubhouse. But that's also to get your thoughts through. The Yellow family's oldest ancestor didn't expect that the family would end up being destroyed in the hands of a punk. However, he looked at Su Yan and said, "Could it be that you are the group leader of the Heaven Swallowing Club? The executives of the Heaven Swallowing Club are all Su Yuanshan's old men, aren't they? Even so, you think that you will definitely be able to destroy my Yellow family's 100-year foundation." So Yun mocked, "It wasn't me who destroyed the Yellow family's century-old foundation. Rather, it's yourselves. A former martial arts saint family that eventually fell to coveting other people's martial arts techniques. From that day on, you, the Yellow family, were doomed to perish." A patriarch slapped the conference table angrily. "Arrogant. I'll let you have it today. Kill her for me." With a command, everyone in the entire huge conference room killed towards Su Yan. "Face these little caramels." Su Yan smiled faintly as the star-sucking technique was unleashed. Dozens of people from the Yellow family also used the star-absorbing technique in unison to fight against her. So Yun deliberately pretended to be undefeated and was caught by the crowd with the star-sucking technique. Himself used the North Underworld divine power at the same time. Those people haven't had time to rejoice. It was then realized that not only was it impossible to draw on Su Yan's qi and blood, his own qi and blood also suddenly went out of control and surged towards the hand that was gripping Su Yan. One immediately exclaimed in horror, "How?" So Yun mocked, "A bunch of guys who just want something for nothing. Is the star-sucking technique the only thing your Yellow family remembers? Could it be that the Yellow family's clan-suppressing technique really has no one left to cultivate it?" Su Yan's words caused the Yellow family ancestor's heart to shake. He snapped to a terrible realization. Since the star-sucking technique, there was almost no one in the family anymore who would painstakingly delve into the original family gongfu. All of them were indulging in the exhilarating feeling of easily raising their cultivation level with the star-sucking technique. But the flaws of the star-sucking technique were too obvious. At first, improving your strength can be a matter of days. However, when one devours too much qi and blood, it is very easy to go off the deep end. After reaching the bottleneck, one could only stop and slowly digest the qi and blood in the body. The process is quite lengthy. In contrast, it was still faster to cultivate proper martial arts techniques to truly enhance one's cultivation. The star-absorbing technique could only be used as an auxiliary technique, not as a primary cultivation. It was just that, after experiencing the star-absorbing technique, no one was willing to bother cultivating the family technique anymore. The Yellow family's oldest ancestor sighed heavily. At this moment, he finally knew. At what point did the family start to really fall apart? Chapter 82: Exceeding the Ceiling. With a single strike, Su Yan wasted several people from the Yellow family. Her strength nowadays had already reached the late stage of Grandmaster. There was still a distance to go before martial honor. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid of the Yellow family's old ancestor. The other party was a genuine martial exalt though. But this martial father was just too old. Now 120 years old. It's basically safe to assume that there aren't many years left to live. Su Yan was just afraid that the other party would die of old age on his own. So he made an early move. Outside the door of the conference room, one after another, an old man walked in. Every one of them was the strength of a grandmaster. They looked at the people of the Yellow family as if they were looking at dead people. One old man said with tears in his eyes, "Brother Sean, I've come to avenge you." The other old men have fished their way in. A one-sided massacre of the Yale family. At this point in time, the Yale family. Only the last 3 patriarchs of the family were of the strength of a grandmaster. The only one who took it was the family ancestor. It's just that this martial father is really too old. Looking at the dozen or so heaven-swallowing club grandmasters, his mind was suddenly powerless. He knew that the Jerrys were finished. It just never occurred to me that it would end up like this. At this time, the headquarters of the Yellow family had already been slaughtered by the members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. The final conference room battle is nearing its end. One member of the Jerome family lost his life in fear. Their immigration program, their good life, their family revival fantasy. In this moment, they all turned into nothing. until finally, in the entire Yelu family, only that old ancestor was left. Su Yan hadn't been able to make a move against this old ancestor. This old ancestor did not take the initiative either. To him, it no longer meant much when he struck. The demise of the Yelu family was inevitable, seeing that all the members of the family have died. The old ancestor slowly stood up, preparing for the last battle of his life. So Yun, however, looked at him with a smile. "We're not killing you. After all, someone has to see them through." After all was said and done, the people from the Heaven-Swallowing Club left in droves. The Yelu family's oldest ancestor looked at the messy family meeting room, his head going blank. The corridor outside the conference room at this time echoed So Yun's last voice before she left. "Upload the video of the battle just now of the Yelu family's use of the star-absorbing technique onto the internet." Su Yan's cool command echoed into the family conference room. It lingered in the ears of the Yelu family's oldest ancestor for a long time. This 121-year-old martial exalt. Slowly, he sat back down in his seat. Falling back, he closed his eyes. Never opened again. A few minutes later, the entire Daxia network of major media outlets have broken amazingly big news. The whole internet was in an uproar. It even overpowered the news of the Kunlun Mountains for a time. Same time, the ancestral land of the Kunlun legacy. System beeps. Wake up the unconscious Chen Feng. Congratulations on reaching the Master Teacher achievement. For disciples, exterminate top families. Reward Master's Qi and blood value of 300 points. Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze. What's going on? He was a little confused at first, looking at the system prompt in his head. It was a bit confusing for a while. For apprentices destroyed a top family? The hunched figure of So Yun suddenly came back to his mind. Old Auntie Su Yan exterminated a top family? I throw. Could the system have ruled wrong? Did the senior sorority exterminate the square dance moms? But none of that matters. Chen Feng discovered another amazing thing, because the system is prompted again. Reminder: the qi and blood rewarded by the system cannot be diverted for other uses. Look at your own panel again. Martial arts rank, top martial artist. The 18 palms of the descending dragon. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Rudraksh palm. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Heavenly crippling kick. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Northern underworld divine power. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Blood value, 1,100. The original 800 qi and blood. At this point it becomes 1,001. Exceeds the upper limit of Kunlun Mountain's blood value by 100 points. Chen Feng was shocked in his heart. It didn't occur to me that even the rules of the Kunlun Mountains couldn't deprive myself of my own qi and blood. Doesn't that mean the next time Kunlun opened up, one could give the entire people who entered Kunlun Mountain a descending blow? There's no time to be happy yet. Chen Feng then realized that the situation in front of him was not quite right. Where is this? It was only after looking down that I realized. His own hands and feet were in shackles. The shackles were still attached to a thick link of chain that was attached to the stone wall behind them. Chen Feng's mind recalled the last images before he passed out. Himself suffered a punch blast from Zhang Bowen. It ended up being mercilessly frozen. Think of Bo Zhang. Chen Feng could not help but be appalled in his heart. Even if the blood value broke through the Kunlun Mountain ceiling at this time, he didn't even have the confidence to defeat Zhang Bowen. That guy is just too tough. Powerful to the point of being scary. Not only had he mastered many top-level techniques, the realm of comprehension was also very high, based on the collision of martial domains during the battle. Chen Feng Nang clearly sensed that the martial comprehension of every technique Zhang Bowen used had reached the 8th realm, the peak. Most importantly, the other party knew too many feats. Whether it was speed, defense, or attack, they all worked together quite perfectly. Worthy of being a wanted criminal with a $10 billion bounty from Daxia. It is said to have lived for over 300 years. I don't know if he ate some heavenly material or practiced some technique. Chen Feng secretly lamented in his heart. Slow down at this point. Begin to take a closer look at your surroundings. It was a huge stone house. The stone house was empty, except for the chains that held him in place. There's nothing. To the right of the front stone wall there is a stone door, but from his angle he couldn't see out. Chen Feng operated the qi and blood in his body and violently struggled with force. Boom! The chains snapped taut and made a loud noise. There was a sharp pain in his arms and legs from the strangulation. A quick check of the chains revealed no damage at all. Okay, still too naive myself. It seems like Zhang Bowen wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Chun Feng's movement seemed to have startled the people outside the door. A footstep. A small, skinny girl was seen walking in. You're awake. Hungry? Want some water? Chen Feng looked up. He only saw a young girl in ancient costume with long hair reaching her waist, facing him with a smile on her face. The young girl was fair-skinned and somewhat slim. Nice face with delicate features. See the five senses. Chun Feng realized that the young girl's pair of peach blossom eyes, which looked great when she smiled, did not have a trace of spirit. Looks like a blind man. Listen to the little girl's brittle voice. Chun Feng only felt that this was a bit of a contrast from what he had imagined. This is the Kunlun legacy. I thought these people were dangerous and xenophobic. Do they treat prisoners that well? Come up here and care if I'm hungry. There was no waiting for Chun Feng to think more. A system beep suddenly sounded in his head. 100% match detected for the 7 Deadly Zither. Name: Ku Chin Chin. Chapter 83, The Hidden Secrets of Kunlun. This one. It also really won't straighten out Chin Feng. I'm a prisoner of others now. Is it really appropriate to suddenly talk about taking someone as a disciple? But let's not worry about that for now. He himself was now thirsty and hungry. Even if you die, let's be full of death. Can you get me some food and water first? Gu Qianqian nodded her head. Aha! Just wait. I'll get it for you. Looking at his departing back, Chun Feng again felt that the other party did not look like a blind man. It was just those eyes that were so strange. Soon the young girl returned with the dishes, and it also walked directly in front of Chun Feng. Chun Feng looked at the thing in the young girl's hand and asked with some surprise, You walk right up to me? Aren't you afraid I'll attack you? Gu Qianqian said with a smile. I know you're pure white and good. I wouldn't have come in if you were bad. Pure white? This good guy card caught Chun Feng a bit off guard. He took a plate of rough pastries and a bowl of water handed over by Gu Qianqian. Plates and bowls all coarse china. The plates are cracked and the porcelain bowls still have gaping holes in them. It's a bit old at first glance. Chun Feng asked curiously as he ate. How do you know I'm good? Gu Qianqian pointed to her eyes and said, I saw it. My eyes, burned by unicorn blood. I cannot see the mundane things of the world, only good and evil. Unicorn blood. Chun Feng was secretly surprised. Kirin blood is a legendary, unattainable treasure. I didn't realize that the young girl got the unicorn blood, but she was burned blind. However, the special effects of the unicorn blood surprisingly allowed the young girl's eyes to see good and evil. Chun Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, You see good and evil as they are. Gu Qianqian was very talkative, as if she knew Chun Feng very well, making people inexplicably want to get close. Kindness is white, the same color as the unicorn. Evil is black, the same color as the scaly snake in the green dragon's grave. Most people are gray in the sense that good and evil coexist, just in different shades of color. There are few as white as you. Chun Feng was surprised by the young girl's words. One accidentally choked on the pastry in his hand. He hastily picked up the bowl and took a sip of water. The unicorn, the scaly serpent, and the green dragon grave. Too much information. Chun Feng was curious, but didn't know where to start asking. Without waiting for Chun Feng to speak, the young girl took the initiative to speak. Did I make a good pastry? Chun Feng subconsciously nodded his head. It smells good. It's delicious. The pastry was rough, but the flavor of the grains being toasted is very strong. Not as fragrant as the flavored ones though. No sugar was added to the pastry. The outside is just plain whole wheat flour and the inside sandwich is sweet potato. Yet it's better than the sweet-to-sweet pastries out there. At the very least, you don't get tired of eating it. 5 egg-sized pastries in all. Chun Feng quickly finished eating. Drink all the water in the bowl as well. He admired Gu Qianqian. You can't see and still make pastries. Thank you very much. Hearing Chun Feng's thanks, Gu Qianqian said with a smile. Can you tell me about the world out there? What it's like? I hear your world has cars, airplanes, and very tall buildings. Chun Feng had enough to eat and drink and had nothing to do. He just sat on the ground and chatted with Gu Qianqian. Teenage girls are chatty and talk fairly straight, simple-minded. This caused Chun Feng to think of his 2 disciples. Young He and Vivi, too, are such simple children. I wonder how the two apprentices are doing. Think of Vivi winning the title. The prize is a full $10 million. Rather than having to worry about the cost of living for two apprentices. Chun Feng first talked about something outside of the Kunlun Mountains. Gu Qianqian was curious about this. Non-stop questions. The two talked for a long time. Soon it was evening. It was getting dark. It was then that Chun Feng asked with some curiosity, "Are you alone here?" Gu Qianli nodded her head. "I'm blind and my kung fu is poor, so I'll stay and watch over you. The elders of my clan have all gone to the Four-Elephant Heavenly Rift. Mr. Zhang Bowen doesn't want the matter of the Four-Elephant Heavenly Moat to spread. Those of you from the outside world may all die this time." Chun Feng was stunned. Doubt asked, "What is the Four-Elephant Heavenly Rift?" Gu Qianqian didn't hide it in the slightest. "The fake dragon vein you are guarding is the Four-Elephant Heavenly Rift." False dragon vein? Chun Feng was shocked. What does that mean? Could it be that the dragon vein that Daxia has been guarding for hundreds of years is a fake dragon vein? Gu Qianqian said apologetically, "The real dragon vein isn't there. We're the real dragon vein here. This is the dragon vein." Chun Feng was once again shocked. Never in a million years would I have thought that the place where I was now was the location of the dragon vein. He went on to ask, "What's the deal with that Four-Elephant Rift?" Gu Qian said, "The Four-Elephant Rift Valley is four very dangerous places. It is said to have been 360 years ago, when those outside took advantage of the opening of Kunlun, attacked my clan's location and took away many martial arts techniques, and learned the secret of the dragon vein. Then Mr. Zhang Bowen went to the Four-Elephant Moat and carved a few words on the mountain wall. You guys just foolishly took the Four-Elephant Heavenly Rift Valley as a dragon vein, and guard the dragon vein from any outsiders, according to the legend of Qi." Chun Feng stared blankly. "I can't help but think of the 8 big words I saw at the Jade Mountain Yao Qi. Jade Mountain Yao Qi, the ancestral vein of Kunlun. I didn't realize it was a lie. The dragon vein, which has been guarded for hundreds of years, is actually just a word carved by Zhang Bowen." He couldn't help but think of the people who died at the Jade Mountain Yao Qi. Those blood-bathed youths, those old men who look on death as a way out. Corpses all over the place, just because of those 8 words. A full 300 years. I don't know how many people died. Anger rose vaguely within Chun Feng. He thought of the old men who had given their lives to get him out. Those ancestors who guarded the dragon vein. What is the purpose of opening the Kunlun once a century? He looked at Gu Qianqian and asked, "Why did Bowen Chang do it? Why did he live so long?" Gu Qianqian had no intention of hiding it at all. "I'm not sure exactly. Zhang Bowen has half of our ancient clan's bloodline and has practiced the ancient clan's secret technique, the ageless everlasting spring technique. Legend has it that his father was from the outside world. Zhang Bowen is our ancient clan, the only one who can step out of the Kunlun Mountains. He told us that people in the outside world are greedy. I don't trust him though, he's a pure ink-colored bad guy." There was too much information, and Chun Feng knew that this matter was not that simple. I'm afraid. What Gu Qian knew was also limited. He just didn't expect that Zhang Bowen was a mix of the Daxia people and the Kunlun legacy. It's a shame that you're stuck here on your own now, unable to tell the outside world about the fake dragon vein. Couldn't stop the once in 60 years bloodbath. It's getting dark. Gu Qianqian apologized and said to Chun Feng, "You're a good man, and when Mr. Chamberlain returns, you're sure to die. Unfortunately, I don't have the key to let you go." Chapter 84, The 7 Jedi Zither. Chun Feng was touched by Gu Qianqian's sincerity. "It's not your fault. Why are you willing to let me go?" "Not afraid I'll spill your secrets," Gu Qian said. "No fear. If you can deliver the news of the true dragon vein, you might be able to stop that auger snake in the green dragon grave from transforming into a dragon. The serpent is transformed into a dragon." Chun Feng was almost numb with shock. Earlier, Gu Qian said that the scaly snake represented evil. It seems she didn't want that auger to turn into a dragon. And right now this dragon vein is the key to transforming the scaly snake into a dragon. Take a few steps back and I'll see if I can split the chains. Chun Feng reluctantly slashed several palms against the chain. The Rulai divine palm and the dragon subduing 18 palms fused, splitting the chains and the rocky ground, sending sparks straight into the air. But there was no sign of breakage at all. Gu Qianqian reminded The chains are made of 1,000-year-old cold iron, and no one has ever broken through them. Chun Feng sighed. One can only face reality helplessly. The night is deep, but Gu Qianqian had no intention of sleeping at all. Chun Feng asked curiously, "Aren't you sleepy?" It was only when he said that Gu Qianqian immediately snapped out of it. "Is it dark yet?" "I'm sorry, I can't see well enough to know. I haven't spoken to an outsider in too long, so as soon as I had someone to talk to, I forgot all about that." Gu Qianqian stood up and bowed apologetically to Chun Feng. Early the next morning, Gu Qianqian then used a coarse porcelain bowl and brought a bowl of porridge. She is very talkative and seems to never run out of questions to ask and things to say. Almost the entire day was spent talking tirelessly with Chun Feng. Chun Feng also learned many of the hidden secrets of the Kunlun Mountains from Gu Qianqian. It even includes the secrets of the Kunlun legacy. "Qianqian, why were your eyes burned by the Qilin's blood?" Gu Qianqian said. "Kirin was bitten by the scaly snake from the green dragon's grave. When I went to play with the unicorn, I got blood spattered into my eye from the unicorn's wound. Looking for Kirin to play? Okay. Worthy of being a Kunlun legacy, it's really different to play with those of us from the outside world. But there are rumors about Kirin out there. I've heard it's an extremely kind creature. Legend has it that the unicorn is very cautious even when walking. Fear of hurting bugs and ants and stepping on flowers." After chatting for a while, Chun Feng suddenly thought of something serious. "Qianqian, do you want to learn to play the piano?" Gu Qianqian raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Do you people in the outside world play the piano too? Great. Wait for me. I'll go get your violin." Okay. Feels like the intake is going well. Now it's a prisoner. But it's not a bad idea to take on a disciple before being killed by Zhang Bowen. Soon Gu Qianqian carried an ancient 7-stringed guqin. "I often play the piano for the unicorn, but it's been a while since an outsider entered. The Kirin is now off to guard the Xuanwu Mountain, and I haven't seen it in a long time. What do you guys play in the outside world?" "Aha. Okay." Chun Feng doesn't know any tunes. He said to Gu Qianqian, "You must worship me before I can teach you the tunes the outside world plays." "Worship?" Gu Qianqian thought. "But I don't have a worship ceremony." Chun Feng laughed and said, "There's no need for a teacher worship ceremony. You just need to be willing to be my disciple." Gu Qianqian hurriedly nodded her head. "Ido." A prompt rang out in Chun Feng's head. Successful apprenticeship. Obtained the feat, the 7 deadly zither. Note, as long as apprentice brother 7 Jedi zither is initiated, master's realm of Gongfu comprehension will be elevated to the unity of heaven and humanity. Playing the piano, it's not that hard. Chun Feng smiled faintly. The moment he obtained the 7 extremities zither technique. Wiping, picking, hooking, ticking, breaking, picking, hitting, resting. Chun Feng incidentally learned the most basic techniques of playing the zither. Originally, I was thinking about how to teach a blind person to play the piano. Since Gu Qianqian could play the piano, things would be much simpler. All he has to do is teach the line of travel and he'll be fine. Although he knew how to play the zither, Chun Feng hadn't learned any tunes. One could only say to Gu Qianqian, "What I'm going to teach you is a martial arts technique of sonic wave kung fu." "Sonic kung fu?" Gu Qianqian said immediately. "I've learned sonic kung fu as well, and I learned it called the Heavenly Dragon's 8 Voices." Chun Feng did not expect that this seemingly harmless Gu Qianqian would also know martial arts techniques, so asked curiously, "How old are you this year? And what level of qi and blood cultivation have you reached?" Gu Qianqian said, "I'm 18 this year and have just reached senior martial artist." Chun Feng was startled. "I didn't realize it was an advanced martial artist. At 18 years of age to reach senior martial artist, this kind of speed could definitely be called a genius. It seems that the mysterious Kunlun legacy clan is really not simple." Chun Feng said, "The sound wave kung fu I'm going to teach you is called the 7 Jade Zither. You come here to play the piano while feeling the line of work." Gu Qianqian followed the running method taught by Chun Feng, while following Chun Feng's recitation of the Heart Dharma. After running it several times in a row, he finally memorized the line of the 7 extremities zither. Chun Feng reminded again, "The 7 deadly zither is about the mind being like still water and cutting off distractions. The fewer distractions in your mind, the more powerful the gong method will be. You try now. Integrate your qi and blood into the sound of the zither while running the gong method." Gu Qianqian immediately did as she was told. The gradually moving sound of the zither resounded within the stone house. She followed the gong method taught by Qinfeng, running the qi and blood in her body, converging towards her hands, ears, heart orifices, and shinkei. When the first sound wave containing qi and blood popped out, Gu Qianqian was violently stunned. The whole man froze on the spot. After that sound wave that contained her qi and blood was sent out, feed everything that came across into her sea of consciousness. In a moment, it was as if she saw all the corners of the entire stone house, both up and down and behind themselves. Even the back of his head was clearly visible through the sound waves. Just everything, just outlines, no color. 10 years. It was the first time she had seen anything since she was blind at 8. Qinfeng suddenly froze when he saw Gu Qianqian. Doubt asked, Qianqian? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your kung fu? Gu Qianqian suddenly burst into tears and said excitedly, I can see again. You see that? Qinfeng was first puzzled. It was then figured out that the 7 extinction zither would judge the enemy and the environment based on the sound wave feedback. It must be the sound of the 7 Jedi zither, after touching the object, giving feedback to Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian excitedly wiped a tear from her eye and once again played the heavenly demon zither in front of her. It's a violin passed down to her from her grandmother. He has learned to play the piano since childhood. Grandma taught the heavenly dragon's 8 voices, which is pure sound wave kung fu. It's only about sonic forcefulness. All the sound waves were like flying daggers and arrows that were shot out and never returned. Whereas the 7 jade zither that Qinfeng had taught her was all about the mood. The sound waves that are released will also come back, at the same time letting her feel everything that the sound wave attacked. Gu Qianqian played the zither again, and the look on her face gradually became as if she was mesmerized. Qinfeng revealed a smile, but he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Gu Qianqian's hand. Never before had they deliberately looked at each other's hands. Look closely at this point. Surprisingly, he realized that for each hand, Gu Qianqian grew 6 fingers. Let's just say it deserves to be 100% system certified. It's really a gift. Chapter 85 Jade Mountain Yao Qi. When Gu Qianqian finished playing a complete song and practiced all the techniques of the 7 jade zither once, Qinfeng's mind finally recalled the prompt. Apprentice 7 Jedi Zither has been initiated, completing the Master Teacher achievement. Reward Master's 7 Jedi Zither realm upgraded to Celestial Unity, after the comprehension of the 7 Jade Zither had reached the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Qinfeng could not help but marvel in his heart when he saw the introduction of the feat. The 7 Deadly Zither restrains all body protection astral energy. With this one, Qinfeng could guarantee it. Himself to meet Wei Guangming again. Definitely beat the other side. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind. He looked to the shackles on his hands and feet. Qianqian, stay away. I'll try to see if I can break these chains. Gu Qianqian was still immersed in the joy of being able to see things again. At this moment, when he heard Qinfeng's words, he immediately hid by the stone door. Qinfeng grasped his hands in the air on the left side in a false grip and slowly pulled it to the right. 7 strings formed from qi and blood appeared in the air. The strings were as bright red as blood. This was the effect of the 7 jade zither, the realm of the unity of heaven and man, the realm of no piano. In the next moment, Qinfeng's body was enveloped by a huge shadow that looked exactly like him. The sound of Brahma immediately resounded throughout the stone house. Gu Qianqian curiously listened to the strange Sanskrit sound. The huge fingers of the silhouette plucked the strings in front of it, and between the strings trembling, a golden dragon exploded out. Instantly, 10,000 dragons rushed and roared uncontrollably. Under Qinfeng's control, these golden dragons condensed from the sound waves and palm power, crashing into the chains attached to the feet. Stone chips were flying and sparks were flying. A golden dragon of sound waves continuously impacted the chains on the ground. Qinfeng attacked frantically, not caring in the slightest about the consumption of qi and blood. The Rulai divine palm fused with the 18 palms of the descending dragon, plucking the strings of the 7 absolute zither and catapulting out a superb sound wave attack. Under the fusion of the 3 heavenly unity techniques, the chains finally couldn't support it. After a burst of sparks, the chain on the left foot was finally chopped out of a gaping hole. Qinfeng rejoiced, launching attacks without stopping for a moment. In no time, Qinfeng was tired and sweaty. But finally a boom was heard. The chain broke. Finally broken, I'm exhausted. Chun Feng sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. It had to be said that by virtue of the realm of celestial unity, fusing the three techniques at the same time, the power was once again further increased greatly. But relatively, the greater the load on the body. Just for a moment, Chun Feng felt like his qi and blood were running out. Subconsciously nowadays, he wanted to find someone to come over and suck it up with the North Underworld divine power. But the escape was not yet successful. Chun Feng still needed to work hard. For chains, only one broken, 3 more waiting for him. Gu Qianqian also hurriedly said happily when she heard Chun Feng break an iron chain. Great, you hurry up and cut the other chains as well. I can still get you out of here before anyone comes back. Hearing Gu Qianqian's words, Chun Feng was moved for a moment in his heart. By the book, himself, a person from the outside world, belonged to the enemies of their Kunlun legacy clan. If you switch identities, can you be like Gu Qianqian? Chun Feng shook his head. Leave these distractions behind. After regaining some of his strength, he began to attack the chains again. It took a full day to finally cut off all the chains. Gu Qianqian said happily, Great. Come with me, master. Or you won't be able to leave if someone comes back. Chun Feng simply used a sound wave to chop the chain. The shackles on the hands and feet are still on. Walking is a bit of a challenge at this point, but couldn't care less. He must escape. Bring out the news of the fake dragon vein. Stop this senseless war from being played out over and over again. Chun Feng followed Gu Qianqian and arrived outside the stone house. It was only then that I realized that it wasn't a stone house at all. Instead, it's a huge cave carved out of a single stone chamber. A closer look. It was only at this time that Chun Feng noticed. Both the stone walls and the ground. Surprisingly, they're all sheep's white jade. Never cared before. The floor of the stone room was so rough, and with it being so large, he just never associated it with the idea that it could be jade. Just thought it was white granite or calcite or something. It wasn't until I exited the stone house and saw the surface of the natural cave outside that I realized. He was surprisingly in a piece of sheep's white jade. An idea suddenly arose in Chun Feng's mind, and he asked Gu Qianqian, who was leading the way, could this be the legendary Jade Mountain? Although Gu Qian's eyes were blind, she was obviously very familiar with the place. She replied as she kept leading the way, well, this is Jade Mountain. Out of the cave is where the dragon's vein is, the Yao Qi. Chun Feng was shocked. Originally, I had always thought that Jade Mountain was just the name of a mountain. Never in a million years did I realize that Yushan is literally the same thing. A huge jade mountain. Chun Feng followed this little apprentice and kept circling all the way, walking into the forks of one cave after another. He felt like he had been walking for over an hour. Surprisingly, I haven't gotten out of the cave yet. Chun Feng then realized, this is not simply a cave. It's still a huge natural labyrinth. Another hour of walking. Chun Feng was beginning to wonder if Gu Qianqian was lost when he got lost. The bright light that was finally seen up ahead. One out of the cave. Chun Feng was then dumbfounded by the scene before him. Outside the cave is a valley. He was now 100 meters up the mountain wall, right overlooking the entire valley. The middle of the valley is a huge pool of water. The shape of the waterhole was not simple at first glance. It's in the shape of a Tai Chi yin-yang fish, but only half. At the end of the big head, there is another dark spot. From a distance, the entire pool of water was still emitting a glistening white light. Many white cranes fluttered around the waterhole. No need to introduce Gu Qianqian. A name came to Chun Feng's mind. Yaoqi. Master, don't be afraid. Jump straight down from here. It's the fastest way to leave. Chun Feng stretched his head toward the bottom of the mountain wall. Just look at the panic and dizziness. He's not afraid of heights, just a little scared. Chun Feng only wanted to say, you're leaving too soon here. One is leaving Kunlun, not the Yang world. Jumping from such a high place. It's not even on the ground yet, so I'm afraid I'm scared to death. Is there a slower road? Gu Qianli nodded seriously and said, yes, but the clan elders are there. They're definitely not going to let you leave. Master, are you afraid of heights? Aha, Chun Feng said awkwardly. Fear not so much. It just feels like it's more or less dangerous. Gu Qianqian hid her mouth and smiled. Hey. Master has nothing to fear. Below this is the wind cave of the 9 orifices of Jade Mountain. It won't fall to the ground. I'll pull you along for the ride. Chun Feng hadn't yet figured out what Jade Mountain 9 orifices and what wind points were. He was then pulled by Gu Qianqian and jumped towards the bottom of the 10,000 feet cliff. He instinctively resisted a little, his body involuntarily shrinking back. Gu Qianqian comforted. "Don't be afraid, master, you really won't die from the fall." Chun Feng panicked. "I'm not afraid. I'm really not afraid at all," while being yanked off a cliff. Chun Feng's left hand was being held by Gu Qianqian. "Cover your mouth with your right hand in death." Of course, it's not just the mouth that's covered, it's the dignity of being a teacher. He felt brave. The heart jumped out of his throat. Not a single hard cry. Just cover your mouth too hard and choke a little. Chapter 86 Mountain Soul and Water Spirit. It dropped for about 3 seconds. Suddenly a hurricane hit. It blew the two, who were holding hands, tumbling through the air. Chun Feng squinted as he was blown and his body flipped over. Then he saw a big black hole in the mountain behind him. This hurricane, it's blowing from that very spot. The whistling in his ears prevented Chun Feng from hearing anything. Just to see Gu Qianqian was grinning widely, 2 rows of small white teeth, flashing in the sunlight. The two were blown by this hurricane, all the way to the huge pool of water in the distance. After moving away from that wind cave, Chun Feng could finally hear a little bit of Gu Qianqian's voice, though the wind is still strong. It was then that I heard Gu Qianqian shouting out loud, "Master, we'll be going down soon." By this time, the duo's figures had been blown above the waterhole. The wind died down and the 2 bodies began to fall. Look at the pool of water below. Chun Feng faced another huge problem. His dignity as a master was severely tested again. But in the face of life and death, Chun Feng suddenly realized that he was not a good face. He shouted at Gu Qianqian, "I can't swim." Gu Qianqian returned, "Don't be afraid, master. I can't swim either." Hearing his disciple say that he should not be afraid, Chun Feng's hanging heart slightly loosened a little, only to hear the next sentence and almost break. "You can't swim either? And don't be afraid? Is the water shallow? Wouldn't that be a straight-up fall?" Before falling into the puddle, Chun Feng saw a huge turtle on the bank of the waterhole, looking up at him. The shell of that turtle is not a normal tortoiseshell pattern. From above, the tortoiseshell pattern was actually a bagua map. There was also a bird with colorful feathers all over its body, long but resembling a danding crane, standing beside the turtle, also looking at the two of them. Behind a turtle and a crane is a large tree. The branches are fruitful. Each fruit was the size of a ping-pong ball, fiery red in color, and also emitted a faint golden light. "Yugo!" Chun Feng was shocked. This kind of heavenly material, he had only seen it in textbooks and on television. "I didn't expect to see so many vermilion fruits at once." There were at least tens of thousands of vermilion fruits on this one big tree. Vermilion fruits were extremely precious to the outside world. Vermilion fruits are all grown in deep mountains and swamps where people are rare. The Kunlun Mountains were the most numerous, and they also appeared in other mountain ranges outside, just not as many as in the Kunlun Mountains. Every time Kunlun opens a mountain, a batch of vermilion fruits will appear. The stuff is said to grow on all kinds of plants. The shape is sometimes different, but all have a common standard. The fruit is fiery red and the skin glows gold. According to historical accounts of those who have picked the vermilion fruit, it is said that at most there are only 9 vermilion fruits on a tree. The scene in front of him was just beyond Chun Feng's cognizance. Worthy of being a dragon vein, there are just a lot of treasures. Chun Feng secretly lamented, could not think too much, and covered his mouth and nose before falling into the water. Poof! 2 huge splashes of water appeared in the Yaoqi. Chun Feng now had a thought finished. The cultivation of a top-tier martial artist kept him from falling unconscious on the spot. But top martial artists also have to breathe. He struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see how Gu Qianqian was doing. The thought came to mind of television, that way of changing each other's breath. The matter is urgent, and it doesn't matter so much at this point. It's important to stay alive. He picks at the water and tries to go up and pull Gu Qianqian for a change of air when he realizes that something seems to be wrong with the situation. At this point, he and Gu Qianqian had been sinking. Soon it was underwater. He saw Gu Qianqian standing firmly under the water and said to Chun Feng, "Master, wait a moment. The mountain spirits and water spirits will send us out." "The spirit of the mountain and the water? No? You can talk in the water? Can you hear voices?" Chun Feng was shocked. At that moment he himself was standing under the water. He always felt that there was something not quite right about the water. The water was vaguely luminescent. The plants around it didn't look like water plants. It's actually the same as the plants on land. Chun Feng even saw a ginseng plant. The fiery red hammer stood out. But this is no longer the time to be minding ginseng. Chun Feng also slowly released his hand and said tentatively, "This water can talk?" After saying that, the answer was obvious. "Master, this is not water. This is the evergreen spring in the Yao Qi." Evergreen springs? Chun Feng had never heard of this thing, but just by hearing the name, he knew it was not simple. And he realized he could breathe. It's just that the stuff you inhale doesn't look like normal air. Every inhale, it just felt like an indescribable rush of relief throughout his body. The fatigue is all swept away. The whole person is also getting more and more energized. Gu Qianqian was acting like nothing was wrong at this point, standing there quietly waiting for something. Soon enough, they saw that a milky white koi carp, bigger than a bus, swam towards them. "I'll go." The legendary mountain soul and water spirit is actually a big carp. This isn't going to swallow us. Just as Chun Feng was about to launch his attack, the giant koi carp suddenly stopped beside Gu Qianqian, taking his head and rubbing it against Gu Qianqian. "Master, let's go." The mountain soul and water spirit is not a big carp. He can transform into anything. This is the soul of the dragon vein, with innate spirituality, able to see through what the heart wants. Only to see the koi open its mouth wide and Gu Qianqian just walked in. Chun Feng really opened his eyes this time. What happens today is too magical. Chun Feng felt like he was dreaming. He followed suit. After entering the koi's mouth, Chun Feng could still see the scene outside. The entire Yao Qi was emitting fluorescent light. It's not dim at all under the water. Just see the koi swimming fast. Suddenly a huge black column appeared ahead. Black as ink. The fluorescent light under the water couldn't even illuminate it a single bit. The koi spat the duo into the black column in one gulp. Chun Feng was instantly wrapped in darkness. "Can't see a thing. Just listen to Gu Qianqian said. We're about to leave the dragon vein." In the next moment, Chun Feng felt himself rapidly floating upwards. A splash of water. Chun Feng saw himself floating within a black pool of water. Then he saw that Gu Qianqian actually slowly climbed up and stood up. "Isn't this water?" Still standing. Chun Feng also tried to stand up. It just felt like the dark water was soft, somewhat unsteady on his feet, but does stand up. And it won't sink. Chun Feng thought of something in his mind. Pitch. But know that this stuff is definitely not asphalt. Otherwise, there's no way he could have surfaced from it. Only to die inside. Chun Feng realized that he was still in a valley at this time. But the valley at this point, compared to the previous Jade Mountain Yao Qi, it was simply a difference between clouds and mud. The whole valley was bleak and devoid of any vegetation. Near the black pool of water were densely packed skeletons. But look at that huge skeleton. It's actually all dinosaur bones. Chun Feng picked one up. The bones were found to be so badly decayed that they had lost their medicinal value. Too bad. It's a treasure that costs $5,000 a gram. There are also many huge stone monuments along the waterhole. Each stone tablet was 7 or 8 meters tall. Surprisingly, there were various martial arts techniques engraved on it. However, Chun Feng did not stay. It's not like you can learn it yourself, so it's a waste of time to watch it. Directly following Gu Qianqian out of the water pool. Chapter 87 Parting. At this moment, Gu Qianqian unlocked the ancient zither behind her and held it in her arms. Flick the strings. The sound of the 7 best zither echoed through the valley. Images of the entire valley appeared in Gu Qian's mind. "It's been a long time since I've been out. It's still so desolate." Chun Feng asked. "It's somewhere." Gu Qianqian replied. "This is also the Jade Mountain Yao Qi, but it's the extreme inside. Out of this valley, the outside is your normal world." Chun Feng first froze for a long time before snapping out of it. Look around the valley again. It was almost the same layout as the previous Jade Mountain Yao Qi. The middle of the valley is still a pool of water. Just no more flora and fauna. Look in the direction of Jade Mountain in the distance. Just a few large caves on the hill as well. It must be the 9 tricks of Jade Mountain. It was just that the Jade Mountain in front of him looked a bit gray and desolate. On the other side of the associative waterhole is the Jade Mountain Yao Qi. Chun Feng's heart immediately sprang up with the words he had seen when he had just entered the Kunlun Mountains. Lush and green for billions of miles. The rolling Kunlun Mound. At the time, it still felt like an exaggeration. Only now do I realize that there is something inside the Jade Mountain Yaoqi. Chun Feng asked curiously. If this side of the valley beyond is our normal world. And where is the other side? Beyond the valley? Gu Qianli shook her head. I don't know. According to clan rules, no one is allowed to set foot outside the other side of the valley. It's rumored that someone once went out there and never came back. Out of the water hole. Gu Qianqian led Chun Feng towards this side of Jade Mountain. This side of Jade Mountain, the mountain walls are covered with huge cracks. The two of them drilled into the crack and Gu Qianqian said, the way out of the Jade Mountain rift is simple. Count from left to right, and the first few times you come to a fork in the road, go through the first cave. Chun Feng didn't expect that there was such a trick. No wonder Gu Qianqian is so skillful. Took another 2 hours of walking to get out of Jade Mountain. Gu Qianqian said reluctantly, this outside world is the Kunlun Mountain you came from. Master, I can only take you so far. I won't know the way out of here. Thank you for teaching me the 7 Jedi Zither, so that I can once again see things. Chun Feng looked at Gu Qianqian and suddenly realized a problem. Even if he could cut the chains himself, he would not be able to escape from the Jade Mountain Yaoqi if no one led the way. Once one appears in the outside world, the people of the Kunlun Legacy clan would inevitably be able to guess that it was Gu Qianqian who had led the way for them. Qianqian, aren't you afraid that your clan will punish you if you let me go? Gu Qianqian smiled. Don't worry, master, at most I'll be punished for facing the wall. I would have been invisible anyway. Chun Feng wasn't sure if it was as easy as Gu Qianqian said. But know that the punishment is definitely there. Thank you, Qianqian. I will definitely come back to see you again when I have time. Gu Qianqian smiled. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chun Feng. Rather, Kunlun only opens the mountain once in a century. The next one will be 60 years from now. By then, he himself will be in his 70s. Before parting, Gu Qianqian reminded at last, Master, you must not enter the fake dragon vein or go deeper into the Kunlun Mountains. Those places are too dangerous, and before Kunlun opened, the Qilin let all the birds and beasts of prey enter the 4-elephant Rift Valley. Especially after the 4-elephant Heavenly Moat, there are 8 forbidden places and 64 Ghost Mound Jedi. Every place is very dangerous. Chun Feng didn't expect there to be such a thing. It seems that the Kunlun Mountains, there are still a lot of secrets that they don't know. At this point, it also finally dawned on me. Why, since entering the Kunlun Mountains, I've hardly seen any animals. Turns out it's all gone to the Kirin in the Kunlun Mountains. Chun Feng said to his disciple. Okay. Master took note. Qianqian bye. Gu Qianqian waved her hand. Goodbye, Master. Be sure to tell everyone about the fake dragon vein. Then she sat down in place with her knees crossed and placed the kodo on the knees of her legs. A song of high mountains and flowing water. The moment echoed through the mountains. The sound waves of the 7 extremities zither turned into ripples, mapping Chun Feng's departing figure in her mind. Listening to the sound of the zither and thinking about this disciple who had only been together for a few days. A faint smile appeared on Chun Feng's face. It's a wonderful memory to meet such an innocent disciple. He was now going to go to the entrance of the fake dragon vein to see if there were any more people from Daxia, to tell them about the fake dragon vein. We can't stand by and watch so many of our compatriots die in vain. Until Chun Feng walked away. A crane with colorful feathers landed beside Gu Qianqian. It was the same one by the dragon vein water pool. Then it even spat out human words, clearly already a spirit beast that had refined its horizontal bones. All you have to do is eat a vermilion fruit and you'll be able to see your master. Gu Qianqian shook her head. I can see now too, not too clearly, but enough. Yugo can cure her eyes. But Gu Qianqian doesn't want to be cured. She was more afraid that she wouldn't be able to tell good from evil than she was of the darkness. And the formation of the Yugo was very much resisted by her, because the Gentoo had told her, the more living beings that die in the Kunlun Mountains, the more vermilion fruits are born. Can be said that Yugo is a life for a life. Sacred Capital Martial Arts Hospital. Inside the ward, Vivian Liu's right leg, in a brace, hangs high in the air. The diagnosis is in. All the meridians in the right leg were broken and the muscle fascia was severely damaged. It's basically a waste. In the future, even ordinary walking will be a struggle. Kim Yu, he looked at the diagnostic report with red eyes. Isn't there any other way? The attending physician sighed. He also felt sorry for Lu Weiwei. young and still a national champion at the martial arts apprentice level. The leaders above, too, took this matter very seriously. But a whole hospital of specialists met and nothing could be done. Hey, we did our best. Conventional medical treatments can't repair a broken meridian. There is no other way unless the legendary heavenly treasures. A heavenly treasure? Kim Yo-hee asked hurriedly. What heavenly material? Let's go buy it. My senior sister's championship prize is $10 million. Is that enough? The attending couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He had just made a casual remark. I didn't realize this little girl was serious. Only the legendary vermilion fruit can cure her injuries. It's not about money anymore. Rather, no one on the market wants to sell it at all. Even if it did, it's not something you can afford for $10 million. Yugo. Kim Yo-hee froze violently for a moment. Yugo she had heard, of course. It's said to have the effect of living and dying. Of course, that statement may be a bit of an exaggeration. But it has been proven that Zhugua can rebuild a broken arm. Even if the dantian is wasted, it can be cured. It was said that the Great Summer Martial Dao Guild had used a single vermilion fruit to heal a martial saint's dantian injury. And the Jean family, which she was a member of, had auctioned off 3 vermilion fruits for $30 million apiece. Kim Yo-hee silently took out her cell phone. Seeing on his cell phone, from the family notifications, there were hundreds of unread messages. She hadn't returned the message and didn't want to go back to that cold family. But right now, if you want to get the Zhugua, the best way is to obtain the Zhugua of the family. Couldn't think of much else to do otherwise. Tap on all family notification messages. It's pretty much just 2 things. The first order of business is the family's selection of an heir, which all family members must attend. The second thing to do is to urge her to come home and accept the marriage arranged by the family. Chapter 88. Opening the Meridians. Kim Yo-hee opened the photo album in her cell phone. Looking at the photo with the master, silent tears were shed. As usual, she opened Green Bubble and sent a message to Chun Feng. This was a habit she had developed ever since Chun Feng left. Almost every day he would send messages to Chun Feng, looking forward to the day when the master suddenly returns his message. Without realizing it, thousands of messages had been sent to Chun Feng. Master, I'm going home. I'll find a way to get the vermilion fruit. Even if I have to steal it, I'll cure Wei Wei's leg. In Master's absence, as a senior sister, I will definitely protect my senior sister. Master, I really missed you. So eager to see you again. After sending the message, Kim Yo-hee wipes away her tears and waits for the arrival of the family to pick her up. Nowadays, Daxia is under martial law, but it's all concentrated in the west. The overland route to the east is slightly more relaxed. Kim Yo-hee could only follow the family's people and return to the family by land. She had already hired an escort for Vivian Liu and pay off all the loans that the master had previously owed. Sifu now has $10 million in prize money on the line, so even without herself, she can still live well. Kim Yo-hee swipes her cell phone hundreds of times a day. Check out the latest Quinnipiac news. During this time, there was less and less news from the Kunlun Mountains. Fewer and fewer people are leaving the Kunlun Mountains. Almost everyone who brought out the news was bad news, casting a shadow over the whole of Daxia. And Kim Yo-hee's biggest shadow. It was the last video where Chun Feng was about to encounter countless invaders attacking him back and forth. No news about Chun Feng had appeared since then. Almost everyone who's been following this. All have been adjudicated. Chun Feng must have been sacrificed in the Kunlun Mountains. Behind them were tens of thousands of pursuers, and ahead were hundreds of thousands of enemies. No one thought that Chun Feng could survive that kind of situation. Kim Yo-hee held out a little hope at first. But as a little bit of time passes, no more news of the master. Her heart at last drifted into despair. Now, he only wished that his master was in heaven to bless him with the success of obtaining the family vermilion fruit. Heal the leg of your senior sister Liu Weiwei. For Kim Yo-hee. Anyway, the master's legacy cannot be broken. The master has taken on 4 disciples in total. The eldest disciple, Xiao Ruhan, rebelled against his master. This second disciple of his, who was only a mere martial apprentice up to now, did not know a single martial skill. The third disciple, Liu Weiwei, was the most promising and was a national champion, but unfortunately, she lost her leg. As for the 4 disciples, they are most detestable. Surprisingly, I can't reach anyone at all. Kim Yo-hee decided that for the sake of passing on the mantle of the master, there must be a way to cure the most promising senior sister. Soon, Kim Yoshi waited for the 3 bodyguards sent by the family. After 2 days of trekking, Kim Yohee finally returns to her country. The strength of the Jean family was immediately apparent. 2 helicopters, parked in front of Kim Yohee. It was just the person who came to greet her that surprised her a bit. It's actually her cousin, Kim Yo-jin, with whom she has a very poor relationship. As soon as Kim Yo-jin got off the plane, she looked at her cousin with a smile on her face. Then, unapologetically, he said to the men around him, "Kill those 3 bodyguards. I'll do this little myself." Kim Yoshi and the 3 bodyguards around her were startled. "Second Miss, run away," a bouncer yelled. The other 2 bodyguards, however, ran off first on their own. But it was all in vain. These few bodyguards, they only had the strength of advanced martial artists. Instead, Kim Yo-jin brought a martial arts master with her. The 3 martial artists were not even qualified to run for their lives in front of the martial arts master. Kim Yo-hee looked at this cousin in shock. It used to be a bad relationship though, but not to the point of necessarily killing each other. "Kim Yo-jin, why are you doing this?" Jean Yo-jin said with a leathery smile. "Why would I do that? It's not because of you having to steal my man." Kim Yo-hee was puzzled and didn't understand what her cousin meant. "When did I steal your man?"
Kim Yo-jin snorted coldly.
"It was supposed to be me marrying the 2nd youngest member of the Park family, representing the family union. It turns out that the other side is actually going to change the union to you. In what way am I any better than you, punk? Why should you be chosen over me?" Jean Yo-jin's face gradually twisted as she spoke in anger. The overly plasticized face is quite scary to look at. Kim Yo-hee also said angrily, "I'm not a loser. My master said that I'm a 1 in a million martial arts training wizard." Hearing Kim Yo-hee's words, Kim Yo-jin's angry expression immediately turned into a big smile. Even a few of the bodyguards around her laughed. These are her inner circle. For the case of Kim Yo-hee, they all know something about it. The roots were tested extremely poor back then, not suitable for martial arts training. As a result, Kim Yo-hee couldn't accept the harsh truth. Then he went to Dacia, where martial arts is most prosperous. Wanted to follow his kung fu dream. Kim Yo-jin laughed out loud, pointing at Kim Yoshi and mocking. 1 in a million martial arts training wizards. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? I think you're 1 in a million stupid. Coming all the way to Dacia and ending up with a liar for a master. Jean Yoshi hated it when people insulted the master. Immediately retorted, "My master is not a liar. My master said that as long as I open up the Ren-do 2 chakras, I'll be able to become a supreme expert." "A Jedi master?" Kim Yo-jin laughed again. She felt like she was about to die laughing at this cousin. That one martial arts master also scoffed. "Your root bones are so poor, and you still presume to open the Renwu 2 chakras. I've been cultivating for so many years, but I haven't even fully opened the Renwu 2 chakras. The Ren and Dudu chakras, a total of 52 major points, can't be opened by just anyone. If you make a mistake, you can be seriously injured or die instantly." Hearing the words of the master beside him, a vicious thought sprang up in Jean Yo-jin's mind. "I'm going to help you open up your Renwu 2 chakras today and see if you can turn into a master. Get her for me." With a command, the bodyguards around Kim Yo-jin stepped forward to put Kim Yoshi firmly under control. Jean Yo-jin was a senior martial artist. Naturally, I still have a good understanding of the general knowledge of the various acupuncture points on the body. The dangers of opening meridian points were also quite clear. At this moment, he looked at Kim Yo-hee with a caricatured smile. "Before you die, I'll make you recognize the truth, to show you how stupid you are. How dare you go to Dacia and find a liar as a master?"
Kim Yo-hee struggled.
But the strength of a small martial apprentice was completely insufficient. One could only fight to retort, "My master is not." However, before she could finish a sentence, Kim Yo-jin slapped her in the abdomen. Kim Yoshi immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The body's chu bone, zhongji, guanyuan, shermen, for acupoints, were pierced by Jean Yo-jin's palm. "Cousin, you don't have to thank me. Ha ha ha." Jean Yo-jin laughed sarcastically as she threw out her palms. The whole thing was excited and manic. She did her best to control the force of each slap, afraid of killing the person at once. Wanted to put Kim Yo-hee through a little more pain. But when striking through the danjong point, Kim Yoshi then spat out a mouthful of blood furiously and completely lost consciousness. But Kim Yo-jin still refused to stop. Until the last palm, which struck through Kim Yoshi's Baihui point. Only after destroying all the acupoints of the Run and Duke chakras was he satisfied and closed his hand. And finally, he patted Kim Yoo-hee's little face that was covered in blood and asked, "Martial arts practicing wizards, the Meridian's cousin has already helped you open up. Show me your great martial arts, ah. Don't be so cheap. Ha ha ha." Such a brutal scene was a bit unbearable for those bodyguards to watch. Chapter 89 Iron Sandpalm. Hospitals. Kim Yoo-jin cried bitterly while speaking to the family members around her. "It's my fault for going a little late. Now that Daxia is checking too tightly, Young-shi was accidentally discovered by the Daxia Martial Arts Guild. When I arrived, Young-shi was beaten up by Daxia's men." Kim Yoshi's grandfather's face was grim and he didn't say a word. "Look at your granddaughter in the hospital bed." Fists clenched and clicked. Kim Yoo-hee disobeyed him back then and sneaked off to Daxia. It made him angry for a long time, and this little girl was gone for years. This time when he came back, he was going to give a good scolding. "I didn't think it would turn out this way." Jin Yoshi was watched by the old man since he was a child. He only has 2 granddaughters in total. Now there is an indescribable heartache to see your little granddaughter end up in this situation, said Kim Yoo-hee's brother from the sidelines. "Don't be sad, Grandpa. Your health is more important. Young-shi disobeyed you back then and had to go to Daxia, not returning home for several years. Now come back and piss off Grandpa like this." The old man immediately said angrily, "Shut the up." The youth immediately dared not say any more. Kim Yo-hee's parents, too, were worried. Originally, the daughter was to be married to the Park family. Once the union was successful, their status in the family, too, would rise. And it ended up with this. A doctor, warily, warbled a reminder. "Old Mr. Jean, all the acupoints of the injured man's Ren and Dudu veins have been pierced, and he can no longer be saved. This kind of injury is one that is bound to kill. It's a miracle that the injured man made it this far. Please be prepared at all times." The old man didn't say a word. The assistant at his side gave the doctor a wink. The doctor immediately left in silence. It wasn't until after he had walked away that the doctor dared to take a big breath. The pressure of facing a martial supreme was too great. Just in case the other guy gets upset and shoots him on the spot. He died in vain. At the same time, the doctor felt unlucky. How did you get assigned such a patient? And the patient was supposed to die a long time ago. Turned out to be a hard lift and was delivered to him. Inside the hospital room there was crying, persuasion, and murmuring. This annoyed Elder Kim to no end. He said coldly, "Get out of here, all of you, and I'll be alone with Yo-hee." No one dares to disobey his words. Everyone dutifully retreated. But the old man's assistant and so on are gone. Before whispering quietly, "Boss, second Mrs. injuries look like they were caused by the iron sandpalm." After that, the assistant also left. Elder Jean froze in place. Iron sandpalm. Not many people in this world knew more about iron sandpalm than he did. Because the iron sandpalm was their Jean family's clan suppressing technique. It was he who, back in the day, personally went to Daxia and stole back what he had learned. He also built a large and significant family with this iron sandpalm. Now that he had become a martial exalt, he had also comprehended the iron sandpalm to the realm of the out-of-bounds. It was just a matter of just being sad. After a reminder from the assistant, it was only then that he realized that the injuries on his granddaughter's body did look very much like those caused by the iron sandpalm. He rushed forward to check. Just see the granddaughter's skull cracked. It also left half a palm print. Elder Kim froze. What an iron sand palm! With his knowledge of the iron sand palm, coupled with the realm of Exodus. A quick glance determined that it was an injury caused by the iron sand palm. An uncontrollable rage rose up in his heart. The man who attacked his granddaughter used the iron sand palm. Though the iron sand palm wasn't just something that he, the Jean family, would be able to do. There are many in Daxia who will as well. It could not be ruled out that the person who attacked his granddaughter, the one from the Budo Guild, happened to be using the iron sandpalm. But there was no need for the people of the Martial Arts Guild to deliberately strike through all the acupoints of the Rendiui chakra. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill it with a slap? Or give it back to capture? Why go to all this trouble? Another possibility. It was his own family that did it. This one could still be big. Over the years, Elder Jean had watched his eldest son and his second son fight openly and secretly. Sky listened to the two tell each other off. What they are for. The old man was certainly well aware of it, just wanting more of his inheritance. He was helpless about it. He grew up with nothing, struggled to learn the Dacia dialect, and smuggled himself into Dacia to study martial arts. It's been a bumpy road and a lot of climbing before we finally got to where we are today. As a result, the two brocade-clad sons are more incompetent than one another. The eldest son is only at the cultivation level of a senior martial artist today. You can't even practice martial arts twice a year. Said to be a good hand at cards. The second son has a very deep heart, but unfortunately the talent isn't there either. Nowadays, he has just become a senior martial artist. All day long you think about fighting for the family fortune. He kept one eye open and one eye closed. It's no use bothering about it. Who knows that nowadays it is getting more and more excessive, and they have even begun to poison their own family members. But Elder Jin soon realized a strange phenomenon. The chi and blood in Jin Yoshi's body was actually running slowly. The way it worked, it was very much like a certain kind of gongfu. It was also this gong method that slowly worked on its own that kept the granddaughter hanging on to her breath. Didn't die right away, but in this state I don't know how long it will last. The old man made up his mind and came to the door of the ward. Looking at Jin Eugene, he asked sternly, "Yoshi's injuries were caused by the iron sand palm. Young Jin, explain to me what's going on." Jin Eugene's face suddenly turned white. She never thought that her grandfather would be able to recognize what kind of technique had caused this through the injuries. Aren't all people injured in the same way? How can you be recognized? At that moment, the master bodyguard beside her immediately stepped forward and said, "At that time, among the members of the martial arts guild over in Dacia, there was a person who used what seemed to be the iron sand palm. The maestro is very resourceful. He knew that once this kind of thing was exposed, he didn't know if Jin Eugene would die or not. One's own death is surely certain." After what the henchman said, Kim Eugene immediately nodded her head and said, Yes, there are people who use the iron sand palm on the Dacia side as well." Elder Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He could see that Kim Eugene was a little too flustered, but it's natural to not see the coffin for this kind of thing. Jin Eugene secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just bite the bullet and say it was a Dacia hit. Grandpa couldn't find out anything at all. There's no proof of death anyway. Elder Jin said to his assistant, "You go and notify the people at the vault and tell them to send me the last of my juju." This statement was made. Everyone was shocked. Kim Eugene was even more frightened and sat on her butt. That martial arts master at this moment was also covered in cold sweat. The heart secretly regretted it. Shouldn't have indulged in Kim Eugene's body and tripped into this muddy water. The oldest son immediately advised, "Dad, we're down to the last juju in the family. How can this just be used anymore?" Elder Jin frowned. "What do you mean, whatever? This is going to save young He's life. And by the way, ask who really hurt her." Chapter 90 Heartbeat. Jin Eugene was flustered. Yugo is said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. If Kim Yu he wakes up, she'll be finished. Just then, Kim Yoshi's father also advised, "Dad, I know you love Cubby a lot, but Yugo is too important to the family." This time Kunlun opens the mountain, and the whole world is at war with Great Xia. Great Xia definitely won't put the vermilion fruit up for public auction again. The vermilion fruit will definitely become more and more precious in the future. Elder Jin was furious. So much for the eldest son's advice. The second son, being the father of young Shi, even advised himself. Could it be that in his eyes, a vermilion fruit is more important than his own daughter's life? At this moment he was disappointed in this second son. At that moment his own youngest grandson, who was also Yohi's older brother, also spoke up. "Grandpa, Zhugua is getting more and more expensive. I heard that it has risen to $50 million apiece, and there is still a price for it. Young he is just trash. Not worthy of using Zhugua at all. Waste." Elder Jin couldn't hold back any longer. Slap Kim Yu-hee's brother in the face. "Who said that young Shi is a waste? I think you guys are the losers. Yoshi's roots are poor, but she at least dares to follow my example and go to Dacia to seek education. And you guys, each and every one of them prides themselves on having good roots and bones, eating and drinking well, but in the end, their cultivation is still inferior to a small security guard of the family. I was smuggled into Dacia without money. Garbage cans to pick up leftovers, picking up garbage to sell money to pay tuition, but also ING can practice martial arts honors. Look at you guys again. And you have the nerve to call others trash. Seeing the old man get angry, everyone dared not say any more. Just the thought that the family's vermilion fruit should be used up was indescribably difficult. Kim Eugene quietly turned around and tried to leave. At that moment, Elder Jin's voice sounded once again. If you move one step, I'll break your legs. And you guys, none of you are allowed to leave. Watch them for me. Command. Dozens of bodyguards then surrounded Kim Eugene and her men in a group. Kim Eugene and these people were completely flustered. Grandpa, it's really none of my business. Elder Kim didn't even look at her. Turning once again, he walked into the hospital room and waited for someone from the vault to bring the juju. How important the jugua was nowadays, he certainly knew it very well. Back then, 3 were purchased for $30 million apiece. 1 heals one's dark wounds. 1 to give away as a gift to pave the way for your own family. The last one, which has been saved until today, just in case. Now that Kunlun has opened up the mountain, the whole world wants to destroy the Daxia dragon vein. Stick is naturally involved. In the future, it would be almost impossible to buy vermilion fruit from Daxia. Right now, this vermilion fruit of his own became more and more precious. Back to the ward. Elder Jean was stunned. The granddaughter, who had been dying, was actually breathing with her chest rising and falling. Shocked, he stepped forward to check it out. Make sure you're right, your granddaughter is indeed breathing. Although it was faint, it was hard to escape the eyes of a martial exalt. As time passes slowly, Kim Yu-hee's breathing became more and more pronounced. Even the heart chakra, too, began to beat slightly. Elder Jean couldn't figure it out. Why is that? How could a person recover on their own when their Renwu and Dudu chakras were destroyed? Especially since certain points are still dead. Live a lifetime, Elder Jean had never seen such an anomaly. Never even heard of it. Gradually, Kim Yu-hee's breathing became more and more prolonged, and the heartbeat got stronger. The chest rose and fell, already visible to the naked eye. Master Kim stayed on guard. Being a martial arts honored one, he could feel that Jin Yoshi's chi and blood were running faster and faster. It had been running according to some kind of peculiar line of action. Elder Jean was certain that his granddaughter's change was definitely related to learning some strange martial arts technique. Next, the shocking scene goes on and on. He saw with his own eyes his granddaughter's injuries, slowly recovering. The heartbeat grew stronger as it recovered from its injuries. Gulp, gulp, the sound of a strong heartbeat, dazzling the old man. Soon, Yugo was brought over by his assistant. Without hesitation, Elder Jean wanted to feed the jugua to his granddaughter. But Kim Yu-hee's mouth couldn't open at all at this time, and the old man found out. The granddaughter is actually molting. The skin on my face and hands appeared as a dry layer of dead skin. He had wanted to forcefully break open his granddaughter's mouth, crush the juju and put it in her mouth. But see what's going on at this point. Elder Kim would be less bold to act rashly. He could sense that his granddaughter was at an important moment. It's best not to do anything rash yourself. If there was a deterioration in the injuries, he himself was feeding the vermilion fruit to his granddaughter at once. In this way, Elder Kim kept watch for a full day. The people outside the ward had also been hungry for a full day. Elder Kim has strictly forbidden anyone to enter. Fear of people disturbing their granddaughter. At this point, Kim Yoshi could no longer see her face, and her front face was covered with a thick layer of dead skin. It looks like a cocoon. The heartbeat was more like a drum. Anyone standing outside the ward could hear it clearly. Kim Yo-hee's brother whispered, "What's that sound? Why does it sound like a heartbeat?" Father immediately whispered a rebuke. Bull, whose heartbeat could be that loud. The boss of the Jean family, who was on the side, scoffed. A bunch of uneducated guys. That's what you don't understand, isn't it? That's the effect of the vermilion fruit. People do that whenever they eat juju. It was soon late at night. The people outside the ward couldn't carry on any longer. The oldest and second oldest members of the Kim family were both asleep in their recliners. Was going to have someone get a bed over here, but I'm afraid that if I make too much of it, I'll be scolded by the old man. There was no one more flustered at this time than Jin Eugene and her few henchmen. Listening to the increasingly abnormal heartbeat, each of them panicked in their hearts. That martial arts master was already wondering if he should find a chance to break out and escape. Inside the ward, Elder Kim had been waiting for his granddaughter. He had been confused by the change in Kim Yu-hee. Another bizarre point was discovered at this point. He actually felt his granddaughter's chi and blood enhance. The old man hurried to the door. Go get me some chakra monitoring glasses. The assistant immediately picked up the phone and dialed. A brand new chakra monitoring glasses was soon delivered. Elder Kim was surprised when he put on his glasses. The granddaughter's chi blood at this point was 56 points. Let's just say that this chakra falls into the category of ordinary people, nothing to be surprised about. But not for a while. The value of the smart eyeglass lenses then appears to change. The upper limit of the blood value and the current remaining blood value both became 57 points. Elder Jean was shocked. It was surprising that the blood value was actually increasing. As time passed, there was no telling how much time had passed. The value of the smart lenses has grown to 99 points. Next moment, Elder Jean then saw his granddaughter with his own eyes break through the martial apprentice realm. Lying in a hospital bed, not moving a muscle, breaks through. However, this wasn't the end of it, and the chi blood value was still slowly growing. Chapter 91. Early the next morning, Elder Kim, who hadn't slept all night, was still glaring. At this time, Jin Yoshi's blood value had grown to 492 points, reached the ranks of advanced martial artists. Elder Jin had his men buy a new chi and blood monitoring glasses. He wondered if the original chakra monitoring glasses were broken. The result was the same value shown by the new gas and blood monitoring glasses. His own granddaughter was in a hospital bed for a day and a night. Directly became a senior martial artist. And it's not even close to the cap. This value is still growing. What shocked the old man the most was, as the chi and blood in Jin Yoshi's body ran faster, it unexpectedly resounded with gusts of Sanskrit sounds. It's not loud, but it can be clearly heard. My God! Just what kind of divine skill did this learn in Dacia? Elder Jin didn't expect that his granddaughter would have such an encounter after she went to Dacia. In his heart, he had more and more reverence for Dacia. And at that moment, Jin Yoshi was dreaming, happily practicing the Ru Lai divine palm with Chen Feng. Ouch! Master, this move is so hard. From behind you, grab my arm and gesture. Chen Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. I am truly convinced. How many times have I taught you that maneuver? Then he walked behind Jin Yoshi, grabbed both of her hands, and compared the Rudraksh palm stance. Stop it! Stop it! What are you twisting for? Oi oi! Don't rub it in. Chen Feng helplessly disciplined her disobedient disciple. Kim Yu he reddened her face and smiled as she pouted. I won't. I won't. He. Every move of the Rudraksh palm. Kim Yu he has practiced it a million times. It was only possible to practice the moves empty, but it never stopped. Her favorite thing was practicing martial arts with her master. The Rulai Divine Palm's Gongfu mnemonic was even memorized backwards. Every time you practice martial arts, you have to practice and recite at the same time. Sometimes they even memorize it wrong on purpose to see if the master can spot it. It turned out that the master could hear it every time. The familiar small courtyard, the warm and sunny master. As usual, Kim Yu he practiced the Rudraksh palm stance in front of her master. She absent-mindedly swung a palm into the sky, which suddenly erupted with golden light. A huge golden palm print crossed the sky. The Sanskrit sound was like explosive thunder, shaking the world. A large swastika was in the air for a long time. Kim Yu he's mouth opened wide in shock. She twisted her head to look at Chen Feng. Master, did you just see that? Chen Feng revealed a bright smile. Yoshi, you've finally practiced the Rudraksh palm. Kim Yu he was surprised. Really? Chen Feng nodded. Immediately afterward, Kim Yoshi cheered and jumped up and down constantly in excitement. Great! I've finally practiced the Rudraksh palm. I'm finally going to become a Jedi Master. In the end, the entire person hung onto Chun Feng's body like a koala in excitement. Then Kim Yu he was suddenly puzzled again. She had absolutely no recollection of what the slap she had just delivered was called. It seemed as if Master had never taught that palm and asked, Master, which style was that slap I just did? Why can't I think of anything? Chun Feng said smilingly. That palm was the 10th stance of the Rudraksh palm. Rudraksh Nirvana. Inside the hospital room, Kim Yu he suddenly opened her eyes. The dead skin turned into a cocoon that suddenly split open. Master! Kim Yu he stared blankly at the ceiling. It was discovered that the master was gone, and so was that little suburban compound. It's a dream. Still dead. Until the afternoon. The value on Master Jin's glasses suddenly stopped at 749 points for a long time and never grew again. The next moment, a stabbing sound was heard. At the same time, he heard his granddaughter calling out for master. Elder Jean stood up violently, rushing to his granddaughter. I saw the layer of dead skin that encased my granddaughter split open in a large gash. Young Hee, you're awake. Kim Yoshi looked at the old man in front of her and first froze for a moment. The last memory in her mind lingered on being slapped on the body by Jean Eugene. Hitting her hurt so much. The beating took her breath away. Am I dead? Recognizing the old man in front of him as his grandfather. She sat up violently and threw herself into her grandfather's arms, crying out, Grandpa, why are you dead too? Cousin Eugene is trying to kill me, and the bodyguard is holding my arm, so I can't run away. She's broken my Renwu and Dudu chakras, and I'll never be able to practice the Ru Lai divine palm again. Woo-hoo! Elder Jean hurriedly patted his granddaughter's back and coaxed her. It was like going back a dozen years, coaxing that playful and crying little girl. Grandpa isn't dead, and neither is Yohee. Don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa will go help you beat up Su Jean. Okay? Elder Jean finally found a sense of kinship again in this rebellious and disobedient granddaughter. Back then, when Jean Yoshi sneaked off to Daxia, it made him very angry. He also threatened to cut off Kim Yuhi's allowance. In the end, it was just a matter of having the allowance and skimming the surface. Don't dare really cut off your granddaughter's living expenses. Kim Yuhi cried for a while before realizing that she really didn't seem to be dead. How can there be tears when you're dead? Grandpa, I'm really not dead. Elder Jean smiled and said, Of course it's not dead. Hearing movement in the ward. Kim Eugene in the hallway outside the hospital room was pale and sat on the floor in shock. And the martial arts master beside him suddenly pushed away the two bodyguards beside him. A quick dash towards the window of the building. Elder Kim's assistant, however, snorted. With a flash, he was behind that master. A palm as hard as iron slammed into the man's back. Only a crunch was heard. Tapped his spine off on the spot. Ah! With a miserable scream, the master spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Feel the loss of sensation in the lower half of your body. Immediately, he howled in despair.
I'm paralyzed.
My spine is broken.
Kim Eugene.
I blame you for this. It was all because she seduced me that I worked for her. It's all about Kim Young-jin. He hadn't finished his sentence. The boss of the Jean family immediately stepped forward. A slap to the top of its head. Seek death. How dare you slander my daughter? The King family's penis watches the show. It felt like it would definitely plant Big Brother this time. The oldest member of the Jean family also walked out of the hospital room. Step by step, he walked over to Kim Eugene. Kim Yohee in the hospital room. It was at this point that I realized I had a layer of dead skin. And it feels like I've lost so much weight. She pulled the dead skin off her face and hands. As for the dead skin on my body, I plan to clean it up when I get home. As soon as I came outside the ward, he saw that Grandpa was standing in front of Kim Young-jin. Kim Eugene looked at her grandfather in panic. The few bodyguards around her who had followed her out were all kneeling on the ground begging for mercy at this point. But Elder Jean didn't even look at them. Coldly, he said to the assistant beside him, Clean up these stragglers. A ghostly cry rang out from the hallway. Chapter 92. The Great Completion of Divine Power. The bodyguards who grabbed Kim Yoo-hee in the first place were dragged away like dead dogs. The results speak for themselves. The moment Kim Yo-jin saw Kim Yo-hee walk out of the hospital room, all the sophistry that was originally intended to be uttered immediately turned into pleas for mercy. Grandpa, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Grandpa, you forgive me. Kim Yoo-jin because of excessive plastic surgery and too much makeup. At this moment, when he cried, his whole face suddenly looked like the scene of a car accident. Elder Jean looked at this granddaughter indifferently and asked the question he couldn't figure out. Why did you do this to your own cousin?
Kim Eugene stammered.
I didn't mean to. I just want to marry the young master of the Park family. I'm trying to bond for the family, and I'm doing it for the family. Hearing this, Elder Jean was already disappointed in this granddaughter. Seeing as you're my granddaughter, I won't kill you. Immediately, Jean Eugene was excited. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. But the next sentence made her fall into a pit of ice. I'll only abolish your martial arts, so that you won't have to go back to harming people. You will no longer be a member of my Jean family in the future either. Kim Eugene's body, which was kneeling on the ground, hastily shrunk backward. Grandpa, don't. Please, leave me alone. Elder Jean flicked his palm. A palm strike then struck Jean Eugene's belly. Jean Eugene immediately let out a miserable scream of pain. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, he fainted lifelessly on the spot. At that moment, Kim Yoshi's father jumped out and said with righteous indignation, "Big brother, this is the good daughter you educated. How dare you even do this to your own family?" The Jean family's boss had an ugly face. It was hateful to see the second one take advantage of the situation. Suddenly his head clicked and he said, "I severed my father-daughter relationship with Su Jean a long time ago. I don't even think of her as my daughter." The words were just finished. Just listen to the snap. The boss of the Jean family was then slapped out of the room by Elder Jean. The second Jean family member subconsciously hooked up the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. It resulted in another slap, and his entire body too was jerked against the wall. "Two wimps who only know how to fight. Why did I give birth to trash like you?" After saying that, he left with Kim Yoshi. Elder Jean asked curiously as he walked, "Young Shi, what martial arts did you go to Daxia to learn?" Jean Yoshi's feat of almost bringing the dead back to life had been unforgettable to him. He had never heard of such a peculiar gong method. He had also heard something about the gong methods of the 9 great families of the Grand Xia. But there was no such ability as that of his own granddaughter. Not only do you save your life when you're seriously injured, he even almost broke through to a top-level martial artist in one breath. Simply appalling. "Kim Yu," he said in a lost voice, "I practiced the Rulai Divine Palm, a very powerful technique, and as long as I open up the 2 chakras, I can become an expert. It's a pity that my Renwu 2 chakras have been broken, and I'll never become an expert again." Elder Jean was secretly shocked. Rudraksh, a completely unheard-of technique. It was worthy of being known as the Holy Land of Martial Arts. Daxia. All kinds of magical feats are really endless. Seeing her granddaughter lost, Elder Jean reminded with a smile, "Your Renjutsu isn't broken. Rather, it's been played through. Try it if you don't believe me. You've opened your chakra?" "Kim Yu," he said incredulously. "How? I only opened 6 acupoints before. Then it was all destroyed." Halfway through her words, Kim Yu he was surprised. The body was filled with an immense amount of power. That powerful feeling was something that had never been there before. She subconsciously raised her hand and pushed a palm. A golden light appeared in the palm of his hand. A golden shadow snapped forward. Boom! The courtyard wall in front of Kim Yu he collapsed, leaving a slap mark more than 5 meters wide. At this point, the grandparents and grandchildren had just walked to the hospital plaza parking place. The movement of her slap startled the hospital security guards who rushed over at the first opportunity. Upon seeing the oldest member of the Kim family, the big brother of the security guard again immediately demonstrated professionalism. "Leave the scene at the first opportunity and pretend you didn't see anything." Kim Yu he looked at her small tender white hand in shock. An incredulous face said, "What master said in the dream was true. I've really learned the Rudraksh palm." Saying that, he swung out a few more palms in succession. The hospital's courtyard wall is kind of bad luck. Boom, boom, boom. A whole courtyard wall had fallen down. It was left with 5 or 6 huge slap-shaped gaps. There is also a yay scissor sign. Elder Jean was shocked. It was amazing that even such a childish wave of the granddaughter's hand could wield such great power. The grade of such palms was definitely not below the iron sand palm. And he found one more thing. When the granddaughter strikes, it seems that she doesn't even need to deliberately run her gongfu. "Young he, when you use martial arts, don't you even have to run your martial arts technique?" Kim Yu he shook her head in confusion. "With a wave of my hand, it seemed like that was it." With a wave of his hand, a sedan next to him with a bang was flattened on the spot. Elder Jean hurriedly stopped it. "Stop waving. Let's go home and try again."
Kim Yo-hee noddet ekçitedli.
Elder Jean was shocked in his heart. It was possible to use martial arts stances without deliberately running a gongfu. What is this realm? He himself was a martial arts master, and his iron sand palm had been practiced to the state of perfection. He couldn't even do that, striking out at will. Before you want to strike, you also have to actively run your feats. Could it be that my granddaughter's realm is higher than mine, reaching the summit? But it was also unheard of that the realm of ascending peak was one that didn't require the active running of chi and blood. Could it be a celestial union? No way. Absolutely not. Elder Kim dismissed the idea as exaggerated to the point of impracticality. Kim Yoshi borrowed a cell phone from the old man's assistant and boarded her own green bubble. The first time to share this good news to Lu Weiwei. Vivi, I've learned the Rudraksh palm. You see, this is all my fight. Click, click, click. Take your own masterpieces and film them all. Lu Weiwei also quickly returned the message. Young He, what's going on? Were you in danger? Fighting someone else?
Kim Yo-hee replied accurately.
I was out of control and accidentally broke something. Lu Weiwei was speechless. Kim Yu-hee then sent this happy news to her master, just posting and crying. Elder Jean didn't understand what was going on. Just now you were fine, now why are you crying? Young He, what's wrong with you? Tell Grandpa if you have any complaints. Jean Yoshi looked at Chun Feng's avatar and sobbed. I finally learned the Rudraksh palm, but my master can't see it. Elder Kim looked to Kim Yoshi's cell phone. He was also quite familiar with the Daxia script. Young He's exclusive little baby. It just felt a little weird to see the note that his granddaughter had given Chin Feng. Is this the fashion in Daxia to call master now? When he saw Jean Yoshi's nickname, Elder Jean was even more speechless. Master's sweet little warmer. This master and disciple are really in love. After the grandparents and grandchildren got into the car, the other talents followed in droves down the stairs. Kim Yo-jin was hospitalized and her life is considered ruined. After a few people from the Jean family came downstairs, they saw the situation on the parking lot and thought that a fight had just happened here. Kim Yoo-hee's brother came to his car. There was a moment of giggling. Immediately growled, Mud, who did this? Dare to touch the car of the capital city's Jean family? Don't you want to live? Stinking security guard. Come here you. Tell me who did this. I'll have to skin him today. The guard immediately ran over quickly, seeing that this kid claims to be from the Jean family. Immediately, he whispered a reminder. This car seems to have been slapped flat by the golden oldies. Kim Yoo-hee's brother, immediately mute. Chapter 93. Kunlun Mountain. The sun is rising. Chun Feng's mood became more and more grave. The deeper we went, the more bodies there were on the road. There were dead people everywhere along the way, and the scene was just too depressing. Based on the direction of the sun, he made his way east and soon saw that one false dragon vein again. At this time, I saw those 8 big words again. Chun Feng only felt a deep sadness. Jade Mountain Yao Qi, Kunlun Ancestral Vein. With only 8 words, Zhang Bowen made the whole world act like little cuties. Like that, come and send them to their deaths. As far as the eye could see, it was full of bodies. The rich smell of blood caused Chun Feng to turn inside out and vomit. Maybe the Kunlun Mountains are too special. It's amazing that these bodies show no signs of decay. There was a hiss at this point, interrupting Chun Feng's thoughts. The hissing sound came from inside the fake dragon vein. According to Ku Qian Qian, the real name of this place was called the 4-Elephant Heavenly Moat. It is a very dangerous place. Deeper still, there were 8 forbidden places and 64 ghost mound Jedi. Just by the name, Chun Feng knew it was dangerous. And it was rumored that that one scaly snake was in the Green Dragon Tomb in the 4-Elephant Heavenly Rift Valley. He quickly ran towards the entrance of the 4-Elephant Sky Rift. By now the bodies at the entrance to the mountain pass had piled up. Look through the 10-meter-wide passageway of the first line and look inside. Chun Feng completely froze at once. Same sky, sunny and clear on all sides. Only in the distance, above a mountain peak that stuck straight up into the sky, there were dense clouds and lightning. Even if it's a few kilometers away, Chun Feng could clearly see the body of a huge serpentine creature that wrapped around the entire mountain peak, spitting green mist at the bottom. Augur snake. These 2 words appeared instantly in the mind. Originally, when Chun Feng heard Gu Chen Chen say Jiao snake, he thought that it was a bigger snake or a 4-legged snake with claws. Now actually seeing the augur snake, Chun Feng realized that he had thought too complicated, and perhaps too simple. An augur snake is a snake with no claws, though it seems to have grown a pair of horns. It's just too big to imagine. The huge body of the snake was so huge that it was able to wrap around the mountain peak. Looked like giant snakes hanging from branches. It is simply unimaginable how large its essence unfolds. Seeing that the augur snake had been coiling around that mountain peak, it had no intention of chasing out. The heart relaxed only slightly. At this time Chun Feng also saw there was a large group of people in the distance running back this way. From a long distance away, Chun Feng could hear the sounds of fighting. It was seen that in front of them was a group of fellow Daxia people fleeing, and behind them were countless invaders chasing after them. As soon as you see the intruder, Chen Feng then thought of those old-timers who had died because they had saved themselves. The blood-stained scene and the tragic deaths are still fresh in my mind. Chen Feng folded his hands. A huge shadow, identical to his own, suddenly appeared, standing over 10 meters tall. The silhouette had 2 golden dragons wrapped around his arms, and his right hand grabbed in front of his body and pulled violently to the left. 7 blood-red strings appeared out of nowhere. The Daxia youths who were frantically fleeing in the distance. Soon enough, he saw Chen Feng at the exit. "Look, you guys, what's that? It seems to be a martial void. Friend or foe? It should be one of ours. Foreigners shouldn't be this high at the level of a top martial artist." A distance of several hundred meters in front of a group of high-level martial artists was just a matter of 10 seconds or so. When they saw Chen Feng's face, they immediately determined that it was one of their own. A group of people started shouting at the top of their lungs when they were far away. "Run! What are you standing there for? Come on! Don't you be a fool! There are too many invaders to fight." Chen Feng smiled slightly as he heard the shouts of his compatriots. It's so good to see a fellow human being alive when you're in the wilderness and stuck in the Kunlun. But it's a bad feeling to see a living foreign enemy. He thought of when he first started, when he had 500 chi blood and was being chased by these guys like a lost dog. Now the chi and blood broke through the Kunlun ceiling and reached 1001. Plus there was an additional heavenly unity technique than before. Now the lost dog has become a lion. It's time to reclaim the earlier ground. His own biggest disadvantage before was that the difference in chi and blood values was too great. One could only make up for the gap in chi and blood values by relying on the martial realm of celestial unity. Nowadays, Chen Feng was sure. Just don't meet any perverts like Zhang Bowen. All the people present were not their own opponents, even without using the fusion feat. With the heavenly crippling kick of the celestial unity realm alone, one was able to fight and leave whenever one wanted to. Even if Wei Guangming came, he would have to drink hate on the spot. Soon Chen Feng was in contact with his fellow Daxia citizens. When a fellow Daxamite passes by, a voice of dissuasion, once again, rang in his ears. "Get out of here. They have at least 100,000 more. Leave the dragon vein alone. The dragon vein doesn't need us to guard it at all. Big brother, hurry up and escape. The dragon vein is unharmed. Leave it alone. No one can hurt it. You're young. Don't be impulsive." At this moment, they all thought that Chen Feng had killed his eyes, or wanted to avenge his dead relatives, or to continue guarding the dragon vein. Chen Feng listened to these dissuasions, running his chi and blood, and responded loudly, "I am invincible today. No intruder has ever gotten out of here alive." The gigantic martial Dao shadow violently threw up his right arm and ruthlessly slashed through the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither was like a thunderous succession, and the sound spread over 10,000 meters. The sound wave transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, piercing the air and emitting a sonic boom. In an instant, it collided with the army of invaders dozens of meters away. The fusion of 3 heavenly unity realm techniques, coupled with chi and blood that exceeded the upper limit of Kunlun. A direct display of descending crushing. The invaders who rushed to the front, relying on the number of people, came together to make a move to counterattack. However, their counterattacks were like an ant trying to shake a tree. With a loud explosion, the group of people at the front burst into clusters of blood mist. The earth and rocks on the ground were instantly shattered by the sound wave, sending up huge clouds of smoke and dust. With just this strike, the dozens of invaders at the forefront were shaken to death on the spot. This kind of might shocked everyone on the spot. The invaders behind them all stopped in fear. The scene was silent after the blow. The dust and blood mist dispersed, only to see dozens of more corpses bleeding from their 7 orifices on the ground. How? How could it be so strong? Omagad, is this the strength a top martial artist can exert? Impossible, we are all equally top-level martial artists. How could he be so much stronger? Could it be that the great summer martial saint has lowered his chi and blood cultivation to come to the Kunlun Mountains to destroy us? He's not a martial saint. It's impossible for a martial saint to be this young. With just this strike, it directly knocked all the invaders out of the way, not daring to take a single step forward. There were even people backing up. It's a little cute moment. It's all known. Whoever is in front will die. This strike also caused those fleeing from Great Xia to turn back in shock before slowly stopping in their tracks. At this moment, Chun Feng's back appeared incomparably magnificent against the shadow of the martial arts path. In the hearts of these survivors of Daxia, it left an indelible mark. At the same time, a sentence quietly appeared in the minds of the crowd. A man can't be stopped by a man. This is so powerful that it swallows mountains and rivers. Chapter 94, Worship. So strong. So terrifying. Who is this person? What kind of martial arts technique is this? So young. Which lineage has such a demon? My great summer really does have a generation of demons. What's with the shackles on his hands and feet? Do you guys think that he looks a lot like that internet celebrity Chun Feng on the internet? The crowd was first shocked, then gradually realized that Chun Feng was different. The hands and feet were shackled and chains were attached to the shackles. And so strong. Still looks like that Netflix demon Chun Feng. At this time, several people who had been seriously injured sat on the ground and began to regulate their breathing and bandage their wounds. In fact, they couldn't run anymore. It's also just a breath of fresh air. Deflated at this point, one could no longer run. They were not far behind Chun Feng and began to treat their injuries. For some reason, they felt safe behind Chun Feng, especially seeing the tens of thousands of invaders who were actually scared by one person and kept retreating. Chun Feng showed no mercy at all. The martial Dao silhouette frantically plucked the strings. A golden dragon transformed into sound waves mercilessly harvested the lives of foreign enemies. The invaders were terrified and disorganized. There was a flurry of running back. Those who fell at the very back didn't even have a chance to let out a scream. In a matter of seconds, there were hundreds more corpses with their internal organs shattered and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Chun Feng looked at the corpses and remembered the old-timers who had given up their lives to save him earlier. Silence said in his mind, "Gramps, I've avenged you. I'll make all the invaders bury you with me. May your souls in heaven rest in peace." Until all intruders exit 100 meters away. Only then did Chun Feng stop his attack. He asked as he looked behind him, not far away, at several youths who were healing on the ground. "What happened in there? Where are the others?" Several youths said sadly, "The old-timers are dead. Everyone is dead. The inside of the dragon vein is too dangerous. There's no need for us to guard it at all." "What dragon vein? That's a snake cave. I thought it was a mountain. And I realized halfway up that I was climbing a large coiled snake. There's also a shallow cold pool behind it where people walk around and turn into ice sculptures. Our people either died in the dragon vein or were rounded up by the invaders. Nowadays, it's just a few thousand of us left." At this point, these people shuddered at the thought of what was going on inside. That giant snake swung its tail and thousands of people were gone in an instant. Those who managed to return from the shallow cold water pool and escaped. It was even more fearful. Originally, when they saw an intruder going deeper, their own old-timers, in order to guard the dragon vein, also rushed up regardless of life and death, fearing that the other party would destroy the dragon vein. As a result, when he escaped the range of the giant snake's attack, he saw a pool of water filled with various ice sculptures. The pool was shallow, so people didn't care. They just felt the water was a little cooler. The first group rushed in without hesitation. Most people hadn't taken more than a few steps before their feet froze, then fall into the water and freeze alive into an ice sculpture. Only a handful of martial artists with good light skills had rushed out of that shallow, cold pool that was 100 meters in circumference. Those who crossed over, just out of that shallow cold pool before they could be happy, let out a miserable scream and disappeared in the middle of the crowd's vision. What exactly happened, no one knows. The rest of us just know that the further in we go, the more dangerous it gets. The only way to live is to back out. It's just that on the way back, you'll encounter that huge snake again. One back and forth. 90% of the people who went in there died. Today there are only a few thousand people left in Daxia, relying on the fact that the realm of Kung Fu comprehension was higher than the invaders. Run back at the first opportunity. Entrance to the mountain pass, one line. Above the summit. Zhang Bowen carried his hands behind his back and looked toward the distant scaly snake. If the scaly snake swallows the mountain soul and water spirit of the dragon vein, I'm afraid it will be able to transform into a scaly dragon. It's a pity that the Shen turtle and the spirit crane are guarding the mountain soul and water spirit, so I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for the Jiao snake to transform into a dragon. Hey, when will I be able to get Dragon Yuan? Zhang Bowen sighed faintly. At that moment, a youth jumped from the top of a distant mountain. His lightness of being had reached an amazing level that was enough to fly through the sky. The youth came to Zhang Bowen and bowed. Mr. Bowen, with my ancient clan guarding us, no one will be able to set foot on Xuanwu Mountain. And most of them died in the Green Dragon grave. A few people entered the Vermilion Bird Pool, and only thousands of strong people survived. Later on, all of these thousands of powerful people died in the White Tiger Abyss. Zhang Bowen said with a smile, "The White Tiger's abyss has no bottom, and all the gods and goddesses are ants. Those people didn't die unjustly. Your ladder cloud vertical stretch seems to have reached the state of realization and is not far from reaching the peak." The youth nodded proudly. Zhang Bowen continued, "Kunlun is about to seal the mountain. Let the clansmen go back. I'll take care of the rest. I'm going to make these people stay in Kunlun forever, but I can't let them spread the information about the fake dragon vein." The youth turned and leapt as if gliding through the air, once again heading off into the distance. Zhang Bowen then heard the sound of the zither that was like thunder.
Sonic Kung Fu.
Zhang Bowen was surprised and looked toward the bottom of the cliff. I originally thought that the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon was the #1 sound wave technique in the world. I didn't realize there was a sound wave gong that was even stronger than the heavenly dragon's 8 voices. Who is this person who used the sound wave kung fu? And how can it be so powerful? Zhang Bowen came to the edge of the cliff and leapt down. Want to see the person who uses such sonic feats. When he landed a few dozen meters from the ground, he looked down towards the 2 parties fighting below. A quick glance at a familiar person. Chun Feng. He looked at Chun Feng's hands and feet in surprise. Only the shackles were still there with half a chain attached to them. With his strength, it shouldn't be enough to break the chains made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. It seems to be hiding his strength, but he still has such a strong sound wave kung fu. But with Chun Feng appearing here, someone must have helped leave. Otherwise the other party would not be able to get out of the dragon vein. Zhang Bowen didn't need to think about it. It must have been Chen Chen who hated him the most who showed Chun Feng the way. In the entire ancient clan, I'm afraid that this little blind man is the only one who would have compassion for outsiders. Those eyes, stained with unicorn blood, were also giving him a headache. Every time you see yourself, you have to yell big bad. Zhang Bowen used his Vajra unbreakable divine power to prevent himself from being dropped alive. As soon as it hits the ground, just block those Daxia youths who had just arrived here and wanted to leave. Zhang Bowen's fingers pointed out, and a sword chi that was condensed from chi and blood instantly shot out. Shaoshang sword,
Xiangyang sword.
Nakacho sword, Guanchong sword, Shaochong sword, Shaozawa sword. The Daxia youths who were originally prepared to flee had yet to figure out whether the youth who suddenly fell in front of them was a foe or a friend. Just got shot through several people on the spot. 6 Veins divine sword. You're from the Duan family. Why did you attack us? Could it be that you are a traitor like the Yelu family?
Chapter 95, Fusion technique, Art de Vajra imbricable divine technique.
Zhang Bowen smiled and answered the crowd's questions. Don't get me wrong, people. I'm not a traitor. My name is Zhang Bowen. Some of you should recognize me. As he spoke, a merciless sword chi harvested the lives of these young men. Zhang Bowen. There was a quick response. He's Daxia's most wanted man. The everlasting one with a reward of $10 billion. Zhang Bowen. At this point, these youths had long been exhausted and only had the strength to run away. One's own martial realm was simply not enough to block Zhang Bowen's attack. Zhang Bowen's 6-chakra divine sword had reached its peak. Although they were all top-tier martial artists, it was because the realm in which they comprehended martial arts techniques was not enough. The power of the feats that these young people were exerting was simply not enough to resist the 6 Veins divine sword of the Dengfeng Peak realm. Even if he barely blocked one sword, there would soon be a second sword, a third sword shooting at him. Those who had originally wanted to escape the 4-elephant heavenly moat had to quickly flee back. Chun Feng was currently inquiring with a few people about what was going on in the 4-elephant heavenly moat. Suddenly it was realized that those who had originally fled had fled back. What's going on? Is there an army of invaders out there? Soon after these youths came to Chun Feng's side, they didn't dare to escape anymore, because further back, there is the army of invaders. There is really a tiger in front of us and a pack of wolves behind us. Fortunately, in the middle there was still Chun Feng, an expert. Those who had originally stayed behind Chun Feng and meditated to recover from their injuries, asked, looking at the crowd that had fled back again. What are you guys doing back here? Could it be that there are still enemies outside the dragon vein? Those who had escaped and returned said in despair. It's Bowen Zhang the Elder. That Daxia Gothic, the nightmare that Daxia used to be. He blocked the exit and killed a lot of us. We were simply powerless to fight back, and he merely used the Duan clan's 6 veins divine sword. Everyone was shocked at this one. Even Chen Feng was no exception. Never in a million years, at this juncture, Bowen Zhang appeared again. At this moment, even Chen Feng, who had just repelled tens of thousands of invaders, felt a wave of headache. But it's done. Zhang Bowen, since he blocked the exit mountain road. Then you have to face this great enemy head-on. Now there are still more than 20 days to go before Kunlun will be closed. Once Kunlun seals the mountain, those who haven't left yet, it is said that they will be drained of their qi and blood instantly, and it has never been heard that anyone can get out alive. Chen Feng is not afraid. Growing up, except for when he awakened the system, his qi and blood were zeroed out by the system. No one has been able to suck a bit of his blood yet. But these compatriots of Daxia are afraid that they will all die here. It was something he didn't want to see. Go! I'll show you out. Later on, I'll engage Zhang Bowen in battle, and you guys take the opportunity to escape. Chun Feng's words immediately allowed these youths to regain their confidence. They had seen with their own eyes the power of Chun Feng's sonic wave kung fu just now. At this moment, Chun Feng walked at the very front, heading towards the exit. Thousands of Daxia youths followed behind Chen Feng. Look up to him. Exit before the trail. Several corpses were stacked on top of each other, and Zhang Bowen sat there quietly. Wait for the crowd to return. The 4-Elephant Rift Valley, there is only this one life door. The only way to leave the 4-Elephant Rift alive was to pass through here. So just wait around and everyone will come to you automatically. Because once Kunlun sealed the mountain, all those who were not of the Kunlun ancient clan would be drained of their qi and blood and die. Seeing the leading Chun Feng, Zhang Bowen said smilingly, "You're quite a surprise. Not only did he escape the dragon vein, but he even knows such a powerful sonic kung fu. To be recognized by Chen Qian means you must be a great person." Chun Feng had already unfolded his martial Dao domain at this point, ready to attack at a moment's notice. He had a deep understanding of how terrifying Zhang Bowen was. Although he was different nowadays and his qi and blood and gongfu martial skills had been upgraded, he still didn't dare to be careless. The blood-colored strings condensed by qi and blood crossed the air. The martial Dao void didn't hesitate to pluck the strings. Chun Feng asked, "Zhang Bowen, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Bowen's entire body blossomed with golden light and said with a smile, "I just want to kill you or be killed by you." He had already used the Vajra unbreakable divine power. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and curious as he looked at Chun Feng's martial arts. With his experience of viewing the Kunlun technique tablet forest, he still failed to recognize what technique Chun Feng was using. Sure, what concerned Zhang Bowen the most was Chun Feng's realm. He had previously thought that Chun Feng's realm should be the same as his own, reaching the summit. But now that I look at it again, I have a vague feeling that it is much deeper than Deng Xiaoping. Could it be a celestial union? Zhang Bowen couldn't believe it. How could someone so young achieve celestial unity? Unless the other party was also practicing the fountainhead everlasting spring technique like him. Having lived for hundreds of years, it might be possible to achieve celestial unity. For the difficulty of celestial integration, Bowen Zhang knows it well. He himself has lived over 300 years. Learning many top-level techniques, he also comprehended each of them to the peak of the realm. But there just wasn't a gong method that could achieve celestial unity. As far as he knows, the fastest person in Daxia to comprehend martial arts techniques to the realm of the unity of heaven and man was the martial saint of the Wang clan. That martial arts nerd would only know one martial arts technique, and had only practiced one technique since he was a child. After only 60 years, he had practiced Taijiquan to the point of unity between heaven and man, and his qi and blood cultivation had reached the realm of the martial saint. It was the youngest martial saint in Daxia today. It was also the most talented person in the last 100 years of Daxia. However, Zhang Bowen now felt that the most demonic person in Daxia might have to be replaced. The Chun Feng in front of him was beyond his understanding. Next moment, the 7 absolute zither sounds floated out, as if 1,000 armies were rushing towards Zhang Bowen. Chun Feng did not stop for a moment, launching attacks frantically. Don't want to give Chamberlain any time to catch his breath. The sound wave was like a sharp blade, slicing the air with ear-piercing friction. Some of the sound waves were like heavy hammers that transformed into golden dragons and heavily bombarded Zhang Bowen. In an instant, Chun Feng's sound wave attack made contact with Zhang Bowen. Sound waves kept exploding. The scene was smoky. Chun Feng's attacking power made everyone at the scene feel their throats go dry. They thought to themselves that they couldn't carry off such an attack. It's not in the same league at all. However, the smoke cleared. Zhang Bowen stared blankly at the wounds on his body. The upper body clothing had been reduced to shreds. An ancient longsword that fell to the ground. Golden skin, oozing with the slightest trace of blood. Not bad, not bad. Surprisingly, it was able to break my Vajra unbreakable divine skill. It's been over 300 years, and I've been injured only a handful of times. The last time I was injured was in the Great Xia divine capital, when 3 martial saints joined forces and chopped off one of my arms. Kid, you're proud enough of yourself. Chun Feng was horrified that his strongest attack could only lightly injure his opponent. But this time, at the very least, it would hurt the other guy. Much better than the last time there was nothing to fight back. Chapter 96 Chi Breaking Style. Break all the martial arts in the world. Zhang Bowen's figure flashed as he quickly rushed towards Chun Feng. The fingers also used the 6-chakra divine sword to strike a sword chi. At the same time, a layer of astral energy appeared on the surface of his body. A sound wave chopped towards Zhang Bowen. The innate astral energy he used was broken almost instantly. Interesting, it even has the effect of restraining the innate astral deities. I don't know if that's a good move. The innate astral deities were broken. Zhang Bowen didn't panic in the slightest. A fierce roar ensued. The loud roar was deafening. It was like a lion right in one's ear. The 7 absolute zither sounds emitted from the fusion of the 3 feats collided head-on with the lion's roar. Both parties were immediately lifted out. A few people around Chun Feng immediately had blood flowing out of their ears. He was shocked and fainted on the spot. Those who were a little farther away, caught off guard, were also shocked by the dizziness of the head, ears stinging. Chun Feng was also shocked and hurriedly covered his ears with both hands. The head boomed on and on. Blood was coming out of his nostrils. Apparently shocked as well. Zhang Bowen isn't much better, though. At this point, he had 2 more scars on his shoulder and face. Blood continued to flow outward. At this moment, he fell and sat on the ground, looking at Chun Feng in surprise. His left shoulder blade was broken. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shaken and the blood was turned over. The attack power of the 7 extinct zither sound was just too strong. Even with the Vajra unbreakable divine power, it was impossible to carry it hard for a long time. Your sound wave kung fu is surprisingly so strong. My lion's roar kung fu, which has reached its peak, has unexpectedly lost to you. This means that your gongfu level is higher than mine, or your realm is higher than mine. But Zhang Bowen was more convinced it was the former. He still didn't think that Chun Feng had reached the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Chun Feng's head was groggy, and at this time, he couldn't hear what Zhang Bowen was saying at all. But he knew that there was no other way but to die fighting. The martial domain unfolded once again. The chi and blood strings crossed the air, once again using the Rulai divine palm fused with the dragon falling 18 palms to pluck the chi and blood strings. Zhang Bowen laughed out loud. Now you've really got me down. It was so hard to steal it from Chen Qian, and I'm going to use it today, only to see him pull out a crimson-colored fruit that was still emitting a faint golden light, then swallow it in one bite. You go. Chun Feng was speechless. It was so hard to injure Zhang Bowen, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, the other party had eaten a zhugua. That's just plain foul. How can this be a fight? Not only Chun Feng, but those Daxia youths behind him saw Zhang Bowen eat a vermilion fruit. One by one, they are also in despair. Zhang Bowen is just too strong. All sorts of feats come and go. There's no defense at all. Most of all, they haven't come in handy, though they were all at the level of top-level martial artists. But the power of their lowly kung fu realm. In front of Zhang Bowen, who had ascended to the peak of a dozen feats, it was completely inadequate. A few hundred meters away, the intruder also noticed that the place where the exit was seemed to appear different. They seem to be fighting on their own. Let's escape while we can. The Kunlun Mountains are about to close, and there are still 20 days left. We're a good 3,000 kilometers from the safest northwest, which can be a long walk. The closest, to the southeast, is over 2,000 kilometers, but it's a city of Daxia, so going there would be a death wish. We have to get out quickly, or we'll all be trapped in the Kunlun Mountains. Let's go over there together and see if maybe we have reinforcements from outside fighting their way in. A group of intruders slowly came together. At this moment, Chun Feng's entire body was taut, not daring to relax for a moment. Those senior martial artists from Desya behind them also learned their lesson. They withdrew dozens of meters away, not daring to come any closer. At this moment, Zhang Bowen picked up the sword that had fallen on the ground earlier and gripped the bronze-colored hilt. It's been a long time since I used the red sky sword. It's all because the Six Veins divine sword is so good that I don't even bother to draw my sword. He drew his sword and dropped the scabbard. A bronze sword with a dark red face and a greenish-gray blade was revealed. Zhang Bowen wrapped the sword with his qi and blood and looked at Chun Feng and laughed. All martial arts under the sun are indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. Zhang Bowen used his wind god leg, and his entire body instantly turned into a stump, killing towards Chun Feng. Chun Feng immediately launched an attack. A sound wave attacked Zhang Bowen. Breath breaker. Only Zhang Bowen chopped out a sword qi, blocking one of Chun Feng's sound wave attacks. At that moment, a youth in the distance shouted, "Careful, he's using the 9 swords of Dokoroku. It is said to be able to break all martial arts in the world. The lone 9 swords. Isn't this the sword technique of the Dugu family of the 9 great families?" Chun Feng's hands were busy at this moment. Zhang Bowen is just too fast. One can only keep attacking left and right. Prevent your opponent from getting close. Chamberlain keeps moving out of position, chopping out a sword qi. Nice defense. The moves are powerful. Such talent is truly enviable. If only I were as gifted as you. Beyond Kunlun, there have been no humans for a long time. These words made Chun Feng sweat. He felt that Zhang Bowen might actually have the ability to do this. This kind of person is pretty scary once they grow up. Surprisingly, they want to destroy the world. It was a pity that he was not capable of killing Zhang Bowen for the time being. Chun Feng did not dare to compete with his opponent's stance, so he could only passively defend, and then take the opportunity to strike an attack to consume his opponent. Zhang Bowen was unable to attack for a long time and suddenly changed his stance. The Star Sucker. A powerful suction force immediately sucked Chun Feng into a stagger. Zhang Bowen took the opportunity to chop out a sword qi, as Chun Feng made a move to defend himself. Quickly closing the distance, a hand grabbed towards Chun Feng. Seeing Zhang Bowen's grasping hand, Chun Feng immediately understood the other party's intentions. Trying to use the star-sucking technique to suck my qi and blood. Then I'll let you see the power of the Northern Darkness Divine Power. The last time I used the North Underworld Divine Power to deal with Zhang Bowen. His own qi blood was only 800 points. Could barely absorb Zhang Bowen's Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power. Only a sliver of chakra could be drawn. This time, the blood value reached 1100 points. Chun Feng didn't believe that he still couldn't suck it up. He played the zither with his left hand and slapped out a palm with his right hand, fighting with Zhang Bowen's hand. Let's see whose of our 2 star-sucking techniques is a little more powerful. Zhang Bowen laughed as a golden color emerged on his body surface. He planned to use his Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power to resist the star-absorbing technique. At the same time, he himself was sucking Chun Feng's qi and blood with all his might, but soon realized something was different. Running at full power on his own, he couldn't even suck it up at all. And at this moment, Chun Feng used the North Underworld Divine Power of the Celestial Unity Realm. It instantly made Zhang Bowen feel that the qi and blood in his body had an obstacle when running. Surprisingly, they were all converging towards the palm of the hand, drilling into Chun Feng's body. Chun Feng clearly felt that this time, he had sucked in his opponent's qi and blood. The heart burst with joy, but the next moment the chakra stopped. Zhang Bowen was once again surprised. It was even if you couldn't suck your opponent's qi blood yourself. Even when using the Chenkuan de Nuai that had reached the 7th level, it was surprisingly unable to shift the opponent's qi and blood. One could only stop one's qi and blood from being sucked out. Chapter 97: A Breakthrough in the Face of Danger. I feel like I can do it again. Chun Feng saw that the Northern Darkness Divine Power was ineffective. The foot immediately used a teasing in leg. Heavenly foot. Zhang Bowen snorted. You boys are shady enough. He directly raised his leg to block, and at the same time he used Chenkuan de Nuai to transfer the force of this kick's attack to his palm. It immediately shook Chun Feng away. This time, Chun Feng was equal to receiving a kick of his own, still on the palm of his hand. The whole right hand was shaking with pain. It was a good thing that the power of the attack that was transferred back was compromised, or else this blow would have to be a serious injury. Spare a thought. Chun Feng was still shocked by the force, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and the 5 viscera in his body churned with qi and blood. Seeing Chun Feng injured, those daxia youths immediately became nervous. Chun Feng was their only saving grace. Whether or not those of them could leave Kunlun alive, they were counting on Chun Feng. If Chun Feng fell, they would face Zhang Bowen's one-sided slaughter. Zhang Bowen laughed. How does it feel to be heavy enough on your own feet? Chun Feng did not reply. He saw the intruder approaching quietly in the distance. An idea suddenly sprang to mind. The foot once again used the heavenly dismemberment kick. While using the sound wave attack of the 7 Jade Zither, he approached in the direction of the intruder. Zhang Bowen could tell that Chun Feng wanted to go to the intruder's side, so he raised his sword to catch up, but did not stop it. Eyes Zhang Bowen away from the exit. Chun Feng immediately shouted, "Take advantage of this and go. Make sure you tell the people outside that the dragon vein is a fake." That's when those youths reacted. Immediately rushed towards the exit. Zhang Bowen first frowned. Then it was released. As for whether the news of the fake dragon vein will leak, it actually didn't matter much to Zhang Bowen. Just step out of the Kunlun Mountains. There would be plenty of ways to slowly play those in the outside world to death. He was now more interested in taking down Chun Feng and studying his opponent's martial arts techniques. The remaining thousands of daxia people quickly rushed out of the passageway of the first line of heaven, towards the outer Kunlun Mountains, not daring to stay for a moment. A few of the more mercurial ruffians were not above shouting on their way out. "I will definitely not forget my brother's saving grace. If you can't get out, big brother, I'll be sure to burn more paper money for you. I'll burn beautiful women for you, and whichever star you like, you'll tell me in your dreams." I threw. Chun Feng was speechless, almost broke on the spot. "If you guys don't want to go, you can totally stay with me." Zhang Bowen's wind god leg transformed into a phantom and once again attacked Chun Feng. This time Chun Feng became even more strenuous. The right arm is injured and it feels painful just to stand up, and the injuries to his internal organs reduced the power of all his attack moves. Finally, Zhang Bowen stored up his strength and slashed his sword down. Chun Feng's strings were cut off by the sword qi. The whole thing fell to the ground at once, spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Zhang Bowen looked at the few more bloody gouges that had appeared on his body once again, and broken ribs, praised, "At the same realm other than me, absolutely no one is your opponent." Of those who were fleeing, the youths who fell at the end. Seeing Chun Feng fall, his face turned pale. A youth who was blind in one eye couldn't help but turn his head and rush towards Zhang Bowen, shouting, "I'll hold him off. Chun Feng, you run." Chun Feng was startled. Hurriedly he roared, "Don't you come any closer." But it's too late. Zhang Bowen laughed and backhanded his sword. Final style. Strong sword qi that tore through the man's attacking moves. Incidentally, it directly split the man standing in half. There were originally a few other hot-blooded youths who were eager to try, but they calmed down all of a sudden. Once again, they clearly realized the difference between himself and Zhang Bowen was too great. It's not a one-trick pony at all. Chun Feng was touched in his heart, but more than anything else, he was furious. A great young man with a lot of love and respect died just like that. The remaining people no longer hesitate. They all fled. The invaders, in the distance, finally saw what was going on. Ness, that horrible guy was defeated. Who is that man with the sword? You didn't see him just kill a daxia man. He must be our ally. It should be someone from Stick or Day. I didn't realize there were such strong allies. Said group came together. Sir, you're amazing. Hurry up and kill him. The Kunlun Mountains are going to be closed. I didn't realize we had an ally as powerful as you. May I ask if you are an ally of the Stick or the Day? Zhang Bowen was baffled by these people. I wonder when I became their ally. But none of that matters. It's a time of emergency for qi and blood. He pointed directly at the nearest intruder and opened his 5 fingers. The star sucker. Before the man could understand what was going on, he was grabbed by Zhang Bowen's neck. The whole man couldn't even scream. Only a useless struggle. In the end, he was sucked alive by Zhang Bowen and died. The intruders who originally wanted to go forward froze in place. OMG, what are you doing? Hi, man, Aren't you our ally? Damn it. It's not possible that Daxia sent another pervert. There is a saying in Daxia that an enemy of an enemy is an ally. We are enemies with him. We are allies with you. Zhang Bowen said smilingly. I'll be your ally after I leave Kunlun this time. But unfortunately, you won't be able to get out. The prosperity of the Kunlun Mountains requires the sacrifice of your lives. My future allies, are you ready to give selflessly? All the intruders froze. They couldn't figure out what exactly Zhang Bowen meant. What makes you an ally when you go out, but not when you're in Kunlun? Soon Zhang Bowen told them the answer. A sword chi from the Six Veins divine sword instantly harvested the lives of several people. A group of invaders finally recognizing the truth. The yellow-skinned dwarf in front of them was not the ally they thought they were. Everyone backed up again. After Zhang Bowen chased away these small fishes, he once again looked at Chen Feng. Looks like I need to chop off your limbs this time to save you from running around. With that, he raised that red sky sword. Chen Feng sighed and stood up with strong support. Barely running his gong method, he intended to make a final fight to the death. Just then, a voice that suddenly rang in his head. Congratulations on reaching the Master Teacher achievement. The second disciple reaches the realm of the Rudraksh Palm of heavenly unity and awakens the 10th style, Rudraksh Nirvana. Reward Master with 500 points of chi and blood value. Reward Master Rudraksha's 10th stance of the realm of the Celestials. Chen Feng was confused for a moment, wondering if I was hallucinating. Younger Shi Rulai Divine Palm reaches the realm of the unity of heaven and man. The Rudraksh Palm is still practiced to the 10th stance. It's one slap more than even he, the master, has. The most important thing was that the present-day chi blood had increased by another 500 points. Chen Feng looked at his panel and couldn't help but roll his throat and gulp. Martial Arts rank, Martial Arts Master. The 18 palms of the Descending Dragon. Realm, Unity of Heaven and Man. Rudraksh Palm. Realm, Unity of Heaven and Man. Heavenly Crippling Kick. Realm, Unity of Heaven and Man. Northern Underworld Divine Power. Realm, Unity of Heaven and Man. The 7 Deadly Zither. Realm, the Unity of Heaven and Man. Blood value, 1,600. That's a master? A feeling of déjà vu once again appeared in Chen Feng's heart. I feel like I can do it again. Chapter 98 Beheading Bo 1. Seizing the Red Sky. Zhang Bowen was thinking of chopping off Chen Feng's arms and legs, capturing him back to the ancient clan, and studying what kind of techniques the other party had learned. However, the subconscious suddenly felt a strong crisis. At the same time, he realized that the aura of Chen Feng in front of him had suddenly changed. A swastika suddenly appeared behind the original gigantic martial arts shadow. There was just one more swastika, but the overall aura of oppression was several times stronger. Why is that? Zhang Bowen didn't understand. More than 300 years of practical combat experience, through several life and death battles. The intuition of immediate danger can never be wrong. It was just like when he was back then, when he first faced that old monster from the Wei clan, feeling like a fish on a chopping block. At this moment, Chen Feng directly used Rulai Nirvana, fused with Divine Dragon Swing, plus the 7 Extremities Zither. The realm of celestial and human unity was utilized at 100% power. Together with his 16,000 blood value, Chen Feng did not believe that he could not win against Zhang Bowen. Chen Feng's index finger was like a dragon as it brutally grabbed at the strings, a sharp pull and a release. The sound wave transformed into a golden swastika, spinning rapidly and chopping towards Zhang Bowen. Unbeatable. This was Zhang Bowen's first impression. But he couldn't figure it out. Chen Feng, who was not his opponent just now. How come it's so strong all of a sudden? Was it a sudden epiphany? Unbelievingly, Zhang Bowen continuously executed the Dokoroku 9 swords, chopping out dozens of sword chi and fighting hard against Chen Feng. The lone 9 swords warded off sound wave attacks, the Vajra incorruptible divine skill for defense, and the wind god's leg as a stance to dodge attacks. Relying on the Chenkuan de Nuai, letting the bodies Jiuyang Shingong and Jiuyin Jinjing operate simultaneously, complementing yin and yang, enhancing the power of his martial arts moves by several times. Sparingly, it was surprisingly difficult to parry Chen Feng's attacks. How is this possible? Zhang Bowen really couldn't believe it. Surprisingly, he himself was suppressed. It's total suppression. Whether it's the robustness of the chakra output, it's still the power of the Kung Fu realm. Surprisingly, he himself couldn't even spell Chun Feng. Why is that? What the hell for? Chun Feng flicked his 10 fingers in succession, not giving Zhang Bowen the slightest chance to catch his breath. Sonic Wave Massive Don't Kill Attack. Chamberlain had to battle it out as he went along. However, Chun Feng approached step by step this time. This is big trouble. Zhang Bowen revealed an excited smile. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would, one day, fall head over heels in the Kunlun Mountains. It's a pity that the chi and blood values were too low by the Kunlun Mountains, making it impossible for me to use the 3 points of returning chi. He held his sword in his right hand and used the Dokoroku 9 Swords broken sword style, straining to crack Chun Feng's sound wave attack. The wind god leg under his feet kept dodging back and forth. Nay, the wind god's leg dodged the sound wave and didn't have the slightest speed advantage at all. The 6 veins divine sword in his left hand continuously struck out a sword chi. Yet the next moment, a spark snapped in his cheek. A sound wave transformed into a million words and flew past his face. The left cheek was at once a bloody mess. The left ear disappeared. The Vajra unbreakable divine skill, at this point, could no longer defend against Chun Feng's attacks. Not even with the 9 Suns' divine power protecting his body. Great! It seems that Great Xia really does have a lot of talent. There are demons in every generation. Zhang Bowen stopped fighting and turned to run. However, how could Chun Feng let him off like this? The Heaven's Remnant kick revolved and fiercely blasted into the earth. 1006 blood values made the power of the Heaven's crippling kick, too, rise by several levels. The ground was immediately stepped out in 2 large dirt pits, leaving 2 huge footprints. Chun Feng's entire body catapulted forward like a cannonball. The attacks on his hands remained unceasing. Chun Feng wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Zhang Bowen. Get rid of a demon for Daxia. Zhang Bowen did not hesitate to throw the red sky sword in his hand at the critical moment. It stabbed straight into Chun Feng's brow. Chun Feng had to avoid the front line for the time being. But the powerful sound wave gong still chopped off Zhang Bowen's sword-throwing arm. Zhang Bowen's entire right arm was cut off from the middle of his large arm. The wound was smooth and neat, and blood instantly soared out. But he also took the opportunity to get out of the fight. Concentrate on running the wind god leg with all your strength. Instantly escaped 100 meters away. Looking at the broken arm on the ground, Chun Feng couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being an old monster of more than 300 years old, it's still really hard to kill. But he picked up the sword. Only 2 ancient characters were sealed on the dark red sword. Red Sky. Chun Feng was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize it was one of the top 10 famous swords of Daxia. Red Sky Sword. That's a good one. He found the scabbard that Zhang Bowen had discarded earlier again. Stick the sword back in. Chun Feng glanced at the intruder who had been watching from afar. Then walked to the exit and found a large rock. Sit there and watch. He's gonna take all the intruders in the 4-elephant rift. Stay here forever. Give the dead compatriots a burial. The few people who were previously stunned by Zhang Bowen's lion's roar. At this point, he also woke up. The total of a dozen people who got up, ran their energy to heal their wounds for a long time, before gradually recovering a little hearing. There were also a few stunned people who apparently never woke up again. But this was no longer the time to worry about such things. They quickly came to Chun Feng's side and asked, "Where's Bowen Chong the Elder?" Chun Feng replied, "He escaped. Kunlun is about to seal the mountain, so you guys should run away too." One young man, looking at his mechanical watch, immediately said, "There's not much time left, we'd better hurry up. If we are delayed, we will have to stay in Kunlun forever." A few other youths immediately were about to leave. But soon enough, one of the youths turned around and looked at Chun Feng, who was still sitting on the exit stone, and asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Chun Feng smiled faintly and pointed at the intruder in the distance. "I'm going to make these people stay in Kunlun forever. I will make the enemies of the foreign states never dare to enter the Kunlun Mountains again. When you guys go out, report the news that this is a fake dragon vein to the Martial Arts Guild." Fake dragon veins? It was quickly countered. How can it be a fake dragon vein? This is definitely a real dragon vein. This dragon vein has been discovered for over 300 years. It's been guarded for generations. How could it not be a dragon vein? I was just in the vicinity of that giant snake, and I also saw a tree with vermilion fruit growing on it. I also saw the 9-leaf yao grass, and I saw a few invaders digging up 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. This place is definitely a dragon vein. Otherwise, how could there be so many heavenly treasures? If this isn't the dragon vein, what is? The others nodded. Everyone thinks this is the dragon vein. If this was not the dragon vein, how could the old ancestors have kept it for more than 300 years, generation after generation? Chun Feng didn't know if the crowd would believe it when he said it, but still said, I met the Kunlun legacy. I heard them say that the words on the cliff were carved by Zhang Bowen. The original name of this fake dragon vein was called the Four-Elephant Heavenly Rift. The further in you go, the more dangerous it gets. The crowd was shocked when they heard Chun Feng's words, but people still find it hard to believe. It's been 300 years, and now you're telling me it's a lie. What about all the work and sacrifices that have been made before? Chapter 99. The mountain is about to be closed. I am invincible. Chun Feng, time is running out. Actually, you don't have to risk your life for those scumbags. With your strength, you will definitely be a top powerhouse of the great Xia generation in the future. It would be a real shame for you to fold. The last few youths before they left. Or did he want Chun Feng to leave with him as well? Chun Feng shook his head and thanked them for their kindness. Looking into the distance at the invaders that had once again begun to approach, he said indifferently, I'll go, but not now. I'm going to leave these people, all of them, in Kunlun. The last few youths with injuries saw Chun Feng's determination. All deeply regretted. At that moment, we only saw the intruder in the distance, who had found a tree branch somewhere and hung a white cloth on it. Shake the white cloth from side to side while coming towards the exit. Does raising the white flag really help? Whether it works or not, we're going to try. It's too late to leave. Staying here will only lead to death. Big deal. Fight with him. Looking at the slowly approaching intruders, the last few youths cursed. These guys know to raise the white flag now. And don't think about when you were chasing us before, how arrogant you were at that time. These last few youths, they all hated each other. There's a rush though, but they still couldn't help but stop. Wanted to see how Chun Feng would deal with these intruders. They knew that based on Chun Feng's attitude just now, it must be impossible to spare these intruders. One of the youths turned on the recorder on his person that he never got around to turning on. Wanted to record the last desperate images of the intruder. Take it out and show the families of those compatriots who died in the war, the tragedy of their enemies. Very quickly, a large group of invaders arrived not far from Chun Feng. One by one, they shouted, We surrender. We admit defeat. I'm willing to be a captive. You need to stop getting in our way. Time is running out. If you don't leave, you'll die too. Please, please let me go. I will never dare to come to Daxia again. I still have my kids, and they're still waiting for me to come home. Some people cried out in pain on the spot, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy from Chun Feng. However, Chun Feng could not muster half a bit of sympathy. In the woods outside the Four-Elephant Moat, a corpse with its limbs chopped off was still hanging and swaying on the branches. Those are the martial artists of Daxia. I let you go? Then who spared my fellow Daxia citizens? Blood debts are paid in blood. When you killed my compatriots in Daxia, you should have been prepared to be killed. I am invincible today. After Chun Feng roared, he did not hesitate to unfurl his martial Dao void. The moment the 7 absolute strings appeared, the intruders instantly panicked. Are you crazy? Must you die with us? If we can't get out of the Kunlun Mountains, we'll all die. Let's all charge together and kill our way out. The intruder was driven to the dogs. As soon as the white flags were thrown, they rushed towards Chun Feng. Between the strings plucking, a blood-red sound wave formed a swastika. The 10,000 characters spun rapidly, as if they were cutting machines, and flew towards the rushing crowd. Nowadays, the power of the sound wave kung fu could not even carry the peak of the Vajra unbreakable divine kung fu. These half-assed invaders are even less of a match. Together with Chun Feng's current 1,600 chi blood, the scene was a completely lopsided battle. The hordes of invaders were instantly reduced to a slaughterhouse. Each sound wave attack could easily cut down several people in a row. There were screams and screams, but there were a few others who tried to resist a bit. Golden Bell. One could only see a big man covered in muscles, a circle of golden astral energy forming around his body. The whole person is covered in it. He vainly attempted to use this to resist the sonic attack and rush out of the entrance. Yet the zither cuts through. The hood is still there, the man is gone. The muscular man fell to the ground incredulously. Watch with your own eyes, your body from the waist down still standing in place. How? I don't want to die. Yet it was useless to say anything. In the end, he could only gradually lose consciousness in the severe pain. Chun Feng kept plucking the strings. Sacrifice the fallen souls of Daxia with the lives of our enemies. Those last few Daxia youths with injuries. Seeing the misery of the intruders, one clenched his fists and his eyes reddened with excitement. Grandpa, see. These foreign enemies have finally paid the price. Big brother. Someone has avenged you. Brothers, rest in peace. These youths looked at Chun Feng's back and cast grateful glances. They no longer hesitate. There were quick departures. Quinlan is now overcrowded. Because there's less than a week to go. The Kunlun Mountains are about to be closed again. There are a lot of people that have come to wait for their loved ones to return. As for the families of those elderly people, they are also prepared to prepare the burial mounds. Prepare for the day when Kunlun seals the mountain before the funeral for the old man. General President of the Budokai, sitting in the conference room, listening to the reports from subordinates on all sides. The Kunlun City branch president and a bunch of other branch presidents all had ugly faces at this moment. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was also quite depressing. No one has come out for half a month straight. Nor is there any news of the dragon vein. No one has ever come out again, except for some who dug up the treasure before, and those who escaped with injuries. The opening of Kunlun is an event if it's done well, but a disaster if it's not. And over at the Holy Capital, there's a large crowd gathered in protest at the entrance to the Martial Arts Guild's headquarters. Now the matter of the Kunlun Mountains has made the chief general manager so worried that he can't sleep all night. And then you end up hearing people protesting in the Holy Capital? Immediately puzzled, he asked, "What are they protesting?" That branch president of the Holy Capital immediately reported. There's a lady named Sulan who demands that Lu Weiwei's championship ranking be cancelled. The reason is that Lu Weiwei's master, Chun Feng, is suspected to be a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Many people who have suffered persecution from the Swallowing Club have been rallied by her. At this time, Yang Honghu was also in the conference hall. Hearing Su Lan's name, immediately interjected, "The Su Lan you're talking about, doesn't she have a daughter named Xiao Ruhan?" The chapter president flipped through the details of the debriefing material in his hands. Inside are all the details of the very person who led the charge, Su Lan. There is indeed a daughter called Xiao Ruhan. Or from your city of Jiangxing. Yang Honghu smacked his lips breathlessly. This family is really rowdy. Her man is still locked up in jail. I didn't think she'd have the guts to make such a mess. Listening to Yang Honghu, the Sacred Capital's chapter president, immediately understood. The Sulan is afraid that she won't stop in Jiangxing. Even the Generalissimo was a little impressed with this guy, because he remembered that in Chun Feng's profile, the first disciple was named Xiao Ruhan. But the day this disciple won the city championship, he joined the Warlord Martial Arts School. Then this family got on Chun Feng's bad side. But it was never pleasing. Even his own man went to jail for it. Chapter 100. I'll be here when you get back. Sacred Capital. The entrance to the Budo Guild. Hundreds of people blocked the square. Sulan was holding a megaphone, and in front of her was a cell phone holder with a cell phone on it that was broadcasting live. She shouted at the door of the Budo Guild. Heads can be severed, blood can flow. Chun Feng's disciple cannot be retained. The disciple of a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club has become a champion. Is there any law? Is there any law? The Heaven Swallowing Club and I are irreconcilable. Sulan was shouting when a van stopped in front of her. A dozen cases of mineral water were brought down from the car. Those who came to protest went up to get water. Thank you, Sister Sue. Shiran had to put down the megaphone and went to check out the water delivery driver. She bought all this mineral water out of her own pocket. Even at noon every day, hundreds of boxed lunches are ordered for everyone. The goal is to be able to retain more protesters. It's not a small daily expense, though. But as long as the protests work, one can make a fortune. The reason is simple. This National Martial Arts Apprentice competition. Xiao Ruhan was 11th. If the first place winner, Vivian Liu, is disqualified from the championship, the name will then be deferred. My own daughter would have been 10th. According to the contest prize money system, there are prizes for the top 10. And the prize money for 10th in the country is $1 million. As soon as she thought of this, Su Lan's heart became more and more motivated. The thought of paying for water and food every day is not so distressing. Inside the martial arts guild, the vice president who stayed behind to sit in the holy capital. Through the window, looking out the window at the crowd was a head-scratcher. A henchman on the sidelines reported, "This Su Lan can really make a mess." Some time ago, for cursing the people who participated in the Kunlun opening were detained. It hasn't been long since this was released and it's starting to get rowdy again. And she's not only the leader of these protesters, she's also the biggest funder. Lunch every day and mineral water in the morning and afternoon are all privately sponsored by her. That vice president asked, which member of his family was victimized by the Heaven Swallowing Club? It actually caused her to hate that Chun Feng so much. The henchman coughed dryly in embarrassment. No one was killed. No one was killed? The vice president was surprised. The subordinate went on to report. All the details of what had been found out were given. The vice president said in exasperation, "After all that, she's going for the 10th place prize, isn't she? I hate people like that, who use the scars of other people's pasts to their own advantage." The vice president walked around in exasperation. But there really wasn't much to do for a while. So many people in the square. Self-media is so advanced nowadays again. This has been all over the internet for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 days are the days when Kunlun is closed, I'm afraid this whole thing is going to get blown out of proportion. After all, so many people in all of Dacia who had been persecuted by the Heaven Swallowing Club. Once it's all assembled, it's going to be quite a pain in the ass. Spare a thought, Su Lan's act of protest was supported by many netizens online, those who have been persecuted by the Heaven Swallowing Club. There was also online solidarity with Su Lan. What qualifications does a disciple of the Heaven Swallowing Club have to take the title? Maybe this championship is won by the sucking star. It's so chilling. How does this leave so many victims in peace? The Martial Arts Guild isn't coming out to give an explanation either. Too many people have died at the hands of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Su Lan's protests, too, are slowly festering. Watch the online solidarity grow. Su Lan's confidence, too, grew stronger. Tokai City. So Yun was sitting in her uncle's home at the moment. Looking at Su Lan's protests, he couldn't help but mock Shinfeng. The young master has really taken in a good disciple. The uncle on the side said to Su Yen, "This time when Kunlun seals the mountain, Mr. Zhang Bowen will also come out. But he'll go to the western continent. Once Zhang Bowen leaves the Kunlun Mountains, he will regain 1 year of strength for every day that passes. In 2 months at most, another bloody storm will begin. You need to be ready too." Hearing the uncle's words, Su Yen recalled the terrifying one-armed old man 20 years ago. The man of Dacia's nightmares is finally going to come out again. Lu Weiwei is also in Kunlun City now. She didn't have time to pay attention to Su Lan. Now it's just the last few days left, and it's going to be Kunlun sealing the mountain. She still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. "I hope Master can come out of that mist in the Kunlun Mountains." Her right leg today is completely unconscious. But Lu Weiwei has long been used to using a wheelchair. Her strength had broken through to martial artist. Usually even those who live alone have no problems. But in the past 2 days, Kim Yu he sent a message telling her that she would be back soon to wait with her for her master. And there's a surprise for her. Stick. First City Gold family. Everyone in the Jean family, along with the invited guests, convened together for the family heir conference. Elder Kim will today announce the family heir. Some people close to the family also came to the scene. It's just that these people, they don't see the future of the Jean family. They were all rushing towards Elder Jean, the supreme master of martial arts. Elder Jean was someone they greatly admired and revered. But Master Jin's children and grandchildren are all more wasted than one another. They are not looking at any of them. Anyone who isn't stupid can imagine it. As soon as the old man collapses, the Jean family will be finished. Once everyone was there. The oldest member of the Jean family and the second member of the Jean family both clenched their fists in excitement. Both of them were filled with fire as they stared at each other. Finally, the most tense moment came. Elder Kim stood up first. Nods to old friends and partners on all sides. Then, pointing to Kim Yu he beside him, he introduced himself. "This is my little granddaughter, Kim Yo-hee. Just came back from studying abroad in Dacia." The crowd was a little puzzled. I wonder what Elder Kim is doing introducing this loser granddaughter? Regarding this trashy granddaughter of the Jin family, most of the people present had heard about it. After all, they had also come to observe the ceremony when the root bones were checked back then. Then he heard Elder Jin say to everyone, "Young Hee, from now on, will be the heir to the Kim family." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Among them, the oldest two of the Jin family, all stood up in shock. The boss said, "Dad, how could you leave the family to this waste of a man, Young Hee?" The second followed suit. "That's right, Dad. Young Hee is still young. I think the family or I, as a father, will help Young Hee watch first." At that moment, the eldest grandson stood up again in dissatisfaction and said, "Grandpa, that's not fair. I'm the most talented person in the family, so by all rights, I should be the one to inherit." Genius? Elder Jin frowned in disgust. This eldest grandson of his own, he is not capable, but his self-perception is really good. Now that he was 25 years old, his cultivation was still stuck at the martial apprentice level. This has the face to say genius. The other guests snickered. It's just in the way of Elder Kim's face. It's not good to show too much. Chapter 101, taking away the eldest with a wave of the hand. We are a martial arts family, and martial arts cultivation is the family's greatest foundation. Here's the deal. If either of you can beat younger C, I'll give him the family. At this moment, the three grandchildren immediately jumped into action. They all knew that Jin Yoshi's roots were tested to be unsuitable for martial arts training back then. At this moment, they all immediately stepped forward to challenge Kim Yu-hee and show Grandpa who is the pillar of the family. The three grandchildren had not yet spoken. The Jin family's boss then took the initiative to step forward and said, "Being the eldest, I'll try to see how strong my niece is." As soon as he stood out, a few juniors immediately caved in. The Jin family boss was a high-level martial artist, and most of the people present knew that. The crowd of guests couldn't help but whisper, "I didn't expect the Jin family to have fallen so far as to stage a fight between the elders and the juniors over the family property." Elder Jin doesn't know what to think. Why did he hand the family over to a loser? As soon as the old man passes away, the Jin family will be finished. A martial arts family without an expert to sit in on it is really nothing. Elder Jin might as well hand the family over to a few foreign disciples. In fact, Elder Kim thought the same thing. Originally, he had wanted his fourth disciple, who was also the second youngest member of the Park family, to marry his granddaughter, Kim Yo-hee, in marriage. When the time comes, the family will be handed over to his granddaughter and this apprentice. Anyway, he had never thought of handing the family over to his two defeated sons. At this point, I see that my eldest son has jumped out to grab the inheritance with my niece in spite of his face. His face turned ugly. I had thought of letting a few of my unproductive grandchildren go on the stage, and in the process, letting young Hui show off her own strength. It was good to let the crowd know that the Jin family didn't have a complete lack of successors. Turns out the oldest son jumped the gun. At this time, Kim Yu-hee's father had mixed feelings. Although he was also an advanced martial artist, he was more than 200 points behind his elder brother's chi and blood. He was definitely no match for Big Brother himself. It would have been a good thing for the old man to choose his daughter as his heir. It's just that he, as a father, has some face to lose. But in the future, his position in the family would definitely be able to overwhelm his elder brother. It's better than falling into Big Brother's hands anyway. He stood up at this point and objected. "Big Brother, as an elder, how can you argue with the younger generation?" The head of the Jin family stalked his neck. "I'm doing this for the sake of the family. As a martial arts family, of course it's more appropriate for whoever has high martial arts skills to be in charge of the family." Elder Jin couldn't wait to slap this eldest son back into his mother's womb. "What a shame," he said to his granddaughter at his side. "Young Hee, don't hold back later. Beat me to death." Kim Yu-hee is also eager to inherit the family, because then Yugo would be hers from now on. Just not much real-world experience. The heart is a little weak. She whispered quietly into her grandfather's ear, "Grandpa, can I really beat the eldest?" The corners of Elder Kim's eyes twitched. "If you use your full strength, one slap and you might not have a great uncle. His current chi blood is just over 600. Your chi blood is as high as 749. You're already close to being a top-tier martial artist." Kim Yu-hee's eyes widened in shock. Uncertainty said, "Am I really that good?" Elder Jin nodded. Kim Yu-hee said in her heart, "The martial arts technique that Master taught me is really powerful. I didn't realize that I'm already close to reaching top-tier martial artist. Soon the crowd arrived at the Jin family martial arts arena. Honestly, if it weren't for Master Kim's face, they were truly too lazy to come and watch such a dogged contest. Many of the guests were whispering under the stage. The big loser beat up the little loser, and I don't know what there is to see. Isn't this granddaughter of his unsuitable for practicing martial arts? It's hard to believe that the Jin family's old man is also senile. Is it possible that this granddaughter, like Elder Jin, has learned some powerful martial arts in Daxia? How is that possible? I also went to Daxia to study, learned the dog fighting stick for 20 years, and when I finally hit the dog, I was bitten by the dog. At this time, there was another person who was even more anxious than Kim Yu-hee. It's Kim Woo-hee's father. He hurriedly came to the Jin family's old man's side and advised, "Dad, young Shi is still young. It's really unfair for Big Brother to beat young Shi. It's not like you don't know about young Shi's martial arts roots. And it hasn't been long since young Shi recovered from her serious injuries, so it's just too much of a disadvantage to compete in martial arts." Elder Kim had no problem giving this son a slap in the face. He really didn't bother to explain to these two stupid sons. A slap across the face. The Jin family's second oldest man covered his swollen face and immediately became honest. The Jin family boss looked on with a smile. A few grandchildren didn't dare to say anything more. They knew the old man's temper well. Consistently, if you can do it, you definitely don't argue. Martial arts arena. The Jin family boss said with a smile. "Young Hia, Uncle will be merciful, you don't have to be afraid." Kim Yoshi snorted coldly and said, "I'm not going to show any mercy. I'm going to let everyone see the power of the Rudraksh palm." With that, he raised his little hand and waved it at his eldest. The boss of the Kim family was confronted with such a childish gesture from Kim Yu-hee, almost laughed. Yet the next moment, a huge golden palm shadow appeared, and in the middle of the palm, there was a shining swastika. The Jin family boss snapped his eyes wide open. He had no time to think at the moment and hurriedly used his iron sand palm to resist. As soon as it made contact, the whole person threw and flew out. The man was in the air and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was shocked. The Jin family's old man was not even in the mood to care about his son's life and death. The mind was only shocked by the power of his granddaughter's palm technique. His own eldest son's chi blood value was 683 points. It was a genuine advanced martial artist. Only the realm of gongfu comprehension was a bit lower. As a result, he was killed by his granddaughter in a single move. The crowd at the scene was shocked. They looked down on the Jin family boss though. But the other party was at least a senior martial artist. As a result, he couldn't even catch a slap from Kim Yu-hee. The gap is too big. Could it be that Kim Yoshi is a top-level martial artist at such a young age? Which one of you recognizes, what kind of palm is this? The power of that palm just now is no longer below me. No one was more shocked than Elder Jin's disciples. The second youngest master of the Park family could not help but feel joy in his heart. He could feel that Jin Yoshi's strength was definitely stronger than his own. Originally, when Elder Kim asked him to marry Jin Yoshi, he was not very willing in his heart. Although Kim Yu-hee is very pretty. But everyone knows that Kim Yu-hee is a waste with extremely poor roots. Pressure from his teachers and family forced him to agree to this marriage. At this moment, when he saw Jin Yoshi's strength, he was even stronger than himself. There was a rush of excitement in his heart, as if he had picked up a treasure. The old man of the Park family at this time also said in surprise, "It seems I misunderstood old man Kim. Originally, I thought he took advantage of our family. After all this, we're the ones who are high on the list." You quickly put on your chakra monitoring glasses and check your fiancé's chakra value. Genius. Definitely an absolute genius. The second youngest member of the Park family hurriedly put on his glasses. Look no further. 749. He himself was only comparable to 504, but he didn't realize that Kim Yoshi was even more than 200 points higher than him. And Kim Yo-hee is several years younger than him. The Park family's second youngest master's hands were shaking with excitement and his eyes were moist. Such a supreme genius was actually his fiancée. "Master, I was wrong about you. I didn't realize Master thought so highly of me. I will definitely repay my master in the future." The second youngest member of the Park family was touched for a moment in his heart. The three grandchildren of the Jin family were all dumbfounded at the moment. Not in the same league at all. Especially the oldest grandson. He felt that he, the first genius of the Jin family, was now a joke. It was originally a joke though. Kim Yoshi's parents were first shocked. Then they were overwhelmed. The big Jin family will be his daughters from now on. Chapter 102. What's all this fuss about? You love your master's country. After the Kim family determines the heir. All the guests, then, began to be seated for dinner. Kim Yoo-hee was sitting next to her grandfather. Other than Kim Yoo-hee, all the other people who could sit at the table with Master Kim were all dignitaries of the stick. Stick doesn't have a martial arts saint. A martial honored one was their highest combat power. There are only 11 martial honors in the entire stick. It was evident how powerful and high in status Elder Kim was. Those present first toasted Elder Jin. After finishing one by one, they all started to ask about Kim Yoo-hee. Young Hee, what kind of gong method is this? How come I've never heard of it before? Kim Yoo-hee said proudly. I practiced Rudraksh. In this world, only my master and I know how to do it, and you've certainly never seen it. Hearing him say that, everyone immediately took a keen interest in Kim Yoo-hee's master. Young Shi, which high-ranking person in Dasya is your master? As soon as she spoke of her master, Jin Yoshi's heart ached. The original proud look immediately became mournful. My master's name is Chun Fong, and he is the most talented person in Great Xia. At the martial apprentice level, one can defeat a martial artist across the ranks. At the martial artist level, one can defeat an advanced martial artist over the level. My master has never been defeated. And the winner of this Dasha martial apprentice level national competition is my senior sister. Hearing Kim Yoo-hee say that, the crowd felt that Chun Fong was definitely a high-ranking person of his generation. Some people were immediately on their cell phones, searching for information on Dasha Chun Fong. Soon enough information about Chun Fong was searched. It's just that the situation is a little different than they thought it would be. A young 20-something? Suspected members of an evil extremist organization, the Sky Swallowing Club. Practicing 3 heaven stage extreme techniques to the peak at the martial apprentice level? Kunlun Open Mountain is in danger, and the demon Chun Fong is suspected to have fallen. Chun Feng's various unexpected news reports instantly gave these people the feeling of eating a big melon. One by one, they became more and more curious about Chun Fong. In any case, with Kim Yoo-hee's performance today, these guests know. With Jin Yoshi's genius cultivation, and that heavenly stage extremity technique that he had mastered, as well as a very high realm of technique comprehension, the Jin family is bound to not fall in the future. It can even be taken to the next level. After all, Elder Jin's Iron Sand Palm was only a Shen-level technique in Dasha. Instead, someone else's granddaughter had brought back a heaven stage extreme grade technique from Dasha. Especially search online for Rudraksh. Previous battle footage of Chun Fong using the Ru Lai Divine Palm would be searched out. Everyone present was envious. The Jin family is bound to go to the next level in the future with young Shi's technique. I'm so envious of the Park boys. It's a shame we don't have any children of the right age in our family. Heavenly rank extreme grade technique. This is the first time Stick has obtained such a high-level martial arts technique. The Park family has really hit the jackpot. It's so jealous. Elder Jin laughed and was in a good mood. After all these years, the family finally produced an offspring that gave him a long face. At this time, Park's family was also happy. The old man of the Park family was more and more satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law at this time. He stood up and called his second grandson over. You two will be engaged soon, so let's get to know each other early today. The second youngest master of the Park family immediately came to Elder Kim with his ass in front of him. Shout out, Master! Then he smiled at Kim Yoo-hee again. Cubby, hello, my name is... Yet the words were not finished. Jin Yoshi then tugged on Elder Kim's arm and said, Grandpa, I don't like him. I don't want to be engaged to him. I already have someone I like. The second youngest member of the Park family froze on the spot. The cheeks were on fire. His own fiancée, who was about to be engaged, had said to his face that she already had a favorite. It made him wonder for a moment how to get down. In his own family, the strongest strength was only a grandmaster. It's not at all on the same level as Elder Kim. And Elder Jin was also his own master. The scene was awkward for a while at this point. Everyone was silently eating their melon. Elder Jin hurriedly chided his own granddaughter. Don't be ridiculous. You go to your room first. I'll get back to you later. Then he looked at the Park family's old man again and apologized. Kids don't know any better and make up excuses to avoid marriage. I'll be sure to give you an explanation for this. Let's all eat first. The oldest Park family member nodded with an awkward smile. He was helpless. When people say they are engaged, they don't have a choice. Now people still don't have a choice even if they're not engaged. After all, this was the supreme of martial arts. After the meal, Elder Jean looked at his precious granddaughter. Couldn't help but sigh. Tell me what you think. Kim Yu, he wonders if the one she liked is still around. But she felt like she couldn't accept anyone but that person. At this time, facing Elder Kim, Kim Yoshi directly stated her purpose. Grandpa, this time I came back. I actually want the family's vermilion fruit. Yugo? Elder Jean asked with a frown. What do you want with Yugo? Kim Yohi said truthfully. The meridian in my senior sister's right leg is wasted. I'm going to use the vermilion fruit and heal her right leg. But don't worry, when I grow up in the future, I will definitely pay you back. Later, Elder Jean was speechless. He's afraid he won't see it. He had just checked Chun Feng's information as well. After all, the other party is Kim Yoshi's master. It's a shock not to find out. Speak your mind at this time as well. I can give you juju. If your master gets out of the Kunlun Mountains, you'll have him immigrate to us, and I'll give him both the clan and the vermilion fruit. And that senior sister of yours, as soon as he immigrates to our place, I will immediately give him the vermilion fruit. Kim Yohi immediately said, No, my master is a man of principle and faith. There is no way he would emigrate. My senior sister is definitely unwilling to emigrate as well, and she will definitely be like her master, never betraying the Grand Xia. Elder Jean discouraged. Right now Daxia is not friendly to your master, or to you as a senior sister. Your master used the star-absorbing technique, and the martial arts guild definitely can't just sit back and do nothing. And your senior sister, there's a group protesting right now to strip her of her title. If you come to us, you won't have to go through such trouble and you'll get the best treatment. Kim Yu, he said in a difficult voice. It won't work, my master said. He won't emigrate even if he's a ghost in Daxia. And I also want to emigrate to Daxia and stay with master and sister forever. Elder Jean said with hatred. You have learned nothing of your master's patriotism. Kim Yu, he immediately retorted. I've learned, and I'm going to be a ghost in Daxia to keep master company. Elder Jean was completely speechless. It's obvious that my own granddaughter has sort of completely learned the hard way. Chapter 103 New news from Kunlun, the second Zhongboan. Kim Yu, he eventually gets her hands on Yugo, and was escorted back by Elder Kim's men. The future of the Jean family all rested on this granddaughter. And the granddaughter clearly has her heart set on Daxia. If the granddaughter could develop in Daxia, it would naturally be 10,000 times better than the stick. Especially right now. The stick has fallen into a moment of crisis. This time Kunlun opens the mountain, and the stick is unorthodox. Compelled by the Western continent, it also intervened. Once Kunlun sealed the mountain, they would most likely face the wrath of Daxia. As for the Park family marriage, I'm sorry. Master Kim had a million reasons why it didn't make sense. The Park family all felt reasonable. Quinlan. Jean Yoshi took Yugo and went to the hotel where Lu Weiwei was staying. Senior sister. This is the legendary Zhugua. My grandfather said that eating it straight away will cure your leg immediately. Lu Weiwei looked at the vermilion fruit and her heart was warm. Thank you, sister. She stood on one leg and hugged Kim Yu, his tears slowly flowed down her face. Let's keep it for now, okay? I'm afraid that in case master comes out injured as well, he might need the vermilion fruit. Jean Yoshi also hugged Lu Weiwei and her expression became sad. Aha! Western Continent. Union Parliament. All the consuls of the South Continent and the North Continent are gathered here. This Kunlun Mountain campaign was a success. I also don't know if the chopper nail was successfully driven in. So many people have killed their way into the dragon vein. It's bound to work. Don't worry. Our 3 continents have joined forces, and our numbers are several times that of Great Xia. But how is it that by now, the brigade hasn't come out? Don't worry. It's not like no one has come out of Daxia until now. Don't be in a hurry. There are still 3 days to go, and by the end of it all that should come out will surely come out. The consuls of all 3 continents are, on the surface, relaxed. The heart was a little anxious. Their country is no match for Daxia. Daxia had a thriving population, and almost 1/5 of the people were martial artists. and while they added up to a large total, the martial artists were only quantity but not quality. This time, almost all the top martial artists were forced into Kunlun. This is if in case it folds too much. It could lead to the martial arts world of the entire continent and a break in cultivation. The Western Continent consul was also a bit bottomless in his heart at this time. So many people went in total and only tens of thousands came back in the early days. A third are the wounded, the rest are the ones who dug up the treasure. But now for over half a month, no one has ever returned. It's really a bit of a panic. The consul of the Southern Continent had the hardest look on his face. There was originally a lot of opposition to this action. He was the one who pushed for the passage of this resolution. Later on, in order to maintain his position, he also keeps exposing all kinds of good news. Anyone who digs for treasure and comes back successfully. He's all over it in a big way. Now that the sealing of Kunlun is imminent, the people of the entire Southern Continent are ready to welcome the heroes in a joyous celebration. There was even a joyous parade on the day Kunlun was closed. The consul of the Southern Continent prayed in his heart. Hopefully, there must be more of them coming back. If the number of people is too small, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my seat as consul. Seeing that there are 2 days left for Kunlun to close the mountain, all parties waited until they were burnt out. The Kunlun Mountains finally ran out more than 9,000 people one after another. Daxia was in an uproar. This news was also reported by the spies in the Western Continent at the first opportunity. The ones on the West Grand Avenue side, too, breathed a sigh of relief. The people from Daxia had come out, so the people from their own side, they should be getting close as well. It's just that Daxia came out a bit short. The general president of the Martial Arts Guild's heart sank to the bottom when he saw that just this many people had come out. He hastily arranged for all of them to be questioned in detail. Almost everyone who comes out has a dedicated match. Ask about the internal situation of the Kunlun Mountains, as well as the situation of the Dragon Vein. Then summarize it to come up with the most detailed, reliable intelligence. Look at the detailed intelligence that is gradually coming together. The general president's look grew more and more grave. There is only one piece of good news. The Dragon Vein is unharmed. The bad news, on the other hand, is a whole lot of bad news. First of all, a lot of people died. The everlasting one, Zhang Bowen, is still alive and has appeared in the Kunlun Mountains. Others who escaped recalled fleeing in panic. It seemed that Chun Feng was heard shouting that the Dragon Vein was fake. But that didn't bother the crowd. No one doubts that the Dragon Vein is fake. Based on the seizure of these men's recorders, there were only 3 recorders that recorded the final footage. The projector in the conference room was showing the final image. The final image of Chun Feng's battle shocked everyone. Yang Honghu couldn't help but sigh. Such a heavenly pride. Yet he met Zhang Bowen. I should have known that I wouldn't let him enter Kunlun. The general president and the other chapter presidents, too, felt a pang of regret. Chun Feng's demonic level had exceeded their expectations. Surprisingly, he was almost able to tie with Zhang Bowen. I think that, in order to capture Zhang Bowen, 3 martial saints were deployed at once, and they all ended in failure. Not only did Zhang Bowen manage to escape, he also killed a martial saint in return and crippled a martial saint. It has caused incalculable damage to Daxia. Although Kunlun suppressed qi and blood cultivation, the martial arts techniques and realms were still there. Those techniques that Zhang Bowen had learned were capable of restraining almost all martial arts in the world. Whether it was speed, attack, defense, or the ability to explode qi and blood, they were all top-of-the-line feats of the lineage. Moreover, each of these feats had reached the terrifying peak of Ascension Realm. This Chun Feng is very impressive. He was able to resist Zhang Bowen, although he lost in the end. It can't be helped. Zhang Bowen drew his red sky sword and used the world's #1 sword technique again. This Chun Feng's attacks are extremely strong. It feels like they're already comparable to those of a martial Dao master or even a patriarch. Especially that mysterious sound wave gong. It's really unheard of. The feats this Chun Feng knows have also gone beyond our imagination. Did you guys ever get the feeling he looked like one? These last words made the people in the conference room. All of them could not help but be stunned. There was a long silence. The chief spoke faintly. He's a lot like the second Chamberlain. The conference room was silent. An endless stream of top-notch feats. As far as they know the information now. Before Chun Feng entered Kunlun, he had 3 top-level techniques. Descending Dragon's 18 palms, Rudraksha's palm, and Heavenly Crippling Kick. After entering Kunlun, it was also revealed that he knew the star-absorbing technique and now he had added a kind of sonic wave technique. The most mysterious thing was that none of them had ever heard of these feats. A chapter president said, "You're saying that it's possible for Chun Feng to be like Zhang Bowen. It's a mix of the Kunlun legacy and our Daxia people. To be able to cultivate various techniques to the peak of the martial realm, while still a martial apprentice, is also due to practicing the Kunlun legacy's ageless, everlasting spring technique." His words spoke to the hearts of everyone in the room. If so, all the mysteries on Chun Feng would be cleared up. It was a reasonable thing for an old monster who had cultivated for an unknown number of years to reach the peak of every technique. After all, there was Zhang Bowen's previous experience. Yang Honghu, the branch president of Jiangqing City, said at this time, "Regardless of whether he's a Kunlun legacy hybrid or not, one thing is for sure, Chun Feng and Zhang Bowen have a hostile relationship. Chun Feng taught disciples in Daxia and imparted those powerful techniques that are beneficial to Daxia. And it's basically certain that Chun Feng is definitely not a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. It's just a pity that when I met Zhang Bowen, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back." This statement was also recognized by the crowd. The general president of the Budokai said to the assistant behind him, "Release the video and expose Chun Feng's body speculation in the meantime. Those people at the entrance of the Sacred Capital General Union, if they're still making trouble, arrest Su Lan for me." Chapter 104. A hero without a return, a crime added to a crime. With the first group of people showing up, the news about the Kunlun Dragon Vein was finally announced. The Daxia Martial Arts Guild announced that the Kunlun Dragon Vein was safe and sound. This news made countless Great Xia subjects breathe a sigh of relief. The gloom that had been weighing on his heart also finally lifted. But then came the very tragic news. The sacrifices in this battle to defend the Dragon Vein had been so great that many people found it hard to accept the numbers. Then there's Kunlun Mountain, the last 3 videos. The Martial Arts Guild, however, deliberately cut out the video of the Great Serpent within the 4-elephant moat. There was also the matter of the cold pool and the dangerous place behind it, all of which had not been publicized. Cover of all videos. Uniformly used were the images of Chun Feng slaughtering the invaders. Title: The Final Battle of the Heroes of Daxia. Chun Feng's reappearance instantly caused a buzz across the internet. This heaven-swallowing club member is still alive? Don't be ridiculous. Can't you see that the Martial Arts Guild has already debunked the rumor that Chun Feng is not a member of the heaven-swallowing club? It's just that Chun Feng's identity is a bit too mysterious. It's even suspected to be of the same origin as that Zhang Bowen. It's a shame that every time, this guy is the one who saves the day and then gets hunted down. This Chun Feng has died several times in the mouths of experts. Do you guys think he'll get away with it again this time? The first of the 3 videos is the one that guards the entrance to the mountain pass and is met with mutiny from the Jerome family. Then there were all kinds of life and death duels. The most crucial part was the video of Chun Feng finally stepping in to save these people. Once the 7 extinct zither sound wave kung fu was released, more than 100,000 invaders were killed and retreated back and forth. It was a hot mess to watch all over the internet for a while. But in the end, an even more powerful enemy appears. It was actually Daxia's most wanted criminal, the elderly one, Zhang Bowen. Chun Feng defeated Zhang Bowen. Finally, he was injured and fell to the ground, sacrificing his life to lure Zhang Bowen away from the entrance of the exit passage, giving the remaining top martial artists of Daxia a chance to escape. The whole internet was sorry to see the end of it. How is it that, at the critical moment, we encountered that Daxia nightmare? Whether he's a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club or not, it doesn't change the fact that he's a hero of Daxia. I even cursed Chun Feng before. I deserve to die. The hero's corpse is still cold, and her protege is still suffering from net rage today. Who's cyberstorming Chun Feng's disciple? I'll bring my handful of Water Army Studios to him to death. Before the previous destruction of the Yellow family, the whole family was exposed to use the star-sucking technique. The Budo Guild suffered a crisis of confidence. Moreover, whether Chun Feng was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club or not was a matter of endless debate among the major netizens. Many people thought that those powerful people probably secretly practiced the star-sucking technique. Later, the video of Chun Feng rescuing people in the Kunlun Mountains continued to come out. The number of people who believed that Chun Feng was not a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club was also growing. However, there was still a large portion of the population that had a strong resistance to Chun Feng who could use the star-absorbing technique. Now that the video of this final battle had been exposed, coupled with the Martial Arts Guild speculations about Chun Feng's life, The fact that Chun Feng knew the star-absorbing technique was gradually accepted by many people. After all, it turns out that it's not just the sky-swallowing club that knows the star-sucking technique. Moreover, Chun Feng had saved many people in Daxia and killed so many invaders. Chun Feng had become a hero in the hearts of countless people. At this time, Kim Yohee and Ryu Weiwei were already inside the hotel, watching the news and hugging each other as they cried bitterly. Especially when he saw Chun Feng being defeated by the sword-wielding Zhang Bowen. His entire heart felt like a knife twisting. Master is so stupid. Why doesn't he run? Why is he the one saving others every time? Why is no one coming to save Master? Kim Yohee cried so much in pain that she didn't even realize that her nose was running into her mouth. Lu Weiwei wiped away her tears and remained undeterred as she comforted. Don't be sad, senior sister. There's still one last day left today. The Kunlun Mountains haven't begun to close, so maybe Master can still escape and come back. It's been like this a few times before, and each time everyone said that Master was dead or alive. But Master always manages to turn the situation around and go on to save others. Kim Yohee whimpered and nodded her head. Well, we'll wait for Master together, he'll be back. Master is so kind, he will be rewarded. Sacred Capital. With the latest announcement from Kunlun Mountain, the number of people protesting in the square of the Martial Arts Guild's headquarters was dwindling. Su Lan's teeth itched with anger, looking at the news and cursing. Is there any mistake? Isn't it already dead? Those foreign devils are such losers. They couldn't even kill a man named Chun. It's still this little handsome guy at the end that gives it away. Surname Chun. This time I'll see if you die. Her exasperated voice made the dozens of people who ended up protesting with her cringe. How can this man be like this? How can he side with a foreign enemy? Even if one hates the people of the Heaven-Swallowing Club, one cannot speak in favor of that human demon. The number of Daxia people who have died at the hands of Zhang Bowen is not at all less than the Heaven-Swallowing Club. And this Chun Feng, there's a real possibility that he's not a member of the Heaven-Swallowing Club. The star-absorbing technique, after all, is no longer exclusive to the Heaven-Swallowing Club. These last ones, too, left quietly. Su Lan turned around as soon as she finished cursing. Just realized there were about a dozen left. Immediately exclaimed, "Where are the others?" These last dozen or so have actually tried to leave. It was just that the mineral water and boxed lunches for such a long time were provided by Su Lan. They felt it was a little inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. At this time, when they saw Su Lan finish cursing, they said, "Everyone else is gone. It's just us. Big Sister Su, I have something going on at home, so I'll go back first as well." "Big Sister Su, I think you should go back too," Su Lan said with wide eyes and anger. "What do you mean by that? After so many days of freeloading, you guys just say go. Then the old lady's money will not have been spent in vain. None of you are allowed to leave. Our protest must succeed." Su Lan was anxious. If the people are all gone, how else was she going to protest on her own? Not only do you not get the $1 million prize, but you also get tens of thousands of dollars for nothing. It's literally blood money. Hearing Su Lan's words, the crowd immediately saw what kind of person this was. That's all that's been said. The rest of them didn't bother to be polite. All of them were stone-faced and turned away. Seeing that these people don't give a about themselves at all, Su Lan was furious. "You white wolves, you're not allowed to leave. Spit out whatever you're eating, old lady." She angrily stepped forward and grabbed one of the closest Amazons. The older woman immediately tore into her. At this time, in the headquarters in the Martial Arts Guild, the two people who were staking out the area, seeing that the time was almost right, immediately rushed out with their men. It directly surrounded Su Lan. "How dare you fight and brawl in front of the Martial Arts Guild? Arrest them all." Su Lan didn't expect that the Martial Arts Guild, which had kept its doors closed, would suddenly lash out. "Who are you to arrest me?" A staff member sneered. "Because you got into a public fight. You're also suspected of slandering and defaming Chun Feng without evidence. And this period of protest is a willful nuisance, taking advantage of the misfortunes of others to illegally assemble for their own profit," said the staff member, and pointed to the marble floor of the square. Above it was the oily floor from the last few days, eating boxed lunches en masse, and a couple of cracked marbles. "You are suspected of polluting the public environment, malicious destruction of public property, illegal occupation of public resources, listening to one of my own sins."
Su lang imedi tang rau.
You guys, don't think I don't know that you are deliberately taking revenge. You're. Before she could finish speaking, the staff member immediately said to the person making a statement beside her, "Add another one," maliciously insulting the martial arts guild personnel. This one infuriated Sulan. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed the staff member by the shirt. "I'll fight you," the staff member said, unperturbed. "Add one more." Blatant assault on a martial arts guild member. Sulan was so angry that she almost lost her breath. You. His eyes went black and he fainted. Staff road. "Add two more," malicious touching and attempted extortion. "And I just got hurt, which is willful injury. I'm going to the hospital for a checkup now." Chapter 105 Bad News in a Row. Xiao Ruhan was watching the news at home at the moment, especially when she saw Chen Feng. The mood was unusually complex. Seeing Chen Feng defeated by Zhang Bowen, there was an indescribable pain in his heart. But to think that if Chen Feng died, wouldn't he never be able to learn the final slap of the Dragonfall palm? Just then, a call came in from the Martial Arts Guild. Sulan has been arrested and wants the family to come to the Martial Arts Guild as soon as possible. Xiao Ruhan's brows furrowed together, her face a bit ugly. Originally, after the competition was over, she planned to return to Jiangqing. "As a result, my mother had to go to the Budo Guild and make a scene. Says it's canceling out Vivian Liu's first place. She would then be 10th place and get the $1 million prize. It ended up staying at the hotel until now. There is still money owed for the hotel room. And Sulan took out an online loan for water and boxed lunches so that the protest could succeed. Now Chen Feng is basically cleansed. Trying to bring down Vivian Liu is no longer possible. Yet, at this juncture, the mother was arrested again. Xiao Ruhan felt that ever since she joined the War God Martial Arts School, never had a day of peace. She couldn't help but think of that little suburban compound in her mind. Quiet, peaceful, and carefree. Too bad there's no going back. The ways. Wei Guangming looked at the news about Chen Feng. The heart was extremely shocked. How could he be so strong? I can't believe I was able to fight Zhang Bowen for so long. And what's up with this sonic kung fu? He clearly remembered that he hadn't seen Chen Feng use the sound wave technique when he fought him. And look at the power of sonic kung fu. I'm afraid I can't stop it myself. He knew Zhang Bowen's strength very well. It's almost like a cliff crushing. If it wasn't for his decisive self-inflicted escape, he would 100% have to stay in the Kunlun Mountains forever. Wei Guangming only remembers when he and Chen Feng finally fought. The only advantage was speed, but it still couldn't wear out Chen Feng. I didn't expect Chen Feng to become so powerful in the end. Finally saw the explanation and speculation given by the Budokai. Wei Guangming was once again shocked on the spot. Chen Feng is suspected to be of mixed blood between the Kunlun Legacy and Daxia. Kunlun Legacy. He didn't see the Kunlun Legacy this time though. But it was also known that that community had a very strong technique. Ageless evergreen kung fu. It is said to keep one young. Based on all the information gathered by the Weiss family, the Fountainhead evergreen kung fu has the effect of rejuvenating the old. However, one's own cultivation will be reduced. But it will be back soon. Specific cycle times are not known. If Chen Feng was truly a Kunlun legacy, Wei Guangming's heart would be able to balance out a bit. Losing to an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years like Zhang Bowen, wasn't too much of a shame. East Ocean City. Su Yan watched the news, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Worthy of my master. What a source of pride. It would be nice to come out alive. Wang's group. The family members were also discussing about the Kunlun Mountains. Seeing the martial arts guild stand up for Chen Feng, saying that Chen Feng was not a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. And he stated his speculation about Chen Feng's life. Wang Hao shouted excitedly to the clan's group of elders. Look! I told you that Chen Feng couldn't possibly be a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. One or two of you still don't believe me, and you have to carry on with me. Now see, Kunlun Legacy Hybrids. It's not normal to know the Star Sucker technique. Look at how many feats that Zhang Bowen knows. There's nothing from the 9 great clans that he doesn't know. Uncle Junior, who was on the sidelines, was unconvinced. The Wei clan's Gong method. Zhang Bowen wouldn't be able to do it. Besides, the Martial Arts Guild said it was suspected, not actual. Wang Hao also said unconvincingly, Hey, still a stiff upper lip, aren't you? If Chen Feng wasn't a Kunlun Legacy hybrid, How could his martial realm be so high? Come on. Come on. You and I can explain. Uncle Junior slapped towards Wang Hao's head. Who are you talking to here? No big deal. Wang Hao was furious. Every time you can't talk me out of it, you hold seniority over me. The Wang clan martial saint at this time did not care about Chen Feng. All of his attention was focused on Zhang Bowen, the man who scares everyone, and that red sky sword. Back then, his grandfather died under Zhang Bowen. One person and one sword, almost killing through the entire divine capital. Those below martial saints almost died when they touched it, and were injured when they touched it. The first great family of the gods' capital, that was when it completely fell. The three martial saints had struck out together, but none of them were able to leave this man behind. At that time, he was still just a grandmaster, not even qualified to fight Zhang Bowen. Nowadays, he is already the youngest martial saint in Xia. But facing Zhang Bowen, there was still no bottom. Western Continent. Union Conference Hall. The atmosphere was quite somber at this point. Everyone's face is not looking good. The plan to destroy the dragon vein failed. What are we going to do now? So much manpower and resources were spent, and the sacrifices were so tragic, and the result was a failure. I'm definitely going to step down this time, and I'll become a sinner in the southern continent. You think the northern continent is better off? We already had a small number of strong people, and with so many top martial artists missing all of a sudden, there's a break in martial strength that won't slow down for decades. The consul of the Western Continent was the initiator of this event, and at this time, hearing the complaints of those two parties, he could only suppress his emotions and pacify them. It's done, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's good that this Zhang Bowen appeared at the end and solved that Chen Feng. Otherwise none of us would make it back, and that would be ugly. It's better to wait for the rest of them to come out and arrange those people properly, so that they don't talk nonsense and find a way to find an excuse for this failure. He had just finished saying this. An eager knock on the conference room door was heard, but the people outside didn't dare to come in. The consul of the Western Continent frowned. He had explained that they were not to be disturbed without something particularly important. Open the door to the conference room. Only the assistant at the door looked pale and said, "Mr. Consul, something is wrong." The consul of the Western Continent chortled. Now what other great thing could be greater than the matter of the Kunlun Mountains? The assistant said in a hurry, "It's the Kunlun Mountain thing. There's new news coming out of Daxia. You see, this is the latest report just now." The consul of the Western Continent took the tablet in his assistant's hands, and when he saw what was on it, his entire being froze on the spot. On the screen, after Chun Feng's sentence of having me invincible, just start slaughtering the invaders unilaterally. Killed it in a rout. They have fled in defeat. How could this be? Didn't he lose to Zhang Bowen? Why did you kill Zhang Bowen back again and take Zhang Bowen's sword? What the hell is going on here? The consuls of the southern and northern continents, seeing the consul of the Western Continent who had been slow to return at the door, vaguely felt that something was wrong. Chapter 106, 780 Years Imprisonment. What the hell happened? Is it possible that our people came out and were discovered by Daxia's people? It can't be helped. Some deaths and injuries are normal. I have instructed them to scatter and flee. With tens of thousands of kilometers of mountain borders, it's simply impossible for Daxia to have that many, stronger than top martial artists guarding it. This was also the reason why they dared to invade the Kunlun Mountains in a big way. Top-level martial artists are part of the backbone. If you wanted to defend against a top martial artist, you would need to be above a top martial artist at the very least. Even if it was the Great Xia, all the martial arts masters and martial arts patriarchs combined, they wouldn't be able to come up with a few tens of thousands of people. The consul of the Western Continent walked back with his tablet. This always calm and collected leader. For the first time at this moment, there is a sense of decadence. Of the rest of us, probably none of us will make it back. His words immediately made the other two consuls, like cats whose tails had been stepped on. The duo hurriedly grabbed the tablet. When looking at the latest content above, all of them were ashen and sat down on their chairs. Consul of the North Continent. What does this make me say? I'll be forced to step down. Consul of the Southern Continent. It's even worse on our side. There's a welcoming parade going on right now and they're waiting for the heroes to return. I may become, in the history of the Southern Continent, the first consul to be arrested. A few minutes ago in the Kunlun Mountains of Daxia, the last day of the Kunlun closure, everyone was waiting for the final moments. Jin Yoshi clutched Lu Weiwei's hand tightly, nervously watching live TV, the last few hours of the Kunlun seal. At this moment, those whose families had not returned were waiting nervously. Expect a miracle. Sure enough, miracles happen.
Final moments.
The dozen or so injured people who had left last had finally come out. The Martial Arts Guild was the first to report this matter. The live TV screen, too, immediately switched to that place. 15 people came out one after another. The Martial Arts Guild was the first to arrange for a rescue, but declined any interviews for the time being. The general president of the Martial Arts Guild was the first to arrive with his men. Inquire personally about the situation in the Kunlun Mountains. Originally, they thought it should be more or less the same as before. Turns out that things have shifted dramatically again. Zhang Bowen fled in defeat. Chun Feng didn't die, and he even robbed his opponent's red sky sword. Chun Feng was reluctant to leave. One person blocked over 100,000 invaders. Chun Feng said that the dragon vein was fake, and the words on the dragon vein were carved by Zhang Bowen. Too much information. Everyone was a little incredulous for a moment. Soon enough, though, there was a man who turned in his recorder to the Martial Arts Guild. All of the top echelons of the Martial Dao Guild were shocked after reading this. Zhang Bowen lost? Look at the sword in Chun Feng's hand. It is indeed the red sky sword. It's a shame we didn't get to see the matchups. But Chun Feng's strength clearly rose another level when he killed the intruder. My goodness! Where is this a top-level martial artist? This is several levels stronger than a martial arts master. More than that, if I didn't know that it was the Kunlun Mountains, I would believe you if you said he was a martial arts master. Kunlun once again closed the mountain. The Martial Arts Guild was also the first to announce the list of the last 15 people to come out. See the names in the list. Throughout Great Xia, countless people fell into despair. Grief creeps into everyone's heart. Kim Yu, he broke down on the spot and let out a loud cry. At this moment, all her hopes crumbled. Lu Weiwei wiped her tears while comforting her. The Martial Arts Guild said that it's possible that Master is from the Kunlun Legacy Clan. The people of the Kunlun Legacy Clan are not afraid of Kunlun sealing the mountain. Maybe Master is on his way back. She said so with her mouth, but the grief in her heart could not be wiped away. The Martial Arts Guild quickly edited the video, then published it. In the video, the matter about Chun Feng's claim of a fake dragon vein, whether it was true or false, was all kept secret. Anyway, the Daxia hierarchy knew only one thing. It didn't matter if that place was a true dragon vein or some four-elephant rift. None of them need to be guarded. This was because the strength of a top martial artist was simply too weak compared to the dangers inside. Once the final video was released, the internet was once again abuzz. At this time, all of Daxia remembered the name of one person. Chun Feng, the man who was a one-man army. The man who fought a bloody battle in Kunlun and had me invincible. This last video made countless people remember that face of Chun Feng. Never would I have expected that in the end. It was Chun Feng who stepped in to save the day. Good job. None of those scumbags are getting out. It's a pity that such a supreme genius died with his enemy. Thank you, Brother Chun Feng, for avenging my father's death. Thank you, little brother Chun Feng, for avenging my grandson. Any report about Chun Feng was screened by pop-ups. At this moment, all the people who had lost their families almost regarded Chun Feng as a benefactor. Once again, Kim Yu-hee was in tears. Master is so stupid. Why don't you come back? Do you not want me? Woo-hoo. Lu Weiwei was proud of her master at this moment, but also felt sorry for the master. Major media outlets are clamoring to report on Chun Feng's exploits. Unavoidable. Chun Feng's past was once again dredged up. River City. The small suburban courtyard that Chun Feng had rented back then had been bought by someone. A statue of Chun Feng was erected at the entrance of the courtyard. Just for a day. Tens of thousands of bouquets of flowers were placed right in front of the statue. Countless people came here to mourn Chun Feng. On the base of the statue, there are also 8 large words engraved. I have not seen his face, but I have been favored by him. The man who built this statue and his daughter attended the opening of Kunlun, but did not return. Chun Feng ended up blocking all the intruders. It's also a way to avenge his daughter's death. Some middle-aged security guard in River City. Watching the news about Chun Feng, he couldn't help but have read, moist eyes. Hey, Uncle was so confused before. What a nice young man. What was sadder than Daxia at this time were the other 3 continents. This video quickly went viral when it was posted. The southern continent, which was marching and celebrating, saw the news. The originally enthusiastic parade immediately exploded, and there was a great deal of wailing. The joviality was quickly replaced by anger. The vice-consul of the southern continent, together with the high-ranking members of the power elite, announced the arrest of the mastermind of this incident at the first opportunity. The current consul of the southern continent, who was still on the plane at this point, saw his wanted notice issued. He immediately couldn't help but curse. "Shit, these ING guys. It's not like I'm running away." What wanted notice was issued. And the consul of the North Continent. It's on trial at the moment. Your decision to bring unacceptable harm to an entire continent. Your ambition led to the most important force in the Northern Continent being buried in the Kunlun Mountains. By your actions, the Northern Continent is about to suffer the wrath of the Great Xia. You are a sinner of the nation. Your crimes will be recorded in history. You will be sentenced to 780 years in prison. The situation is a little better for the Western Continental consuls, bailed out by the group forces behind it, but also take responsibility for this time and resign. Chapter 107 Kunlun seals the mountain, Qilin comes out. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Mountain Yaoqi. Zhang Bowen, covered in blood, stumbled back to the ancient tribe settlement. He found Gu Qianqian at the first opportunity. Heard someone approaching. Qianqian turned her head to look at the first time. Only a black hole, as black as ink, was slowly approaching. But in the very center of the black hole, there was another shiny glowing spot. Without thinking, she knew who this person was. Big Bad. Talking at the same time, Gu Qianqian frowned as she smelled a strong odor of blood. Zhang Bowen laughed. "I've come to tell you the good news." Gu Qianqian skimmed her lips. "Did you do something bad again? You must have killed a lot of people from the outside world." Zhang Bowen nodded. "I met the guy you let go." Gu Qianqian instantly tensed up. "What have you done with my master?" "Master?" It was Zhang Bowen's turn to be shocked. "Chun Feng is your master?" Gu Qianqian ignored him and took out the heavenly demon zither, between her fingers plucking. The sound of the piano echoed. The sound waves sent all the images she came across around her back into her mind. "You're actually hurt?" She saw that Zhang Bowen was missing an arm. There were also huge scars on his head, and he was even missing an ear. Zhang Bowen laughed. "This is the work of that master of yours." Gu Qianqian said in surprise. "My master is that good? Are you lying to me? My master was still captured by you before." Originally, she thought that Chun Feng might have been killed by Zhang Bowen. There is still a little bit of regret in my heart. But it wasn't too sad. Because her grandmother told her before she died that death is an integral part of life. People are running towards death the moment they are born. Some just run faster. Zhang Bowen also said, "I can't figure it out a little bit either. The first time I met him, he was just a little more powerful with his palms. It turned out that the second time I encountered him, I was surprised to see that I had another formidable sound wave kung fu. This master of yours is not simple. Not only did he chop off my arm, but I also lost my beloved red sky sword." Gu Qianqian was obviously in a better mood. "Serves you right." Zhang Bowen laughed out loud. "I'm going to sue your grandfather and your father for my damages." Gu Qianqian snorted coldly. Exasperated, he stopped ignoring Zhang Bowen. Zhang Bowen was in a good mood when he saw the angry and grumbling Gu Qianqian. "Leave with a smile on your face." He had to quickly recover from his injuries and leave Kunlun. Let the world out there, once again, boil over with itself. Other side. Chun Feng sat at the only exit of the four-elephant heavenly moat. The remaining invaders were all in despair. At this moment, Chun Feng was a death-like existence in their eyes. The time was coming to see the mountain closed. All the invaders, subconsciously, gathered around and hugged each other. Chun Feng was slightly nervous as well. Looking at the time on his watch, it was finally the last moment for Kunlun to seal the mountain. Suddenly, the group of intruders let out a cry of alarm. "I'm losing my chi and blood like crazy. The mountain is closed. It's the Kunlun Mountains that are closed. We're about to become ordinary people. That kid must have turned into a normal human as well. Let's go together and get him first." A group of people once again came towards Chun Feng. No one knows what's going to happen next. Just want to get this damn guy Chun Feng dead before he has an accident. They had just taken a few steps. Just then, a sound like thunder was heard, ringing out from the mountains behind him. Everyone turned in horror. They thought the big snake was coming out. Upon turning back, though, there was no sign of the great serpent. That big snake didn't seem to want to leave that mountain for some reason. Instead, large flocks of birds flew out of the sky. Then came the scene that everyone was shocked by. The flock of birds was followed by huge flying creatures. It's a pterodactyl. One by one, the invaders looked at the sky in shock. Chun Feng also stood up in surprise. The sound just now, according to textbook knowledge, should be that of a unicorn. The sound of gold and stone is as loud as thunder. The next moment, a bolt of lightning streaked overhead. The moment the lightning disappeared, a colorful beast, hovering in the air. Curious, he looked down. Chun Feng stared in shock. This is the first time I've seen a unicorn in person. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the Qilin was staring at him. Just as the crowd was looking at the sky in a daze, the earth suddenly began to tremble. A loud hissing sound came out from the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in front of the crowd. The first is a brachiosaurus that is over 10 meters tall. Then, as the earth trembled, a huge carnivorous dinosaur appeared in front of the crowd. Chun Feng looked at this scene in shock. After coming into the Kunlun Mountains for so long, I finally saw an animal for the first time. And it's still such a shocking scene, especially when you see that one dinosaur that is literally running for the money. Yet those intruders were horrified at that moment. Originally, as top-level martial artists, they still had some ability to compete with the dinosaurs. At this point, all of their chi and blood had dropped below 100, belonging to the level of an ordinary person. It basically just becomes food. One by one, the intruders began to flee frantically. The dinosaurs were also getting more and more excited at the sight of these escaped people. The result is clear. Human speed is almost worthless in the face of the dinosaurs. Apparently, though, humans have good stamina. Most of them, for the time being, were still able to escape. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly heard roars coming from outside the exit. As well. Outside too. Chun Feng had originally thought that all the animals were hidden inside the 4-elephant heavenly moat. I didn't realize there were any out there. At this point, he no longer cared about the intruders. A group of ordinary people with low chi and blood only had the fate of being reduced to food. As soon as Chun Feng exited the 4-elephant heavenly moat, see a lot of pterodactyls appear on the corpses outside. A corpse became their meal. Chun Feng also saw some animals that he couldn't name. Even saw a huge saber-toothed tiger. It is surprising that all of these animals from different periods of time, which should have been extinct long ago, survive in the Kunlun Mountains. And these animals didn't exactly come out of the 4-elephant rift. It seemed like on all sides, animals were popping up. The exact reason must have something to do with that unicorn. It was just that Chun Feng was looking up. The unicorn was no longer visible. At this time, Chun Feng did not delay any longer. Get out of this place fast. The animals seemed to be able to feel his chi and blood. All the animals are afraid to approach him. Instead, the invaders were, at this point, being chased by a pack of raptors. The entire perimeter of the 4-elephant heavenly moat was filled with voices shouting for help. Yet it was useless for them to shout. Instead, the louder they screamed, the more excited those dinosaurs seemed to get. Chun Feng could not rise the slightest bit of sympathy for these cries for help from his foreign enemies. He ran towards the outside while searching around. I've been in here for so long, and I haven't dug up any heavenly treasures. This wouldn't be a wasted trip if I didn't take something out with me. On the way back, Chun Feng searched all the way, thinking to myself, if I can't find a heavenly treasure, just grab a dinosaur and go out. But it really did let him find a 1,000-year-old Lingji plant. Chun Feng was so excited at that time, but soon the excitement turned to panic. He ran for a month, recognizing his direction daily by the sun. Surprisingly, none of them made it out of the Kunlun Mountains. It shouldn't. How come? In this month, I've run at least 10,000 kilometers with my heavenly crippled feet. How can I still not be out of Kunlun? Chun Feng arrived at a mountain peak and climbed to the top of a large tree, looking in the direction of the outcrop. Same as a while ago, the mists that sealed the mountains could be seen faintly on the borders of the range, but couldn't get any closer to that area. It's like a mirage. Chapter 108 Su Lan's month-long accumulation of feces. It had been a month since Kunlun sealed the mountain. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei had to accept that Chun Feng would never come back. The general president of the martial arts guild at this moment also thought that he had guessed wrong. Could it be that Chun Feng isn't a hybrid of the Kunlun remnant and the Grand Xia? Previously, they announced their speculations about Chun Feng's identity. It made many people mistakenly think that Chun Feng was just like Zhang Bowen. It's a mix of the Kunlun legacy and the Daxia people. The results didn't come out for a month. This has caused many people to start asking questions online. The official website of the Martial Arts Guild received messages of inquiry almost every day. Is Chun Feng a Kunlun legacy hybrid or not? How come it hasn't come out yet? If he's not a hybrid of the Kunlun legacy, doesn't that mean that he could still be a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club? If you didn't learn the star-absorbing technique from the Kunlun remnant, then you must have learned it from the Heaven Swallowing Club. Little brother Chun Feng can't die. I still have to repay him with my body. Don't grab upstairs. I was here first. Various speculations about Chun Feng were also fermenting, especially guessing that Chun Feng is not a Kunlun legacy mixed blood. Does it mean that there is still a possibility that it is from the Heaven Swallowing Club, the star-absorbing technique that was acquired? This speculation is growing. The Budokai had a big headache over this. They couldn't let someone suspected to be a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club become a hero of the Grand Xia. Or rather, the heroes of Daxia should never be related to the Heaven Swallowing Club. The Budo Guild had organized a hero's tribute for this purpose, to honor all the Daxia people who sacrificed their lives in the Kunlun Mountains. By the way, Chun Feng, who had performed the most outstandingly and contributed the most, was also awarded a Daxia Soul Medal. Kim Yu-hee personally hugged Chun Feng's picture and went up to the stage to receive the award. The Budokai also publicly debunked the rumor at the same time. The best person to dispel the rumors was none other than Yang Honghu, the branch president of the Zhongqing Martial Arts Dao Guild. Hello everyone. I'm sure many of you have bad suspicions about Chun Feng's use of the star-absorbing technique. But Chun Feng's performance, I'm sure everyone has seen it. How could a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club lay down his life several times to save others? If he's a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club, how would he dare to reveal that he knows the star-sucking technique to save people? I'm sure you've all heard of Chun Feng's demonic deeds. Ever since Chun Feng revealed his realm talent, the Martial Dao Guild has paid close attention and never found any involvement between him and the Heaven Swallowing Club. As the branch president of the Zhongqing Martial Arts Guild, I've been in contact with Chun Feng many times and have a good private personal relationship. To Chun Feng's character, I give my sincerest affirmation. I assure you on my honor that Chun Feng is definitely not a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. With this disclaimer, there's finally a lot less speculation of all sorts on the internet. But there were still many people that recognized Chun Feng as a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. All these people are deeply persecuted by the Heaven Swallowing Club. The hatred for this evil organization extends to all those who would use the star-sucking technique. Even they suspected that the overthrown Yale family, also a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club, just a victim of the infighting that occurred. Zhang Bowen was also standing on the stage at this time, taking part in this memorial assembly. Now he has a different face. The broken arm has also grown back. A new sword was carried behind him. When Zhang Bowen heard that Chun Feng had died in the Kunlun Mountains, he was a little disappointed. Pity, it was going to be a surprise. He had also watched the video of Chun Feng's final battle. He thought that Chun Feng must have become an ordinary person after Kunlun sealed the mountain, just like everyone else, when his qi and blood dropped below 100, and then he was buried under the mouth of the beast. After attending the sacrificial assembly, Zhang Bowen traveled all the way west and began to prepare a surprise for Daxia, the outskirts of River City, the small courtyard where Chun Feng had previously surrendered his lease. At this point, it has become a Netflix hit spot. In front of his sculpture, people from all over the country offer flowers every day. Kim Yo-hee and Ryu Weiwei too have been here several times. Looking at what used to be a small yard, I miss the old days. Late night, Su Yen stood quietly in front of Chun Feng's sculpture. A faint smile appeared as he looked at the piles of flowers. I've already achieved martial exaltation. It's all thanks to the Northern Darkness divine power you taught me. Dying in Kunlun is also quite good. At the very least, you don't have to experience the upcoming chaos. Just as So Yun was speaking her mind with her master, a dissonant voice broke in. This damn Chun Feng, death to the old lady, deserved to die young. I'm going to give you some color today. The visitor was none other than Su Lan. She was detained for a full month before being released. Finally sold the family home to pay the restitution and bail. The rest of the money goes back to paying off online loans and then having to rent a house to live in. The daily income is not enough to make ends meet, and we see that we are going to sit on our hands. Su Lan put her unlucky encounter on Chun Feng's head. The living can't fight. I still don't believe that you can't fight you even though you're dead. She carried a plastic bucket in her hand. It's full of her personal. It had been accumulating for several days, just to come and take care of Chen Feng today. Too many people during the day for her to come. Purposely waited until the middle of the night before daring to come. As a result, just as he approached, Su Lan was startled. Why is there someone else in the middle of the night? I thought the ghost surnamed Chun had returned. Seeing just Su Yen, a slim woman, the obese and stout Su Lan was not afraid and immediately opened his mouth to drive people away. Get out of the way. Don't blame me for not warning you if I splash you later. Su Yen smiled happily when she saw Su Lan. I didn't expect to meet you, we're really destined for each other. Su Lan asked with a frown. You know me? How come I don't know you? So Yun laughed softly. I'm a member of the Swallow the Sky Club, as you'll soon recognize. What? Su Lan was shocked, hearing that the other party was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. There was only one thought in her mind: the surname Chen really wasn't a good thing, to the extent that he really was involved with the Heaven Swallowing Club. After Su Lan reacted, the bucket was dropped and she turned to run. However, a huge suction force came violently. Her fleeing body was immediately sucked backwards. Avila in Jiangkeng. Su Lan knelt on the ground in shock. Around them stood a dozen middle-aged men in black suits. Su Yen sat on the sofa and said to Su Lan, call your daughter and tell her to come over. I'd love to talk to this traitorous big sister. Let's just say it's the senior sister who has something for her. Su Lan, who had just experienced the star-sucking technique, was like a frosted eggplant at this moment. For Su Yan's words, he didn't dare to have any resistance. She hurriedly pulled out her own cell phone and dialed her daughter's number. In an urban village in Jiangxing, Xiao Ruhan tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She had been losing sleep almost every day for a while. The War God Martial Arts Center closed down, and now she had nowhere to go. Because Chun Feng became a hero, the past history was raked over the coals again. She, the traitor, was blamed all over the internet. No martial arts school dared to accept himself for a while. It's because of Mom. The family home was also sold. The environment of the rental house today annoys her to no end. In the middle of the night, the one across the street from the kissing building, there are still people playing Kingmaker with their voices on. Upstairs, the washing machine, too, was humming along. The next-door neighbor's wall, too, is not soundproof at all. The sound of swiping a cell phone video was audible to her. Just as she was getting incredibly annoyed, her cell phone rang. Pick it up. It's actually his own mom calling. Chapter 109. Mother and daughter, depending on whose pitfalls. Ruhan. Mom has a little problem. Come pick up Mom. Xiao Ruhan closed her eyes in annoyance and took a deep breath. It's the middle of the night and I don't know what my mom is doing. She just hoped that Mom wouldn't pull any more stunts. She was really close to being unable to stand it. Xiao Ruhan had to get up and get dressed. Following the address on his cell phone, he came to a villa area in Jiangxing. Looking at the villa area in front of her, Xiao Ruhan frowned. Shouldn't be introducing me to boyfriends again. But this time it's two. Xiao Ruhan's brows slightly furrowed. Her mother, before that, had introduced him to many rich kids and tycoons. The most outrageous thing was that one of them, surprisingly, was all in his 50s. Just because the other guy was willing to pay $1 million in dowry. Xiao Ruhan had never considered these things. She had always had a martial arts dream in her heart. She wanted to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, trying to get everyone to recognize themselves. Shame on those who had looked down on her, and those who had laughed at her. Then Xiao Ruhan had another dream. That was to make Chun Feng regret. Let Chun Feng kneel in front of him and beg for his return. But now it seems like all your dreams are going against you. Chun Feng is dead. The only martial arts technique that one could cultivate could not be learned in its entirety. Those who laugh at him today, now seeing the news of his past with Chun Feng. Surely, behind her back, she would be taunted once again. Xiao Ruhan didn't expect a choice at first. It will bring this result to itself. It's impossible to say you don't regret it. But what's the point? Xiao Ruhan rubbed her eyebrows. Feels like a headache and a tired heart. She did her best to dismiss the random thoughts in her head. Now all I want to do is get my mother home quickly. Then get a good night's sleep. Otherwise one's spirit, it would really break. Follow the location of your mother's hair. She soon came to the door of a villa. Haven't knocked yet. There was then a man in a suit who opened the door from the inside and made a gesture of invitation to her. As soon as you step through the door. An urgent shout then entered Xiao Ruhan's ears. Ruhan, save mommy. Saving. Xiao Ruhan's heart trembled, secretly feeling bad. Looking around, he saw his mother, kneeling on the ground. Around them stood a dozen large men in suits. On the sofa in front of her, an enchanting woman in a red cheongsam was currently holding a glass of red wine, taking a shallow sip before staring at her with a smile. Xiao Ruhan originally thought that her mother was arranging some kind of rich second-generation blind date for herself again. But look at the situation at hand. It's likely that his own mom is in some kind of trouble again. She felt a sudden pang of annoyance in her heart. It felt like my patience was about to be exhausted by my mom. Xiao Ruhan looked at the woman on the sofa and asked coldly, "Who are you guys? What do you want?" Su Yan pursed her lips and placed the red wine in her hand on the coffee table. "In a sense, you're barely my senior sister. But it's a pity that you made a wrong decision and don't have a chance to have me as your excellent senior sister." Sister? Sister? Xiao Ruhan froze for a while before gradually understanding what Su Yan meant. "You are also Chun Feng's disciple." Su Yan nodded, then stared at Xiao Ruhan with interest. Xiao Ruhan was shocked in her heart. She only knew that Chun Feng had two disciples, a waste of space, Jin Yoshi, and the now crippled Lu Weiwei. Unexpectedly, Chun Feng had other disciples, especially seeing this person's appearance and the hot body under the cheongsam. Xiao Ruhan cursed in her heart. Chun Feng really isn't a good thing. He just knows how to accept female disciples, pretending to be so decent on the surface, but secretly accepting such a demonic. For some reason, Xiao Ruhan's heart had a strong sourness. At that moment Su Lan, who was kneeling on the ground, shouted, "Ruhan! She's a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. That one surnamed Chun must also be a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Swallow the Sky Club." Xiao Ruhan's eyes snapped wide open. Shocked, he looked at the woman in front of him, then looked at his mom again. This time, she was completely flustered. Xiao Ruhan just wanted to ask her old mom, knowing that the other party was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club, why did they even call her over? Isn't that pushing her into the fire? The Heaven Swallowing Club has always been mysterious. The underlying reason for this is the people who have met the members of the Heaven Swallowing Club. Very few survive. The woman in front of her, surrounded by so many henchmen, looked like an unusual member. Will you walk out of here alive today? If the other party was really Chun Feng's disciple, with the grudge between himself and Chun Feng, will the other side avenge Master's death? Xiao Ruhan felt that she might be pitted by her mom this time. At this moment, she was already disappointed in her old mom. Seeing the fear on Xiao Ruhan's face, Su Yan hurriedly comforted her. "You don't have to be afraid. I just want to talk to you. After the chat, one of you can leave alive. Only one can leave." Xiao Ruhan and Su Lan looked at each other. Each saw the fear in the other's eyes. So Yun said again, "My master, Chun Feng, is so outstanding, my two senior sisters, but they cried their eyes out for their master. I've always wondered why you betrayed Chun Feng in the first place."
Yeah.
Why? Xiao Ruhan was also asking herself in her mind. Back in the day, she traveled downtown to compete at the city level. Saw a former classmate, Vivian Liu. The other party joined the top-ranked war god martial arts school in Jiangxing City and lived in the glamorous city center. And he joined a crap martial arts school with only 3 people, having to live in a small suburban compound, a remote corner of a hole. At that time, the heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. Then he excelled himself and finally turned the corner. The War God Martial Arts Center secretly contacted her, trying to poach her to jump ship. Mom and Dad were on board with the whole thing, and their own hearts yearned for it. It just turned out to be, well, too different from what was imagined. After a long silence, Xiao Ruhan whispered, "I was young at the time, and I listened to my mom and dad and joined the War God Martial Arts School." Su Yan said with a raised eyebrow, "So it was a parental arrangement? Are you regretting it now?" Not waiting for Xiao Ruhan to answer, Su Lan said hurriedly, "It wasn't you yourself in the first place, disliking the poor and shabby surname Chen. Fear of your former classmates laughing at you for joining a trashy martial arts school. Wasn't it you yourself who said that being in the chosen martial arts school made you feel humiliated and inferior?" Xiao Ruhan was told by her mom that she was in pain, and immediately retorted, If it weren't for you guys whispering in my ear every day, how could I possibly make up my mind to betray Chin Feng? How did I end up in this situation? If you hadn't been looking for trouble, Dad wouldn't have gone to jail, and then there wouldn't have been so much trouble and I wouldn't be here today. Su Lan also argued loudly at this time. I'm your mom, and I'm doing all this for your own good. Gobble gobble. A crisp giggle interrupted the mother-daughter duo's bickering. Su Yen slowly stood up and applauded the mother-daughter duo for their performance. What a mother-daughter bond. I kind of understand why you betrayed Chin Feng. I have important things to attend to. That's all for today. I'll give you guys a chance. In 10 minutes, only one of you two can be alive, your choice. If you're both alive after 10 minutes, my men will do it themselves, and neither of you will have to leave. Words closed. So Yun slowly paced away. Chapter 110, The Proper Way to Use a Kirin. A dozen men in suits, all looking coldly at the mother-daughter duo. One of them looked at his watch. Start the clock. Mother and daughter looked at each other once more. Su Lan looked at Xiao Ruhan with a trembling voice and said, Ruhan, I'm your mom. Xiao Ruhan's body trembled. Nowadays, her qi and blood cultivation had only barely reached the level of a martial artist. However, the realm of martial arts feats had reached the level of meticulousness. Xiao Ruhan knew how rare it was to be able to comprehend martial arts techniques to the fifth realm of martial arts, the realm of meticulousness at his own age. This is a side note to how well-suited the Dragonfall palm is to himself. It was just a pity that the damn Chin Feng had left a hand out. The result was that he did not learn all of the kung fu. Otherwise, one's accomplishments today might be even higher. But Xiao Ruhan did not expect that nowadays. Because of her mother, she would fall into this desperate situation. A golden dragon's shadow slowly roamed around her as she operated her internal gongfu. Su Lan looked at her daughter in horror. Ruhan, what are you doing? I'm your mom. You. Before he could finish his words, he saw Xiao Ruhan turn around and strike out with a palm. The latent dragon should not be used. The slap hit a man in a suit right behind him. Yet the man didn't move a muscle. Xiao Ruhan then felt that the qi and blood he had struck out was instantly drained. Snap. A crunch. The man in the suit backhanded Xiao Ruhan with a slap, sending him flying. The big middle-aged man in the suit straightened his suit, then looked at the smartwatch on his wrist. Don't waste your breath. I am a martial arts master. You are still too young. Let me remind you. There are 7 minutes and 15 seconds left. Xiao Ruhan's heart immediately hit rock bottom when she learned that the other party was a martial arts master. She knew that if she wanted to leave alive, there might be only one way left. Su Lan's originally raised heart, which had just been put down, was once again raised. Originally, she thought her daughter was going to hit herself, but she didn't realize that she was attacking the person behind her. The heart is very pleased. But when he heard that the other party was a martial arts master, his heart immediately fell into despair. Su Lan said as she looked at her daughter, Ruhan, it's Mom who's sorry. When Mom gets out, she'll find a way to avenge you. Revenge? Xiao Ruhan suddenly laughed. Then the sound got louder and louder. Ended up laughing so hard tears came out of my eyes. What a way to avenge me. Revenge how? With your stupid little tricks. A dragon's roar and a scream followed. Then there was a succession of dragon roars and a roar. You made me do this. Why are you always getting me in trouble? Why? Why? A few minutes later, the big men in suits in the villa left in droves. After a long time, Xiao Ruhan also walked out of the villa in a state of disorientation. At this point, she was covered in blood. Why is that? What the hell is this about? Where did I go wrong? Is it because I shouldn't have betrayed Chin Feng? Suddenly, lightning illuminates the darkness. Beams of rain then fell. In the rainstorm, Xiao Ruhan walked aimlessly. In this moment, she didn't know where she was supposed to go or where she wanted to go. Walk until the rain stops. Walk to dawn. Until sunrise. Xiao Ruhan stopped her feet violently. A sea of tattered flowers appeared before them. The petals were torn apart by last night's rain and died a horrible death on the concrete floor. She looked up. Against the slightly blinding sunrise, in front of him was a familiar and unfamiliar statue. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Mountain Yaoqi, the Shen Turtle and the Spirit Crane, looking at the mountain soul and water spirit within the Yaoqi. Only the mountain soul and water spirit took on a human form at this time. Unreal sights also appear around them. That scene was none other than Chinfeng, who was frantically running at this moment. The turtle laughed when he saw it. Ah, ah, ah. The spirit crane spat out human words and said, "If Chen Chen's master runs on like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave until a year or so from now, when the mountain opens up again." At this time, the top of Jade Mountain Peak. Ku Chin Chin is playing the piano. The sound of the zither is muffled, light and pleasing to the ear. Beside her lay the last unicorn in the Kunlun Mountains. That's when the spirit crane flew in from the distance, landing beside Gu Chen Chen. Kiran propped her eyelids open to look at them, then closed her eyes as she once again enjoyed the beautiful music of the lyre. Spirit crane came to Chen Chen's side and said, "I saw your master." Chen Chen immediately stopped playing the piano and said happily, "Great. I dug the hole out a long time ago, and here's the tombstone I carved for my master with my own hands. Originally, I was afraid that master would be eaten by dinosaurs without any crumbs left." The spirit crane opened his mouth wide, blinked, rolled his eyes, and uttered two words. "Alive." Chen Chen frowned. "Alive? Then my grave pits and tombstones will not have been prepared in vain. But it's good to be alive." Originally, Gu Chen Chen had learned from the mountain soul and water spirit that Chunfeng had surprisingly not left Kunlun Mountain at the last moment. She also felt sorry for master. It was thought that the master would be deprived of his chi and blood and fall as food for the beasts. But I didn't expect master to be alive. Worthy of my master. Kiran, take me to master. The huge griffin stood up and was over 4 meters tall. The Qilin opened its mouth wide and swallowed Gu Chen Chen in one gulp. The spirit crane didn't even dare to blink when he looked at it. The Qilin took one step and transformed into an electric light, appearing 10,000 miles away. In the Kirin's field of vision, a rushing chakra was moving quickly. With another step, the Qilin had appeared in front of Chunfeng. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of him, startling Chunfeng. Only the head of the creature in front of him looked somewhat like an enlarged version of a goat's head. Only the hair on the top of his head was colored, and he had a pair of huge antler-like horns. While his entire body was covered in white scales, his back was covered in colored hairs that extended all the way to his tail. The limbs are wolf-like sharp claws. Kiran. Chunfeng was slightly startled. What's a unicorn doing in the way? It's not supposed to attack me, is it? Just as he was uncertain, only the griffin opened its mouth and spat out a man. Gu Chen Chen wiped the drool off her face with her hand in a haphazard manner, then said, "Are we there yet? Where are you, master?" Chunfeng looked on in shock. The situation in front of him caused his brain to short-circuit a bit. First, the unicorn blocked the way. Then he spat his apprentice out of his mouth. That's too much over the top. This apprentice of his own is always out of the box. "Chen Chen, I'm here. How did you get out of the unicorn's mouth?" Gu Chen Chen didn't have her zither with her and was completely blind at this time. Following the voice, she looked in Chunfeng's direction. "Sure enough, I saw a cloud of white light. Master didn't think you were really alive. I asked Kiran to bring me to you. The unicorn is too fast, and if I don't hide in its mouth, I'll be blown to death by the wind." Chunfeng was somewhat dumbfounded. Is this the proper way to use a unicorn? Chapter 111. Zhang Bowen is bad beyond your imagination. Chen Chen as when they first met. Immediately play the body of the chatterbox. "Master, how come you didn't get eaten by a dinosaur?" Chunfeng was speechless. "At least you're a disciple. Is it appropriate to say that when you see your master?" But Chunfeng could also see it. Not only is Gu Chen Chen simple, her emotional intelligence is also low. Typical of the character who says whatever comes to mind. "Master isn't as weak as you think. None of these dinosaurs dare come near me." Gu Chen Chen was surprised. "Shouldn't you have become an ordinary person when Kunlun sealed the mountain?" Chunfeng didn't know how to explain, and could only say vaguely, "For some special reasons, my chi and blood were not stripped by the Kunlun Mountains. You don't have to worry about the details. None of it matters. Not important." Gu Chen Chen's mouth opened wide in shock. There was only one thought in her mind. Master, like Zhang Bowen, was a mix of the ancient race and the outside world. Because since the beginning of time, once the Kunlun Mountains were sealed, all those who were not of the ancient race would be deprived of their chi and blood by the mountain soul and water spirit, becoming an ordinary person. The only exception is Bowen Zhang, because within his body, he contained the bloodline of the ancient clan. Gu Qianqian was already guessing in her mind who Si Chenfeng was, whether the father is an ancient or the mother is an ancient. Watching the apprentice's sudden daze, Chenfeng couldn't help but ask, Qianqian, I can't seem to get out of the Kunlun Mountains. Do you know what's going on? Gu Qianqian returned to her senses and nodded seriously. Once Kunlun is closed, its borders are like a mirage. You can only see the borders, but you can never reach them, unless you wait until the next Kunlun opening. Grandpa said it seems to be an ancient formation called the One-Leaf Barrier. You can't get out of here by running blindly with your eyes open. Chunfeng's heart couldn't help but sink. Never reach the border. Am I going to be stuck in the Kunlun Mountains for 60 years? Gu Qianqian smiled cheekily, revealing a mouthful of uneven small white teeth, especially the two small tiger teeth, which were very conspicuous. But I know how Chamberlain got out. Chunfeng rolled his eyes. You've been waiting for me. Gu Qianqian continued. There's only one way to get out of the mountain when it's closed, and that's to close your eyes and keep walking forward, and never look at anything. Except you might get eaten by the beasts along the way. Zhang Bowen has an ancient clan bloodline, and also possesses 1,000 chi blood in the Kunlun Mountains. He pretty much killed his way out. And you mustn't open your eyes until you're out of the Kunlun Mountains. Once you do, the previous path will have been in vain. Chunfeng was surprised in his heart that there was such a magical formation. It has been stated in previous history books, but the exact truth of it cannot be verified. Ancient stuff anyway, as long as you can't figure it out and can't understand it. Often the easiest way to deal with this is to dismiss it altogether. Characterize it directly as a myth or legend, exaggeration, superstition, conjecture, obfuscation, or even rumor. After knowing the reason, Chunfeng immediately stopped panicking. As for the beast, that's even less to worry about on its own. Bozhang needs to kill it all the way out, and one may not even need to do it, because none of these beasts dare come near him. This was most likely because the blood value that exceeded the upper limit of the Kunlun Mountains made these beasts feel dangerous. Chunfeng was secretly glad that he was fortunate to have taken Gu Qianqian as his disciple. If not, one is in trouble. The apprentice has done such a great favor. As a master, he must show it. Chunfeng removed the backpack he had picked up on the road and took out the 1,000-year-old Lingji packed inside. Qianqian, thank you for telling me this important news. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have really gotten out of the Kunlun Mountains. This is a valuable 1,000-year-old Lingji plant I dug up earlier. Consider it a thank you for bringing me out of the dragon vein before, plus now telling me such important news. Gu Qianqian took the Lingji. Feel it with your hand. This kind of small Lingji. There are many of them in my clan's medicinal garden. Is it really worth a fortune? Amount. Awkward. Chunfeng did not expect that the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, which he thought was very valuable, turned out to be a lot of medicinal gardens in the disciple's home. Thinking about my line about being worth a lot of money made me pick my feet in embarrassment. Chunfeng coughed lightly. For you guys, it's probably not worth it. For us poor people in the outside world, it's quite valuable. Gu Qianqian said immediately when she heard that these things were worth a lot of money in the outside world. Master, can I take this medicine and trade it with you for something from the outside world? Hearing Gu Qianqian say that, Chunfeng just remembered. These heavenly materials were not very rare for the ancient clan. But what's out there in the outside world is pretty rare for the ancient race. At this moment, Gu Qianqian continued, only Zhang Bowen of the ancient clan can go out. But I don't like him, so I never want what he gives me. I have several friends who have traded Zhugua from Zhang Bowen for so many fun things. With Juju, for something fun? Are you serious? Chunfeng was shocked. But as a master, how can you say change when you give a little something to your disciple? The most you can do is give them to each other. After all, the teacher-disciple bond is priceless. Qianqian, what do you want? Master will go out and get it for you. Qianqian said immediately, I want the digger and a little train. They say this can be fun, but they won't let me play with it for fear I'll break it. This was completely beyond Chunfeng's expectations. A girl who wants a digger and a small train? Shouldn't it be bags? Makeup? Did he mean the real thing, not a toy? Chunfeng asked tentatively. How big a digger do you want? How big a little train? Immediately, Gu Qianqian stretched out her hand and compared the size. Palm-sized. Chunfeng was shocked, determined to be a toy no doubt. He couldn't help but ask again. How many diggers and small trains can be traded for a juju? Gu Qian said. A digger gets 2 juju, a small locomotive 1 juju, and to add a carriage you have to add 1 juju. Chun Feng was completely stunned. The mind couldn't help but curse. Zhang Bowen, you're really not a person. A small train with an extra car and asking for a vermilion fruit. Is that something a human being can do? Capitalists come to be called straight insiders. Chun Feng didn't want to pull the wool over his disciples' eyes. People come specially to save themselves as a master. If one was using cheap toys and cheating people out of their heavenly treasures, the commission was a bit inappropriate. Chun Feng exposed Zhang Bowen's inept behavior on the spot. Qian, do you know how many carriages 1 zhuguo can buy for a small train outside? Gu Qian thought in her heart. Zhang Bowen is so bad, he must have made a lot of money from it. So guess what? 2 sections. The corner of Chun Feng's mouth twitched. What's simple? That's it. He couldn't help it, he said with some excitement. A single vermilion fruit can make a small train car that spreads over the entire valley of the Jade Mountain Yaoqi. Gu Qian's mouth slowly opened wide. The heart cannot help but think that the hairy little Gu Chongqing, proud of the 12-section small train, is stolen all the family's zhuguo change. Big bad guys can be so bad. Chapter 112. Chun Feng's appearance, world changes. Saying goodbye to Gu Qian, Chun Feng made sure he wouldn't open his eyes in order to make sure he didn't. Tearing a section of cloth from his shirt, he wrapped his eyes. This disciple did not ask for his 1,000-year-old Lingji. Rather, I hope that the next time he comes in, he'll bring in some small gift. As for this next time, Gu Qian thought it might be 60 years later. After all, even if there was an ancient clan bloodline that could enter and exit the Kunlun Mountains. But every time he entered, the blood value would be suppressed to 1,000. How could he not let Master delay his own qi and blood cultivation in order to bring her a gift? She had heard that people in the outside world could have their qi and blood cultivation levels pulled up indefinitely. Chun Feng, on the other hand, was thinking that he would first look at his disciple when he went out. Just immediately go into the Kunlun Mountains again to get money. So many running dinosaurs in such a large Kunlun mountain. It would be a waste not to get some out. Think of all the flesh pains you had to go through to get a loan to buy the dinosaur bones in the first place. Now Chun Feng couldn't help but feel his heart on fire. He felt that his days of misery were coming to an end. The entire Kunlun mountain range was its own backyard. The journey was unimpeded. It's just a little long. As his eyes would be invisible, Chun Feng did not dare to use the sound wave power of the 7 extinct zither to test it. Fear that I've lost my former job. He just wanted to get out quickly and report to his 2 apprentices. It doesn't take much to figure it out. Kunlun closed the mountain. He hadn't gone out for so long. The 2 disciples must have been worried sick. Another month had passed, and Chun Feng didn't know if he had gone out or not. For a moment, he didn't dare open his eyes to see. Only the roar of the beasts could no longer be heard around them. Until a certain moment, the sound of a car honking was heard. River City. 2 months passed. Both Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei lost a large amount of weight. It was late fall. The weather is slightly cooler. Wei Guangming once again came to Jiangqing. This time, he had a special person in his car. Xiao Ruhan. Wei Guangming could never forget it. Himself in the Kunlun Mountains and Chun Feng's second battle. Chun Feng's strength really made him unable to figure it out. His Wei clan's Sunflower Treasure Dictionary, which was a sacred rank technique, was almost difficult to find an enemy. Except for that old monster, Zhang Bowen, who had lived for hundreds of years. It was the first time he had encountered an opponent within the same rank who was powerless. The last battle of that day, now that I think about it. Even if Zhang Bowen doesn't come out in the end, he was unable to take down Chun Feng himself. In the end, they would only escape helplessly because they could not wear out Chun Feng. Not to mention the fact that before Kunlun sealed the mountain, Chun Feng had used that kind of sound wave gong when he reappeared. Even Zhang Bowen was defeated. It's unimaginable. Although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was obvious that he was definitely not Chun Feng's opponent. It's a pity that Chun Feng is dead. Wei Guangming had always been oblivious to these feats of Chun Feng. Their family also had other heaven-ranked feats. But when compared to Chun Feng's martial arts technique, it was simply not on the same level. The strength displayed by Chun Feng, it had already exceeded the level of a heavenly rank gongfu. Wei Guangming even suspected that Chun Feng might be practicing another saint-rank technique. Even though the Wei family has a holy ranked gongfu. But he didn't want his children, like himself, to cultivate the Sunflower Treasure Classic. Wayside family clan rules. All selected, extremely talented and suitable for practicing the Sunflower Treasure Tantra family descendants. All must consummate their marriages as soon as possible and give birth to heirs before they can cultivate. Wei Guangming could never forget the day he was chosen. That was the moment his life was no longer his own. The pain of it, he didn't want his children to experience it again. The Sunflower Treasure Dictionary, which brought supremacy to the Wei family. It likewise brings with it pain that is often unbearable. Crippling pain. Others look at it differently. An endless loneliness and isolation. Wei Guangming looked at the neighborhood next to the martial arts guild and walked out of the sedan with Xiao Ruhan. Chun Feng was gone, so he could only take down Chun Feng's disciple. As soon as they show up, next to him, Yang Honghu, the branch president of the martial arts guild, received the message. He's been busy lately, for no other reason. Zhang Bowen had already made a public appearance and announced that he had joined the Western continent, or even directly become the vice consul of the Western continent. It looks pretty ripped. It's actually more bull. The first thing Zhang Bowen did when he became vice consul, it is to teach martial arts techniques to the entire Western continent. The first technique taught was surprisingly the star-absorbing technique. The recipe and line of action of the star-sucking technique had been wildly circulated on the extranet. Some of them are also gradually circulating on the internet in Daxia. The entire martial arts guild all of a sudden was involved in this matter. At this moment, he heard that Wei Guangming had come to Jiangcheng and had even gone to the neighborhood next to the martial arts guild. Immediately, it was clear that the other party's purpose was definitely towards Chun Feng's disciple. Last time, at the beginning of the opening of Kunlun, the large group of people who had surrounded Chun Feng were suspected to be from the Wei clan. Later on, because the Wei family status was too special, the matter had to be left unsettled. Now that Wei Guangming came back, Yang Honghu couldn't help but feel a little angry. Chun Feng had made such a great contribution to the Grand Xia, the martial arts guild absolutely could not allow his disciple to be harmed. Ever since it came to light that Chun Feng knew the star-sucking technique. No matter how much the martial arts guild tried to dispel rumors about Chun Feng, there was still a small portion of people who had been devastated by the Heaven Swallowing Club, who believed that Chun Feng was related to the Heaven Swallowing Club. There's no way around it. In this world, the hardest thing to dissolve is hatred. During this period of time, there had been quite a few people who had tried to find trouble with Chun Feng's disciple, all of which had been stopped by the martial arts guild. At this time, Wei Guangming appeared, and Yang Honghu could only do it himself. With the character of the Weiss family, they certainly wouldn't give a damn about those under him. There was no way around it. The most powerful family in this great Xia, the family possessed 3 martial saints. One of them, still the top man of Daxia. Jin Yoshi was sitting in Chun Feng's room at this time. Breathe in the familiar smell. But the flavor is getting fainter and fainter. She couldn't help but be sad. Can't you even keep this last hint of a familiar flavor? Lu Weiwei was cooking at the moment. She wasn't much of a cook before. Eat the cafeteria when you're at the Warlord Martial Arts Center. After following Chun Feng, it was this master who cooked every day. As for senior sister Kim Yu-hee cooking, it can no longer be called cooking. Kim Yu-hee is gifted with the ability to cook a lot of over-the-top things, just not rice. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. Lu Weiwei passed through the newly installed electronic cat's eye on the door. Xiao Ruhan was seen, standing with a young man who was extremely good-looking, but couldn't distinguish between male and female at a glance. She didn't open the door. Instead, he turned on the microphone and asked, "Xiao Ruhan, what are you doing here?" Xiao Ruhan looked at Wei Guangming beside him, seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking. It was then that he spoke. "The Weis want to talk to you." Willow frowned. She suddenly remembered the old aunt named So Yun that Master once took in. Before breaking contact with them, the last message was to inform them. The first group of people who went after Master were the Weiss family. Now that Master was gone, the Wei clan's people and Xiao Ruhan, the traitor, coming here would definitely not be good. Chapter 113 Daxia's Wrath. Lu Weiwei didn't hesitate to rebuff. "I don't think we have anything to talk about." At this time, Jin Yoshi heard the sound and also walked out from Chun Feng's room. Xiao Ruhan heard that Lu Weiwei wasn't going to open the door, and so it was silent as well. Wanted to see what Wei Guangming was going to do. This Wei family's young master is very dry. In Xiao Ruhan's shocked gaze, Wei Guangming directly drew the soft sword at his waist. The sword's light was like lightning, cutting through the door. The next moment it was once again inserted back into the belt around his waist. Wei Guangming reached out and gave a gentle push. the door to the room opened. At the same time, where the door lock was located, several pieces of metal fell down, making the sound of metal hitting the marble floor. It was the metal latch that was cut off. Lu Weiwei was so scared that she backed away. She didn't realize that the Weises were so overbearing. Kim Yu, he said angrily, "You are trespassing." Wei Guangming walked into the room on his own, then found a sofa and sat down. He looked at Kim Yoshi and said lightly, "This time Kunlun opened up the mountain against the foreign enemies of the great Xia dragon vein, and you rods had a hand in it. I've heard that your Jin clan, which is also a not-so-small clan, has a martial exalt. This time to suppress the stick, the Martial Arts Guild has commissioned our Wei clan to step in. Whether your 11 martial honored ones live or die, it all depends on the face of our Wei clan."
Kim Yo-hee instantly froze.
She looked at Wei Guangming and said, "What do you mean? Is Daxia going to attack us?" Wei Guangming smiled disdainfully. "Talk about not attacking, just disciplining in passing. All it takes is for my family's martial saint ancestor to go on a journey, and Great Xia will have another administrative district from now on. And the administrators of this borough are us, the Weis." Kim Yu, he said in a panic. "My grandfather could have surrendered and submitted to Daxia." Wei Guangming scoffed. "Daxia doesn't need to surrender, doesn't need to submit. What Daxia needs is deterrence. It is blood. It's an accounting for those who have sacrificed. And as far as the Weises are concerned, the more defiant they are, the more they deserve to die." Looking at the flustered Kim Yoshi, Wei Guangming continued, "I can give you a chance, as long as you teach the martial arts techniques that Chun Feng taught you, in their original form. The Weiss family can spare your Jin family, even enabling you to live better." Jin Yoshi gripped Lu Weiwei's arm tightly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Although his own grandfather was a martial exalted, he was not on the same level at all when compared to a martial saint. Xiao Ruhan froze on the sidelines and thought darkly in her heart. One is unable to cultivate other techniques, and can only cultivate the technique that Chun Feng taught himself. If Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei hand over their techniques, will they be able to learn them themselves? After all these feats came from one person. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but say, "How could you use such despicable means in order to steal my master's martial arts techniques?" Despicable? Wei Guangming hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. "It's not meanness, it's kindness. If it weren't for the Martial Arts Guild protecting this place, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak to me." Just then, Yang Honghu walked in through the door with an angry grunt. "Wei Guangming, don't go too far. We have yet to settle the score with you for the last Kunlun Mountain robbery." Wei Guangming stood up and said, "President Yang came really fast. I'm just talking to them, nothing more." When Jin Yoshi saw Yang Honghu, she immediately asked anxiously, "Master Yang, is Daxia going to send a martial saint to attack our country?"
Yang Honghui frowned.
This kind of thing shouldn't have been said to an outsider like Kim Yu-hee, but the matter had apparently been revealed by Wei Guangming. "It's not an attack. It's for the future stability of Daxia, to recover the land and cities of the stick. We can't be blamed for this. Daxia has always been peace-loving, but it has never been soft on aggressors. You can think differently, we'll be family soon." Kim Yu-hee had tears in her eyes. "But the Weises are trying to kill my grandfather." Yang Honghu was speechless. "He's just a chapter president. Asking a martial saint to make a move would require the general president to personally come to the door. As for what the martial saint would do, not to mention him, even the general president could not intervene." And this time it was said that a total of 4 martial saints had been invited to make a move. Tiny stick, just a smooth horizontal push. The main thing is to erase all martial arts masters above the level of grandmaster on the day. Wei Guangming glanced at Jin Yoshi and said, "You guys think about it." After saying that, he left with Xiao Ruhan. Kim Yu, he couldn't think of anything else. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and dialed his grandfather. When the call was answered, Elder Jin smiled bitterly. He knew what was going on before his granddaughter opened her mouth, because at this point the notice has been received. There was a martial arts Zun who was unwilling to surrender and was killed on the spot. It is said that a great Xia martial saint is on his way to the first city. "Young Shi, don't be afraid, Grandpa will be fine." Kim Yu, he immediately cried out. "But the Wei clan of Daxia is going to target you." These words immediately made Elder Jin's heart sink to the bottom. He was originally thinking that he would just surrender, not to stay alive, just not to invite trouble for his granddaughter. But at this moment, hearing his granddaughter's words, he understood that he was afraid that he was in trouble. Yang Honghu sighed, unable to do anything to help. He could only leave helplessly. After Wei Guangming returned to the car. Immediately, he said to his assistant, exposing Kim Yu-hee as a foreign enemy, at the same time funding those who think Chun Feng is a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club. The assistant at his side warned, if we do this, will it cause resentment from the martial arts guild? Wei Guangming laughed. The Weisses are just going to upset them. It's because the Wei clan is also displeased with the martial arts guild. General President of the Martial Arts Guild. It's time for a change. Xiao Ruhan, who was sitting on the side, was slightly startled. The Wei clan's power was beyond his imagination. How dare you take a shot at the General President of the Martial Arts Guild? Wei Guangming looked out the window. His mind kept thinking about the images of his battle with Chen Feng. During this period of time, he had carefully scrutinized every move and style of Chen Feng for a long time. He found a very important detail. That is, the martial arts stances Chen Feng used seemed to be different from his disciples. Especially palmistry. Chun Feng's palm strike was tremendously powerful. The golden light, accompanied by the dragon shadow, was not entirely different from Xiao Ruhan's palm technique. For bright skepticism, the technique that Chun Feng had taught his disciple was probably just a part of some sort of high-level technique. It's like the sunflower sword. Contained are sword techniques, concealed weapons, body techniques, astral energy, and qi and blood-quickening spells. Each of them taken out individually was a very powerful martial arts technique. He suspected that the technique Chun Feng cultivated was also of this kind. He just couldn't figure out why Xiao Ruhan's dragon-subduing palm was difficult for outsiders to cultivate. He personally struck out, sensing Xiao Ruhan's line of travel when she struck out. It was actually appalling to realize that this line of action. Surprisingly, I couldn't do it myself. It can only be barely mimicked, but it's much less powerful. Chapter 114. The Universal Star-Sucking Technique. Wei Guangming now wanted to study whether Chen Feng's other few techniques were as good as each other. He seriously suspected that the technique Chun Feng cultivated was also the same as the Sunflower Treasure Classic. What are the special requirements for practicing? Especially from Xiao Ruhan. Chun Feng also had a disciple who was actually a high-ranking member in the Heaven Swallowing Club. Wei Guangming was now more and more interested in Chen Feng's martial arts techniques. In his opinion, this could be another holy rank technique in this world, other than the Sunflower Treasure Cannon. The Weisses are, well, pretty efficient. Wei Guangming left shortly after. The major online media outlets, then, exposed Kim Yu-hee's foreign status. Especially this time, in response to the matter of the Dasha Dragon Vein, the stick also intervened. The internet has already generated all sorts of skepticism about Kim Yu-hee. I'm afraid Master died not expecting to take on an enemy as a disciple. Probably already knew that and just lusted after the beauty of this little stick. Maybe this little cutie is an enemy spy. It is recommended that the Martial Arts Guild investigate it closely. At the same time, Chun Feng's identity as the hero of Daxia was once again seriously questioned. Xiao Ruhan publicly released a video claiming that she was also a victim of the Heaven Swallowing Club. In the video, Xiao Ruhan takes her ID card and exposes her mother's death. The person who said that the person who killed her mother was a female executive of the Heaven Swallowing Club who claimed to be Chun Feng's disciple. The Martial Arts Guild also carefully investigated the matter at the time. It's a pity that the surveillance of the place where Xiao Ruhan's mother died was all broken at that time. As for the members of the Heaven Swallowing Club that Xiao Ruhan had named, they hadn't found a single one. The matter has been put on hold and nothing has come of it. Reviews online have been mixed. Some people thought that Xiao Ruhan was deliberately smearing Chen Feng because of her grudge with him, just like before. Some people think that the dead are the greatest. After all, Xiao Ruhan's mother died. There should be no one to take advantage of the deceased mother, to hype the news. At the same time, the fact that Chun Feng was a member of the Heaven Swallowing Club was once again pushed onto the hot search. After all, this time, it was Chun Feng's former disciple, Xiao Ruhan, who personally and publicly reported it with her real name. At this point in time, the Martial Arts Guild did not have the energy to clear Chen Feng's name. Now Daxia is at a critical moment. The martial saints of all the great clans came out. The decision was made to wipe out the entire Eastern Continent's foreign enemies at once. There can only be one voice in the Eastern Continent from now on. Another thing, it also kept the Martial Arts Guild busy. That was the star-sucking technique which had been completely spread across the other 3 continents. Dacia is naturally difficult to be spared, and also shows signs of gradually spreading. There were many martial artists with mediocre qualifications who had difficulty progressing in their martial arts cultivation. Suddenly on his cell phone, he received a martial arts spell about practicing the star-absorbing technique. Almost most people, true or false, reject it at first. But the lure of the star-sucking technique makes these people toss and turn, unable to sleep at night and unable to eat. Eventually, there were a lot of people that just couldn't help but secretly cultivate. At first, it was still spaced out to take in things and experience the novelty. Gradually, there were a lot of people who wanted to find someone to try another function of the star-sucking technique. Even the methods of how to circumvent the martial arts guild's inspections were posted online. Suffice it to say, chaos is in the air. The plague of lawlessness has been placed in front of the martial arts guild. As soon as Yang Honghu returned to the Jiangqing Martial Arts Guild, the face immediately turned green. Only the hall of the Martial Arts Guild was visible. A bunch of cries, scoldings, and pleas for mercy rang out. You say you uncontested. Why did you learn this kind of harmful kung fu? Are you trying to piss me off? Mom, I'm just learning to have fun. It's not like I've done any harm. A young girl with an aggrieved face argued with her mom. I'll beat you to death, you sinner. Do you know that your grandfather died under the star-sucking technique? I don't want to either, but my roots and bones are too poor. I don't want to be like you guys, doing nothing for the rest of my life as an ordinary person. A young man, beaten and bruised, doesn't think he's done anything wrong in the slightest. The father held the soul in his hand while the mother cried beside him. He's still a kid. Please don't ever give him a record or his life will be ruined. Mom, you don't need to plead. Chun Feng doesn't know the star-sucking technique as well and has become a hero. A rash young man, obviously persecuted by Chun Feng's heroic deeds. As soon as Yang Honghu came back, the subordinate then reported anxiously, "We've got a dozen more arrests today, and if this keeps up, we're not going to be able to close this place." And one after another, people have reported that they have found people practicing the star-absorbing technique. Yang Honghu couldn't help but sigh heavily. The most troublesome thing right now are these young people. One by one, they were either curious babies or wanted to go against the grain, and there was also a group of small and large cuties that wanted to learn from Chun Feng. Can't leave it alone, but don't know how to handle it. One or two, you can still catch a typical case and make an example of them. But a large number of youths appeared throughout Dacia, secretly learning the star-sucking technique. There have even been public performances of people sucking things. There have also been many sucker dating groups. These young people, they're just too hard to manage. The future of Dacia is going to be put into the hands of these young people. How can it be reassuring? Yang Honghu sat breathlessly in his office, waiting for instructions from headquarters. He was out of it anyway. The attraction of the star-sucking technique is just too great. He looked at the text message on his cell phone and silently read over the various wonderful uses of the star-sucking technique. I almost couldn't resist trying it myself. Yang Honghu hurriedly turned off his cell phone, but in his mind he was still thinking about the route of the star-absorbing technique. Quinlan, Chun Feng, who heard the sound of a car honking, knew that he had finally made it out of Kunlun. Take a whiff of the car exhaust. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart. I'm finally back. And I wonder how young C and Vivi are doing. 5 months had passed from the opening of Kunlun to his coming out now. At this moment, Chun Feng looked at the city outside the Kunlun Mountains, and a feeling of returning home rose within him. Soon he saw it advertised on a bus stop down the road. It was actually himself. The tagline below reads, Kunlun Heroic Souls, Forever. But on the billboard, there was a lot of graffiti sprayed on it. Bull Soul, just a murderer. Who knows how many people died under his star-sucking technique. Members of the Heaven-Swallowing Club deserve to die. Chun Feng knew that his Northern Darkness divine power had definitely been exposed by the people who had escaped earlier. It was also mistaken for a star-sucker. It does seem a bit of a pain in the ass. However, seeing the contents of the billboard, it indicated that the Martial Arts Guild did not list him as a member of the Heaven-Swallowing Club. Instead, he was made a hero. Chapter 115, The Hero Returns, The World Changes. Martial Arts Guild Headquarters. The General President looked at the reports from the various chapters and was at a loss as to what to choose. Kids are just too hard to manage these days. And it's still heavenly. The main one is I'll see what you can do to me. What left him most speechless was this. A large portion of the captured youths would use Chun Feng as a reason. Hero Chun Feng can cultivate, why can't we? You guys dare to guarantee that I won't be the next Chun Feng to save the great Xia? Are we only allowed to set fire to Chun Feng and not allowed to light our lamps? Not only that, some uninformed parents are afraid that their children will be chastised. Protests were also held in various locations. The specifics were that Chun Feng could practice the star-absorbing technique to become a hero. It was so unfair that the children of their family, who practiced the star-sucking technique, had to be arrested. There are even a lot of people who band together and openly use the star-sucking technique to perform spacing out and taking in objects online, completely disregarding the martial arts guild's warning. Anyway, it's on the basis of the law. The martial arts guilds around the world could no longer afford it. You can't run and arrest people every day. Caught a bunch of people and didn't know what to do with them for a while. It's not a good idea to turn it off or put it on. Day by day, you also have to manage the food. Just as the general president was about to call a meeting, invite experts, and study the matter, the assistant knocked on the door and reported, "President, the Kunlun city side just reported that Chun Feng has come out." Chun Feng. The chief executive was startled. I didn't expect Chun Feng to come out. Could it be that he's really a hybrid of the Kunlun legacy? It really made me guess. As long as Chun Feng came out alive, the matter about the heaven-swallowing club members becoming heroes would be solved. It was sufficient to say that Chun Feng's star-absorbing technique was learned in the Kunlun legacy clan and had nothing to do with the heaven-swallowing club. It would solve the query. Whether or not Chun Feng had actually learned from the Kunlun legacy specifically was not important at all. He immediately told his assistant what he thought. At this moment, Chun Feng was at the martial arts guild in Kunlun City. The chapter president stepped aside to make the arrangements himself. "You can finally come out. Daxia has been in chaos lately. The general president has already explained that a press conference will be held immediately. Now you remember what I told you. At the press conference later, you'll say that you're a Kunlun legacy mixed blood, that you learned the star-sucking technique from the Kunlun legacy, and that it has nothing to do with the heaven-swallowing club. And then you have to advise the whole country, as a hero, not to learn the star-sucking technique so easily." Chun Feng listened in confusion. I didn't realize that the martial arts guild had even figured out their own identity. But that's not bad. Save yourself a lot of trouble. Just advising the nation not to learn what the hell is the star-sucking technique. It's as if it says whoever wants to learn can learn. But he soon realized what was going on. The Martial Arts Guild Hall broadcast, which had been playing on a loop, the harmful effects of practicing the star-absorbing technique. Chun Feng took advantage of the makeup artist, who was putting on his makeup, to ask about the doubts in his mind. That makeup artist admired Chun Feng, the living hero. Answering questions at this point is more of a know-it-all. After hearing this, Chun Feng couldn't help but frown. This Zhang Bowen is really bad. After applying makeup, the makeup artist excitedly begged Chun Feng to take a picture with himself. Chun Feng experienced the feeling of celebrity for the first time. At the same time, the Martial Arts Guild had prepared a cell phone for him. Chun Feng brushed the news and gradually gained some understanding of the current situation, especially seeing that Xiao Ruhan, again, began to publicly report herself. Nausea flooded his heart. How could I have been blind in the first place and taken in such a white-eyed wolf? That's a real bummer. However, he was surprised that Sulan was killed by the Heaven-Swallowing Club. Then there's his beloved protégé, Kim Yo-hee, who at this point is being subjected to cyber violence because of her status as a Gentile. Chun Feng could not help but feel some heartache in his heart. He immediately boarded his green bubble. Wanted to send a message to both apprentices to check in first. As soon as I ended up opening the green bubble, just see thousands of unread messages. Chun Feng froze for a moment. Flipping through a historical message, his eyes grew slightly red. What a silly boy. Chun Feng wiped the corners of his eyes and scrolled through the messages that Jin Yoshi had sent him during this time. For a while, he also forgot about sending messages to his 3 disciples. Soon the news of Chun Feng's exit from the Kunlun Mountains was spread. The official live broadcast room of the Martial Arts Guild. As soon as the broadcast started, the number of viewers exceeded 1 million before Chun Feng even showed his face. As soon as Chun Feng appeared on camera, the pop-ups instantly exploded. My goodness! A living hero, hey! Welcome back, Mr. Chun Feng. It's really a mix of the Kunlun remnant and Daxia. Looks like the Martial Arts Guild didn't lie. Welcome back, benefactor. Could he be an imitation actor? Why do I feel more handsome than the previous Chen Feng? Especially Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, who were in Jiangqing. The two of them couldn't wait to fly to Kunlun City immediately, to see with my own eyes if Chen Feng is real. At this moment, the two of them had their eyes glued to the screen, unable to even blink. Jin Yoshi excitedly grabbed Lu Weiwei's arm. It's really master. The sixth lash of his left eye hasn't changed at all. Woo-hoo! Lu Weiwei's tear-stained eyes looked at this junior sister in shock. What kind of memory is that? Everything is ready for the Kunlun City Martial Arts Guild. A large number of journalists have gathered in the square. Chen Feng stood on the lectern and began his speech. There were a lot of closer viewers. The first time he came to the Martial Arts Guild Square to watch Chen Feng's speech live. Chen Feng cleared his throat and began to lie to the crowd below. There was no way around it, he had no choice. Otherwise, one's current cultivation level, as well as the martial realm, would not be too easy to explain. As soon as I left the Kunlun Mountains, I heard a lot of speculation. I appreciate everyone's concern and also answer some of your questions. I'm a hybrid of the Kunlun Legacy and the Daxia people, and I learned the star-absorbing technique when I was in the Kunlun Legacy. That's why I am well aware of the harmful effects of the star-sucking technique, and I hope that everyone will never learn it. This statement immediately caused countless netizens to question. I'm just trying to fool the little darling here. If we don't learn, we'll leave it to others to learn. You're the hero anyway, so you call the shots. You'll have to learn it for yourself to know if it's harmful. I'm telling you guys, don't ever trust him. He's a puppet on strings for the Martial Arts Guild. The star-absorbing technique has many benefits, and since I learned it, I don't have to worry about constipation anymore. It's not just the major media outlets on the internet that are live. Even some of the people who were there to watch couldn't help but question it. One reporter in particular couldn't help but ask as well. Mr. Chen Feng, can you tell me if your own cultivation level was cultivated up by the star-absorbing technique? At these words, the room fell silent. This question is spot on and extremely poignant. The Kunlun City branch president on the side had cold sweat coming out of his head. I throw. The live stream shouldn't have flipped, should it? Chapter 116. I'll teach you how to swallow qi and blood. Chen Feng had actually been mentally prepared for this. Since the matter of his ability to devour other people's qi and blood was exposed, it would definitely cause such suspicion. But one is truly wronged. He didn't get his cultivation by devouring other people's qi and blood. But there's really no way to explain it to myself. Chen Feng looked to the nervous Kunlun City branch president on the side, showing a helpless expression. He judged based on the current situation. It was almost impossible to stop the spread of the star-sucking technique with a few words. It may even be counterproductive. Young people nowadays are so rebellious. Chen Feng knows it well. Every time he told Kim Yu he not to move, this disciple would move more and more. The main fight is one that is going to be against you. Looking at everyone present, they all looked at themselves with contempt. Chen Feng decided to tell a lie. A good lie. That's right, the reason why my cultivation speed is so fast, aside from my persistent efforts, it does have a little bit of credit to the star-absorbing technique. When these words came out, the audience on stage immediately murmured. A few reporters also looked at each other with an expression of, I'm sure that's the case. Also glad that we got another big story today. The Kunlun City branch president on the side panicked on the spot. The mind cursed frantically. This stupid bastard. Did he get his head bashed in at the Kunlun Mountains? Is this kind of devouring other people's qi and blood to raise one's cultivation level something that can be recognized? The pop-ups in the live stream, too, were going crazy. CC, I knew it. I'll go. Is this even pretending? Is that really a good idea? What a bull hero. I could tell a long time ago that he wasn't a good person. The general president of the Martial Arts Guild, at this moment, also frowned. Fists clenched and clicked. He had always treated Chen Feng as a rare talent. Even after realizing that Chen Feng was using the star-absorbing technique, he didn't believe that the other party was a member of the Heaven-Swallowing Club. But at this moment, Chen Feng was simply digging a hole for himself when he admitted in front of the public that his cultivation, which had the component of devouring other people's qi and blood, inside the Kunlun Mountains sucking on intruders is even. But how do you explain the chakra before you entered the Kunlun Mountains? No matter what, the general president couldn't protect Chen Feng this time. He had already decided that after the conference was over, he would lock Chen Feng up and make him pay for his words and actions. And at the same time, let him learn a lesson. Young people can't be too impulsive. Look at the pop-ups on the air. Kim Yu-hee and Ryu Wei also got worried. They also felt that there seemed to be something bad about the master saying that. Wei Guangming, who was watching the live broadcast at the 5-star hotel in Jiangqing City at this time, couldn't help but scoff. What an idiot! With those words, the martial arts guild can no longer protect you. Don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Xiao Ruhan, who was in the other room, had also been watching Chun Feng's live broadcast at this time. This previous master, who had managed to leave the Kunlun Mountains alive, had left her with mixed feelings. I'm glad that the last slap of the Dragonfall 18 palms has not been lost. But the thought that Chun Feng would see his public real name report, the heart just panicked a little for no reason. At this time, he saw Chun Feng's interview and said the wrong thing. In his heart, he was expecting Chun Feng to be arrested by the martial arts guild afterwards. Then she would work with Wei Guangming to take over all those feats from Chun Feng. Same time, Bowen Chong of the Western continent, also concerned about this matter of Daxia. I really didn't expect that this kid didn't die and is still a mixed blood of the ancient race just like me. And who are his parents? Zhang Bowen couldn't help but think about it in his mind. Kunlun sealed the mountain and made it out alive. It meant that Chun Feng must have the strength to deal with the beast. Then let's say Chun Feng has qi and blood. Only the ancient clan bloodline could circumvent the restrictions of the Kunlun Mountains. In Bowen Chang's opinion, whoever Chun Feng's parents were, it must have been the complete opposite of what happened to him in the first place. Otherwise, it was impossible for Chun Feng to help the outside world go against him. But what was the attitude of the ancient clan towards Chun Feng? Why didn't you know about this yourself? For the first time in 300 years, Zhang Bowen felt uneasy in his heart. The ancient clan is his home. It was the most important place in his heart. In order to protect the ancient race, he was willing to fight against the entire world with the power of one man. He couldn't accept that the ancient clan had kept this matter from him. East Ocean City. Su Yan was also surprised that Chun Feng was able to get out of the Kunlun Mountains alive. She didn't realize that in this world, there really was a second Zhang Bowen. Hearing Chun Feng's statement, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that little master can only follow me as his disciple in the future. Chun Feng looked at the commotion and chatter below and shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, listen to me. Feats are dead. People are alive. It is incorrect to use human behavior to judge the goodness or badness of a gong method. Learning the star sucker technique doesn't necessarily mean you'll become a bad person. Kung Fu does not distinguish between good and evil, only people do." Once again, his words drew a chorus of boos. Even the few reporters near the front of the room cast contemptuous glances. Are you swallowing someone else's qi and blood and still want to set up a pagoda for yourself? Don't tell me that the qi and blood you devour are all from bad people. I suggest you find a team of professionals and prepare your copy before you speak. This kid isn't trying to whitewash the heaven-swallowing club, is he? Chun Feng was helpless in the face of the crowd's skepticism. There's no way around it. It's really hard to convince the crowd of this kind of thing. But he had to find another way. Everybody take it easy. How about this? I'll teach you how to quickly devour qi and blood, and you'll understand. What? Her words confused everyone in the room. Teach them to quickly devour qi and blood? All the people watching the live stream were confused. Far away from the sacred capital, the general president of the martial arts guild, one did not control his emotions and crushed the cell phone on the spot. He immediately switched back to his backup cell phone. The pop-ups at this point were already rolling like boiling water. Yet, did I hear you right? Is this tired of living? I don't know if you heard me right. I feel like I did anyway. Teaching someone how to quickly devour qi and blood in broad daylight? You dare to believe that? Is this not even an act? Or is this guy crazy? This is definitely the most explosive live broadcast the Martial Arts Guild has ever seen. Go ahead, big guy. I'll never learn. His name is Chun Feng, and he's super brave. Kowtow to the big guy through the screen. The Kunlun City branch president panicked, knowing that he couldn't let Chun Feng speak any longer. Blatantly teaching someone to use the star-sucking technique to quickly devour qi and blood in a public place. How can this be any better? You're damn well in league with Zhang Bowen. The chapter president couldn't care less. Shouted out directly, "Press conference over. Everybody go back." Chapter 117, a big cartwheel fighting with the president. His words, however, immediately caused dissatisfaction among the onlookers and the reporters present. Chun Feng also hurriedly said, Mr. President, don't get excited. It's not what you think. I am properly teaching everyone how to devour qi and blood.
I'm Nime.
What's the point of devouring qi and blood? The chapter president cursed in spite of his image. I'll teach your ass. You boys wait until you're sitting in jail. Chun Feng said helplessly. It's really not what you think. Just hear me out. Finished? Speak your grandmother's leg. Without a second thought, the branch president grabbed at Chun Feng. Wanted to capture Chun Feng on the spot. Chun Feng couldn't wait to slap himself. Blame it on the stupid mouth. There's no way to get things across quickly if this matter is not explained on the spot. I'm afraid it's hard to say anything after the fact. Unable to do anything else, Chun Feng moved with a thought. The martial arts technique was running wildly. The martial Tao void of the celestial unity realm unfolded at once. A huge Buddha Dharma image, clad in a golden dragon, stood proudly above Chun Feng. The Buddha's golden palm slashed in the void. 7 strings condensed from qi and blood appeared in the air. The Kunlun City Martial Arts Guild branch president froze, then roared, Bold! How dare you even try to fight me? Simply don't know how to die. At this moment, the entire internet was literally exploding. Whether it was the netizens, the audience and reporters at the scene, or even the staff of those martial arts guilds. At this moment, all of them thought that Chun Feng had gone crazy. In the martial arts guild, making a move against the branch president. Is this not wanting to die? This kid is out of his mind. What the hell does he want? The wind is rustling and the water is cold, and the hero is gone mad. As I recall, the minimum for the branch presidents everywhere is to start as a zongshi. Honestly, does it hurt your brain to refine the star-absorbing technique? I'm not practicing the star-sucking technique anymore. I'm so scared. In everyone's opinion, Chun Feng had just left the Kunlun Mountains, and at this point in time, his qi and blood was definitely not high enough. 1,000 at the most. The Kunlun City chapter president thought the same thing. He nonchalantly slammed his fist at Chun Feng. Dare to make a move on the martial arts guild and the branch president. He was just going to beat Chun Feng to death on the spot, and the other party would die in vain. Especially now, Chun Feng wanted to teach others how to quickly devour qi and blood. Chun Feng didn't hesitate either. A swastika emerged from the golden palm of the martial arts shadow, carrying that golden dragon shadow, and ruthlessly slapped on the strings of the zither. Boo! A low zither sound resounded throughout the room. The powerful sound of the zither shook the branch president on the spot. The Kunlun City chapter president did several consecutive flips in the air before landing, taking control of his body and not falling too hard. He looked at Chun Feng incredulously, although he didn't know what cultivation level Chun Feng was at. But he himself is a true master of his generation. How is that possible? Didn't he just get out of the Kunlun Mountains? How can the strength be so strong? It's not just him. The crowd in the room and all those watching the live stream froze. Didn't they say that all the sub-chairmen of martial arts guilds start out as sovereigns? Could it be that Chun Feng is also a sovereign? Impossible. He's only in his 20s this year. How could he be a patriarch? Got it. The Kunlun City branch president's cultivation was faked. I think it's your head that's faking. The branch president was arranged by the general president himself. The general president of the martial arts guild, at this point, could no longer sit still. Being shocked, he stood up and stared at his cell phone screen. Regarding the star-absorbing technique, the martial arts guild had certainly studied it. Even if he used the star-absorbing technique to aid in his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to be so young and reach the cultivation level of a patriarch. Because the star-absorbing technique was flawed, it did not allow for unlimited devouring of qi and blood. The devoured qi and blood, once it reached a certain threshold, would have an effect on itself. There's also the danger of going off the deep end. At this moment, even Zhang Bowen narrowed his eyes slightly. He seriously doubted that Chun Feng was the same as himself. Cultivated the fountainhead everlasting spring technique. Once out of the Kunlun Mountains, he was able to recover a year's worth of strength in one day. Otherwise, he just couldn't imagine it. How could someone so young repel a sovereign? Chun Feng didn't expect things to turn out like this. The development of things had been completely out of his expectation, and even gradually got out of control. Surprisingly, he even fought with the branch president of the martial arts guild. It's a big deal. Hey! Chun Feng couldn't think of anything else and didn't dare to delay any further. He hurriedly shouted to the crowd below and to the cameras. Devouring the qi and blood of an animal is an animal, not a human being. As Chun Feng spoke, he gestured with his hands, eagerly trying to make his meaning clear. I'm trying to say that before you kill fish and chickens and pigs, you can devour their qi and blood. This way you don't have to hurt anyone else and you can raise your own qi. If we're going to kill them anyway, why don't we just use the star-sucking technique to suck them up a bit? Silence. Everyone froze. Even the major media outlets, and the pop-ups in the official live stream of the Martial Arts Guild, paused for that short period of time. At this moment, all of them were as if they had been enlightened. Animals? Poultry? Fish, chicken, and pig? Yeah. We may not suck people, but we can suck animals. Holy crap. My family runs a pig-killing farm. I'm rich. So there is such a thing as a legitimate operation. Whoever is preventing me from practicing the star-absorbing technique, I'll be in a hurry with them. Mr. Chen's great talent. I've long seen that Chun Feng doesn't suck up to people. The proper way to use the star-sucking technique, I've been taught. Star-sucking, a must-have skill for killing fish, never bounce around again. Quinlan City chapter president gulped, moistened his parched throat. Originally, he had planned to make a move and take down Chun Feng. At this point, it froze on the spot, slightly embarrassed. Sucking animals? Why didn't you say so? At this moment, he had forgotten to be shocked at Chun Feng's strength. Just thinking, what kind of impact would Chun Feng's words just now have on the current chaotic situation? Trying to stop the spread of the star-sucking technique is no longer possible. The people of the other 3 continents went crazy. Surprisingly, the whole population learns the star-sucking technique. Zhang Bowen even threatened that those who had succeeded in the star-absorbing technique would also teach other profound martial arts techniques. This caused the star-sucking technique to cause no small amount of chaos in those 3 continents. It also brought about a crisis in Dacia. Once the war starts later, it's also a major disadvantage that all the enemies know the star-sucking technique and your side doesn't. After all, the star-absorbing technique had an extremely strong suppressive power over those whose cultivation level was lower than his own. There was also the ability to take in objects through space, which was extremely useful. But the drawbacks are also exceptionally obvious. Dacia was even more aware of this because of the existence of the Heaven-Swallowing Club. The Yale family is a good example. That feeling of devouring another person's qi and blood and getting something for nothing. It's easy to lead people to depravity. Originally, the Martial Arts Guild was still thinking about how to solve the difficult problem of the star-absorbing technique circulating. Nowadays, it feels like sucking the qi and blood of livestock is a good compromise. There are pros and cons. But it's much better than all the methods that have been used before. Chapter 118. I didn't ask you to be ghost animals. Chun Feng saw that the branch president no longer objected. The crowd in the square below the stage no longer questioned it. Finally, a sigh of relief. Just then, a sudden applause rang out from the square. Then there was applause after applause. At this moment, these people were sincerely admiring Chun Feng. In the past, when it came to the star-sucking technique, the first thing they thought of was devouring other people's qi and blood to strengthen themselves. And it never occurred to me that there might be a different, less bloody way to kill poultry. Livestock's qi and blood are low, but they can completely make up for it with numbers. And I've also heard that the star-sucking technique isn't something that can be sucked indefinitely. Previously, Chun Feng's words had once again echoed in the hearts of the crowd. Feats are dead. People are alive. It is incorrect to use human behavior to judge the goodness or badness of a gong method. Just because you learn the star-sucking technique doesn't mean you have to become a bad person. Kung Fu does not distinguish between good and evil, only people do. The moment, they then recalled Chun Feng's previous words. Only then did I realize that I had been too narrow-minded. The pop-ups across the internet at this time changed heaven and earth. No more taunts, no more insults, no more questions. Biggie, I was shallow before. Indeed. It turns out we're the only ones who've been thinking about sucking up. No wonder there's such a large difference between our realms and Chun Feng's. That's the root cause. Worthy of being a hero of Dacia. Even though 1,000 fingers are pointed at him, he can still turn the tide. What's a small mind for a small man I am? I powdered you during Kunlun Mountain, and just now I thought I powdered you wrong. But it turns out I'm not worthy. Sacred Capital Martial Arts Guild Headquarters. The chief administrator wiped the sweat that had broken out at some point. First a deep breath in, then a heavy breath out. Then a sudden feeling of good mood. Ha ha ha. What a great gong method is dead. But people are alive. Why didn't I think of that before? Assistant. Gather the men immediately and meet in the conference room. The chief general knew that there was certainly nothing that could be done to stop the spread of the star-sucking technique. After all, word had gotten out that there was no way to stop it. Even he, who had received several cell phone text messages. It's obvious that this is being deliberately spread. Nowadays, we can only quickly negotiate with the people to come up with a management policy regarding the star-sucking technique. Su Yen, who was watching the live broadcast, stared at the screen for a long time. Worthy of being my little master. Such a simple and dog-eared method that no one even thought of it in the beginning? In her mind's eye, a horrible picture appeared. Chun Feng transformed into a midnight butcher, surrounded by dead pigs, dead cows, dead chickens, dead ducks, dead sheep, and dead rats. Could it be that all of this cultivation of little master was really sucked from domestic animals? At this time, Zhang Bowen, who was far away in the western continent. The original somewhat gloomy mood was also amused by Chun Feng. It's worthy of being the man Chen Chen has his eye on. This brain circuit is a match for Chen Chen. Xiao Ruhan looked at the familiar man, once again shining brightly in front of the crowd. The heart was extremely complex. If I hadn't betrayed in the first place, wouldn't you be proud of this man too now? At this time in the home of Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei, the two men also clapped stupidly at the TV. I knew that a person as kind as Master would not be able to plunder another person's chi and blood. Those who doubt Master are foolish. Kim Yu he kept on praising. Lu Weiwei nodded her head in agreement. Final hours of the press conference. A screen full of nothing but snowflake pop-ups. Then there are the gifts that form a torrent that keep shining. Thousands of carnival effects are too late to show off. Quinlan City Chapter President. I don't know why, but I just can't say the words to end the broadcast. Look at the gift data in the background. The mind wondered. This live broadcast by myself should be enough to go down in the history books of the Martial Arts Guild. A press conference with over $10 million in live bounty. Just ask who else? Even if the general president himself broadcasts live, it's impossible to have this kind of row. Although the gifts were all directed at Chen Feng. But the Quinlan City chapter president believes that that too has its own lining. Himself is definitely the man of the hour in this broadcast. He looked at the background data with a smug smile. That's when the staff member next to him warned. Mr. President, isn't it time to shut down the broadcast? The Kunlun City branch president frowned and criticized the education. Ugh, that's not right for you. The goal of our martial arts guild is to serve the public. If I shut down the live stream, how else are people going to swipe their gifts? You can't just think about getting off work. I'm a branch president. For the sake of the people of Daxia, what's wrong with working extra shifts and going on live for a little while longer? After saying that, he even glanced at the staff member. Shook his head with a look of hatred. The gift effects that are rolling like crazy on the live feeds, that's all funding. End of press conference. The Kunlun City branch president awkwardly patted Chun Feng on the shoulder. So there is such a way, why didn't you say so? Chun Feng also said awkwardly, I was also on the spot and came up with the method on the fly. The Kunlun City branch president asked his assistant to bring a card and handed it to Chun Feng and said, We, the Martial Arts Guild, have acquired that 1,000-year-old Lingji of yours. The price is market price and will never screw you out of your money. Chun Feng took the bank card with a smile. The thought of so many other dinosaurs in the Kunlun Mountains set his heart on fire. Not too thrilled about the money in the card either. After all, there was a whole Kunlun Mountain waiting to be discovered. At this point, he put his bank card in his coat pocket and said, It's just a little bit of money. I still trust the Martial Arts Guild. A little money? The corner of the Kunlun City chapter president's mouth twitched. That 1,000-year-old Lingji is extremely rare. Only in the Kunlun Mountains can Lingji of more than 1,000 years old appear. That one Lingji plant had 4 kilograms, and at the market price it was sold directly for more than $30 million. Young people nowadays are really not modest. The press conference is over. But the impact that Chun Feng had brought about this time was far from over. The first time, the Martial Arts Guild criticized and educated the rebellious youths who were overcrowded. Warning about the side effects of the star-sucking technique. The parents of these people were also warned that the star-absorbing technique should only be used as a supplementary technique, or else it would instead reduce the speed of cultivation. A large number of youths were then released to their homes. In the first instance, these people took to the internet to thank Chun Feng, their great benefactor. Meanwhile, all over the internet, big smarts are starting to show off their maneuvers. Various bizarre videos about starsuckers have gained a lot of traction online. This one leech even tried to suck my blood. Yeah. I'm not going to light any mosquito coils tonight. After sucking my old man for so many years, I'm going to suck it back later. Era's energy burst to demolish the house. Just absorb the star magic to help him lower his energy a little. You see how honest now. Now, even the little strong ones in the house, I have to grab them and suck on them twice. The ancestors told you to suck domestic animals, not to transform into ghost animals. Chapter 119 Stick destroyed, Martial exalt dead. It's even been honored by major netizens as a grandmaster. Of course, Chun Feng's press conference this time. It also has a negative impact on the lives of the general public. A lot of complaints have appeared on the internet. An entire food market where you can't even buy live poultry? Can you believe it? I just wanted to buy a couple chickens and froze in line for 8 hours. We have live chickens here that have gone from $18 a pound to $80 a pound. Jobs in slaughterhouses today have rolled from not wanting a paycheck to pouring money to the boss for work. My hog factory was burglarized last night. The pigs aren't lost. They're just all thin. Chun Feng was helpless about this. I didn't teach that. That was not my intention. Soon enough, Chun Feng was sent to Jiangqing City by the Martial Arts Guild's special airplane. Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei came to pick up the plane very early. This time Chun Feng also experienced the feeling of being a star. As soon as they arrived at the airport lobby, they were surrounded by countless people taking pictures. Kim Yoshi was so anxious that she almost used her martial arts skills. Well, in the end, he still squeezed in, and as soon as he jumped into Chun Feng's arms, he cried loudly. Lu Weiwei soon squeezed in as well, and likewise flung herself into Chun Feng's arms, unable to hold back her sobs. The sisters, the two of them, gave vent to all these days of worry and fear, suffering and helplessness and despair in this moment. Chun Feng hurriedly patted the backs of the two men gently and comforted them. It's all Master's fault for making you all worry. All the way back to the neighborhood next to the Jiangchang Martial Arts Guild, Jin Yoshi was still hugging Chun Feng's arm and crying, not wanting to let go for a second. It wasn't until the next day, when Yang Honghu came to pick up Chun Feng to go to the Martial Arts Guild, that Jin Yoshi was unable to part with her hands. As soon as he entered the conference hall of the Jiangqing Martial Arts Guild, Chun Feng could not help but stare. The conference hall was full. Even the general president was waiting for him in the conference room. There was also an old man whose status was comparable to that of the general president, also sitting at the head of the table. The seat card in front of him was surprisingly written as the Dark Division Consul of the Martial Arts Guild. The status is on the same level as the general president of the Budo Guild. As for the others, they were also all old men, but without seat cards. See the posture of those old men. I knew the status must not be low. Chun Feng was inevitably a bit nervous. The general president spoke first. Don't be too nervous. We just want to ask about the dragon vein. It just so happened that this was also something Chun Feng wanted to report on. He took a deep breath and said slowly, the dragon vein we've been guarding for over 300 years is actually a forbidden place called the Four-Elephant Heavenly Rift. The 8 big characters on it, Jade Mountain Yaoqi, Kunlun Ancestral Vein, were carved on purpose by Zhang Bowen. As for the true dragon vein, it's in another place, like another world. Basically, we don't need our protection either, and even if we wanted to go in, it would be an extremely troublesome thing to do. Chun Feng told everything he knew. Too much information. What mountain spirits and water spirits, scaly snakes transforming into dragons, jade mountains and yaoji pools, vermilion fruit trees, big tortoises, green cranes, and colorful unicorns. The general president couldn't help but be a little shocked. After Chun Feng finished speaking, the general president turned to an old man. Elder Zhang, what do you think about this matter? The old man slowly opened his eyes as if he was asleep. A pale, hoarse voice came out of his mouth. More than 300 years ago, the old ancestor of our Zhang clan was in love with a woman from the ancient clan. Then Kunlun opened up and the family sent a large number of people there. But all those who went died in the Kunlun Mountains, and no one knows the specifics. That's when the legend of the dragon vein was circulated. Chun Feng listened in surprise. He could sense that what happened 300 years ago was definitely not simple. But alas, I'm afraid the specifics are only documented there by the Kunlun legacy. The general president pondered for a moment and continued to ask, Chun Feng, how much do you know about the Kunlun legacy clan? Chun Feng thought about it. Not very well understood exactly. The Kunlun remnant, they call themselves the ancient race. Other than Zhang Bowen, I've only come into contact with one person, named Gu Qian. I learned from her that most of the ancient clan don't like people from the outside world. Roughly asked some important questions. Chun Feng was then brought out. As soon as he exited the conference room, he saw several messages from his cell phone. Seeing the content of the message, Chun Feng immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. A wave of anger rose in his heart. He looked at Yang Honghu beside him and said, President Yang, regarding the merit commendation that the Martial Arts Guild is going to give me, can I exchange it for something else? Yang Honghu was a bit surprised and said, That's not very nice of you, but if you really have any special needs, just say so, and I can report it up the chain for you. Originally, this time, the Martial Arts Guild was going to publicly award and honor Chun Feng, and there will be great rewards given. But right now, there's something much more important that concerns Kim Yuhi's grandfather. Chun Feng looked at Yang Honghu and said, President Yang, can you help me plead with the general president to release my disciple's grandfather? When he said that, Yang Honghu immediately understood. Today, the stick no longer exists. Daxia has one more Wei family administrative district. Day's side is still sweeping. It is said that the two martial saints all escaped. For the time being, he had only killed 19 martial exalted and hundreds of great masters. There were also a dozen or so martial exalted and some great masters who had fled early. The days are basically kind of wasted. Yang Honghu quickly reported Qin Feng's request. The general president frowned after receiving the report. This whole thing would have been great with someone else. The difficulty was that someone from the Wei clan was targeting Chun Feng. However, this time Chun Feng had done a great deal of work for Daxia. A very strong blow to those three rival continents. And once he was out of the Kunlun Mountains, he also helped the Martial Arts Guild relieve the pressure of the star-sucking technique. I'll give you this old face as a merit badge. However, for Chun Feng to not want rewards and merits, he had to save his disciple's grandfather. The chief general manager appreciated Chun Feng more and more in his heart. Emotional, not bad, not bad. As soon as Chun Feng returned home, just saw Kim Yu, he was sobbing. The stick is gone and it's now the Wayside family borough. It's basically controlled by the Weiss family. The Wei family's style of doing things has always been simple and rough. Anyone who resisted, whether they were martial artists or not, was killed without mercy. As for those martial arts dignitaries, even if they didn't resist, their martial arts would still be nullified. Stick originally had 11 martial honors, but now there were 3 left. Most martial honors still had a backbone. I would rather die in battle than surrender. Only 3 surrendered outright. Among them was the oldest member of the Kim family. At this time, the 3 wasted martial exalted were locked together. One of them said with some confusion, Old Jean, I didn't expect you to surrender. Originally, I thought that with your violent temper, you would just fight them. Elder Kim sighed. Why wouldn't he want to fight for his life? Anyway, half a foot in the coffin, don't want to be a prisoner in the last stage of life. But the thought of his granddaughter still being in Daxia. One can only admit it and just surrender for fear of getting his granddaughter in trouble. At that moment, the man who was watching them came to the door. Opening the cell door, he pointed at Elder Kim. You're coming with me. Chapter 120. When I see you again, I'll wave my hand over you. The general president of the Martial Dao Guild, using his face, invited the martial saint of the Wang clan. Together, they went to the Weiss family before they asked for Elder Kim to come out. The martial saint of the Wang clan was a descendant of the general manager. Before the other party had become a martial saint, he had also taken much care of him. Otherwise, you can't invite this martial arts saint again and again. The face of the martial saint is very good. But having used the favor of the martial saint, all of Chun Feng's rewards and merits would naturally be gone. It only took 2 days for Elder Jean to be sent to Jiangqing. Kim Yuhi's eyes instantly reddened when she saw her grandfather. The mighty and domineering martial arts supreme being at the beginning had now become a trembling old man. The last time I left home, Grandpa was still red-faced. Now that I see him again, my grandfather has become pale. His lips are bloodless, and his face is full of wrinkles, revealing dishevelment. It's totally like a different person. Because of the injury to his dantian, Elder Jean had to use crutches when he walked. Kim Yu, he cried out and rushed over. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Elder Jean couldn't be bothered to coax his granddaughter. Instead, he looked up at Chen Feng. In his last moments at Kim's house, he was watching the TV news. The man in the news was the very youth in front of him. And also the master of his own granddaughter. He's not stupid. Knowing that he could get himself out of his cage and still be deported to his granddaughter who was in Daxia. It must have been this young man who did it. With his eye for people, even though he hadn't talked to Chen Feng, just by looking at the face, could be seen in Chen Feng's resolute face. This is a man of integrity. Chen Feng saw the old man looking over. A hasty nod of the head. As soon as he returned to the neighborhood, Chen Feng saw a luxury car parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Wei Guangming didn't look very good. He's gotten the message. The general president of the Martial Wei Guild, surprisingly, brought the martial saint of the Wang clan and personally visited the Wei clan to ask for Kim Yoshi's grandfather. Although the Wei clan was strong, the face of a martial saint would still be given, especially since Elder Kim was dispensable to the Weiss family. It's just a bit of a slap in the face for Wei Guangming. Just a few days ago, he had finished putting harsh words in front of Jin Yoshi and Lu Weiwei. In the blink of an eye, the old man of the Kim family was sent to Kim Yoshi. It annoyed him greatly, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the decisions of the family hierarchy were not yet something he could arbitrarily influence. At this time, when he saw Chen Feng and the others coming back in the car, Wei Guangming also took Xiao Ruhan and walked out of the car. Now Xiao Ruhan had the backing of the strongest Wei clan in Daxia. The eyes that looked at Chen Feng at this moment were once again filled with arrogance. In her opinion, no matter how demonic Chen Feng was, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Wei clan. Wei Guangming looked at Chen Feng, who was gradually approaching, and coldly said, "I didn't think we'd meet again. I was even more surprised that you have such a big face that you were able to get the general president of the Martial Arts Guild and the Wang clan martial saint to come forward. I was going to kill that old man." Chen Feng looked at Wei Guangming, who was blocking the entrance to the cell. Didn't look good either. A pussy who's all about tricks. A sinister fellow like you is truly a disgrace to the Wei clan. Chen Feng's words immediately caused Wei Guangming's face to become extremely ugly. Xiao Ruhan also didn't expect that Chen Feng would dare to talk to the Wei clan's people like this. Wei Guangming laughed angrily, said in a somewhat shrill voice, "The first time we fought, I should have just wasted you. If I hadn't been merciful, you wouldn't have had a chance to stand and talk to me today." Chen Feng snorted coldly and said, "Yeah, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me." A great Buddha silhouette with golden dragons draped over its shoulders stood with a roar, and the sound of Brahma and dragon roars resounded throughout the entire arena. Kim Yu, he hurriedly led her grandfather backward. Lu Weiwei also didn't expect that Master would want to make a move. Elder Jean also looked on in shock. This is the same gong method as the granddaughter. It seems a little different again. Xiao Ruhan on the other side was also surprised. Could it be that he's going to take a shot at the young master of the Wei clan? That's the Wei family, how dare he? Wei Guangming was also surprised, not expecting Chen Feng to openly make a move. Originally, he was just a little annoyed about Elder Jean. Really cannot swallow this breath, only to get off the car to put a couple of harsh words. I didn't expect Chen Feng to strike on the spot. This was somewhat at odds with his impression of Chen Feng. The impressionable Chen Feng was not an impulsive person. "Don't you dare make a move on me here." As Wei Guangming spoke, he also slowly drew the soft sword at his waist. Chen Feng said coldly, "You've made several moves on me, and it's time for me to return the favor now. First it was the heaven-swallowing club, then 2 waves of Kunlun Mountain pursuing me, and now it's threatening my disciple. It's not over, you crossed the line." Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped it. A huge golden palm shadow was slapped out with a loud bang. Wei Guangming had escaped from the Kunlun Mountains last time, though he was seriously injured and had lost most of his qi and blood cultivation. However, with the strength of the Wei clan, he quickly patched his body back up with various heavenly materials. Strength has been restored. But Wei Guangming knew that he shouldn't be Chen Feng's opponent right now. After all, the other party had defeated even Zhang Bowen. When he opened the conference in Kunlun City, he even fought hard against the sect master-level branch president. But see no use of that powerful sonic kung fu. It was thought that Chen Feng might not want to tear his face off directly. At this moment, he stabbed out a sword chi in an attempt to block Chen Feng's palm force. Yet the next moment, the sword chi that Wei Guangming stabbed out shattered with a loud bang. The soft sword was also twisted and deformed by the palm shadow pressure. Unbeatable! Wei Guangming was appalled. Originally, when he saw that Chun Feng did not use that powerful sonic wave kung fu, thought I could block it. However, it was only at this time that he realized the magnitude of the gap between the two sides. The two master-level bodyguards behind him also rushed forward to block them. As a result, all three were sent flying with a slap. Wei Guangming and the two bodyguards all fell to the ground with serious injuries. With Chun Feng's current blood value of 16,000, he once again faced Wei Guangming and directly crushed him. When it was 500 qi blood, it was chased by Wei Guangming. 800 qi and blood before he was even with his opponent. Both of those times were on the premise that one's chakra was not as good as the others. Now, with a blood value of 16,000, waving his hand was crushing, not even using his full strength. The commotion here immediately attracted people from around the neighborhood. The security guards at the entrance to the neighborhood, also with their duty recorders, came toward the area. However, seeing Chun Feng's might, they did not dare to approach for a while. The other onlookers, too, stood far away. One after another, they took out their cell phones to record Chun Feng's battles. Isn't this that great hero Chun Feng? I dropped my mom. Watching this martial arts virtual shadow live is just more shocking than on the video. Who is that girly boy? How did he offend our great hero? What else do young people fight for these days, other than relationship disputes, or someone cheating on them? Chapter 121, Late Self-Defense. Chun Feng didn't care about the crowd's shots as he took a step towards Wei Guangming, who had collapsed on the ground, while purposely amplifying the sound so that everyone around could hear it. You have repeatedly suppressed me due to the Wei clan, and now it's time to pay the price. Wei Guangming looked at Chun Feng in horror. What do you want? Do you want to rip the Weiss family apart? The Weis, the people around us didn't expect it. That sissy, it turned out to be the Weiss family. Chun Feng laughed. Will you let me go without tearing your face off? Palm swung out. Wei Guangming spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at the small of his back, eyes full of disbelief. How dare you waste my cultivation? I'm a core son of the Wei clan. Chun Feng said coldly. If this were the Kunlun Mountains, you'd be dead by now. This trip to the Kunlun Mountains. It allowed Chun Feng to see the cruel competition between people. He buried hundreds of thousands of invaders with his own hands. It had long since ceased to be the youth who had been a fledgling before and had not experienced life and death. Used to leave everything open, didn't want to take things too far. After the trip to Kunlun, Chun Feng realized. Never save kindness for your enemies. Tolerating being bullied for a while, and taking a step back to never go beyond life. Chun Feng now understood that no matter how much he backed down, the other party would not be able to let himself go. So there's no point in backing down. Why not just scrap each other? Neither killed anyone but also reduced the other to a loser and lost his rights in the family. Most importantly, he himself was now a hero of the Great Summer. The current hottest characters across the web. As long as you don't kill someone in the street, it shouldn't be a big problem. All that was needed afterward was to go online and expose all of Wei Guangming's deeds. Even if it's an explanation to the Martial Arts Guild. Abolishing Wei Guangming, Chun Feng walked towards Xiao Ruhan again. Xiao Ruhan kept backing up in fear. She never expected that she thought she had hugged Wei Guangming's thigh. As a result, the opponent was actually wasted on the spot by Chun Feng. What do you want? It's none of my business. Xiao Ruhan panicked. Chun Feng backhanded a slap. Xiao Ruhan originally wanted to resist. But the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. She was defenseless, and her entire body was jerked away like a kite with broken strings. One crashed into Wei Guangming's car. The car windows burst in an instant. Xiao Ruhan spat out a mouthful of blood, along with a few teeth, and sprayed it out. Teaching you the Dragonfall 18 palms was the most wrong thing I've ever done in my life. If I had known that your character was so low in the first place, I would have died before accepting a white-eyed wolf like you as a disciple. The martial arts guilds next to them also realized the battle over here. As soon as the staff saw that it was the hero of Daxia, fighting the Wei clan, it was immediately clear that it was out of one's hands. They notified Yang Honghu of this at the first opportunity. Yang Honghu couldn't even get to the elevator in time. Kicked right through the glass and jumped out the window, just in time to see Chun Feng slap Wei Guangming and the two bodyguards and injure them. Yang Honghu gave a dark cry. Big deal. As a result, as soon as he landed on the ground, he saw Chun Feng give Wei Guangming another slap. He rushed to the scene and saw Wei Guangming himself. The heart went cold. It's over. He turned his head to Chun Feng and said with hatred, "You, young man, are too impulsive. Look at this." Chun Feng said loudly without being humble. "In order to rob me of my martial arts technique, he sent people after me many times, and ended up taking matters into his own hands in the Kunlun Mountains. Later on, when he came out of the Kunlun Mountains, he even bullied my disciple. I'm in the Kunlun Mountains, shedding blood for the great Xia, while my disciple is out there, being bullied by this kind of dogfighter. Simply too deceitful. If I still don't make a move, won't I become a shrunken head turtle? How dare a shrunken head turtle be worthy of becoming a hero of the Grand Xia?" Those surrounding onlookers were all filming with their cell phones at this time. Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, various voices of discussion appeared. These great families have gone too far. It's really chilling. He is invisible when dealing with foreign enemies, but he is everywhere when dealing with his own people. That's the Wei clan, and I don't know if the hero, Chun Feng, will be able to carry it. I'll be sure to post the video online so that everyone can see how far the heroes of Daxia have been pushed by their own people. Yang Honghu sighed heavily, knowing that this is kind of a big deal. He said to Chun Feng, "You're coming with me to the Martial Arts Guild." Chun Feng had yet to speak. "Those onlookers, for starters. Why are you only arresting one person, the Weiss family? Don't you have to arrest them?" "That's right. A slap on the wrist, that one should be arrested too. I heard that the first wave of people chasing Chun Feng in the Kunlun Mountains were sent by the Wei clan. Brother Chun Feng, don't be afraid, we support you." Yang Honghu's head exploded for a moment. These people are really watching the fun. He looked to the staff member who had followed him and chided, "What are you waiting for? Take everyone back." Kim Yu, he is touched to see her master taking the heat for her, but seeing that the master is going to be taken away, immediately worried. "Master!" Chun Feng turned back to comfort him. "You guys go home and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Kim Yu, he was still worried. "I'll drop Grandpa off at home. Then I'll meet you at the Budokai." Chun Feng nodded and followed Yang Honghu towards the Martial Arts Guild. In his heart, there was no panic at all. He also has one of the biggest liens. That would be his own false identity. In this world, other than Zhang Bowen, the second Kunlun legacy hybrid. Moreover, one's own talent was absolutely unparalleled in Great Xia. His own value was definitely above Wei Guangming. As soon as Yang Honghu returned to the Martial Arts Guild, he immediately reported this matter. Then arranged for someone to treat Wei Guangming. The last one looked at Chun Feng and complained. The chief general manager just had the cheek to ask the Wang family martial saint to come along and go to the Wei clan to help you get the person out. That's good for you, backhandedly scrapping someone's most central scion. Chun Feng asked curiously, "Is Wei Guangming important in the Wei family?" Honghu Yang explained, "The Wei clan's gong method is special, and not everyone can cultivate it. It will only pick within the family, those with better roots and bones to cultivate. Now of this generation, only 2 have been chosen. Wei Guangming is one of them." Chun Feng raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. "I didn't realize that Wei Guangming was in the family, so rare. In a generation, only so many people are chosen. But with all the scrapping, he couldn't admit defeat. When I was attacked by the Heaven Swallowing Club in the Holy Capital before, it was arranged by Wei Guangming. Just entering the Kunlun Mountains, the first time I encountered a siege of hundreds of people, it was also arranged by Wei Guangming. Later on, Wei Guangming even personally went to the Kunlun Mountains to capture me, trying to force out my martial arts techniques. Now that I've wasted him, does it count as late self-defense?"